What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7 IE Chapter 215 Four Emperors Collide, the Great War begins. That huge crimson energy shot straight into the sky amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, and finally, this energy crashed into the clouds. The dark clouds twisted, torn, and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. A sound that seemed to smash the sky resounded through the sky. Even if the sound above the sky reached the ears of countless people on the sea, it was still deafening, and the eardrums seemed to be blown apart. And the sound is already so frightening, not to mention the terrifying explosion caused by the crimson energy. Above the sky, the black thundercloud that seemed to cover the entire sky was directly blown to pieces. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the thundercloud looked so vulnerable, it was completely torn apart by the energy released by Ling Bai. Suddenly, in the dark sky, the clouds opened to see the sun. And the original torrential rain was also stopped. This is the power of gods and ghosts. Queen Mother Anthem, Kataku's face was full of fear and shock. Behind him, Smoothie and other members of the Charlotte family were also stunned. Four Emperors Ling Bai's shot directly blasted the clouds in the sky. What a terrifying power this is. You must know how thick and how big the cloud layer is. Bigger than their Cake Island, it seems. As for the Beast's pirates, the three disasters had the same reaction as Katakuri. As for the members of the Ling Bai pirates, the same is true. Although everyone knows that Ling Bai is very powerful, Ling Bai is often amazing, terrified. Can I outrun him? Bullet muttered to himself, with an infinite fighting spirit in his heart, but Bullet also understood that that figure from his back was something he could only look up to forever. That is an unmatched existence. What kind of power is this kid? Burndy muttered to himself. Very strong backquote. The Red Earl next to him responded, and this time he also followed. The reason was that the entire naval headquarters army was dispatched this time. A war far beyond the Summit War begins, and the Red Earl does not want to be absent. Hey, kid, what calendar area are you here? Advertisement. Kaido shouted to Ling Bai in the air. This guy is too strong, this kind of power, even if I have to say it, it is beyond imagination. The ant said with emotion, but Ling Bai ignored everyone. At this time, the clouds were almost completely destroyed, and the noon sun immediately shone down, and Ling Bai, who was bathed in the sunlight, felt instantly, he is like a god. At this moment, Ling Bai waved his hand, and Reiju, who was in shock and stunned, was patted on the shoulder by Yamato beside him, and Reiju immediately responded. Reiju, my lord told you to throw your weapon up, it was agreed before. Yamato reminded. Oh, after reacting, Reiju immediately threw the famous sword Yan in his hand onto it. Yan Mo. It was only then that Kaido discovered that that sword was the famous sword that Kazuki Oden broke through his defense in the past, the famous sword that claimed to be able to cut hell open. Yan Mo still has a shadow on Kaido. Seeing this knife, Kaido felt a dull pain in his stomach. Of course, Ling Bai ignored them. Let's get started, there shouldn't be any waiting. Ling Bai greeted Kaido and the others, and after speaking, Ling Bai flew to the red-haired group. It's not a redhead, Lousy doesn't even want to make a move. Kaido complained, and suddenly lightning flashed on his body, his whole body changed rapidly, and then he turned into a blue dragon and soared into the sky. At the same time, Kaido also took a look at the three disasters, and the latter immediately knew what to do. It started. Little ones, Jin shouted, and the people on 100 Beasts immediately erupted. Thundercloud Zeus. Big Mom roared loudly, and Thundercloud Zeus turned into a dark and evil thundercloud after Thundercloud Zeus responded. Big Mom jumped on it immediately, and at the same time, Napoleon in the bicorn hat also turned into a giant sword, and the sun Prometheus turned into Big Mom's flaming hair. The grown-ups have already begun, let's get ready too. Katakuri greeted, however, people from naval headquarters should show up soon. Shiryu. There are too many people on our side, and there are not enough people on the red hair pirate side to make us happy. Advertisement. Let's just wait until naval headquarters comes, and it will be exciting. After Bullet finished speaking, he jumped out of the boat, crossed the sea, and headed straight for the island on the other side of the red hair. At this moment, many people rushed towards the island, but Ling Bai was at the forefront. Coming. The redhead held the knife and assumed an offensive posture. And Beckman fired a shot directly, the bullet pierced the air and went straight to Ling Bai, almost reaching ultimate. Shanks, no more rivalry now. Beckman said something, but the redhead said nothing. Today is the day of life and death for their red hair pirates. The bullet went through the air. This bullet is not an ordinary bullet, but a bullet covered with advanced armament hockey. And Beckman's strength, as the second in command of the red hair pirates, is worthy of the name of the Emperor's lieutenant. His strength surpassed Marco, Katakuri, and Yenjo, who were also the second in command of the four emperors, and Bullet under Ling Bai's command, almost. The same is true for the red hair pirates, the main crew members. The red hair pirates are known as the four emperors pirate group with the most balanced strength and bounty. The strength of the main crew members is close to the level of red hair. Therefore, the red hair pirates became the Iron Wall pirates again. Ling Bai glanced at the armament hockey bullet that pierced through the air. This bullet is so fast that it cannot be captured by the naked eye. Even if Ling Bai uses observation hockey to capture it, this bullet is still very, Li Rui Jiao, fast. At this moment, the blade of Yan Mo in Ling Bai's right hand was filled with a dark red aura. Facing the bullet, he didn't intend to dodge at all, he just slashed across it, right in the middle of the bullet. With a slight crisp sound, the bullet was directly cut into two symmetrical halves by Bai. Even with the advanced armament hockey covered, Ling Bai is still able to cut it open. It was also expected for Beckman to see this scene. Beckman, this guy, let me handle it. After the red hair finished speaking, he also rushed out. In the end, his famous sword griffin collided with Ling Bai's Yan Mo on the coast. Immediately, a large area of the coast was shattered by the collision of the two four emperors. In an instant, the coast was shattered with a radius of tens of meters, and they all had to retreat a certain distance when they saw the end. And Kaido and the others, also at this time, charged straight up. A big battle is destined to break out. Chapter 216 Fierce Battle with Red Hair. At this moment, the red-haired famous sword griffin collided with Ling Bai's Yan Mo, and in that instant, the huge impact force shattered the coast around the two of them with a radius of tens of meters. Of course, this was just a collision between the two that wasn't even a warm-up. Are you trying to annex this world? Crazy guy, but this world is not as simple as what you see. One day, you will pay the price for your madness, and you will regret it in the end. The redhead frowned, with a serious and dignified expression. He understands that Ling Bai's series of actions today are undoubtedly aimed at the so-called king of the world, just like the locks he learned from the Captain Luogia back then, that same crazy man, trying to become the world king, but in the end he can only walk into the grave with hatred. How similar is the current Ling Bai to that locks? However, the redhead didn't think about a more serious problem, that is, he, Ling Bai, is stronger than locks. Moreover, it's not that it's just a little bit stronger, it's a lot stronger. In addition, the reason for Locke's failure, besides lack of strength, is another very serious reason, that is, the Locke's pirates are not even a mess, and those men, 3D787, are guys who may betray at any time. But here in Ling Bai, it doesn't exist. I will become the king of this world. Of course, you are destined not to see it. Ling Bai smiled confidently, and then the two shook each other more than 10 meters away. In an instant, both of them kicked their feet, and the huge force further shattered the originally fragmented ground. Immediately afterwards, the two rushed towards each other at a speed like thunder, approaching ultimate. The griffin in the red-haired hand is wrapped in a blue-purple airflow, while Ling Bai's Yan Mo is wrapped in a dark red airflow. The two streams of air are both turbulent and surging. At the moment when the two forces collided again, the two streams of air collided violently, the air was twisted, and the shattered ground was further torn apart. The red-haired sword is also very strong, and the sword that can collide with tomorrow night will naturally not be weak. After all, as one of the four emperors, the world tends to ignore the red-haired swordsmanship. Of course, the red-haired conqueror's hockey is also terrifying. Advertisement at this time, the moment Ling Bai and Hongfa collided, the clouds that had been dispersed by Ling Bai gathered together again. Of course it did not cause any rain, but the clouds were torn into two sides. The middle it is a bottomless dark ravine, which seems to have cut the entire tower cover. These are the two men with the strongest conqueror's hockey. At the moment of the battle, invisible, hockey spilled out without feeling, and finally acted on the sky. Such a scene happened when the redhead went to persuade Whitebeard. If you die under my hands, you should die with regret, right? Ling Bai doesn't care what the redhead thinks of him. After all, in Ling Bai's eyes, the redhead is just a dying person. Moreover, he will die today. At this time, with the collision of the sword, the red hair was once again shaken away by Ling Bai. What a powerful force. The red hair was slightly shocked, knowing that this monster is very strong, and the current battle has only just begun, and even Ling Bai is still in the warm-up stage. The red hair is clear. Ling Bai's power, at this moment, has not been unleashed without reservation. The ground was further torn apart. At this time, the battle between Ling Bai and the red hair had left the coast and entered the island. Almost every collision between the two would cause the island to tear and shatter, and all of them would tear and shatter within a radius of at least 15 meters. The speed of the battle between the two is also as fast as ultimate, not only in the speed of moving, but also in the speed of each move and move, which is extremely fast. The shock wave caused by it not only caused the ground to be severely affected, but the red hair pirates were also slightly or severely affected by this level of battle. As expected of the strongest one-armed man on the big BDAJ, even with only one arm, your strength is so terrifying. Ling Bai laughed. Of course, this kind of smile can only be Ling Bai's teasing of the red hair. He will not choose to release water because the red hair has only one arm, or to be fair, he also uses one hand. For Ling Bai, that was completely impossible. How long can you be arrogant in this sea? The redhead snorted coldly and felt a pressure in his heart. Ling Bai's strength is beyond imagination. Advertisement. Ling Bai, who should be about the same age as Luffy, possesses power beyond the top powerhouses in this world, and he is not a creature of the same world as Luffy. Although he doesn't want to admit his identity, but as a celestial dragon's, Hongfa also understands that far away in Mariajoy, where the apex of the world is, what a huge power is hidden. That kind of power is beyond imagination than Ling Bai. The area with a radius of more than 100 meters was swept into it in an instant, and the countless gravels on the ground were immediately disintegrated into ashes. Amidst the dust and the crushing shockwaves, a slash that continued to charge like lightning landed on the red hair unexpectedly. The red hair was sent flying by the slash that landed on him. Originally, the red hair thought that the opponent's slash would be disintegrated by his own slash, but at this moment he realized that it was not. What? In the end, the two slashes collided together, setting off a huge explosion on the spot. I can continue to be arrogant, but you can't see it anymore, so please express your regret first. And the moment the redhead was knocked into the air, he spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and then spat out 2 mouthfuls of thick blood in the air. Because, that is the terrible background of hundreds of years. As for Ling Bai's slash, it continued to charge straight. The blue-purple crescent-shaped slash charged towards the opposite slash with another huge force. And the red-haired slash also disintegrated. The 4 emperors had red hair, shooting out like a rocket launcher. In time, the red hair can foresee that if Ling Bai attacks Paojie like he attacks the red hair pirates now, and when he comes into contact with that power, I am afraid that Ling Bai's arrogance will only disappear. At this time, Ling Bai held Yan Mo in his hand, his eyes fixed, and he swung the knife directly, and then slashed a dark red half-moon slash on Yan Mo with the turbulent airflow on the blade. This slash, at an extremely fast speed, tore a large area of ground with the aftermath along the way, sweeping towards the red hair in front. Ling Bai sneered, ignoring the red-haired Zui escape. Facing such a slash, the red hair didn't intend to dodge at all. Instead, he rushed straight up, and similarly, he also swung a slash. Chapter 217 The Berserk Redhead and Beckman. The red hair shot out finally hit a slope, and smashed the huge slope to pieces. After all, Ling Bai's power is not covered. Now Ling Bai's power is already the strongest among the 4 emperors, and also the strongest existence in New World. Of course, Paojie does not belong to the New World. So now, redheads are being suppressed for the first time. It is also a slash, but Ling Bai's slash is stronger than the red-haired one. Although Ling Bai obtained the swordsmanship strength of a great swordsman before, Ling Bai's swordsmanship has also been strengthened with the improvement of his strength as time goes by. Even the red hair has the strength of a great swordsman, but it is not Ling Bai's opponent. At this moment, the red hair smashed a slope, and finally rolled several times before barely stopping. In the end, the red hair who knelt down on one knee had a lot of dust on his body, but at this moment, the red hair was not in the mood to pay attention to the dust on his body. Ling Bai is here. That high-speed movement can't be captured by the naked eye, and Ling Bai's trajectory can only be captured by relying on the keen perception ability of the strong or observation hockey. Of course, Ling Bai didn't like playing tricks in this kind of battle, so he just rushed over, attacking from the front of the red hair. Ling Bai slashed down from the sky, with unparalleled power, like a battle axe. The red hair could only resist the blow with a horizontal knife, but under the strange force of Ling Bai, the red hair who had just stood up knelt down on one knee, and the ground was also hit by the collision of 2 famous knives on the spot. Crushed by the impacting wind and waves, the ground within a radius of nearly 50 meters was torn apart in an instant. I have a doubt, are you celestial dragons? Ling Bai looked down at the red hair condescendingly. Now Ling Bai's posture and his tone make the red hair very unhappy. But even if the red hair is unhappy, helpless and even angry, what can he do? Isn't he being suppressed by Ling Bai at this moment? The ground was torn apart and further collapsed. The red hair was suppressed by that force, and the struggling hand trembled at the same time as the famous knife griffin. Redhead, hard to get out, at least not for a short period of time. Advertisement hearing Ling Bai's question, Hongfa didn't answer. That's right, he is celestial dragons, but he will never admit it. After all, the redhead who grew up in the Luogia pirates did not know until more than 10 years ago that he is celestial dragons at the beginning. There were still many powerful celestial dragons who came down from Paojie, hoping that he would return to Paojie and become a member of the supreme and noble world ruler. However, the redhead directly refused. He likes freedom, and, admittedly, celestial dragons is so dirty. At this time, seeing that the red hair did not answer, Ling Bai pressed Yan Mo with his right hand, and swept his right leg fiercely in the air, heading straight for the red hair's head. Ling Bai's right leg not only carried strong physical strength, but also wrapped around a lot of cold air and lightning. Even during the process of Ling Bai sweeping his right leg across, the redhead could clearly feel the rapid drop in temperature around him, as well as the sound of thunder and lightning raging. This is Ling Bai's blow that combines 2 forces. And the red-haired, frowning tightly, being suppressed by Ling Bai's Yan Mo at this time, making it difficult for the red-haired to get out. After all, Ling Bai is too strong, and Ling Bai's right leg swept across. In the end, Ling Bai's right leg slammed the red hair, unable to get away, on his right cheek. And the time from when Ling Bai kicked out to when he hit the red hair was only 3 seconds. Boom! In the next second, the red hair felt as if his head was going to explode, and the whole person burst out again uncontrollably. Even because of the pain coming from his head, the redhead didn't know that he was thrown upside down. And the right side of the redhead's face, together with a part of his hair, was even frozen over. Boom! With a loud noise, Hongfa was finally smashed hundreds of meters and landed on a huge rock, and the stone collapsed creating a big pit, and Hongfa smashed dozens of tree trunks along the way, which were bigger than houses, over big trees. Shanks! Beckman yelled, seeing the red hair blown away, and it was such a horrible blow. Beckman also had to worry. Of course, Beckman was only in a daze this time, for 2 or 3 seconds. In the next second, Bullet, who was fighting with him, punched Beckman's face, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly, because of the astonishing impact force of Bullet's punch when it burst out. Advertisement, ask for flowers. Right behind Beckman, Shiryu of the Rain slashed at him. A purple lightning-shaped slash was struck from Shiryu's demon sword Thunderstorm, and finally landed on Beckman's back. There was a muffled sound, and a shocking wound was directly torn open on Beckman's back, and blood gushed out on the spot. There are not enough opponents, let's make do. As for Beckman, before he even had time to look behind him, the bullet in front stomped hard on Beckman's chest again. Puff! Both of them are fighting mad. if it is an ordinary person, with such an injury, it is estimated that everyone will die. At this time, the muffled sound and the sound of the broken bones came out at the same time, and Beckman's mouth also collapsed on the spot. At this moment, Beckman spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Now, their plan is to get rid of the red hair pirates first. Of course, the alliance of the 3-4 emperors, let alone get rid of the red hair pirates, it will not be a problem to destroy all of their entire pirate group. Immediately afterwards, the whole person ejaculated uncontrollably, and Shiryu did not come out at this moment. And Shiryu didn't hesitate, and followed. At this time, Beckman had already been shot more than 100 meters away. Beckman, who could have been seriously injured, was now even more injured. The shocking back wound, the collapsed chest, and the twisted face are covered in blood. Beckman, Duo Bullet and Shiryu, was in a dire situation. You must know that it is not a big problem for Shiryu to fight against him. Now that Bar, who is almost as strong as the red hair, is added, it is normal for Beckman to be tortured by blood. And, you know, both Bullet and Shiryu are cruel. At that time, the real battle will be when the people from Naval Headquarters arrive. After speaking, Bullet rushed towards the direction where Beckman flew backwards, and he disappeared almost instantly. Seeing Bullet and the others attacking again, Beckman felt a sense of sadness unconsciously in his heart. He understood that he could not be the opponent of the powerful force of these two people. Chapter 218 The Death of Emperor's Deputy Beckman. Beckman felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. After all, he has been in the sea for so many years, and he has never been so aggrieved as he is today. At this moment, Beckman looked at Bullet and Shiryu Amami and stood up tremblingly. Staring at the two bullets, Beckman was helpless and full of anger. 2 against 1, this kind of unfair battle, the two of you are also well-known powerhouses, I never thought that you would join forces to attack me alone. At this time, Beckman has already started using mouth escape. Of course, this is also the first time he has used this kind of mouth escape, although usually it is a red-haired method. But now, it is used by Beckman. Of course, Beckman, who is now seriously injured, even speaks a bit reluctantly. Such a serious injury is not a fatal injury. For a strong person in the 840, he can recover after a period of recuperation. However, for Beckman now, this should already be impossible. Staring at the two bullets ahead, Beckman hoped that his words would work. It's not that Beckman is afraid of death, after all, people will die suddenly, and as the second in command of the red hair pirates, Beckman has already looked away from death. All Beckman really wanted to do was keep the red hair pirates. Now trying to use aggressive tactics to buy time, Beckman wants to keep the red hair pirates. Beckman knows that Naval Headquarters is now in full force, and that kind of unprecedentedly large lineup, when Ling Bai's 3 Emperors alliance collides with it, will not feel good. And no matter what, as long as they can buy time, and wait for the Naval Headquarters super army to come, the red hair pirates can avoid the fate of extinction. The red hair pirates must not be completely erased from this world by the Ling Bai pirates like the Revolutionary Army. They are, the majestic red hair pirates, I think. Are you thinking wrong? This is not a competition, but we are going to chop you up. Shiryu turned into an afterimage in a flash, and then appeared in front of Beckman. Shiryu swung the knife without any hesitation. Advertisement. As for Beckman, who was about to shoot to defend, he was caught off guard by Bullet, who suddenly appeared on his right and kicked him across the air. That kick with terrifying power landed on Beckman's right shoulder like a battle axe, above. Immediately afterwards, the sound of cracking bones, muffled sound, and the sound of the body being cut all sounded at the same time. Shiryu's demon sword Thunderstorm cut off Beckman's left hand holding the gun completely, and also slashed Beckman's mouth all the way, blood spattered of course. And Bullet's kick forcefully tore off Beckman's entire right shoulder. The huge force caused Beckman's right shoulder and right hand to be torn off abruptly. The shocking cruel tear made a lot of people blood spurted out. At the same time, the ground under Beckman's feet also collapsed on the spot. At this moment, Beckman's hands were separated from his body, especially his right hand. The degree of tearing was terrifying. My hand! Beckman exclaimed, although the pain of losing his hands didn't make him faint on the spot, even Beckman didn't cry out in pain. But at this moment, Beckman's face was completely pale on the spot, and at the same time, his face was covered with sweat, and his whole body was trembling violently. Shocking injuries, uncontrollable gushing blood. Beckman stood where he was, and his nerves quickly became numb due to the severe pain. Having lost his hands, it can almost be said that he has lost all the ability to resist. Redhead lost a hand, and now, Beckman, doesn't even have a hand. Don't worry, Redhead and your crew will all die soon. Bullet sneered. For red hair pirates, Bullet is also very unhappy. After all, as a pirate, he doesn't like red hair pirates, just like Blackbeard hates Whitebeard who has great power but doesn't want to dominate the world. The red hair is a peacemaker, or in other words, a shit stirrer. After speaking, Bullet glanced at Shiryu. The latter also understood what it meant. Advertisement, one shot, reggae. All kinds of emotions are intertwined, and in the end, they can't rest in peace. Bullet snorted coldly, and glanced at the battlefield at this moment. As for the battle situation, it was naturally fierce. Of course, due to the disparity in power, the red hair pirates were all suppressed. After all, the number of red hair pirates was rapidly decreasing. Bullet threw this sentence to Shiryu. At that time, people from Naval Headquarters came, and he had to face a powerful opponent alone, after all defeat him. As a well-known strong man in New World, Beckman died in such an aggrieved way. The members of the red hair pirates who have not yet died are also struggling against their own enemies.
The next opponent, I won't cooperate with you, and of course you don't want to interfere.
For them, the alliance of the 3-4 emperors was like a nightmare. Faced with the battle with Beckman just now, Bullet was naturally upset. P.S. Everyone in Red Hair Pirates will die in these chapters. Afterwards, Bullet kicked Beckman's head out with one kick. The 3.0 head, like a cannonball, hit a younger brother of the Red Hair Pirates who was fleeing out of fear. Finally, this little boy was also killed by Beckman's. The head was completely smashed, and he died on the spot. Those eyes that couldn't be closed were full of unwillingness, pain, helplessness, anger, hatred. After all, this is a collaboration between him and Shiryu, which is really uncomfortable for Bullet, who is extremely arrogant. At that moment, Beckman's head was naturally thrown into the air. This was Beckman's entire body, arguably the only complete part. Shiryu let out a low growl, and at the same time waved the demon sword Thunderstorm in his hand, and suddenly a dark purple lightning shot out, and immediately turned into a huge ferocious skull, and landed on Beckman's body. In the end, Beckman's head also fell to the ground, and he rolled several times before stopping, facing the sky, dying with regret. This is a powerful slash, like a cannonball. It exploded on Beckman's already seriously injured body, tearing Beckman's body apart. The already weak body, as fragile as tofu, was unexpectedly crushed, torn into pieces. Those who flee on the battlefield deserve to die, either face death or wait for death.
Shiryu. Nature is as you wish. Chapter 219 Tragic Red Hair Pirates, Usopp's death.
Minister Beckman. How is this possible? Beckman. What? Everyone in the Ling Bai Pirates, die. I want to avenge Vice Captain Beckman. People from the Red Hair Pirates, in the distance, have already witnessed the scene of Beckman's tragic death. Not only was he brutally tortured by Bullet of the Ling Bai Pirates and Shiryu of the Rain, but after being seriously injured, he was even killed by both Bullet and Shiryu of the Rain broke their arms. And in the end, it is the most tragic. It is a cruel method that people cannot bear to look at directly. The Vice Captain Beckman, whom they admired and respected infinitely, was completely disintegrated by Shiryu of the Rain's attack and smashed all the body parts below the head. After the head was thrown into the air and then dropped, it was kicked by Bullet like a ball. C***M out. What a ruthless and ultimate insulting kick to the dead. Seeing this scene, the members of the Red Hair Pirates trembled even more violently, not because of fear, but because of the completely aroused anger in their hearts. At this moment, Beckman's death caused the Red Hair Pirates to completely explode, and even their fighting power became much stronger, and the people who were originally afraid became fearless. Even the gangsters of the Three Emperors Alliance were torn apart by the gangsters of the Red Hair Pirates. This is the power of anger. But that's just a small guy. For the three of them, Ling Bai, who is the king of the sea, there are as many of them as they want, and they can't possibly care about these things. As for the Red Hair Pirates' cadre level figures, they naturally became angry uncontrollably, and their combat effectiveness suddenly increased a lot because of their anger. However, the problem is that even if they are the cadres of the Red Hair Pirates, the people they have to face are not only the members of the Ling Bai pirate group, but also the members of the two pirate groups, Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts. One cadre of the Red Hair Pirates has to deal with at least two cadres of the Three Emperors Alliance. For example, Usopp against Lao Sha, Wabel and Jack the Drow. But at this time, Usopp's left hand had been severed by Wabel. Usopp's ability is the ability to snipe. Even if he is able to hit the center of an ant's forehead with one shot, he is one of the three top cadres under Hongfa's command because of his absolute sniper ability, and the other two cadres are Beckman, who is known for having the highest IQ in the world, and Lakilu, who has always eaten meat. Advertisement of course, Subyu's sniper ability can also be said to be the strongest in this world.
However, what makes him strong is his sniping ability, not pure combat power. Of course, it cannot be ignored that, as the most powerful sniper in the world, Usopp's observation haki is also extremely powerful. Usopp, who is suitable for long-range shooting, has to face the combination of three strong players at this moment, so he is naturally unable to compete. Wabel, he cut off his left hand with a single stroke. Fool Wabel, he will not be kind to you. In his eyes, there is only fighting. And Jack the Drow and Lao Sha are also extremely powerful. Of course, the opponents don't have enough points now, so when dealing with the Red Hair Pirates, everyone is one-on-one. Even many strong players haven't made a move yet, just watching the battle from a distance. As for the Red Hair Pirates members who escaped, they just killed directly. Anyway, today, their goal is to leave none of the Red Hair Pirates. No matter how they die, as long as they are all dead, that is enough. Red Hair Pirates follow the route of elite soldiers and strong generals. There are not many main crew members, less than 20 people, and thousands of small men are under their command. And there are less than 20 people here, and now it can be said that they are surrounded and beaten by the cadres of the Three Emperors Alliance. Several top powerhouses have not yet made a move, and Kaido is also entrenched in the air, waiting for Ling Bai to beat the Red Hair, and then reward Red Hair with a thunderous 8 trigrams. Of course, Kaido also occasionally releases fireballs or heat, burning the island, burning to death or directly melting the Red Hair Pirates to death. As for the ant, the same is true. Today's ant is still in a state of soy sauce. Many powerhouses are waiting for the arrival of naval headquarters. Then, the real battle will begin. As for the Red Hair Pirates, although they claim to be the Iron Wall Pirates with the most balanced strength and rewards, but facing the terrifying combat power of the Three Emperors Alliance, their only fate and ending is to be killed. This is beyond doubt. Damn it. Am I going to die this way? At this time, Usopp was already lying on the ground, and because he had no time to dodge, his legs were directly cut off by Lao Sha's Desert King Kong sword.
The blood surged violently and was swallowed by the ground again. Usopp could no longer stand up, and even struggled to sit up because of the injuries on his body. Moreover, not only the legs were severed, but also the left hand was severed by Wabel. Today, all he has left is his right hand. Usopp's face also became pale and bloodless at this moment. Usopp also understands in his heart that today is the day of his end. Advertisement. Although people are bound to die, Usopp did not expect that he would end up today. Seeing the tragic death of his brother Beckman, Usopp was furious to the point of ultimate, but he had no choice but to know that his fate would not be much better than that of Beckman. He really wants to return to East Blue, his hometown in the future. And his unworthy wife and children, but this, there should be no chance. At this moment, Red Hair Pirates, Usopp, one of the 3 top cadres, died in battle. Jack the Drow is a nose, but the power in it is no less than the slash that Wabel is about to complete. Hey, you idiot, leave this guy to me. And Wabel, at this moment, held up his big knife, and was about to strike Usopp. This knife was aimed at Usopp's head. It is conceivable that if this knife was directly chopped off, Usopp's head would not only be shot, the body is also to be completely torn in half. With the sound of an explosion, Usopp's head also exploded. It's all tragic. At this time, Usopp also wanted to release his ultimate move 453, but with only one hand, the movement of releasing this ultimate move had to be slow and difficult. The berserk power directly crushed the head of Usopp with ordinary defense, like a watermelon exploding. Damn. Do you think I'm easy to bully? And the headless corpse also wobbled for several seconds before finally falling to the ground, and his right hand held the gun, maintaining the posture of about to shoot. Especially his son, Usopp. I'm going to avenge Beckman, and the brothers. The scene can be described as tragic, pretty much the same tragic death as Beckman. At this moment, Jack the Drow, who turned into a huge mammoth, directly knocked away Wabel, who was about to give Usopp a headshot package. Then, at the moment when Usopp was about to release his ultimate move, Jack the Drow in mammoth formed the Drow, throwing his own trunk directly on Beckman's head. Usopp roared, thinking of his relatives, Beckman and the brothers of the Red Hair Pirates. A surge of power suddenly surged in his heart. What? Chapter 220. The Furious Red Hair, the Berserk Red Hair. Like Beckman, Usopp ended up dying tragically. Beckman, there is only one head left, but Usopp is just the opposite. His head has blossomed, and finally only the body is left, and it is still a body with only 4 limbs and a right hand. 2 senior officers of the Red Hair Pirates, both died in extremely tragic ways. Damn it. T. Lousy is angry. Wabel, who was slammed away by his teammates, was obviously angry. As for Jack the Drow, he ignored him. He also understood that although Wabel was powerful, he was a complete fool. After all, his appearance betrayed him. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar of explosion in the distance. Many people followed the sound of the explosion, and saw that in one direction in the distance, a large area of the island ground was smashed, and the forest within a radius of at least 1,000 meters was bulldozed on the spot. The ground was also smashed on the spot. This is an incomparably violent conqueror's haki. The destructive power it produces is enough to completely destroy a forest, and the ground is naturally within the range of being directly affected. Conqueror's haki, having reached an extremely powerful level, is no longer as simple as stunning people. Of course, the scope at this time is also extremely large, enough to cover an island. It's like a storm envelops everything. It even produces super destructive power to the environment, and changes the color of the sky. Here it is, the truly powerful conqueror's haki, and the releaser of this conqueror's haki is the redhead who has fallen into a state of extreme anger. He watched the deaths of Beckman and Usopp from a distance. As the first 2 brothers who followed him to the sea, they both died in battle, and they were still tragic, no dead body. At this moment, the redhead was deeply saddened and angry to the point of ultimate, so unconsciously, he completely released Conqueror's haki. In addition to a piece of forest being flattened and the ground collapsing, the sky is also full of rolling clouds, thunder and lightning, which are the changes in the celestial phenomena caused by Conqueror's haki. Red-haired, unacceptable, Beckman's tragic death. I won't let you go. Advertisement. The red-haired roared, and the Conqueror's haki stopped releasing. At this moment, he, who was wounded, rushed towards Ling Bai, moving at a high speed, making the red-haired figure disappear. The speed was too fast to be seen by the naked eye, and even the afterimage can't catch. In the space, a blue slash tore out, with the sound of piercing the air and the sound of rubbing the air. It fell from the sky and hit Ling Bai like a thunderbolt. And Ling Bai, ignoring the red hair's anger and grief, slashed at him. When Yan Mo, who was entwined with the dark red demon-like aura, collided with the red hair's slash, and after holding on for 2 seconds, Ling Bai disintegrated the red hair's slash. Of course, the impact of the wind and waves on the ground also caused the already shattered ground to further shatter and collapse. However, Ling Bai has the ability to fly. Even if the island is sunk, it will not affect him in the slightest. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai used his knife against Hong and collided with the red-haired griffin, but this time, the red-haired knife was not knocked away like before, but collided with Ling Bai's knife, reaching an equal level of strength. Before, Ling Bai was still stronger. After all, Ling Bai's strength was even more terrifying. But at this moment, there is an even situation. Ling Bai is not only emotional, but anger can also be transformed into strength. After all, blackening blessings. But even so what? As a pirate, when you venture into this sea, you should have the awareness of the death of important people around you, right? Redhead, you grew up to be 4 emperors, so you didn't even kill a single person? Ling Bai's tone was full of sarcasm. He believed that the lives of the red-haired subordinates would definitely not be lost. Go to hell. Ignoring Ling Bai's ridicule, anger and grief reached Ultimate's red hair, and his whole body exuded a huge and terrifying aura like an invincible god of the battlefield. After a loud roar, the red hair slashed at Ling Bai again, and Ling Bai's Yama also collided with the red-haired griffin again. However, compared to Hongfa, who can only use kendo and armament haki to fight against Ling Bai, of course, Hongfa has a good attainment in physical arts. However, Ling Bai's means are naturally more than red-haired ones. The moment Yan Mo came into contact with Griffin, Ling Bai used Yan Mo as a medium to release a violent thunderbolt, which almost sent the red hair flying. Of course, his Griffin was blown away. When Hongfa was about to attack again, Ling Bai had already preempted, and Hongfa made a slash 10 steps first. This time, Ling Bai's slash had a move name, although Ling Bai didn't call it out. Advertisement name. One Sword Ghost. This slash is a black and red slash, rushing out like an eagle, turning into a ghost, rushing towards the red hair at the speed of lightning, even with the roar of a hell ghost voice. Of course, the original distance between the two was not that far, only 3 meters apart, and this distance was because Ling Bai retreated a short distance in order to better release his ultimate move. But even so what? And at the moment before it landed, the red hair felt a sharp pain from the stomach that was directly hit by Ling Bai's slash to the mouth of the mouth. This made the redhead have a strong feeling that if Ling Bai hit a few more times, even his armament haki, Zhao Li's barrier, which is more terrifying than the iron wall, will be broken. The red-haired face had turned pale, and the corners of the mouth were overflowing with blood. There is a huge difference in power between Ling Bai's slash with a move name and the slash without a move name. Of course, the one with a name is much stronger. The red hair was knocked into the air again, and shot hundreds of meters away again. You must know that after the red hair was injured in the battle with Ling Bai, armament haki was almost completely covered with his upper body. However, even so, he still couldn't avoid the severe pain. Boom. Beckman, Usopp, and everyone, the red-haired man who quickly stood up from the gravel, because of the pain that could not be dispelled for a while, made him unable to stand upright for a while, and his bent body was still trembling, just like Beckman before, same. And he, the sad captain, couldn't protect them, and this is still close to the top-level armed color due. The anger in his heart could not be appeased, and the sense of grief made him even more helpless. Thinking of the crew members who were regarded as their relatives, the red hair is clear, the death of Beckman and Usopp is just the beginning. One can imagine the power of Ling Bai's slash. Therefore, with a distance of 3 meters, Hongfa couldn't dodge at all, and could only bear Ling Ri's powerful slash head-on. With a deafening explosion, the bursting red hair directly shattered a mountain top, its power comparable to Kaido's heat. Chapter 221. Kaido is eager to try it this time. The red hair hunched his body and stood tremblingly on top of the ruins, surrounded by shattered ground. Just now, he burst out and directly smashed the only mountain on this island. In the distance, there were sounds of fighting, as well as the begging, screaming, and killing sounds of members of his pirate group. Listening to the sound of all this, and the members in the distance dying in various tragic ways one after another. Red hair, hard like a knife. Anger, too, has long since arrived at ultimate. His whole body is covered with white air currents. The reason for the trembling red hair and the trembling body was not only because of the injury, but also because of the ultimate anger in his heart. And at this moment, Ling Bai came. However, Yan Mo is no longer in Ling Bai's hands. After all, swordsmanship is just one of Ling Bai's abilities. Being strong is naturally very powerful, but it is not Ling Bai's most powerful ability. The redhead noticed that the ground Ling Bai passed was frozen over, and the air around him was also rapidly cooling down. This is Ling Bai's freezing power, Teigu of ice. However, after Ling Bai obtained the Ice Teigu, it has been such a long time, and Ling Bai's use of the Ice Teigu has reached a new height. That is, stronger, red hair, how long can you hold on? Ling Bai's tone was flat, and the red-haired 630 was nothing more than a dying person to him. From the moment Ling Bai planned to attack the red hair, this ending was already doomed. The redhead didn't speak, his face was cold, and he released a huge aura around him. Of course, compared with the aura just now, Ling Bai felt that this aura was obviously weaker. The red hair has been injured, and the injury is not serious. In the next second, the red hair disappeared in place. The speed was still so fast that the naked eye could not capture the afterimage of the red hair. Before the air could stir up waves, the red hair appeared in front of Ling Bai without any the name of the move. The red hair was chopped off with a knife. The knife was filled with blue airwaves, distorting the air. At a glance, Ling Bai understood that the red-haired knife was absolutely powerful. However, Ling Bai is not vegetarian. Of course, Ling Bai didn't intend to dodge in the slightest. At the moment when the force of the red hair slashed at Ling Bai. Advertisement at this time, suddenly, a huge ice cone rose from the ground, and it crashed into the red-haired belly unexpectedly. The sharp top of the ice cone seemed to be able to pierce everything, even iron walls. In the end, the red hair was hit. Of course, the advanced armament haki still covered the upper body of the red hair. Such advanced armament haki can make the upper body of the red hair, BDAC, invulnerable. However, facing Ling Bai's ice pick, even if the red hair's defense was not broken, it still hurts, it should hurt. The red-haired slash didn't even have time to hit Ling Bai, but he was pushed away by the giant ice pick. And Ling Bai also seized this opportunity, took advantage of the victory and chased after him. Ling Bai jumped into the air suddenly, and the red hair couldn't fly like Ling Bai, so at the moment when he was pushed up by the ice pick, he hadn't had time to stabilize his body, and of course he couldn't release that slash. As for Ling Bai, he swept down with a volley of legs, his movements were gorgeous and smooth, and he exerted his strange power to the greatest extent. Of course, Ling Bai also covered his legs with a wave of lightning. This is 300 million volts of lightning. You know, Enel uses 300 million volts of lightning, which can be said to be devastating. Boom! With a muffled sound, Ling Bai's right leg landed on the red-haired stomach. That strange force directly disintegrated the red-haired armament hockey, and the violent thunder and lightning of 300 million volts was released instantly, filling the red-haired body like a sea of thunder, including the red-haired one, allowing him to endure the boundless thunder and lightning. In the next second, the red hair shot down from the air. The ground collapsed on the spot, and the sound of the explosion was earth-shattering, resounding through the surrounding sea area, and the ground with a radius of hundreds of meters was shattered, and the depth of the affected ground reached tens of meters, and the height of the crushed stone was also reached over 100 meters. The red hair also fell into the ground dozens of meters below, and was finally buried deeply by countless broken stones. At this time, smoke and dust billowed. When people from the Red Hair Pirates or the Alliance of Three Emperors saw this scene in the distance, their scalps felt numb or even trembling. Ling Bai, with one kick, he has caused such destructive power. It is conceivable that the blow just now, just the strength of his legs, was terrifying. This is, only a person with top physical skills can have such destructive power. People were intimidated. Red hair, alive? If this blow falls on me, I won't even be able to do it with dust, let alone meat. At this moment, people are full of fear for Ling Bai. And in the air, Kaido the dragon, here he comes. Boy, is the red-haired guy dead? Advertisement, I won't be kicked by you, right? Lousy also wants to attack him. Kaido is suspended right behind Ling Bai. As a dragon, it is not a problem for him to fall into the ocean. Of course, although it is demon fruit power, Kaido can ignore seawater. After all, among Kaido's countless suicide actions, the sea, which is said to be cursed by demon fruit power, is useless to him. One can imagine how powerful Kaido is. His ability, which belongs to the branch of Yuyuguo, is a very special existence, plus, he is very powerful in himself. Death? It's not that fast, don't be a red waste. Ling Bai shook his head. He didn't use the strongest power from the beginning, but slowly consumed the red hair.
Now, he and Hongfa have been fighting for more than an hour, and Hongfa's injury has become more and more serious, and the huge consumption of the body has also begun to weaken Hongfa's combat power.
Let Lousy take a hit later. Lousy's mace is already hungry and thirsty. Kaido is already eager to try. No problem. Ling Bai was a little speechless. Kaido, why is he obsessed with red hair because of his hatred? You know, Big Mom doesn't have such a requirement. Boy, Lousy likes you more and more now. After this battle is over, my daughter, I don't mind her marrying you. At this time, Kaido also smiled. Of course, the leader didn't show a smile, but his eyes were weird. Your daughter? Ling Bai shook his head. Yamato has already been eaten by Ling Bai until there is nothing left. Maybe after a while, Ling Ri will have to play. Of course Kaido doesn't know. Moreover, Ling Bai is just for fun. He is not Kaido's son-in-law. Why, don't you like Lousy's daughter? You must know that Yamato is also one of the most beautiful women. And Ling Bai ignored Kaido, but at this moment, while he was suspended in the air, a huge crimson magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. Ling Bai's right hand also released the same magic circle. Among them, the huge magic circle on the right hand is rapidly gathering a powerful area of force. Hey, Ling Bai, what is your ability? Looking closely at the two magic circles released by Ling Bai, they were weird and mysterious, and they released a powerful aura that even Kaido felt astonished. Kaido, full of curiosity, of course, but also fear. At this moment, Ling Bai also ignored Kaido, but the magic circle on his right hand was aimed at the underground position where the red hair fell into just now. Chapter 222 The restlessness of naval headquarters is about to arrive on the battlefield. At the time when Kodo Island, which is the base camp of the Red Hair Pirates, was undergoing an extremely fierce, even extremely tragic battle for the Red Hair Pirates. On the other side, about 500 kilometers away from Kodo Island, dozens of naval headquarters warships have sailed here. Now this is the fastest speed of naval headquarters warships. Of course, there are also the urging of the five elders and other celestial dragons above. In the end, these urgings are all conveyed into the will of the five elders. Naval headquarters must rush into the war, complete all plans. There is only one goal, and that is to completely defeat the alliance of the three great pirate emperors, capture or even directly kill Ling Bai, the so-called Sea Emperor. But in fact, this so-called goal is just a superficial order. Even Akainu, who is the Marine Marshal, doesn't know that the five elders actually want to save the red hair. This is the top priority, but naval headquarters doesn't know this task. After all, five elders couldn't hold back their face and said that they want naval headquarters to rescue a Sea Emperor. You must know that in this world, there are people everywhere who hope that Sea Emperors will be ashamed. The red hair of a thief, and the will of the world government, this undoubtedly has the face of the world government and the celestial dragons. Red hair's hidden identity is a descendant of the high-ranking celestial dragons. Although this celestial dragons has long since died, this does not erase the fact that red hair is the heir of the high-ranking celestial dragons. With red hair's strength and aptitude, if he can returning to the holy land of Mariajoy, it will also be at that time, and it will be the high-ranking celestial dragons directly, mastering various privileges. At the beginning, because the high-ranking celestial dragons were dissatisfied with the celestial dragon's rule, after the Valley of the Gods incident, they handed over the young red-haired to Luogia, whom he thought was a good person at the time. Luogia has the so-called charisma of personality, which convinces some 25-year-olds. If Akainu and the others knew that the 5 elders made them come out to carry out this operation in order to rescue the redhead celestial dragons, then it would be difficult for them not to vomit blood, and even intensify the conflict between naval headquarters and them, although it is the relationship between superiors and subordinates, but after all, the wings of naval headquarters are still very hard. At this time, the warships are heading towards Kodo Island at the fastest speed, and they will be able to reach Kodo Island in a short time. At that time, they will defeat all the emperors of the sea, arrest or even kill them, especially Ling. Today's naval headquarters, although the total number of troops is less than 80,000, which is more than 20,000 less than the 100,000 in the Summit War, it is many times more elite than that of the Summit War, and the Advanced Combat Forces is also a huge group, and the whole is stronger than that of Summit War. All Marines who can fight are here. It is conceivable what a scale lineup this is. Advertisement at the time of the Summit War, there were not many advanced Marines that really fought. Legendary Marines such as Sengoku and Garp only joined the battlefield later. But this time, there are 3 new Admiral-level fighters, and the former Marine Admiral Zephyr who has been relegated to the second line for a long time. Zephyr couldn't let go of the death of his beloved apprentice Aokiji for a long time, and he had infinite hatred for Ling Bai in his heart. Of course, Garp is not the same. The Marine lineup this time, not to mention the number of people, but the overall combat power composition, is beyond the Summit War, and, such as Akainu, Garp, Zephyr, they all came with huge anger. This operation, no matter what price you pay, Ling Bai and the others must be completely defeated. Especially, Ling Bai must die. As for Impel down, there will be no room for Ling Bai. Moreover, Ling Bai entered Impel down twice, and even caused Impel down to fall twice. Even if Ling Bai was captured, it was impossible to let him be imprisoned in Impel down, but executed on the spot. It's almost there. I don't know if the 2 sides are fighting on that island now? Crane. No accident, it is on Kodo Island. This island is Hongfa's lair. With Hongfa's character, he knows that the 3 Emperors alliance headed by Ling Bai is going to attack them, and Hongfa can't escape from this. He will just wait on that island and fight a decisive battle of life and death. Putting aside his position, Redhead is definitely a real man, and he will not escape. Just like Whitebeard's back, there is no scar left by running away. So, the war should have started, but what's going on with the battle? Admiral Green Bull asked. Of course, everyone is curious about the current battle situation. If the battle has already started, then this battle is definitely an extremely terrifying war. Asking for flowers. This war has included all the 4 emperors of the New World, and it is the Red Hair Pirates who are going to deal with the 3 Emperors alliance headed by Ling Bai. Advertisement. I feel that the Red Hair Pirates may be on the verge of extinction. Perhaps it has already been extinguished. An alliance of that level, even the Red Hair Pirates, is not easy to deal with. It is not a battle of strength at the same level. You know, the strength of the Revolutionary Army is not much weaker than that of the Red Hair Pirates. That man, really. It was Momosagi who spoke, and at the end of Momosagi's speech, especially when it came to the word, that man, there was admiration and endless love in Momosagi's beautiful eyes. 0. Maybe. Fujitora, who was sitting on the deck, smiled and said something solemnly. Although the demise of the Red Hair Pirates is undoubtedly a great event for naval headquarters and even the world, but at this time, it may not be good news. Of course, it would be a good thing if the Redheads had consumed Ling Bai's strength in a large amount, but it would be terrible if they didn't consume much of Ling Bai's strength. Although naval headquarters wants to suppress those top villains in the world at all costs, everyone still hopes to use the least cost. Complete the objectives of this operation. The mausoleum should be blamed. All the dark events today are related to this guy. Akainu cursed angrily, and his whole body released a stream of hot steam that distorted the air. Being able to kill Ling Bai with his own hands has become Akainu's biggest goal in this life. Only by killing Ling Bai can he prove that his justice can be carried out. Shanks, don't let anything happen to you. On the warship, Hawkeye looked at the vast sea ahead, and his heart was full of anxiety. The red hair was his only friend, an existence beyond his confidant. Of course, the naval headquarters and Hawkeye at this time did not know that the Red Hair Pirates were about to perish. And as one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired one-armed man who reached the top of the world with his powerful conquerors Haki, Taijutsu and Kendo, is about to end in a T chapter 223 Thunder 8 trigrams, kill the redhead. Just when naval headquarters was restless and dignified, at this time the Red Hair Pirates base camp, Kodo Island, a huge island, was already fragmented. The perspective returns to Ling Bai. In Ling Bai's hands, the crimson magic circle was spinning rapidly. Huge power gathered quickly, and with a bang, a crimson beam of energy shot out and landed on the ground where the red hair had just fallen. In an instant, the explosion sounded earth-shattering. A distance of more than 1,000 meters, that is, a circular area with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters and close to 1,300 meters, has been affected by unimaginable effects. Countless stones, soil, and various substances are directly smashed, exploded, and evaporated under this terrifying force. The entire island shook violently as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had erupted, and with the violent shaking, the ground was also torn apart inch by inch, followed by a large area of ground collapsed. Everyone was frightened, and looked towards Ling Bai with horrified expressions on their faces. However, a large amount of dust formed a thick fog, and people couldn't see Ling Bai, only Kaido's dragon form looming in the boundless dust. Moreover, the vibrating ground also made many young people unable to stand still. That man's power is really terrifying. This kind of power really makes people desperate. Even though he is so young, his strength is beyond imagination. With the attack just now, can the red hair still be alive? This is New World, the strongest existence of 4 emperors, and also the strongest existence in New World. Countless people looked at the front with shocking faces, and there was a desperate existence in the dust and mist. The people of the Ling Bai pirates are alright. After all, they all know that Ling Bai's power is definitely beyond their imagination, while the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates are not so easy to accept. Feeling the power of Ling Bai, countless people trembled from the depths of their souls. Ling Bai's blow was even more terrifying in terms of destructive power than the blow that threw the red hair into the ground just now. A truly desperate force. And the explosion magic used by Ling Bai this time is also more terrifying than the 4 explosion magics he released in Mariajoy before. At this moment, in the depths of the thick smoke, the gust of wind that Kaido set off in one breath dispersed the large swath of dust and mist. At this time, the two finally appeared in the field of vision of everyone. Neither Ling Bai nor Kaido had a chance to ignore the shock of those people in the distance. They looked down and waited for a bigger pit to be bombarded by the explosive magic. He understands that Redhead is not dead yet and is in the center of the pit, but even so, Redhead is almost there. The destructive power of that explosion magic is not covered. And Kaido, who is now behind Ling Bai, is staring at Ling Bai with shock on his face. Although the dust and mist of the deep pit has not been completely dispelled, relying on observation Haki's perception, Kaido understands how deep the deep pit is now. In the beginning, the red hair was tens of meters below the deep pit, but now, it is more than 400 meters below. In other words, Ling Bai's blow just now directly blasted to a depth of more than 400 meters. Advertisement, of course. After all, this deep pit has a radius of more than 1,000 meters. This blow will make you feel better. Kaido spoke behind Ling Bai, with shock and horror in his tone. Also, that guy with the red hair is as strong as he is powerful, but his defense is far inferior to mine. Kaido knows his defense power, not to mention the strongest in the world, but at least one of the top 3 in the world. While the red hair's defense power is just a mortal body, and the broken arm is said to be bitten off by weak sea kings, not to mention how weak the body is. And what happened to Ling Bai's power and red hair just now? I'm afraid, even if I don't die, it's almost the same. Under that kind of power, it is like ordinary people being burned by flames. Just now, he was right behind Ling Bai. That crimson power made Kaido tremble inexplicably. He no longer knows how powerful Ling Bai is now. It would be nice if Yamato followed him. Kaido is already planning in his heart, intending to marry Yamato to Ling Bai. Ling Bai remained silent. A stream of Conqueror's Haki crushed down and quickly dispersed the dust. This is another version of Conqueror's Haki, and people at Ling Bai's level control the Conqueror's Haki very casually. The dust and mist dissipated, and at this time, the deep pit of more than 400 meters was completely revealed. To Ling Bai's surprise, the center of the deep pit was not groundwater, but a huge lava pool, and the red hair was on the edge of the lava pool. He was lying on the edge of the lava pool. Even though the distance was far away, Ling Bai and Kaido also understood that the ragged red hair couldn't afford serious injuries at this time. Kaido, do you want to have the final blow? Ling Bai laughed. Last blow. Kaido was surprised for a moment, but also understood what Ling Bai meant. Of course Laozi is very happy. Well, let's go down. After speaking, Wonderful rushed down, and Kaido followed closely behind.
Soon, the two came to the side of the red hair. Here, because it is surrounded by a huge lava pool, the temperature is naturally extremely hot, and the temperature of the air is at least 1,000 degrees.
One can imagine how hot it is here. The seriously injured redhead was lying dying around the lava pool, but it wasn't the temperature of the lava that made him dying.
After all, Kazuki Oden had been cooked before. For the redhead, as long as the time is not too long, if the patient is treated for a long time and gets timely medical treatment, he will not die.
What really made the redhead seriously injured was Ling Bai's attack, especially his previous kick and the explosion magic just now. At this time, if the redhead in this situation does not receive timely treatment, then he will eventually come to an end, and the possibility of surviving is very small. Advertisement. The redhead with his eyes closed saw Ling Bai and Kaido, who had turned back into a human form, but just kept silent, or in his current state, even speaking was a problem.
He unconsciously felt a sense of sadness in his heart, and now he didn't even have the slightest strength to resist, so he could only wait here.
Even if there is soaring anger, helplessness, hatred and grief in his heart, it can only be transformed into a deep sadness in the end. At this moment, Kaido is holding a mace, and the mace's body is flashing purple arcs. This is the prelude to Kaido's release of thundering 8 trigrams. Now above the sky, the tumbling clouds are also flickering with all kinds of thunder because Kaido wants to amplify his moves. This time, it is to give Hongfa the final blow, to send Hong down to meet Luogia, so it is necessary to use powerful enough thunder 8 trigrams. I just don't know, will the red hair be beaten into meat sauce? You can reunite with Luogia this time, but you don't have to thank me. Ling Bai, in the most flat tone, said a sentence that was extremely humiliating to redheads.
Anger and hatred erupted from the red-haired eyes. But what's the use of this? You, hateful, you. What the redhead wants to say is that you will definitely pay a huge price for today's madness, and those who try to devour the world will eventually be buried by history.
Moreover, Ling Bai is not interested in listening.
Redhead. Die. Thunder 8 trigrams. People don't know what's going on in the pit.
At that moment, the red-haired heartbeat, which was already weak, also stopped instantly at this moment. Ling Bai directly threw the red hair high up, and the throw was about 6 or 7 kilometers.
Under this blow, the red-haired eyeballs were about to explode. In the unimaginable pain, he could no longer use armament hockey for defense, and his whole body seemed to explode.
However, under the heavy blow, the red-haired internal organs were directly shattered, and blood spurted from the mouth on the spot.
However, he couldn't stop talking. The whole red-haired person was also smashed into the clouds under the huge impact, and finally fell from the sky again, and landed in front of the remnants of the red-hair pirates.
Of course, Kaido's mace is bigger than the whole red-haired person. And the red hair that fell on the ground has also entered a state of death, and there is no more sound. On the other side, thunderous blows from 8 trigrams fell on the redhead through Kaido's mace. P.S. It was originally written that the way of death of the redhead was smashed into meat sauce by Kaido, leaving only one head and then changed to this decent way. Only, for a moment, all that was heard was a melodious roar from Kaido. Immediately afterwards, 2.6 dozens of huge thunderbolts were torn from the sky, as if the void was torn apart at this moment. Outside the deep pit, people in the distance could only see the dark clouds in the sky rolling violently. As for Kaido, when he exerted his feet, the ground collapsed on the spot, and he held a mace with flashing arcs in his hand, soaring straight into the sky. Chapter 224. The man is awe-inspiring. At this moment, the red-haired had already lost all sound, not to mention the heart stopped beating. In fact, the red-haired internal organs had been completely smashed under the terrifying blow of Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams just now. The new king is naturally also within the category of being crushed. The red-haired mouth has completely collapsed, the clothes on the upper body have completely disintegrated, and the bones of the hung seem to have been shattered. Being hit high into the air by Kaido's power, and then falling to the ground from a high altitude, if it weren't for the red-haired physique, it wouldn't be too bad, and he would have been smashed into meat sauce long ago. At this time, the red hair was the same as most of his subordinates, dying with regret. Those eyes were filled with many emotions such as helplessness, unwillingness, anger and pain. Redhead, dead, he fell right in front of the remnants of the red-hair pirates. They looked at the red-haired corpse in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Shanks. Boss Shanks. It's impossible. Shanks boss, still. How is it possible? Fake. This. Red-hair pirates, one of the seriously injured cadres, the monkey man, knelt helplessly beside the red hair, his right hand tremblingly pulled away from the red hair's nostril. Already, not breathing at all, but in fact, it is completely meaningless to judge whether the red hair is dead or not by observing breathing in this way. After all, the extent of the collapse of the mouth of the Huns has already shown that the red hair is dead and can't die anymore. Apart from the violent collapse of the Shonko, the 6 broken bones that he had pierced through were all so obvious, and at the same time, how shocking they were. There's Shanks' boss, is he still alive? Apparently, it's completely dead.
Of course, the monkey man, one of the cadres, burst into tears.
And the other members behind him and the young men all cried out in pain, or choked up. The redheads are all dead. It seems that the first goal of this operation has been basically completed, and the other members are nothing more than that. Bullet murmured to himself. The death of the red hair, is it Kaido's handwriting? Katakuri was puzzled. Flame Calamity Ember. That's right, it was the blow of our Kaido boss, and the red hair will be buried forever. Smoothie said. Without that man, you Kaido boss, at most, are half 50 with redheads. The man Smoothie was talking about was Ling Bai, advertisement. Undoubtedly, Ling Bai's strength is unimaginable. It is estimated that he severely injured the red hair, and then Kaido gave the final blow. I have to say, Ling Bai is horrible. At the same time, Smoothie felt pity for the redhead, of course, only for a moment. In this world, the weak eat the strong, life and death are unavoidable, even the existence standing on top of the world cannot be spared.
Now, witnessing the death of the red hair with my own eyes, even falling from a high altitude to the ground, the death can be described as tragic.
The members of the 3 Emperors Alliance were shocked, and of course they inevitably became excited. One of the goals of this war is to kill the red hair. Once the red hair is dead, the war has completed the preliminary victory. The members of the 3 Emperors Alliance can't do without excitement. As for the remnants of the red hair pirates, they are deeply saddened and full of resentment towards Ling Bai and the others. At this time, at the time of the temporary truce between the forces of both sides, Ling Bai and Kaido also came out of the pit. Kaido escaped unscathed. Ling Bai, apart from some messy hair and some torn clothes, he didn't have any injuries. Especially Ling Bai, as the focus of people's vision, is watched by tens of thousands of pairs of eyes full of awe. Ling Bai, there is no wave in his heart. After all, he has long been used to it. Redhead's death is just the beginning for today's action. Those masters of naval headquarters, if they can be killed today, or tomorrow, or even these few days, it will be the best. At this moment, invisibly, he exudes a huge imperial aura, which makes people feel like a prostrate. Even Kaido is following behind him. The 2 Sea Emperors are very different in size, but Kaido of the Beasts, who looks like an ancient beast, is like a younger brother behind Ling Bai. It has to be said that even Kaido is a little in awe of Ling Bai. He admits that Ling Bai's strength is above his, also on Whitebeard, on Luogia, on Locks. In the whole new world, he is undoubtedly the strongest. At this time, Reiju and the others, the women and girls who came in this operation, there are Reiju, Pony, Yamato, Baby 5, Ling Bai, as their man, even if Ling Bai is just playing with them, but he can follow them strong and perfect men, and they too, excited.
And the top powerhouses, Big Mom, Burndee, and Red Earl, also stared at Ling Bai. They naturally knew that Ling Bai was responsible for the death of the red hair, and Kaido just delivered the final blow.
Everyone also understands, Ling Bai, comprehensive evaluation, monster. Of course, the monsters in their eyes are not the monsters in the eyes of ordinary people, the two cannot be compared. It's like, it doesn't exist in a world, advertisement. I am going to kill you. Avenge Boss Shanks. At this moment, Red Hair Pirates, a young man who witnessed the death of the idol's red hair, rushed towards Ling Bai angrily, holding a big knife in both hands. He is fearless. Kaido made a move, and the others also wanted to rush up and chop up this little guy. However, when he was 10 meters away from Ling Bai, Xiao Luo's body was directly disintegrated by the invisible force released by Ling Bai, turning into blood mist. And Ling Bai didn't even make a move at all. Don't move. This is the power of Ling Bai, which is called collapse. Of course, for people to disintegrate into blood mist, that is for the weak of ordinary strength, but it is impossible for the stronger ones. But this scene is shocking enough. Ling Bai's ability of 350 has always been extremely mysterious, and no one knows what Ling Bai's ability is. Only Big Mom knows that Ling Bai does not belong to this world, and his ability is not devil fruit ability. Indeed, Ling Bai said it himself. The people who know so far are only limited to Red Hair Pirates. Next, wipe them all out, leave no one alive. Ling Bai gave an order at this time with a cold tone. The people of the Three Emperors Alliance, without any hesitation, continued to attack the Red Hair Pirates. And the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates can only passively meet them. The final battle between the two sides started again. Red Hair Pirates, the last member of one of the three major cadres, Legilu, was beheaded by the generals under Big Mom's command. Terrible death, and the others were also killed in the next half an hour. The screams quickly resounded throughout the entire island, and even the surrounding waters, making sea kings tremble unavoidably. They understand that the emperor who is entrenched on this island is probably in danger. However, at this moment, a mighty warship finally appeared in the distant sea area. P.S. I have an idea. After the pirates are over, open the world passages directly, such as attacking giants in the world of eating seeds, open directly, with pirates as the main world, and invade other worlds. The copyright issue is limited to the two-dimensional Japanese manga, and a new book is about to be published recently, and the update of this book has also been reduced. Pirates is almost over. Chapter 225 Naval Headquarters, Attack. In the distance, in the sea area 7 or 8 kilometers away from Kodo Island, which is the right direction where the Three Emperors Alliance fleet is facing, naval headquarters finally appeared. Even if the mighty fleet is not neatly arranged, such a lineup is scary enough. On the side of the Big Mom pirates, the watchman in charge immediately sounded the alarm and shouted that Marine is coming. Immediately afterwards, the entire league knew about the arrival of naval headquarters. Of course, the appearance of the huge fleet in Marine cannot escape anyone's sight. Is it finally here? I don't know if Kong has come or not. The young Red Earl was already eager to try. Although there was no excitement on his face, there was already agitation in his heart. After regaining his youth, the Red Earl has yet to make a move. The same is true now, against the Red Hair Pirates. The Red Earl is just watching the battle, and the same is true for Burndee. After all, there are only a few people in the Red Hair Pirates, and there are not enough opponents at all. Now the Red Hair Pirates are basically wiped out. Many masters are waiting for the arrival of naval headquarters. For this old man, Garp is enough. Of course, it doesn't matter to others, as long as he is a top expert. Finally come. Bullet, who has been longing for his opponent, is also extremely excited. The members of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates are both excited and worried. Category. If we also win this battle, the order of this world will be completely changed by then. Naval Headquarters, as the wings of the world government, has a powerful military force. Once it is cut off, the world government and the Celestial Dragons, too, are close to extinction. Katakuri and many people were also shocked in their hearts. At this moment, many people's breathing and heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. That makes sense, Katakuri, but the background of the Celestial Dragons is stronger than that of the Naval Headquarters as a whole. The one who spoke was the ant who was passing by on the Thundercloud Zeus, who happened to hear Katakuri's words, and dropped these words by the way. Indeed, the background of the Celestial Dragons is terrifying, stronger than the power of the Naval Headquarters that is pouring out now. Mom, advertisement Katakuri and other members of the Charlotte family exclaimed. Hey, Katakuri. Leian Zeus turned his head and smiled evilly, a bit wicked. Prometheus' son also smiled evilly. Is mommy going to make a move? We are all excited for no reason. Me too. These are the words of Napoleon, the cocked hat who turned into a giant sword. Of course, the most excited one is the ant. At this time, the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates, also the last few, were beheaded by the Alliance. Since then, the Red Hair Pirates have completely perished. Red Hair Pirates, as the top force of the New World, still died tragically in their base camp today, and many members died with regret, but facing the Three Emperors Alliance led by Ling Bai, there was nothing they could do but endless pain. None of the red hair pirates survived, all of them were beheaded. And Ling Bai, under the watchful eyes of many people, grabbed the red-haired head, and then did not pull too hard. The red-haired head was pulled from the body abruptly, and finally Ling Bai grabbed the hair and held it. Although this scene was just grabbing a human head, for many people present, such a scene was not surprising. However, one must know whose head Ling Bai is holding now. Even though Redhead is dead, due to his terror and deterrence during his lifetime, the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates, especially the young ones or those with average strength, will feel somewhat afraid in their hearts. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, Ling Bai's horror. Even people can foresee that if Ling Bai wants to attack them, the situation of their Big Mom pirates or Beasts pirates will not be better than that of Red Hair pirates. Kaido is by Ling Bai's side, and now he finally realizes that being by Ling Bai's side makes him feel like a younger brother inexplicably. However, Kaido doesn't care so much now, because the real battle is about to begin. In addition, when this battle is over, Kaido has already made up his mind. He must have an interview with Ling Bai and let him marry Yamato as his wife. By then, he, Kaido of the Beasts, will be Ling Bai's father-in-law. Of course, Kaido's calculation is really good, but it is impossible for Ling Bai to admit it. It's just Yamato, you know, there are beauties everywhere in this world. Advertisement, boy. What are you trying to do with the red-haired head now? Kaido spoke, looking at the head in Ling Bai's hands, the dead red hair, the severed neck still dripping blood. It can be described as tragic, and Kaido's scalp felt a little numb involuntarily. Kaido, if you don't want to be beaten to death, just change into your strongest form, and this head, of course, is a gift for naval headquarters. Ling Bai held the head in his hand, but his tone was flat. Meeting ceremony? The head and face also have the characteristics of the dragon form? And Kaido's body also began to deform rapidly, with countless scales growing on his body, and his skin changed from the original dark color to blue. That is the color of his dragon form. P.S. After writing naval headquarters, I will go to the Valley of the Gods, go to Raftel, and then gather all the forces to attack Mariajoy. There are about 100,000 words left, and it is estimated that I can end the pirate part. Only Kaido is standing. Auntie, give them a gift, for example, a tsunami or something. Immediately, Big Mom released a large number of souls, and let the souls rush into the seawater. Soon, facing the direction of the naval headquarters Grand Fleet, Big Mom, Ling Bai, and Kaido all stood here. Laozi is going to become the strongest form. At this time, Kaido let out a loud roar, releasing an extremely mighty spirit from his whole body. Many people who were too close could only back away one after another. It has to be said that the force of momentum was too oppressive, like the release of the top conqueror's haki. Ling Bai said to the ant on the side, well, of course Kaido is not going to become a dragon now, but good Li Jiao is going to become the strongest form that combines the human form and the dragon form, possessing all the advantages and abilities of the two forms, that is, the orc form. Tsunami. That's fine. After Kaido heard this, he could already imagine the scene where Ling Bai threw the red-haired head over to naval headquarters. Of course, he didn't know what the naval headquarters executives would do after seeing the red-haired head. After hearing this, the ant laughed evilly again. After the transformation, Kaido gave people the feeling that he was so powerful, and it was even more shocking and frightening, even for those who are most familiar with Kaido's Beasts pirates. But Big Mom is standing on the levitating thundercloud Zeus, while Ling Bai is levitating with the ability to fly. All of a sudden, the sea area was shaken, and the evil side of homies appeared indistinctly. Chapter 226 Start the War. Fujitora shot. Looks like war is scary. Kizaru looked at the distant island, and he could vaguely see the fragmented island and the huge fleet outside the island. And, of course, the thunderous clouds. There are still many people who have not shot. Crane Vice Admiral spoke. Many people didn't make a move, and the reason is conceivable. The red hair pirates didn't even know they were all out. That said, the red hair pirates are no match. Now, even looking at the island from a distance, one can feel that the battle is extremely fierce, and it has obviously been going on for a long time. Now, is the battle over? Or, what about the red hair pirates? At this moment, all Marines are looking at the island. The powerful Marine is fine, but the weak Marine has already been trembling. Although he has already been mentally prepared to face the Three Emperors Alliance, and the Marine executives have repeatedly mobilized for war. After all, this is a decisive battle of life and death, with the so-called Three Emperors Alliance in them, either you die, or I die. But looking at this alliance now, many Marines tremble unconsciously. This is the instinctive reaction of the weak, instinctive fear. Just like people are afraid of the dark, it's all instinctive. But even so, there is no way, after all, they have come here, no matter what, they have to face this battle. 1643. I saw Big Mom, she's on that thundercloud Zeus. What a huge body. As the distance shortened rapidly, the Marines who used the binoculars finally saw Big Mom. At this time, the distance between the two sides is only 4 or 5 kilometers. Wait, Ling Bai and Kaido of the Beasts also appeared. It's not just them, there are also 2 heavyweight figures on board the fleet, the Red Earl and World Destroyer. As rumored, World Destroyer has regained his youth, but the exact reason is unknown. And now, there is another heavyweight legend who is not lost to the 4 emperors. The Red Earl has returned to his youth. What kind of lineup is this? The strong ones have all appeared. None of them seem to be injured. Perhaps, not surprisingly, the red hair pirates and the others have already been wiped out. Countless Marines were shocked by it, but of course, they also inevitably became terrified. Of course, Akainu and the others were also uncomfortable. After all, seeing Ling Bai and the others, none of them seemed to be injured. Even many people were still on the boat and hadn't disembarked. Obviously, they hadn't made a move yet. What's up with the redhead now? Advertisement at this time, a member of the CPO who followed was also Stussy. Stussy calls 5 elders phone bug. The 5 elders who had been waiting were immediately anxious about the situation. But Stussy's answer is also the same, it is not clear yet, but depending on the situation, the red hair may be more dangerous than good. Of course, the people on the warship hadn't noticed what Ling Bai was holding in his hand at this time. That was the red-haired head that was still dripping blood. This scene is definitely shocking, but Marine didn't notice. Nowadays, only a few people speculate that Hongfa died in battle, and more people speculate that Hongfa was only seriously injured. But even those who guessed that the red hair had died in battle didn't dare to guess. Ling Bai even took off the red hair's head. In addition, 5 elders would never have imagined that one of their most trusted CPO members, that is, Stussy, is Ling Bai's undercover agent. And those present, Doflamingo is also an undercover under Ling Bai's absolute control. Of course, there is also Momosagi, who is one of the strongest fighters in naval headquarters, a woman who is famous in the entire marine system for her swordsmanship. Momosagi is also a member of Ling Bai. Whether it is naval headquarters or the world government, they want to plot against Ling Bai all the time, but they don't know that Ling Bai has already plotted against them. What a disturbing bunch of monsters. Sengoku sighed with emotion, with a serious look on his face. This battle is the moment for our marines to fight against the entire era of great pirates. Akainu snorted coldly. As soon as Akainu said this, other people also understood that this is indeed the moment for their marines to fight against the entire era of great pirates. Those 3-4 emperors, no doubt, represent the entire era of great pirates. And Ling Bai is the existence in the main emperor alliance. That is, he is the boss. Garp was silent, his eyes were full of anger. He understands, Ling Bai, he must solve it himself. Ling Bai must die. If, BDFI, Ling Bai does not die, then, very likely, one day in the future Ling Bai will attack Luffy. Garp must not let this happen, and the death of Dorag and Ace made this old man unable to let go. At this moment, all marines are staring at Ling Bai and the others in the distance. And at this moment, Black Snake, one of Admiral's candidates, said, "That woman, you've made a move." Sengoku yelled. "Ready for battle. Everyone on alert, ready for battle. Everyone is ready to fight, justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail." Advertisement countless marines also roared, and their voices soared into the sky, shaking the boundless sea. It also made the nearby sea kings tremble and retreat. On the other side, the ant released her soul into the seawater. Immediately, the seawater shook violently, and then a huge wave rose from the sea surface, finally forming a huge tsunami wave over 3 kilometers long and 400 meters high. On it, facing the direction of Marine, there are 20 evil faces. This is exactly what Grandma is capable of. Using the ability of the soul fruit to create Homie's life, that is to let the seawater form an existence similar to Thundercloud Zeus. Go! The ant yelled, and then, the ant laughed, which made people feel scalp numb. And that huge tsunami also shouted, "Mom!" all the way to the naval headquarters fleet to sweep and heal. All of a sudden, a large area of sea was shaken, and the huge tsunami seemed to swallow everything, as if to crush all the warships in naval headquarters. What's more, there are such evil faces on the tsunami. Looking at it from a distance, countless marines seem to be facing evil spirits. I don't know how many marines were frightened, and some even slumped on the deck. What a terrifying ability. Is this the power of the strongest woman in the world? What kind of despairing ability is that? Mommy. Mommy. Long live Mommy. Marine, we're going to devour you. Are you ready? Nah. The face of the tsunami even sang a ballad, but the voice was still sound. Of course, even so, it cannot change the fact that they are evil beings. As the tsunami approached, the sea area tilted and the warship shook. Hateful, as the marshal, Akainu was the first to bear the brunt and took the lead. He jumped onto the front of the warship and was about to attack. However, at this moment, Suihu Shao came. Let the old man come. The steady voice gave a lot of weak marines a shot in the arm. And Akainu, frowning, also gave up his position. This so-called monster man, he has not seen Fujidora's shot. As for Fujidora, he jumped onto the front of the warship, holding the handle of the knife with the crutch as the carrier in his right hand, and immediately, a purple airflow covered his whole body. Call out. With a crisp sound, Fujidora drew his sword, and immediately, a huge wave of air was released from his whole body, rushing towards all directions. It's a pity that the old man is blind, so he can't see the appearance of you sinful people. Meteor. When Fujidora uttered the last few words, 10 huge meteorites suddenly appeared in the sky, descending from the sky with terrifying flames. Chapter 227 Treat the red-haired head as a greeting gift. Meteorite. It's a meteorite. Is this the power of Fujidora Admiral? Horrible. 10 meteorites. It is worthy of being called a powerful existence of folk monsters. Countless marines were shocked when they saw Fujidora's attack. Of course, this unknowingly calmed them down a little while they were in panic. The legendary monsters are naturally very powerful, but few people have seen Fujidora attack with a smile. Even the senior management of naval headquarters have never seen Tinwei, an old man in this city. After all, it has not been a few months since the end of the world conscription. People only know that Admiral Fujidora is a monster with the potential to be promoted to admiral by the world government. Of course, the same is true for the green bull, and the alternate black snake is also the same monster. In naval headquarters, being named monsters is terrifying. As for this time, Akainu and the others also looked up at the sky, not as shocked as ordinary marines, but they were also unavoidably surprised. Above the sky, those 10 meteorites with a diameter of tens of hundreds of meters fell from the sky, carrying raging fire, and finally hit hard on a large tsunami that was about to be crushed. Immediately afterwards, there was a terrifying explosion sound, as well as violent explosions and shocks in the sea area. Most of the tsunami homies was smashed abruptly, and it screamed in pain. The sea water immediately splashed up to a height of hundreds of meters, and this sea area also set off violent shocks. Fortunately, the homies tsunami created by the ant was about a kilometer away from the warship and was smashed into pieces. If the distance was a few hundred meters closer, with the scale of this tsunami, the warship would inevitably suffer damage. But now, many warships are swaying on the more violently turbulent seawater. Of course, it is temporarily safe now. The tsunami that was not destroyed passed through both sides of the Marine Grand Fleet, and did not affect the capital warships in the end. This is the power of Fujitori's smile, which is enough to easily disintegrate Big Mom's trick. However, Fujitora also knows that this should be just, she can't hope to destroy naval headquarters on such a tsunami. Obviously, this is impossible, and Auntie, seeing that the tsunami she released was destroyed, she didn't say anything. After all, naval headquarters is now top-notch experts like a cloud, and all the Marines who can fight have come out. Those who can deal with the tsunami I just had, it wouldn't be just Fujitora smiling alone, or a few Marine powerhouses joining forces, would be enough to easily break through this tsunami. As for Ling Bai, there was no accident, and he also took 2 steps forward at this time. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed the red-haired head, stretched his right hand back, and then made a movement of about to throw an object. Advertisement. Everyone stared at the red-haired head in his hand, and everyone understood what Ling Bai was going to do. The members of the pirates behind them also felt terrified. The actions of 4 emperors Ling Bai are not crazy, they are also quite scary. Is this the meeting ceremony? It seems to be many times better than my tsunami. Ant looked at the head in Ling Bai's hand and couldn't help laughing evilly. As for Ling Bai, he just kept silent, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he directly popped out of the red-haired head. Ling Bai didn't use much force when he threw the head, but the red-haired head, like a cannonball, ruthlessly rushed towards the warship in a straight line instead of a parabolic trajectory, and it was right facing the warship where Akainu's high-ranking officials are. This is a meet and greet, moreover, it is definitely a crazy meeting ceremony. Redhead. On the other side, Akainu and the others naturally also noticed something thrown by Ling Ri. However, for a while, everyone couldn't see what it was. On the contrary, Akainu's right hand has already erupted with violent hot steam. It is foreseeable that when the head reaches the warship, Akainu will take action without hesitation, smash it directly. Is it a bomb? But Akainu was puzzled, and so were the others. However, as the distance gets closer, the speed is extremely fast after all. A marine with a telescope exclaimed, "It's a human head." That's right, it's a human head, and this is the red-haired head of the 4 emperors. Hearing Marine's words, even Akainu was stunned for a while, and of course, other high-level executives were also stunned. Indeed, that object is partly red. As the distance drew closer, the red-haired human head finally arrived, and Akainu and the others were surprised to find that it was the human head. Red hair, very obvious. Akainu, whose expression changed drastically, resisted the urge to explode the head, and finally caught the head directly. Advertisement 0 exactly, redhead, moreover, it is still a red-haired head. Grabbing the red hair and holding the red-haired head, Akainu turned to face the crowd with a horrified and dignified expression. And Sengoku and the others didn't expect that the head in Akainu's hand at this time turned out to be the one with red hair. And, die with peace. Moreover, this is not a severed head, judging from the tearing marks on the neck, it is undoubtedly the head that was forcibly torn off due to a huge force. Many people in naval headquarters felt suffocated and even trembled unconsciously. Although they had thought to some extent that the red hair might die in battle, they never thought that the red hair's death would be so terrifying. Everyone, I didn't expect that the red hair is dead. Akainu with a solemn face took a deep look at the red-haired head, and then threw the red-haired head on the deck. Tell them the 5 elders. The enemy is so powerful that even the red-haired one can be imagined. Looks like the red-hair pirates are dead too. After speaking, Akainu turned around and ignored the red-haired head on the deck. I guess, Ling Bai, that scumbag, gave us red hair as a welcome gift. Otherwise, what's the point of throwing his head here now? Akainu's heart was dignified and full of anger, and of course, Sengoku and the others were also the same. At the same time, the heart is more dignified, looking at the red hair facing the sky on the deck. Few of the people present could remain calm. Boom. At this moment, Ling Bai jumped on the sea surface, and in an instant, the power of Ice Teigu was released directly. A huge freezing force, with an unparalleled cold breath, quickly swallowed a large area of the sea surface. Not long after, the sea surface with a radius of more than 10 kilometers was frozen. Have you received the meeting gift? Let's continue to have one. The crimson magic circle reappeared and spun in Ling Bai's left hand. Immediately afterwards, a huge burst of magic energy rushed straight out, piercing through the air, and bombarded Akainu and their warship. This is the prelude to the imminent war. Chapter 228 Hawkeye strikes, the battle begins. Shanks. On another warship, Hawkeye was stunned when he witnessed the red-haired head being thrown over. At the same time, Hawkeye also had a feeling that his spiritual world was about to collapse. Shanks, how can you? 4 Emperors Ling Bai. The red hair is Hawkeye's only friend. He is also the most cherished person in Hawkeye's life. Now, the red hair is not only dead, but his head has also been taken off. What a tragedy. Hawkeye, how could he accept this? At this time, all the warships were frozen by the huge freezing power released by Ling Bai, and immediately after that, the energy of the crimson explosion magic released by Ling Bai rushed towards them, bursting at an extremely fast speed. The air was distorted, and the ice along the way was also crushed. Hawkeye, whose eyes were already cold, with 650 in his eyes, was the first to rush out with tears, grief and anger. At this time, Sengoku had also turned into a Buddha and was preparing to resist Ling Bai's riding hit. Hawkeye rushed out. His speed is also very fast. Hawkeye Mahawk. He actually took the lead. What a strange man. Hawkeye's shot was undoubtedly very unexpected. Even Sengoku and the others were taken aback for a moment. Redhead and Hawkeye have been friends for many years, so it's normal for him to be the first Shichibukai to fight. 17. Crane behind Sengoku said. The Green Bull said, isn't this very good? The world's #1 swordsman, because of the death of his friend, started to fight with all his strength. This is undoubtedly a good thing for us. However, Akainu shook his head. He is not the #1 swordsman in the world. The #1 person should be the monster on the opposite side. However, it is a good thing for Hawkeye to be able to attack with all his might. As for the other Shichibukai, I don't know if they can go all out. Boom. At this moment, Eagle Eye, who rushed towards Ling Bai's explosion magic, directly pulled out Hideaway, and then a knife fell on the huge explosion magic energy. The two sides collided, and suddenly, there was a huge impact. The wind and waves shook, pushing away in all directions like a tsunami. Advertisement. What a strong force. At this time, the complexion of Hawkeye, who resisted Ling Bai's explosion magic, couldn't help but change. When he really came into contact with the explosion magic, Hawkeye could clearly feel the horror of this unknown power. The black knife held by his hands trembled at this moment, and Hawkeye's hands were also trembling. This is a stalemate between forces, and obviously, explosion magic is more ferocious. Damn, Shanks. I'm a step late, but I must avenge you. The tragic death of his only friend made Hawkeye feel that the world was nothing to him anymore. Now, why die to avenge Shanks? Hawkeye exerted all his strength, just like Diamond Joe's did during the war, using a kind of brute force to send his slash high into the air. Today, Hawkeye's methods are somewhat similar. The huge exploding magic energy was finally pushed up into the sky by Hawkeye, entered the cloud layer, and exploded a large cloud layer. As for Hawkeye, 3 drops of sweat appeared on his forehead, and fell on the ice in the next moment. Surface. Hawkeye. The moment he saw Hawkeye, Ling Bai understood why Hawkeye made the first move, and it was nothing more than red-haired for his friend. It's a pity. Such a powerful combat power cannot be used by me. It's a pity. However, that Black Sword Knight belongs to me. Ling Bai thought to himself. That Knight of Black Swords is the romance of men in Ling Bai's eyes. Now that Hawkeye is coming to take revenge, Ling Bai will naturally not keep Hawkeye alive. When the time comes, he will kill Hawkeye and also capture Hideaway, one of the supreme sharp knives, along the way. The battle begins. At this moment, Ling Bai raised his right hand, and everyone was watching Ling Bai at this moment. They understand that now Ling Bai is going to call the shots. With the wave of Ling Bai's right hand, Big Mom and Kaido rushed out first, stepping directly onto the ice. The huge sea area has been frozen, including the marine fleet over there has been frozen. In an instant, Big Mom and Kaido rushed into the ice, followed by tens of thousands of people from the 3 Emperors Alliance, and rushed into the ice together. Joined the charge team. They are about to go to war. Captain, leave Hawkeye to me. Shiryu of the Rain holding the demon sword Thunderstorm appeared next to Ling Bai, challenging and even defeating the once world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. This is undoubtedly Shiryu of the Rain's instinct as a swordsman. Advertisement, of course. In Shiryu's opinion, the strongest swordsman is Ling Bai. Even if Ling Bai never had a kendo fight with Hawkeye. Ling Bai. You want to deal with Hawkeye? That's fine, but the overall strength of a man who can compete with the red hair will not be much worse than the red hair, so you have to pay attention to 10 points. Okay, Captain, don't worry. Shiryu of the Rain has fiery eyes, different from the original book. He and Blackbeard are strictly a cooperative relationship, but now he is here with Ling Bai. It can be said that he kneels and licks Ling Bai. Ling Bai's strength makes Shiryu of the Rain incomparable worship. Brush. In the next second, there was a gust of wind and waves in the air, and Shiryu of the Rain had turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. As for the large fleet of naval headquarters, nearly 80,000 marines rushed into the ice one after another under Akainu's roar. No matter what, he will make Ling Bai pay the price. Garp is extremely fast, he has already found the target. P.S. I have an idea. After the end of the Pirates, the protagonist will directly open the world passages of the 3 worlds of Guilty Crown, Attack on Titan and Eater, so that the protagonist's subordinates can invade these worlds, and the protagonist and other powerful forces go to Hokage. As the main world of Pirate World, the protagonist will be promoted to the world, which is equivalent to breaking the limiter, so that people in Pirate World can reach a higher level of strength through cultivation, and the Emperor level combat power can go everywhere, which can help the protagonist to attack higher layered world. Looking at other books, the protagonist travels through other worlds alone, and then starts from scratch, which is quite disgusting. His opponent is Hawkeye. At this time, tens of thousands of people rushed into the ice, and Big Mom, Kaido, and a group of strong men rushed to the naval headquarters as the forwards. More than 100,000 minions roared, their roars were heart-piercing, and they rose into the sky. It was Ling Bai who killed Ace and Drago. At this time, Reiju, who was waiting behind Ling Bai, was holding Ling Bai's famous sword demon. My lord, knife. Momoshage won't hurt them, and they won't hurt Leaping Bunny. Therefore, in an instant, there were more than 100,000 people from both sides, stepping on the ice, and the sound was not to mention shocking. Because Momoshage still has important tasks to perform for Ling Bai, so now Momoshage will continue to lurk. Reiju stepped forward, and now that she is outside, she can only call Ling Bai an adult. The battle has begun. After speaking, Ling Bai disappeared. I don't need the sword for now, Reiju, protect yourselves, and be your opponent with Gion. Under tens of thousands of people, the ice surface vibrated, and the roars of the little minions were also earth-shattering. Chapter 229 Top Power, Terrifying Collision. At this time, more than 100,000 people were facing each other, and the ice layer with a thickness of about 100 meters shook abruptly. Of course, these more than 100,000 people are not ordinary people. Some people are even giants, and there are many people who are 8 meters tall like Dama. The earth-shattering sound resounded through the boundless sea, and the Sea Kings were trembling dozens of kilometers away. Sea Kings are not ordinary animals. Many of their members have IQs that are close to humans or even surpass humans. At this moment, the Sea Kings who already knew about the great battle were all trembling. Even if they live in the sea, they will be afraid of this kind of war. God knows, will those human monsters blow up this sea area? In this way, they may be homeless. After all, Sea Kings are also divided into territories. They mix in this sea area, and they hang out in this sea area. If they go to other sea areas rashly, they will also be overlords beat or even kill and swallow. And this battle, as Akainu said, is a battle between naval headquarters and the entire era of great pirates. The combination of Ling Bai, Kaido and Big Mom is the entire era of great pirates. Now, the red hair has also been beheaded, only 3 of the 4 emperors remain. Boom! With a loud noise, people from both sides collided together. Akainu, a huge lava dog addicted to Red Lotus, pounced on the little minion of Big Mom's big pirate, sweeping across the area directly. Don't block me, mere ants. Akainu's shots are extremely fierce. A group of Big Mom pirates is a punch, and a punch is a burst of wailing. For their naval headquarters, this war must be won. They have no choice. Justice must never be defeated by evil. But now, Akainu's goal is to snipe Ling Bai directly. Akainu hates Ling Bai no less than Garp. Waigwo. At this moment, Big Mom let out a loud roar, and a terrifying kendo impact was split from the giant sword Napoleon, and finally bombarded Akainu who had just noticed. Boom! Under the powerful slash, Akainu's upper body was directly blown away. Of course, this is Akainu's elementalization, and he will not die so easily. And the ice surface behind Akainu was also smashed into a deep pit with a radius of tens of meters. The horrible explosion caused hundreds of marines to be blown up on the spot, and some people were directly smashed to death. Waigwo, this is the ultimate move of the giants. In the hands of the giants, it is enough to split the sea. But for the ant, it is extremely terrifying with a single wave. After all, the ant can defeat the giant with one hand at the age of 5. Akainu, let me be your opponent. The ant laughed. At this time, she had the giant sword Napoleon in her hand, Zeus the thundercloud at her feet, and Prometheus the sun turned into a raging fire and attached herself to Ant's hair. Perched in the air, she looks down at Akainu who is rapidly returning to human form. Advertisement, damn it. Charlotte Linlin. Akainu was furious, he jumped and rushed forward, and at the same time, he punched out. Cerberus. Immediately afterwards, the lava 3-headed dog, which is more terrifying than the dog addicted to Red Lotus, rushed out and attacked Big Mom, and Big Mom swung out a fist with her left hand, followed by a huge flaming whip, colliding with the 3-headed lava canine collision. In an instant, the two forces collided, causing fire and lava to explode in all directions. After this war, the era of great pirates will come to an end. Akainu roared, and the lava 3-headed dog seemed to roar, and rushed forward even more violently. The era of great pirates is over? Of course, and laughed, it will be the beginning of a greater era. This is war, and we may all be buried here, no one can be careless. Sengoku, who turned into a Buddha, roared loudly. At this moment, the battle began, and the weak marine died immediately. Sengoku is heartbroken too, but this is war. Death is inevitable. Shockwave. The golden light was released, and a terrifying wave rushed towards the beast's pirates. Immediately, the ice surface within a radius of 20 meters exploded, and hundreds of members of the beast's pirates were blown away. Similarly, many people died on the spot. Sengoku, Laozi is here. It is Kaido. Today, Kaido is the strongest human beast form, holding a lightning mace in his hand. At this moment, he is the real Kaido of the beasts. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido roared loudly. The sky suddenly thundered and lightning flashed, and Kaido had already thrown a stick at Sengoku. Kaido. UB D should have kept you in Impel down. Shockwave. The golden light wave was released instantly, colliding with Kaido's mace. With a deafening sound, suddenly, the ice surface with a radius of more than 100 meters exploded, and countless thick ice was violently blasted up. Boom! Sengoku and Kaido, both were knocked back nearly 30 meters by the shock of each other's terrifying force. And the ice layer under the two people's feet has been fragmented. Immediately afterwards, the two of them did not stop, and rushed up again immediately. Advertisement both of them shot with all their strength, and Kaido understood that when Sengoku became famous in the New World, Kaido hadn't yet had the title of 100 Beasts, and even the Beasts Pirates hadn't been formed yet. And Sengoku didn't dare to be careless. He knew that Kaido in front of him had already used his strongest form, and in this form, he could use all the bodies in the dragon form. On the other side, Hawkeye, who was looking for Ling Bai to avenge the red hair, encountered Shiryu of the Rain who came. "Let me be your opponent." Shiryu of the Rain smiled cruelly. Hawkeye frowned, feeling agitated. He just wanted to face Ling Bai directly, but at this moment Shiryu of the Rain blocked his way. Suddenly, the two forces collided. In terms of swordsmanship, Shiryu is naturally no match for Hawkeye, but Hawkeye will not be able to defeat him easily. At this point, the war has officially begun. "Are you the man who claims to be able to revive all things?" Admiral the Green Bull. Opposite Bullet is the awakened special Paramecia Mumu fruit ability user, Admiral Green Bull. Excellent reputation, however, it is the next. The Green Bull's palm landed on the ice, and the ice that released the cold air was suddenly broken, followed by a huge tree breaking through the ice, and then, 440 seconds passed, and a huge tree was formed. A towering tree with countless branches dancing like countless tentacles. And under the feet of the green cow, the ice surface with a radius of hundreds of meters has also turned into a lush grassland. It only takes one thought of the Green Bull, and the branch like a hand will attack the Bullet in front at the same time. As expected of the man who claims to revive everything. Bullet was surprised, but only surprised. The only power that can shock him is Ling Bai's power. "And what about your strength?" The Green Bull is waiting for Bullet. He knows that Bullet is also a monster, so powerful that he can't ignore it even with the strength of Admiral. But Bullet just smiled, and immediately jumped back, jumped hundreds of meters directly, and landed right in front of the three giant ships. Under the ability of the combined fruit, and now Bullet with awakened ability, this power is even stronger. The giant ship vibrated and soon turned into a wooden giant more than 70 meters high, and Bullet was driving it. Immediately afterwards, Bullet controlled the wood giant, stepped out tens of meters in one step, and rushed towards the giant tree of the Green Bull. At this time, the squirming branches burst out in an instant, stabbing Bullet's wood giant. At the moment when the two forces collided, the terrifying wind and waves hit, and the ice layer with a radius of 1,000 meters was immediately overturned. At this moment, both pirates and marines are affected. Under the collision of top power, ordinary people are nothing but ants. Chapter 230 The Power of the Black Snake, finally meeting Garp. When gods fight, mortals suffer. At this time, the battle between the two sides is like this. The destructive power brought about by the collision of top combat forces is unimaginable for ordinary people. Not just Bullet and Admiral, Akainu and Big Mom, Sengoku and Kaido. And Kizaru and World Destroyer and several other battlegrounds, Black Snake and the restored young Red Earl, and T-Dolphin are pinned down by Kaido's Flame Calamity Ember. The alternate Admiral Black Snake is a monster with Admiral's strength, which is equal to the Green Bull's strength and restrains each other in terms of ability. The Green Bull can revive all things, and the Black Snake can make all things decay. Of course, on this kind of ice surface, there are indeed some restrictions on Black Snake's performance. After all, the ability to rot everything, the withered fruit, would be more effective if it was on the island in front of it. However, among those who are within 30 meters of the Black Snake, many people's bodies will inexplicably accelerate into aging, and soon some pirates will die of old age on the spot. Strength. Of course, among those affected by this corrupting power is the weak marine, but this is nothing to the Black Snake, who upholds the justice of darkness. Black Snake is more thorough and dark than Akainu. Originally, this kind of guy, in Sengoku's opinion, should not be a marine. In order to complete the task, he can do whatever it takes, black or white doesn't matter. He is more like a criminal who wants to enjoy the privileges given by the world government. In fact, Black Snake's reputation is not good, after all, it's his style. However, world government executives, especially the Five Elders, don't care if you are a good guy or a bad guy, they just need you to be able to fight. I have no doubt that even someone like Ling Bai who has seriously challenged the ruling authority of the Celestial Dragons, as long as they submit to the Celestial Dragons, the Five Elders still regret it. Justice and injustice are nothing to the Celestial Dragons executives at all. What they need is someone who can make their rule more stable, or in other words, someone who is obedient and able to fight. Where the Black Snake passes, there is endless wailing. Under the mobilization of the awakened Paramecia withered fruit, that power is full of decay, harvesting the lifespan, health and even vitality of countless weak people. However, this power also has a limitation, that is, the more powerful it is, the more difficult it is to exert its effect. Otherwise, Black Snake would have been invincible long ago. So now, the Red Earl has entered the domain of his decaying power, but the Red Earl has nothing to do with it. However, the Red Earl's evil fruit ability is not covered. Advertisement, what an annoying guy, the Red Earl said in a low voice. The appearance of the Black Snake is very ugly, sticking out its tongue like a snake letter, giving people a feeling that it is more evil than a pirate. Where's the solemn deterrent power possessed by Marine Admiral? It is said that you are a character of Kong's period, and you must be in your 90s now, but you have regained your youth, which really surprised me. Black Snake smiled, with a huge black energy in his hands.
As for the Red Earl, he stepped on the ice, and the ice shattered, and rushed out first.
Immediately afterwards, the Black Snake rushed out. The Black Snake with an evil smile on his face gave people a very arrogant feeling, but the Red Earl didn't care about it. At this time, the Red Earl swung his fist and collided with the opponent's right palm. The huge impact made the black snake retreat several meters. A large piece of ice was also shattered. Since you know that the old man and Kong are from the same period, you should also understand that the old man is best at gymnastics and swordsmanship. In the past, the Red Earl's reputation on par with Luogia and Whitebeard in New World was not because Devil Fruit was not a capable person after all. What a powerful force! Hayes Snake was shocked in his heart, but immediately he rushed up again, and a larger black air swept in, forming a black mist, which made Hayes Snake look even weirder. This is corrosive black gas, scarier than ants' stomach acid. And the Red Earl pulled out the knife at his waist. This is a big sharp knife. It has been with the Red Earl for most of his life, longing for the war capital. Immediately afterwards, a red sword chi rushed straight ahead, splitting the entire ice surface for several kilometers. Of course, the corrosive black gas released by the Black Snake was also cut off. And one of the huge warships was not spared, and was directly torn to pieces by this sword energy. Amir Jr., compared to the old man, you are still far behind. For the Black Snake, this kind of guy who looks very arrogant and unrestrained, the Red Earl hates it the most, and he doesn't know how much worse it is compared to Ling Bai. Damn it, flip. The Black Snake was angry and rushed up again. On the other hand, the old D Kizaru no longer had the leisurely and wretched look of the past, replaced by a dignified heart and a serious look on his face. After all, the person he is facing at this time is the heavyweight old era pirate, World Destroyer. Advertisement end, this is not the old man who participated in the Summit War at the beginning, but a top force whose strength has also recovered with age. Kizaru didn't expect me to face you, haha. Burndi laughed loudly, holding a long stick with a knife in his hand, and his form increased, armament hockey covered. Then throw it over, and at the same time, the strength and speed directly increased by 100 times. Speed is power. Kizaru didn't dare to be careless, and kicked his lightspeed leg that had been tried and tested fiercely, colliding with the opponent's long stick. Boom! When the two forces collided, Kizaru felt his legs go numb, and of course he also felt a burst of pain. Boom! In the end, both of them were shaken away, the ice shattered, and both of them retreated several meters. This old guy is very powerful. Huang, Wang's good. Yuan knows that he is not weak, but he dare not be careless. Go on, Junior. Burndi rushed forward again, and the battle had just begun, and the combat power of the two was basically the same, at the same level, so naturally it was impossible to tell the winner in a short time. On the other side, Garp finally arrived in front of Ling Bai. Garp clenched his fists, his eyes were full of anger, and his face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, Ling Bai had the feeling of facing wild beasts. Ace, whom he regarded as his own, and his son Dorag died at the hands of Ling Bai. Garp's anger, Ling Bai could not understand. Of course Ling Bai is not interested in understanding Li either. Big deal. And Garp is also the target that Ling Bai wants to kill no matter what. Chapter 231 Garp and Zephyr join forces, battle Ling Bai. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. At this time, Garp clenched his fists tightly, and Ling Bai could feel Garp's anger from a distance of more than 10 meters. It was a kind of anger that was soaring to the sky. Vice Admiral Garp, want to take revenge? Ling Bai asked knowingly. He killed two extremely important people to Garp in a row, Ace and Drago. The hatred in this is completely a blood feud that cannot be shared with each other. So it's understandable why Garp came here, but even in the face of this legendary marine, Ling Bai is fearless. Garp's strength, according to Ling Bai's estimate, should be the strongest existence in naval headquarters. Of course, even if Garp is the strongest, it won't be Ling Bai against the people. This is Ling Bai's confidence, people like you should go to hell. At this moment, Garp let out a low growl, like the roar of a beast. Yes, he is here for revenge. Garp knows very well that if he can't get rid of Ling Bai will get rid of Luffy sooner or later. For Luffy, an enemy of Ling Bai's level is really too scary. Garp had no doubt that Ling Bai would also go to kill Luffy. But Garp also felt that even if Ling Bai didn't go to Luffy himself, Luffy would go to Ling Bai. In this way, it is absolutely terrible, shouldn't happen. Garp took a step forward, and in an instant, the ice surface under his feet exploded, and the huge impact also made Garp shoot 443 towards Ling Bai. Garp, as an existence that relies on physical skills to reach the world's peak combat power, his physical strength can also be imagined. What's more, the old man's setting is that his strength has not regressed due to aging. In other words, Garp's strength at this time is still at its peak, and his physical condition has not deteriorated at all. This is Garp's weakness. At this time, Garp rushed over like a rocket launcher. Of course, the current him is completely kicked out with both feet. Ling Bai had a serious face, but his right fist was already clenched. After all, the time from Garp rushing over to being able to hit himself, so to speak, is only an instant. Ling Bai punched out without hesitation, and Garp also swung his fist. Boom. Advertisement and earth-shattering bang sounded, meaning Garp's fist collided with Ling Bai's fist. And this, with the power of a punch, the ice surface under the two people's feet collapsed and exploded on the spot. The ice surface with a radius of more than 100 meters seemed to be more fragile than tofu. Weak people, no matter marines or pirates, can only tremble under this kind of power. This is, typical gods fighting mortals suffer. Both Garp and Ling Bai's strength is extremely frightening. This is not the destructive power of the devil, BDFE, fruit, but the pure physical strength of the two. Of course Ling Bai can use his ability, but obviously not now. Go to hell. B*****************. D. At the center of the collapsed ice layer, Garp roared, and punched Ling Bai again, and this fist also carried a black armament hockey. Covering armament hockey on the fist, it is not as simple as facing Logia ability users and enhancing defense. Armament hockey can also make the attack stronger and stronger. Garp's punch, with white-hot steam, blasted towards him. Ling Bai had no doubt that how many big pirates had already been driven into Impel down with a fist like Garp's. However, Ling Bai is also fearless. Similarly, punch the past, of course. Ling Bai also used armament hockey, and it was emission armament hockey. With a fist wrapped around gorgeous sakura flower petals, Garp has fought countless battles throughout his life, and of course he also recognized Ling Bai's armament hockey as divine. However, Imp is not at all flat about what this is. Boom! It was another earth-shattering explosion, and at this time, the scope of the impact was even more terrifying. The weak people in the distance looked at all this, and their hearts almost collapsed in fright. The collision of top powers has made countless weaklings despair. This is too scary. The power of just one punch can shatter such a huge area. Yeah. Is this a force we can fight against? Hey, what are you doing? At various times, we deal with other talents who are about the same level as us. The top power is naturally not within our reach. This battle, we must win no matter what. Whether it is pirates or marines, there are similar remarks. After all, they're just ants. On the other hand, after the second punch, Garp could clearly feel the numbness from the fist, which he rarely felt in the past. And this can only show that Ling Bai is too strong. But Garp is not surprised, because Ling Bai's unimaginable strength is already a recognized fact. Even beheading an admiral-level power is not too difficult. During the Summit War, if Akainu was not rescued in time, Akainu would have been gone by then, and the other Aokiji and CP masters would have died in battle. Moreover, that was during the Summit War. After that, Ling Bai became even stronger. When the third punch was struck, Garp could feel more intense numbness and pain from the fist. Advertisement also, Garp was taken several steps back uncontrollably. Ling Ri is too strong, and this is just the beginning.
Hateful. Garp, who was angry, cursed and continued to charge up, while Ling Bai looked serious, but different from Garp's complexion with dignified, angry and other emotions.
Garp, the old man is here, but at this moment, a figure and a thick voice came from Ling Bai's right. In the air, there was also the sound of violent air friction. Go to hell, you sinful fellow. The one who came was Zephyr. Moreover, a mechanical fist made of sea stone was thrown at Ling Bai. At the same time, Garp also threw a punch. Two powerful fists from the old era struck at the same time. Ordinary top forces, such as Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, etc., may not be able to bear it. Damn guy. Don't look down on us too. Zephyr yelled, backed away, and charged up the ground relay, throwing another punch, and Garp did the same. Boom. The sound soared into the sky. The ice layer that had already been shattered was further crushed by an unimaginably huge force. The appearance of Zephyr surprised Ling Bai, but it also saved Ling Bai from going after the old marine in the future. However, Ling Bai only uses physical skills, and it is impossible for him to use physical skills all the time. Okay, old friend, yes. Ling Bai just, after frowning slightly, met Garp with his left fist and Zephyr with his right fist. Zephyr is here too, but that's okay, let's kill them all together. Either way, Zephyr must die. Garp and Zephyr quickly reached a cooperation, trying to suppress Ling Bai by joining forces. Ling Bai completely withstood the two big fists of Garp and Zephyr. And his subordinates with backward fruit ability, Yin, 2 Bai also have to catch them back. However, Ling Bai is different. Zephyr used to be Marine Admiral, but his strength has regressed due to various war injuries. Now he doesn't even have the strength of Admiral, but he is stronger than the elite Vice Admirals. After all, this is not a duel. Instead, Ling Bai wants to kill them. Garp, we join hands to suppress this arrogant B********************. D. Chapter 232. The two legends teamed up, but still lost. Aokiji, as Zephyr's favorite disciple, was brutally killed by Ling Bai, which made Zephyr never let go. Zephyr also vowed many times that he must kill Ling Bai. So, here comes Zephyr. But, is it possible to kill Ling Bai? Not to mention Zephyr, whose strength has been greatly regressed, even Garp can't kill Ling Bai. Even if the two join forces, the result is the same. Unless Ling Bai stood still. A terrifying explosion sounded into the sky, and at the same time, a large area of ice collapsed. At this time, in this area, the ice layer with a depth of more than 100 meters has cracked, and seawater has already poured in. At this time, Ling Bai blocked the fists of Zephyr and Garp with his left and right hands respectively. This is the third round of attack by the two of them. However, even if the two of them joined forces, they still couldn't put Ling Bai at a disadvantage. For Ling Bai, dealing with the combination of Zephyr and Garp will not be too troublesome. After all, neither of them is a person with abilities, nor does he practice swordsmanship, but a pure physique practitioner. Therefore, the two of them are easy to deal with for Ling Bai, at least they don't have troublesome abilities. At this time, Ling Bai blocked the attacks of the two with both hands, and at this moment, Ling Bai's hands directly released a huge thunderbolt. Boom! The torn blue lightning, with terrifying repulsion, directly shook the fists of Garp and the others away, and of course both of them were also knocked away. This is 300 million volts of lightning, not Ling Bai's limit, but it has been able to repel the two of them, knocking them back more than 10 meters. And Zephyr was knocked away several meters further than Garp. This is the difference in strength. He is capable. Try to be careful. Zephyr reminded Garp. Garp looked solemn. Whether it is physical skills or abilities, they have reached an unbelievable level. In his heart, Garp's anger cannot be extinguished unless he kills Ling Bai with his own hands, or witnesses Ling Bai being killed here. Garp is willing, whatever the cost. Immediately afterwards, the two old men rushed up tacitly, stepping on the shattered ice, still at an extremely fast speed. Ling Bai, also at this time, rushed towards them. Stretching his hands to the back and pulling them forward again, two huge icicles appeared on both sides of Ling Bai respectively, and shot towards Garp and Zephyr with incomparably fierce momentum and... Shockingly, the moment the huge icicle was shot out, it was also covered with a layer of armament hockey. Boom! In the end, there were two deafening explosions, and it was Garp and Zephyr who collided with these two ice picks. Of course, this cannot be dodged. Garp covered armament hockey's fist and Zephyr's sea stone mechanical fist, and confronted the two ice cones respectively. In an instant, the purple lightning burst, as if the space was about to split. Advertisement: countless shattered ice exploded like ocean waves, but in fact, under the shattered ice, a large amount of seawater is also invading. This ice layer has already been blown up. Ling Bai jumped up into the air, and then, his feet landed fiercely behind two ice picks that were temporarily blocked by Garp and Zephyr. The strange power belonging to Ling Bai's physique was activated, and the power blessed on the ice cones suddenly became terrifying. Garp and Zephyr, unable to resist the ice picks they resisted any longer, were directly knocked into the air, and in an instant, they were blasted away tens of meters, and they were directly plunged into the army of crushed ice piles. And Zephyr, as the weaker one, was knocked into the air more than 20 meters farther than Garp. Zephyr, who was already sick, coughed up a mouthful of old at this moment, and finally dragged a long trail on the ground, and Zephyr's face turned pale. Vice Admiral Garp, monster, and the Zephyr instructor. Marine who saw this scene was stunned. That monster, can't even the two legends of the old era join forces to shake it? How is that possible? That is the Marine hero, and the Zephyr instructor who taught the admirals and a group of vice admirals. Monster. 4 Emperors Ling Bai. Seeing Ling Bai's strength, many Marines were terrified. After all, in naval headquarters, or the entire Marine system, what does Garp and Zephyr mean? One is a Marine hero who has repeatedly pushed the One Piece King Luogia into desperation, and the other is the mainstay who taught the former 3 admirals and countless Marines the Zephyr instructor. These two old men, in the Marine system, are legendary existences. However, now that the two of them join forces, can't they shake the monster 4 Emperors Ling Bai? Husband, in the distance, Momosagi, who was fighting Reiju and Bonnie but was actually fishing, looked at Ling Bai worriedly. With such worried eyes, when Ling Bai and Garp Zephyr just met, Momosagi's that's it for the eyes. After all, in Momosagi's heart, Ling Bai is like a little heart. Momosagi is naturally worried about Ling Bai's battle against Garp and Zephyr. Even though Ling Bai is not at a disadvantage now, Momosagi can't control the feeling of worry in his heart. Moreover, didn't Ling Bai kill the red hair just before? Now, he is facing the combination of two powerful Marines. Husband, nothing will happen. Reiju comforted, but of course, she was also worried. After all, Ling Bai is their man, it's no wonder they don't worry. Sister Gion, go ahead, and don't let Marine overhear you and reveal your identity. Bonnie reminded, all right, ask for flowers. Momosagi feels helpless, in fact, she wants to go back to Ling Bai even more. But think about it, now that Ling Bai's hegemony has not been completed, Momosagi still needs to continue to lurk. And in the future Ling Bai will attack Mariajoy. Maybe, Momosagi will help her, open up Mariajoy's defense. Advertisement on the other side, just as Ling Bai was about to go to Zephyr's side, an angry and clear voice came from the air. Woman's voice, you villain, keep attacking my teacher. The person who came was Marine Rear Admiral Ai Yin, who is also Zephyr's most proud disciple and Zephyr's most loyal supporter. She knew very well that Zephyr's physical condition was very poor, he had severe asthma, and years of war injuries were also a serious drag on his body. Just now, she witnessed Zephyr being beaten into the air and vomiting blood. Ai Yin couldn't bear it any longer, and rushed over directly. Fall back. With a wave of his hand, the angry Ai Yin released his ability to Maiko. Ain, leave now. Not your. Poof. Seeing Ai Yin attacking Ling Bai, Zephyr in the distance immediately became anxious, and just about to stand up, but a hot stream rose from his throat. Eventually, Zephyr vomited blood again and turned even paler. Damn, my body, now is not the time. Suppressing the discomfort in his body, Zephyr punched the shattered ice layer and rushed out directly. Facing Ai Yin's ability, Ling Bai just snorted coldly, waved out his left hand, and the Fantasy Killer's ability was activated, directly eliminating Ai Yin's use of ability, and Ling Bai also grabbed Ai Yin's clothes, pulled it over abruptly. Do you think that with your ability, you can work on me? After this war is over, it will become my forbidden meat. Ling Bai's smile was extremely cruel. Ain, who was caught, fought hard. Let her go. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Boom. However, Ling Bai easily caught Zephyr's punch.
It's weaker than the attack just now. Zephyr, do you feel that way?
Ling Bai said, Zephyr, I want this woman, of course, as for you, I will kill you. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's fist erupted a wave of lightning, nearly 400 million volts. Zephyr, the mechanical arm is emitting smoke, the whole person is also blown out. Teacher Zephyr. Ai Yin yelled in panic, while Ling Bai landed a punch on Ai Yin's stomach. It was not a heavy punch, but for Ai Yin, the pain was already overwhelming. Moreover, Ain was also knocked into the air, but Ling Bai didn't stop, and rushed towards the direction where Zephyr was sent flying in an instant, so naturally he wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue. Meanwhile, Garp rushed over. Chapter 233 The Death of Zephyr. What? Swinging his fist enough to explode a meteorite with a diameter of tens of meters, Garp roared, covered armament hockey's terrifying fist, and attacked directly. As for Ling Bai, he wanted to kill Zephyr here first, but Garp rushed ahead of Ling Bai at this time. Boom. The fists of the two finally collided, and Ling Bai's fist was still carrying a terrifying chill. When Garp's fist first came into contact with it, the terrifying chill quickly spread to Garp's right hand. Immediately afterwards, Garp's entire right hand, it freezes at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of ice can be said to be more ferocious than the original Aokiji ice. Garp's right hand quickly stiffened. Of course, Garp's physical strength will not be seriously affected even if he encounters this kind of ice. Garp's hand will not be broken because of this, but it is enough to make Garp's hand useless for a short time. Because for top powerhouses, life and death are just a moment. Garp, I'm not, 297, Luo Jia, and Locks. Ling Bai smiled, with disdain for Garp in his tone. Ling Bai's strength has indeed surpassed Luo Jia and Locks, and Garp is a force on the same level as them. As for how much he surpassed, Ling Bai couldn't estimate it, but it was definitely enough to defeat Garp, even if he teamed up with Shungfa. Of course, how long can Zephyr last in that state? The former admiral has long lost the strength of admiral. Boom. The huge impact wind wave oscillated in all directions, and Garp flew upside down uncontrollably again. Facing Ling Bai's blow, Yakazi couldn't resist it. Ling Bai's strength is definitely the strongest enemy he has encountered in this life. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai rushed towards Zephyr. At this time, Zephyr had just stood up from the ground, trembling, coughing up blood again, and his complexion became even paler. Zephyr, do you have any last words? Ling Bai fell from the sky and struck down with one foot, like a battle axe, carrying terrifying power. Crash. Last words. It's still far away. Zephyr will definitely not admit defeat, and now he is no longer the one who didn't kill Admiral, he just wants to kill all the pirates. Of course, including Ling Bai, especially Ling Bai. Ling Bai must die. Facing Ling Bai's tomahawk-like kick, Zephyr swung his smoking mechanical arm and concentrated all his strength to strike it. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's right foot collided with Zephyr's mechanical fist. A thunderous explosion sounded into the sky, and Zephyr's huge mechanical arm was directly disintegrated under Zephyr's horrified eyes. Advertisement: there was a sudden sharp pain in the arm, which made Fa feel as if his arm had just been cut off. Zephyr's complexion changed, he gritted his teeth, enduring the unimaginable pain. You're far from me, Zephyr, Yan, you are old. Ling Bai expressed disdain for this former Marine Admiral who no longer has the strength of Admiral. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai's right leg pressed down again, and Zephyr, whose nerves were paralyzed by the severe pain in his arm, although he had the power to resist, was weaker than the previous attack. Boom! With a loud bang, accompanied by an astonishing explosion, countless shards of ice were shaken up, and Zephyr was blasted directly under the ice layer. Moreover, it is still tens of meters below, Teacher Zephyr. B*****************. D. Let me go. On the other side, Ain, who was pinned to the ground by Yamato, screamed, his tone full of fear and worry. This woman must be caught. The captain should like it very much. The broken precept monk Yuroge said with a sneer. At this time, Ain was captured by Yamato. Facing Yamato, who was stronger than her, Ain was pinned to the ground and could not resist. Be honest with me. The ant pressed it down hard. Yamato. Adults should like you, wanting to die of Ling Bai's ferocity. Yamato understands that she can't parry it. 7 people can't work together. What's more, Ling Bai is good at this. Apart from fighting, he seems to be only interested in big beauties. Apart from the big beauties, she doesn't seem to have any bad habits. D. Let me go. Ain's tone was anxious and angry, anxious because she was worried about Zephyr, and angry because she heard that Yamato wanted to arrest her and serve that villain Ling Bai. How could she accept it? 6. At this moment, Yamato directly grabbed Ain's hair, and then slammed Ain's head on the ice, causing part of the ice to shatter. Women are not soft on women. This scene made the broken monastery feel quite ashamed. He understood that Yamato is the daughter of 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. At this time, the monk who broke the precepts also pointed to a beautiful woman with long pink hair who was fighting in the distance. Monk who broke the precepts. Do you want to arrest that woman too? The woman the monk was pointing at was Marine Rear Admiral Hina, a mature and beautiful female Marine general. Advertisement: after all, Ain seldom appears in naval headquarters, so Hina and Momosagi are called the 2 beauties of naval headquarters. Of course, Momosagi is definitely the most beautiful. Yamato took a look and said directly, of course this woman will be arrested. That's easy. The monk who broke the precepts smiled, and at the same time thought that this wave of Ling Bai would have new enjoyment. What about the female Marine? Exciting indeed. Damn it, you guys, die badly. Ain said viciously, with bloodline on the corner of his mouth. Yamato snorted coldly. Take care of yourself, of course, you Marines are also ready to finish. On the other side, witnessing Zephyr being smashed under the ice, high-level officials such as Crane and Sengoku were extremely worried, but even so, they had no choice but to worry. After all, they were also restrained by the top combat forces. Just can't get away to help Zephyr. But at this time, with a loud noise, Ling Bai dived into the ice surface and with a huge force, he rushed straight down. The huge ice along the way could not resist Ling Bai at all. Under the ice, Zephyr was about to break free, but was caught off guard by Ling Bai by the neck. Immediately afterwards, Bai continued to dive down. You. A person with abilities. Puff, in an instant, Ling Bai held down Zephyr and rushed into the ocean, and Ling Bai kept rushing down. Pure villain. Ling Bai said with a smile, the seawater has no effect on him at all. 1.8. As for the villains, of course they only do what villains do. At this time, a sharp ice pick appeared in Ling Bai's other hand. Zephyr, eyes full of pain and disbelief, widened to ultimate, and at the same time spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, but because it was in the seawater, the blood soon diffused and dissipated quickly. Zephyr was in extreme pain and anger, but Ling Bai twisted the ice pick, and Zephyr's life, also in extreme pain, came to an abrupt end. I'm not a capable person. Want to try and get killed in the ocean? Zephyr. Ling Bai is not a good person, he is a complete villain. Die with peace, don't worry, I will take good care of your female disciple. And Ling Bai, without the slightest hesitation, pierced Zephyr's heart with the ice pick, and the ice blade also pierced Zephyr's back. Zephyr's face was horrified, and because of the interference of the seawater, it was difficult to even speak, and he couldn't breathe. Ling Bai laughed. You? Chapter 234 Zephyr's Death, Garp's Fury. In the deep sea, Zephyr's face was distorted, and finally his eyes contained the most emotional components of anger and resentment. This kind of anger and resentment is naturally for Ling Bai. He is dead, but Ling Bai will not let go of his female disciple, that is, Ai Yin. This was completely unacceptable to Zephyr, who was watching his disciples in the deep sea, but, sadly, Zephyr didn't even have a chance to return to the light, and then died tragically in the hands of Ling Bai. The ice pick pierced directly through Zephyr's heart, and completely pierced Zephyr's body. Scarlet blood flowed out, but was dissolved by the seawater in the deep sea, and finally turned into nothingness. Then, Ling Bai grabbed Zephyr and shot straight into the sky, penetrating through the ice layer more than 100 meters thick. Although there was originally a passage for Ling Bai to break through the ice, Ling Bai chose to break through the ice directly. On the other side, Ain, who was paying close attention to the ice surface that Ling Bai penetrated before, was extremely worried about her teacher Zephyr. For her, Zephyr was not only her teacher, but also a role like her father. Zephyr in her life, she is definitely a colorful figure. Just like his father who cares about him, Ain is like this at this time. Boom. At this moment, the ice surface in the distance exploded, and the mausoleum turned white. He soars into the sky, accompanied by the amazing explosion, countless shattered ice. Many people are looking in this direction, especially the Battle of Ling Bai, which many people pay attention to. I saw that Ling Bai was holding a person's clothes in his hand, and that person was hanging powerlessly in Ling Bai's hand. Here it is, at this moment. A thunderbolt erupted from Ling Bai's body, and this thunderbolt, carrying a huge amount of heat, evaporated all the seawater on Ling Bai's body. In an instant, Ling Bai looked refreshed again, his clothes and hair fluttered slightly. Zephyr, what's wrong with him, Teacher Zephyr? Countless Marines were stunned, because, in Zephyr's state, his mechanical arm was gone, and was hanging powerlessly.
This gave the Marines an instant sense of foreboding. Ai Yin was naturally stunned, her heartbeat accelerated, and the fear and anxiety in her heart became more intense.
Garp on the ice stared wide-eyed, looking at the sky in disbelief. Ling Bai also saw Kapu. At this time, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Bai's mouth, and then he let go of Zephyr, and directly landed on Zephyr, kicking Zephyr to Garp. Garp, too, finally catches Zephyr, who is shot down like a bazooka. Advertisement body, very heavy, with seawater, icy cold. The eyes are not closed, and the breath is gone, heartbeat. The heart is gone. Zephyr, what? Garp raised his head to the sky and roared angrily. Holding Zephyr in his arms, Garp couldn't accept that his old friend passed away at this time. And hearing Garp's mournful roar, and seeing Zephyr who was no longer motionless in Garp's arms, all the Marines also instantly understood something. Some Marines even burst into tears. Zephyr is the teacher of many Marines. Although not all Marines can grow up under Zephyr's teaching, Marines can't forget those teachings either. And at this moment, Zephyr is dead. Ai Yin burst into tears, Zephyr's death made her unacceptable. As for Yamato, he pressed her even harder. Of course, it would be easy when the little guy sent the sea stone shackles. Moreover, this woman is a capable person, and as long as the capable person meets the sea stone, it is equivalent to the end of the game. Humph. In the air, Ling Bai snorted coldly, Zephyr is dead, he has nothing to worry about, you know, as long as he wants, he can make Zitao die without a whole body. Like redheads, Beckmans, heads are taken off, but Ling Bai did not do this to Zephyr. Zephyr, unfortunately he is Ling Bai's enemy, indeed, this is a man worthy of admiration. Boom. At this moment, the ice surface exploded, and Garp stepped on his feet and soared into the sky. With a completely gloomy face, he gathered all the strength in his fists and attacked Ling Bai in the air. And Ling Bai waved his hand, and a huge ice ball appeared out of nowhere, falling from the sky, and under Ling Bai's touch, the ice ball was covered with emission armament hockey. Puck, straight to Garp. In the end, Garp's angry fist landed on the bottom of the ice puck, and in an instant, black and red lightning burst out like several lightning bolts appeared in the space. The ice puck oscillated in an instant, advertisement. Moreover, even though it was covered with high-level armament hockey-like emission, cracks appeared on the bottom of the ice puck under Garp's constant force bombardment. And, there are more and more cracks like this. Ling Bai, of course, felt it too. And Garp's current strength is obviously stronger. Witnessing his friend's death with his own eyes, Garp couldn't accept it, and his anger broke out completely. The index of combat power soared directly. Although the high-level armament hockey is extremely hard, it can even be said that it is indestructible, but it is not so. It is really impossible to break, as long as it encounters a strong enough force. The terrifying defense brought by this high-level armament hockey can still be broken. Obviously, the current Garp, because of his anger, possessed this kind of power beyond the limit for a short time. Ling Bai above the ice puck was surprised, but Ling Bai, he is not afraid. At this time, he landed on the violently vibrating ice puck, and the black-red lightning that was bombarded by Garp had filled most of the ice puck. At this moment, Ling Bai disappeared from the ice puck. Moreover, the tumbling clouds, following the rotation of Ling Bai's right hand, formed a huge uzumaki in the dark clouds, and within the uzumaki, lightning was densely packed, and it was quite huge. But even such a huge puck, even covering high-level armament hockey, still couldn't withstand Garp's attack. Boom! Watch out for the sky. Above that sky, the densely packed clouds immediately rolled up, and countless thunder and lightning flickered. At the same time, Garp, angry, finally blew up the puck. And this hockey puck has a diameter of nearly 70 meters, which can be said to be extremely huge by 157. Garp, be careful! Sengoku shouted. At this time, the change in the sky was obviously written by Ling Bai, and the huge uzumaki is hard to describe how big it is. At this moment, Ling Bai's hand swung down directly, and in the uzumaki sky, countless thunder and lightning poured down, like a torrential rain, penetrating down to the location of the ice puck. But in fact, Garp is ignoring Sengoku's words now. The Marines and pirates on the ice were thrilled to see this scene. An angry Garp can be said to be unstoppable, but from Garp's point of view, he didn't find out. However, what greeted him was not Ling Bai, but that dazzling thunderlight. However, Ling Bai at the top of the puck raised his right hand. That pouring thunderstorm. Chapter 235 Garp's Death, Tragic Garp. Garp, family, watch out, Vice Admiral Garp. Countless Marines exclaimed, and some people were instantly terrified in their hearts. The thunderstorm all over the sky, the dazzling thunderlight under the sky that was originally blocked by the dark clouds, made the entire void extremely bright. But this is not the bright light that people yearn for. That is, the darkness that represents destruction. Countless people were stunned. Of course, Garp, who is the person involved, couldn't help but feel a little thumping in his heart. He is the closest to the thunderstorm, so he can feel the horror brought by the thunderstorm even more clearly. Of course, except for Ling Bai, no one knows how powerful this thunderstorm is. This is due to the lightning of billions of volts. And this thunderbolt is enough to make even the strong ones burn their bones to ashes. 900 million volts of lightning is not the strongest lightning that Ling Bai can use. The strongest lightning that he can use is originally 1 billion volts, but as Ling Bai himself continues to become stronger, Ling Bai is now the strongest lightning strength that can be used is at 16 volts. However, the 1.6 billion volts of lightning caused Ling Bai's consumption to be huge. Now Ling Bai will definitely not use his strength to the limit. After all, he still has many enemies to deal with, and it is undoubtedly very disadvantageous to exert his full strength now. Ling Bai estimated that when he used his limit, he would face the mysterious weapon of celestial dragons, and even I am. Moreover, Summit War used a thunderstorm of 700 million volts to knock Akainu into a serious injury and coma, and that is because Akainu has elementalization, so he can have a certain powerful defense. Now, what about Garp? The moment the puck was broken, Garp saw the 900 million volt thunderstorm. The glaring light made Garp barely open his eyes, and even the terrifying thunderstorm energy in Garp's eyes made all the cells in Garp's body tremble crazily. Of course, Garp was not afraid in his heart. After all, he has experienced too many battles in his life. The only thing Garp can fear is the death of a relative, friend or significant other. And the thunderstorm that poured down, the speed that makes people desperate. Garp couldn't dodge either. Of course, Garp wasn't the type to run away, or, for his entire life, he wasn't going to run away. Armament hockey immediately covered Garp's whole body. Garp, head straight into this thunderstorm, boom. Zzz, the sound of endless electric current, crackling, ear-piercing. Finally, a huge thunderstorm, like a giant waterfall falling from the sky, completely submerged Garp. And at the moment when the thunderstorm fell on the ice noodles, fried. The ice surface with a radius of 2,000 meters was quickly overturned inch by inch on the spot. And people within this range, whether they are pirates, marines, or people from Germa Legion, have all been affected by terror. Many people, especially the weak, died instantly. And people didn't realize that this thunderstorm, or thunder column, pierced through the ice layer, rushed into the sea, pierced through the sea, and reached the dark sea below 10,000 meters. Countless sea kings, trembling. On the ice, those who quickly withdraw from the range of the thunderstorm, whether it is the top fighters of the naval headquarters or the top fighters of the Three Emperors Alliance. At this moment, they were frightened, and in their hearts, there is only one thought, that is, Ling Bai is too scary. The terrifying energy fluctuations made them feel that the cells in their bodies were trembling. Advertisement that is out of control. That's the case with the bosses, let alone the little soldiers. Especially the Marines below the general level were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ice, their bodies trembling violently, and almost lost the courage and strength to resist. At the same time, people can't help but have an idea. Garp. What happens under this force? Marine executives such as Sengoku and Suru are also worried. Zephyr, dead in battle, and Marines' morale suffered a huge blow. And if something happens to Garp, then, cannot imagine. But how terrifying was the power of the thunderstorm just now? Sengoku understood that even he did not dare to face the thunderstorm just now. As Sengoku's opponent, Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is also frightened. Although Kaido knows that his defense is terrible, there are only a handful of people in this world who can compare with him in terms of defense. Countable. Ant. Ling Bai. Maybe it's them. Or, the top existence of the world government has a strong defense. It has to be said that Kaido's scalp tingled when he saw Ling Bai's thunderstorm. And what about Garp? Amid everyone's extreme curiosity and Marine's extreme worry, after the thunderstorm disappeared and the smoke and dust cleared, people finally saw Garp standing on the ice in the distance, crumbling with his clothes in tatters. Garp, Vice Admiral Garp, countless Marines exclaimed. Of course, it's too far away, and many of them can see the current situation of Garp clearly. Garp's whole body was black, but this wasn't armament hockey, but the scorched black caused by the lightning strike on his body. Even, Garp's body is smoking. If anyone can get close to him, they can smell the smell of barbecue. Garp's current state is worse than ultimate, his body is crumbling, his mind is also in a trance, and his consciousness is becoming blurred. If he hadn't covered armament hockey all over his body just now, Garp would have been crushed on the spot. However, that armament hockey is not able to protect him absolutely. With his crumbling body now, it even gives people a feeling that, with a slight push, Garp will fall to the ground and never get up again. In front of Garp was a deep pit with a radius of 2,000 meters, in which seawater began to pour in rapidly, and soon, the seawater began to level with the ice surface. Garp's state is already as bad as ultimate, and Sengoku and the others naturally discovered that the top experts all understood that Garp at this time was just relying on the strong willpower of a monster to forcibly support his body, but in fact, Garp has reached the point where his life is hanging by a thread. At this time, Ling Bai also came down from the air, but he did not land on the ice, but was in the air, about 6 meters away from Garp. From this height, Ling Bai completely looked down on Garp, while being able to clearly see and feel Garp dying. Ling Bai. ***. Ling Bai appeared again, making Sengoku's heart tense, and they were about to rush over. And Kaido, they shot again. After a brief pause, the battle began again. They don't have the crushing power to face enemies of the same level, so they can only continue to fight and see who can survive to the end or lose. In other words, Ling Bai can do this. Of course, the combat power of the middle and lower levels is constantly being lost. After all, they are not like high-level combat power, they will not be easily injured. Even if they are injured, it is not a serious problem, as long as it is not a fatal injury, but the middle and low-level combat power is different. An injury is almost the beginning of a fatal injury. Advertisement wars are always brutal, but without war, no new civilization will be born. To overthrow the old era, you must also go through a tragic war and sacrifice. And when Sengoku and the others were pinned down again. Ling Bai, looking down at Kapu. You who want to avenge your relatives, what can you do to me now? Ling Bai smiled. He understood that Garp was powerless to resist, and even if he resisted, he would not be able to shake Ling Bai at all. Even Ling Bai could see that Garp's uncontrollable eyelids kept trying to close, but Garp continued to forcefully support them. Garp was speechless. No matter how much anger, resentment and unwillingness there is in my heart, in the end, all these emotions can only be turned into helplessness. And Ling Bai didn't say anything anymore. After all, for him, killing people doesn't mean beeping all day long. The villain died of talking too much. At this time, Ling Bai raised his right hand, facing Kakuo. Behind Ling Bai, countless ice arrows appeared, just like Kizaru releasing the 8-foot Chonguyu. Those ice arrows were all aimed at Garp. And these ice arrows were also covered with armament hockey. At the same time, behind Ling Bai, that is, on the surface of the sea, Fujitora rushed towards him urgently. A smile filled his heart with worry and anxiety. Garp must not die. Now, Ling Bai is undoubtedly going to give Garp the final blow. Like Zephyr is dead. Garp, nothing can happen. However, as soon as Xiao Xiao rushed halfway, the calm, Zhao, sea in front of him suddenly rushed out of a huge ice wall, and he bumped into it with a dull head. Hateful. Countless arrows of ice, also behind Ling Bai, shot towards Garp who had no power to resist and even had difficulty standing up. A slash struck the past, but in the meanwhile, at the same time, he glared at Ling Bai. But there is no way, like Whitebeard, standing upright. With a smile, he swung his knife and cut through the ice wall. Blood, as well as minced meat, was all over the ice. Of course, in the end, he fell too. Shish. Like, in the original Summit War, Whitebeard was attacked by all the Blackbeard pirates. With a smile, his head is about to split open, and Garp, like a target, was pierced through the body by countless ice arrows. Garp, on the other hand, is constantly being washed by the sky. With a smile, although he couldn't see the specific situation, he could hear the sound of the arrow shooting out, the dull sound of the arrow piercing the body. But at this moment, another ice wall rises from the sea, resisting Yixiao's attack. In the end, Garp fell powerlessly to the ground in extreme pain and anger. From now until the end, he never cried out because of the pain on his body.
However, he gritted his teeth hard, frowned, fisted, body tensed, and endured chi weakly.
Chapter 236 Can't accept Garp's dead Marines, Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. Don't want. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* They witnessed Ling Bai's continuous release of ice arrows piercing Garp's body. The blood and flesh splashed, and the scene was shocking and unbearable to look at. Eventually, Garp also fell to the ground, but in fact, his body is already broken, and there are countless blood holes in that body. Marine, stunned, was also furious to the point of ultimate, and some Marines even knelt on the ground powerlessly. Garp also. He, and the people of the Three Emperors Alliance are even more excited. They understand that now that 4 Emperors Ling Bai has shot, Garp can no longer survive. There is only one dead end to meet Garp, and Fujitora, who tried to prevent Ling Bai from killing Garp, was repeatedly blocked by the ice wall made by Ling Bai. Now, Garp has fallen to the ground, and his eyes are turning white. It won't take long for Garp to die completely. After all, let alone a broken body, a heart deserves it. Ling Bai, in the air, looking down at Garp. As for Garp's last vision, it was just a vague figure. Although his consciousness was already extremely blurred, Garp also understood that this was Ling Bai's figure. Garp wanted to speak, but what came out of his mouth was not words, but crimson blood. In the end, after 10 seconds, Garp's life finally came to an end, but because of that unwillingness and resentment, 227 couldn't even close Garp's eyes. It can be said that most of the enemies that Ling Bai killed could not rest in peace. After all, they all hated Ling Bai too much. But even so, what can they do? Knowing that Garp's life was completely over, Ling Bai fell on the ice, and his flesh and blood also froze. Ling Bai kicked Garp's tattered body away with one kick. In the end, the kick went to Sengoku's side, separated by several kilometers. Facing Sengoku of Kaido of the Beasts, despite being blasted by Kaido with a mace several times, Sengoku finally caught Garp's body. It should be said that it is now a corpse. Garp, dead. His lifelong friend finally died in front of him. But Sengoku was unable to rescue his friend, and another friend of mine, Zephyr, died too. Sengoku burst into tears on the spot and almost cried. Sengoku, it looks like Lousy is going to work hard too. Kaido in human beast form is extremely excited. Unexpectedly, even Garp is dead. And that corpse. It's too tragic. Advertisement. Kaido's scalp was numb. At this time, Kaido opened his mouth wide, exhaled directly, and a lava column sprayed out from Kaido's mouth. Kaido in human beast form can fully use the ability of his dragon form, and the power is not bad at all. Boom. Sengoku, who was in deep grief, was hit again and was sent flying, and his body was also burned. Seeing this, Kaido pursued the victory. But when Kaido wanted to attack again, Sengoku roared. The roar of anger was earth-shattering. Shockwave, and Kaido, also directly released Thunder 8 trigrams, collided with Sengoku's shockwave. Pirates, you scumbags, go to hell. Sengoku's anger was completely ignited. The combat power has been directly raised to a higher level, which makes Kaido feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Akainu and the others could not accept the fact that Zephyr and Garp were killed in battle one after another. Even though Akainu has been at odds with Garp, at this moment, Akainu is also sad and angry in his heart. Akainu yelled, and rushed towards Big Mom again, concentrating all his strength and attacking Big Mom desperately. Well, are you going to work hard? Big Mom laughed, and at the same time kept attacking Akainu. Facing Akainu, he is not afraid. There are naturally not a few high-level Marines who are fighting desperately. But at the same time, countless Marines were deeply affected by the deaths of Zephyr and Garp. As for the people of the Three Emperors Alliance, they are even more excited.
The people of the Three Emperors Alliance saw the hope of victory, so they fought harder. But the people in naval headquarters saw more despair and extravagant hope.
Garp, are you dead? With a smile, he stepped on an ice floe and muttered to himself. In his heart, he was already deeply saddened. He knew that Garp was dead, but he couldn't accept it and couldn't believe it. And at this moment, Ling Bai stepped into the sea, and in an instant, the huge freezing force made this piece of seawater freeze directly. Yes, he died. BDFE, Ling Bai said calmly, without any disturbance in his heart.
Originally, he thought that killing Garp would make him excited, but Ling Bai found that at this moment, his mind was calm.
At this moment, he was walking on the reappearing ice surface, walking towards Yishao. With a smile, it was Ling Bai, the only Marine who didn't want to kill. Of course, Momoshage was an exception.
In Ling Bai's view, a smile is the real and just Marine. He implements benevolence and righteousness, and distinguishes right from wrong. He is naval headquarters, the purest just Marine. Although, Yishao and Ling Bai are destined to be opposites.
However, Ling Bai did not intend to kill Yishao. For Ling Bai, Yishao is a person of great use. Advertisement in other words, a smile is of great use value to Ling Bai. However, it is as difficult as climbing the sky to instigate a rebellious smile. But Ling Bai might as well give it a try. In the next second, Ling Bai appeared in front of Yishao, so fast that even a well-informed expert like Yishao couldn't react immediately. I beheaded the enemy, no problem, after all, you all brought it to your door. While Ling Bai was speaking, a sense of gravity crushed his body like a mountain, and under Ling Bai's feet, the ice surface collapsed into a bottomless cylindrical pit. And Ling Bai, suspended above the round pit, is this kind of gravity useful to me? However, facing the gravity of a smile, Ling Bai is also fearless. At this time, Ling Bai directly swept his kick over, smiled and waved his knife to resist, but was also knocked away by the huge force brought by Ling Bai's kick. In an instant, the distance was hundreds of meters. In the next second, Ling Bai disappeared in place, but Ling Bai didn't want to attack Yishao.
Instead, he's going to deal with Sengoku, Akainu and them.
But at this moment, a young marine stood in front of Ling Bai. It was Garp's apprentice, Kirby. Garp's death, the most unacceptable people, Kirby is one of them.
He was furious to ultimate. Evil pirate, go to hell.
An ant may shake a tree, if it is beyond its control, it will lead to death.
This also reflects that he is really too weak, and the other marines were also trembling for it.
Just hiccup. Ling Bai was suspended in the air, looking down at Bai with cold eyes. Shave. With a low growl, Kebi used the 6th-style shave to ultimate and disappeared in place in an instant. Scarlet blood spurted out all of a sudden. Stop. The Crane Vice Admiral, who was feeling bad in the distance, struck quickly. Kirby. So weak that the moment Ling Bai pulled his head away, he didn't even have time to scream. Kebi wanted to attack Ling Bai, but was pinned down by Ling Bai, unable to move any further. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai directly pulled Kebi's head out of his body. Although Ling Bai used almost no strength, it's no wonder that Kebi's head was so easy to take off. His good friend Bellamybo was stunned, and he was terrified. Boom. This look made Kebi tremble. Of course, he was also extremely angry. Chapter 237 Smoker's head is gone, the embarrassed black snake. If we say that in the original book, the protagonist of the pirate camp is Luffy, and Kebi is undoubtedly the protagonist of the marine camp. After all, Kebi's upgrade speed is also like cheating. In the original book, he was actually able to participate in the capture of Shichibukai Boa Hancock later on. As for whether he led the team, it is hard to say. I have to say that Kebi is definitely one of the marines that makes Ling Bai most unhappy. Originally, Ling Bai couldn't think of this small character, but now he appeared in front of Ling Bai, so Ling Bai, you are welcome. At this time, Ling Bai took off his head, the blood from the neck gushed out, and the headless corpse was precariously tottering, stumbling for several steps before finally falling down. The blood quickly stained the ice surface red, and Kebi's headless corpse was still shaking. As for Kebi's head in Ling Bai's hands, his eyes were wide open, full of disbelief and pain. The head was taken off, Kebi didn't die immediately, and the operation of the head didn't stop immediately. After all, in this world, the average person is weak, and the more powerful a person is, the harder it is to die. This is not the world of Ling Bai's previous life. However, it didn't take long for Kebi's consciousness to completely stop. As for the last thought in his mind, it was naturally to regret being close to Ling Bai. 4 emperors Ling Bai, won't even a small marine be spared? Crane, angrily, roared, and the anger reached ultimate. Kebi, just died like this. His head was brutally decapitated. Ling Bai smiled and threw Kebi's head to the crane, and the crane was only about 20 meters away from Ling Bai. If you think it's a pity, just collect it. Ling Bai's smile is very pure, but in the eyes of many people, it is scarier than the devil's smile. At this time, another roar came, accompanied by a puff of white smoke. It was Smoker who had been promoted to Marine Rear Admiral. Holding a seastone weapon in his hand, with boundless anger on his face, he rushed straight at a very fast speed. Boom! However, Ling Bai didn't even look at him. A skate with armament hockey pierced Smoker's heart. Smoker's eyes, which were originally full of anger, widened in an instant, and his whole body was stopped by a force. In Ling Bai's left hand, he was holding the ice blade, without even looking at him. Just like that, his heart was pierced. Endless pain struck in an instant, and life quickly passed away. Smoker Rear Admiral, advertisement, Smoker. Damn it. Numerous marines roared, and at this moment, Crane's heart tightened, and he rushed straight over, and when he was 2 meters away from Ling Bai, he directly released the ability to wash the fruit. Then, at this moment, an ice barrier rose from the ground and appeared in front of Ling Bai, resisting the Crane's ability. At the same time, Ling Bai pulled out the skate from Smoker's mouth and swiped casually. Smoker's head was thrown up on the spot, completely separated from his body. Don't you understand? A mere ants, want to offend me too? Ling Bai snorted coldly, and landed on the ice barrier in front of him with 1 foot, and Ling Bai also rushed forward. Finally, Ling Bai's right leg broke through the barrier and landed on the crane's belly. With a fierce kick, the crane was completely kicked away. Ling Bai doesn't necessarily want to kill this old woman, she is Momosagi's sister after all. Momosagi is his favorite woman. If Crane dies, what will happen to Dao Fang? In Ling Bai's heart, there is also some compassion. Of course, this is only for Momosagi. Momosagi, without a doubt, is the perfect wife in Ling Bai's eyes. As for other women, for Ling Bai, they can be said to be just for fun. But Momosagi is different. As for Momosagi, she has said intentionally or unintentionally many times that she hopes Ling Bai will not kill her sister, even if it is not her own. Because, Momoshagi was originally a war orphan. When he was homeless and wandering around at the age of 5, he was adopted by the crane. It is the same existence as Momoshagi's reborn parents.
Therefore, Momoshagi hoped that Ling Bai would not kill the crane.
Of course, Ling Bai can let the crane go, but the premise is that after the war, Momoshagi can find time to persuade the crane. If the crane does not listen to the persuasion and continues to fight against Ling Bai will not mind, and kill the woman he. The crane who witnessed Smoker's death felt pain in his heart. In the eyes of the crane, Smoker, and Marines such as Kabi and Hina, are the future of Marine. Up to now, both Kabi and Smoker have been brutally killed. The pain in his heart has long been more than physical pain. Crane couldn't help crying. The first time I hated myself for not being strong enough, just like when Aokiji was killed by Ling Bai, she was so powerless. If she could be stronger at another level, how great would it be? The crane was also kicked by Ling Bai and flew more than 100 meters. Smoker's head, as well as the headless corpse, eventually lay on the ice, and the blood quickly stained the ice red.
Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai rushed into the marine again.
The Marines, despite being angry, trembled more. They are not Marine executives, how can they face the existence of Hong Kong U? 4 Emperors Ling Bai has killed 3 big figures in a row today. 4 Emperors Redhead, Marine hero Garp, asking for flowers. Advertisement former Marine Admiral Zephyr, countless people are already trembling for it. It wasn't just Marine who was terrified and shocked, even the members of the 3 Emperors Alliance were shocked but their scalps were tingling, and they couldn't help thinking in their hearts, fortunately they were not the enemies of 4 Emperors Ling Bai, otherwise they would understand what despair is when the time comes. Smoker's death shocked many Marines. This includes Smoker's adjutant Tashigi and his classmate Hina. The 2 women were extremely angry, but of the 2 of them, who would dare to approach Ling Bai? Ling Bai's ferocity is more ferocious than demons. At this time, the Red Earl was rubbing the substitute Admiral Black Snake on the ground. The most powerful man in the old era, the Red Earl who had recovered his peak strength was much stronger than the Black Snake. Therefore, the Black Snake could only be rubbed against the ground by the Red Earl. However, Black Snake's ability is so weird that even the Red Earl has to be cautious.
0. The ability of the Black Snake can extract the vitality of others, such as making others aging instantly.
But now, after fighting for so long, Black Snake is also irritable, and his clothes are quite torn. Although the fight on Ling Bai's side was quite fierce, Naval Headquarters has already compromised 2 top fighters. But Black Snake only wants to solve the Red Earl now. Therefore, he didn't bother to pay attention to other people's battle situation at all. He is an enemy who is determined to die, so he must kill the enemy, no matter what price he uses, any black or white means, whether it is yin or yang, anyway, as long as he can kill the opponent. However, just when he wanted to continue to shoot, the back of his head was held down by Ling Bai, and immediately after, Black Snake was firmly pressed to the ground facing the ground. Boom! The ice surface exploded directly, and Ling Bai also stepped on the Black Snake's back with his right foot.
Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai grabbed the Black Snake's long hair, pulled up the opponent's head, smashed it down hard, pulled it up again, and smashed it down again. Like this, after 10 cycles, the ice layer was smashed by Ling Bai's strange force. Although Black Snake's head was not smashed, it still looked in a state of distress.
And the Black Snake was already roaring angrily. Ling Bai, this is the old man's opponent. The Red Earl frowned a little. Of course, the Red Earl was already injured. He didn't have Ling Bai's crushing power against such a top combat force. Basically, it could be said that the battle was at the same level. After a while, deal with Kong, I won't interfere with you, this guy, I'm going to get rid of it. Ling Bai also ignored the Red Earl. The ability of the Black Snake is relatively tricky. Ling Bai always advocates for this kind of tricky ability, and gives priority to solving 6. Chapter 238 The blood-tortured Black Snake finally separated its corpse. Just before the Black Snake's ability, just like the release of Conqueror's Haki, an invisible force knocked down a large number of people. But Conqueror's Haki stuns a group of people, and the ability of the Black Snake, the withered fruit. The man who claims to be able to wither everything has drained the vitality of a large group of people before. Ling Bai was in the distance, so he naturally saw this scene. This kind of strange ability, Ling Bai's proposition is that it should be solved first. And Ling Bai also learned about this ability from Momoshagi, it's really weird. In addition, what Ling Bai didn't know was that the Black Snake's withered fruit ability had been awakened, so it was extremely terrifying. Just like in the original book, Bullet uses his awakened ability to fuse all the buildings on the entire island to become more powerful, and the Black Snake can also drain the lives of most people here, and then temporarily obtain a more powerful force zone. Of course, the battle between the Black Snake and the Red Earl has not reached this stage yet, and if the lives of most people are taken away, many Marines will also be involved. Naturally, I don't care so much about my thoughts. After all, his justice is a dark justice that is 220, more extreme than Akainu's absolute justice.
The Red Earl thought for a while, and said, his ability is really weird. If it weren't for the old man's ability, which happened to be somewhat restrained, he would probably be able to extract the old man's vitality.
Just kill him. Ling Bai smiled cruelly, and in full view of everyone, grabbed the Black Snake's hair, and continued to smash the Black Snake's head on the ice again and again, and the sound of the smashing was heard far away. Of course, this scene also made countless people's scalps tingle. An alternate Marine Admiral was brutally abused by Ling Bai in this way. How embarrassing and humiliating the Black Snake was. After all, in the perception of countless people, even if the alternate admiral's strength is not as good as the incumbent admiral's, they still have the strength infinitely close to marine admirals. However, the Black Snake now. Lousy is going to kill you. Black Snake roared angrily, wanting to release his ability, the strongest move to extract life, a big move that even the strong would not feel comfortable with. However, he was shocked to find that he was unable to activate his own ability. It is clear that my ability is still there. What the hell did you do to me? Black Snake was a little terrified. Even if he was angry, he almost lost his mind. However, Black Snake also noticed that his ability could no longer be activated. And Ling Bai just put his left hand on the back of the Black Snake. This is the ability of the Fantasy Killer, just like the dark water of dark fruit. Of course, it is also the first time that Ling Bai uses Fantasy Killer in this form. Directly suppressing the opponent's ability. When the Black Snake just released the ability, the Fantasy Killer's ability was used, and the Black Snake's ability was suppressed wolfishly into the body.
This caused the Black Snake's ability to obviously not be lost, but it just couldn't be released.
And Ling Bai's right hand grabbed the Black Snake's hair over and over again, smashing its head on the ice. And Black Snake's ability was sealed. At the same time, Black Snake's pure physical strength was far less powerful than Ling Bai's physical strength. Now, he could only be crushed by Ling Bai. Crush over and over again. At this scene, the Red Earl couldn't help but feel Ling Bai's cruelty, let alone other people, whose scalps were already numb. After all, every strong man has his own pride, but Ling Bai trampled on the pride and dignity of a candidate admiral.
In full view. Who can stand this? Alternate Admiral Black Snake, how bad is his heart now?
Advertisement. This is unimaginable. However, both pirates and marines were frightened. The ice under the Black Snake was smashed to pieces like a spiderweb by Ling Bai hitting his head. You be asterisk 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 D. Fight Lousy one-on-one if you can. Black Snake roared. He understands that Ling Ri is undoubtedly the one who can't use his abilities now. Although afraid of Ling Bai's ability and his strength. However, today, I lost all face. It's no wonder that Black Snake can still calm down. Puff. At this moment, Ling Bai's left hand directly turned into a sharp ice pick, and Ling Bai covered it with armament hockey. The ice pick was ruthlessly inserted from the Black Snake's back by Ling Bai, and pierced through the body. Moreover, Ling Bai deliberately avoided the Black Snake's vital points, so this ice pick can make the Black Snake feel infinite pain, but he just won't die. Of course, even if a person at the level of the Black Snake gets hit, he won't die immediately. What? The Black Snake screamed heart-piercingly, and everyone who heard it was terrified. And struggled harder, but Ling Bai landed on Black Snake's head directly. Boom. Immediately, the fragmented ice layer collapsed into a big pit, which was smashed out by the Black Snake's head. I haven't tried to abuse the enemy yet, let me get used to it. Ling Bai smiled cruelly. To abuse the enemy like this, it is a warm-up for Ling Bai. Not surprisingly, he will use this method to abuse him in the future when dealing with 5 elders and even I am. ****. Lousy is going to kill you, the Black Snake roared, but at this moment, Ling Bai pierced the Black Snake's body with another ice pick. Red Earl, help me block it, after all, other marines may interfere with me. At this time, some marine high-level executives have started to take action. It is impossible for them to watch a substitute admiral be abused or even tortured to death. And Ling Bai naturally realized that they were about to act. At the level of Ling Bai, observation hockey is released passively, that is to say, Ling Bai is clear about all the troubles in the surrounding area of at least 500 meters. So this is why when he killed Garp before, the smile attacking from behind was blocked by Ling Bai's ice wall many times. Because, Yi Xiao entered Ling Bai's observation hockey field. It is good. The Red Earl glanced around. Among those who acted was Crane Vice Admiral, and the Red Earl was naturally familiar with this woman. The other marine masters were also restrained by the masters of the Three Emperors Alliance, and they couldn't get away at all. Along with the Crane, there is also the alternate Admiral Chapo. However, for the Red Earl, he is not afraid of them. At this time, with the Red Earl guarding the gate, Ling Bai's actions became even more unscrupulous. Advertisement. He just, without any scruples, pierced the Black Snake's body with ice picks one by one, but it just didn't penetrate the vitals. In the end, the Black Snake's limbs were pierced with ice picks. The Black Snake roared miserably. He really has nothing to do with Ling Bai's attack. His ability was constantly suppressed by Ling Bai, but his physical strength was not as strong as Ling Bai's. Moreover, as Ling Bai pierced his body with ice picks again and again, the Black Snake's resistance power also changed accordingly, small. Now, what is even more desperate is that no one can come to save him. Besides the mighty battle strength, who dares to approach the 4 emperors Ling Bai and the Red Earl? As for the powerful combat power, which one is not restrained? How hopeless is this? Countless marines who are still alive are afraid of ultimate, and the so-called determination and confidence that justice will prevail have been deeply hit. At this moment, Black Snake's blood had already stained the ice beneath him red, and his screams were constantly weakening. The injuries on his body continued to worsen, which was much more terrifying than the consumption of pure fighting. Next, it's over. Ling Bai's eyes were cold. At this moment, he grabbed the Black Snake's head, not by the hair this time. Let me go. Please let me go. The voice of the Black Snake became weaker, and after being tortured by Ling Bai for more than half an hour, the Black Snake had to submit to Ling Bai. Of course, this kind of submission is a hypocritical submission like Blackbeard's. He just wants to live temporarily, wait for the opportunity, and then carry out painful revenge on Ling Bai. It is impossible to make the Black Snake truly surrender. Therefore, now Black Snake is trying to compromise my Bai. He understood that Ling Bai was about to make a move. This is not to continue to abuse him, but to give him the final blow of 1.9. Like killing Garp and Zephyr, Black Snake absolutely does not want to die. Don't even want to die, he is indeed afraid of death, and now he is only in his 40s. It can be said that he still has a long life, at least 40 years of life. He must not die. On the other hand, the Red Earl also fought fiercely with the T-Dolphins and Cranes who came to try to rescue the Black Snake. Ling Bai, there is no wave in his heart. You are not dead, how can I take your forehead? Ling Bai's tone was cold. At the moment the Black Snake's face changed, Ling Bai directly pulled the Black Snake's head from his body. Blood spurted out in an instant, splashing 6 meters away on the spot. And Black Snake's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief and fear. In an instant, Marine lost her voice. Chapter 239 Fierce Battle, Mind-Wandering Sengoku and Akainu. Trampling on the Black Snake, Ling Bai stood up at this moment. Countless people looked at Ling Bai and were shocked. The headless body of the Black Snake under his feet, the neck, was still spurting blood, and in front of him was a large pool of bloodline spurting out. And this, the headless corpse is still twitching. As for Ling Bai's right hand, it is holding the Black Snake's head, the back of the head. Black Snake, with a face full of disbelief and fear. Perhaps, he never thought that his head would be pulled out by Ling Bai. As for Ling Bai, his heart was calm. The Crane and the T-Dolphin felt a chill in the end, they couldn't stop Ling Bai's attack after all. Now, their Dolphin headquarters has once again lost a member, Admiral. Hateful. With a low growl, Akainu burst out terrifying lava from all over his body, releasing huge hot steam. At this moment, with the death of the Black Snake, Akainu's attention was temporarily turned to Ling Bai. Akainu, furious to the point ultimate, Ling Bai, kills one of their naval headquarters executives again. On the side of the alliance of 3 emperors, even the bottom-level forces were killed, and the middle-level forces were injured. Their marines could not damage the high-level forces for the time being. What's more, what's frightening is that Ling Bai has been fighting for so long, killing naval headquarters top 3 players, plus the red hair he killed before. One can imagine how big his output should be. However, the current him only has torn clothes, no injuries, not even signs of panting. How powerful is he? Undoubtedly, he has grown a lot since the Summit War period. It's beyond imagination now. In just a few months, it has grown to an unimaginable level. Akainu, in addition to anger, there is also deep fear and anxiety in my heart. However, at this moment, for Akainu, his attention is now on Ling Bai, and in this battle between him and the ant, he is undoubtedly distracted. Advertisement at this moment, the ant directly slashed down with a knife and slashed fiercely. Tear. Danger. At the moment when Akainu felt the danger, he hurriedly tried to dodge, but this kind of dodge could not completely dodge in the end. Because, it is too slow. The top of Big Mom's giant sword Napoleon still touched Akainu's mouth, so Akainu's mouth was directly torn open. To deal with Logia-capable users who can elementalize, Mom will not forget to cover armament hockey with Napoleon, her eye sword. So, Akainu's mouth was cleaved, blood gushed out on the spot. As for Akainu, he could only retreat in pain. This is not the first time Akainu has been injured in the battle between Akainu and Big Mom. He was punched by Big Mom many times, and his arm was cut by a giant sword. But undoubtedly, this time is the most serious. Akainu's mouth was torn, and his face changed in shock. Careless. Akainu looked at Big Mom apprehensively. Well, that little guy has killed 4 top fighters, it seems that I can't fall behind. Martial Marine, Akainu, leave your life to me, Charlotte Linlin. Auntie laughed ferociously and rushed straight, fierce fighting broke out again. Unlike Akainu who has been injured in many places, Auntie has not even the slightest injury on her body, but her clothes are torn, and there are ice residues and dust in the air. Big Mom's other nickname is Iron Balloon, she is considered to be the most defensive woman in the world. At the same time, as one of the emperors of the New World who ruled over the sea, she has fought against countless powerful enemies in her life. However, Big Mom's body is there are no wounds, not even minor wounds. So many people think that Big Mom is the representative of the strongest defense in the world, not Kaido of the Beasts. After all, Kaido of the Beasts was injured too. Akainu is undoubtedly at a disadvantage in fighting Big Mom now. Moreover, Akainu, as the Marine Marshal, watched Garp and the others die one after another, and his heart was disturbed. Advertisement and unstable state of mind is also extremely detrimental to Akainu's fighting state. On the contrary, the ant is more and more courageous, especially encouraged by Ling Ri's invincibility. The same is true for other people. The people in the Marine camp are constantly being hit, while the people in the 3 Emperors Alliance are constantly being encouraged. Of course, the battle between the 2 sides has now lasted for more than an hour. The number of deaths is also increasing. Originally, the combined number of both sides exceeded 150,000 people, but now, the ground is full of corpses, and the total number of people from both sides is only 50,000 people left, and the number of people lost has reached more than 100,000. Of course, the vast majority of those who died were low-level forces. Although they were all elite forces among Marines or pirates, in this level of war. Most people are just ants. The cruelty of war can also be imagined. On the other hand, similar to Akainu, Sengoku was also distracted by Ling Bai's victory again and the death of Black Snake. while Kaido seized the opportunity and directly sent Sengoku with Thunder 8 trigrams and 080 heat breath attack. I have to say that Kaido is not an upright person. After all, Kazuki Oden was also killed by him back then. Although Kaido felt guilty in the end, this does not hinder him. It is still a fact that he is old. Kaido too, hitting Sengoku on the head. This time, when Sengoku was distracted and found that Kaido's critical attack was coming, the opponent's mace, which was bigger than his own head, also hit him. Click. With a series of crisp sounds, part of Sengoku's teeth and face bones were blown off, and Sengoku's eyes were directly shattered. Eventually, Sengoku was blasted out too. Very good, looks like we can kill Sengoku.
Kaido rushed over again. Ling Bai has already killed several top fighters, which is undoubtedly a huge stimulus for Kaido, who is desperate for face.
Anyway, Kaido of the Beasts, wants to kill a top fighter from naval headquarters. For example, Sengoku. It has to be said that Sengoku is also an old acquaintance of Kaido.
Kaido has been captured by Marine many times, and Sengoku has a share.
So today, Kaido is counting with Sengoku for the overnight feud. Chapter 240 Take the Withered Fruit, Heavenly Yaksha makes a move. At this moment, the Red Earl, the Crane, and the T-Dolphin, who were fighting fiercely before, have now fallen into a truce. At this moment, the T-Dolphins looked at Ling Bai with shock on their faces. It has to be said that the scene of Ling Bai trampling on the headless corpse of the Black Snake and holding the head of the Black Snake was quite shocking even for people of the T-Dolphin level. This scene was indeed too terrifying. At this time, Ling Bai directly threw the Black Snake's head into the air, and then, the moment the head fell, Ling Bai directly kicked the head away.
This scene is also frightening. That head was kicked away like garbage.
Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, Ling Bai squatted down, covering the back of the Black Snake with his right palm. No one understood what Ling Bai was going to do, and Ling Bai, he wants to plunder the devil fruit of Black Snake.
The power of devouring was launched directly, and a burst of power full of decay was deprived from the Black Snake's body, and passed into Ling Bai's body from Ling Bai's right hand. At this moment, Ling Bai could clearly feel a force full of decay, corrosion, and death.
This kind of power is indeed a special paramecia, but it is not suitable for me, nor for my women. This force gave Ling Bai a feeling of touching a dead body, and it was still that kind of body that had been dead for a long time, smelly, wormy, and thick. That's what it feels like. Therefore, Ling Bai does not want this ability.
Moreover, since Ling Bai owns the system, Ling Bai believes that the system will bring Ling Bai many powerful abilities, which are more powerful than devil fruit, and this is without a doubt. Therefore, Ling Bai doesn't need any devil fruit either.
Unless, it is the ability that Ling Bai really wants. For example, the ability of space and time. But obviously, the Black Snake's withered fruit ability is not what Ling Bai wants, and Ling Bai also doesn't want to give this ability to his women. On the contrary, Ling Bai can take the wood fruit of the green cow and give this ability to his own woman. Important woman. What did he do? What's going on with that dark red aura? I don't understand, but it gives me a very weird and uneasy feeling. I don't understand, that monster is too scary, advertisement. Marines looked at Ling Bai in the distance with apprehension, and no one could have imagined that Ling Bai was robbing the Black Snake's ability. Call out. At this moment, Ling Bai stood up and looked at the T-Dolphin. In the next second, Ling Bai disappeared in place. Counters. Watch out. He suddenly shouted anxiously. She understood that Ling Bai was going to attack the T-Dolphin. Before the T-Dolphin could react, Ling Bai's fist landed on the T-Dolphin's face, and Ling Bai hit the T-Dolphin's face with one punch. Then, there was a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of the T-Dolphin's face cracking. In the next second, the T-Dolphin was sent flying uncontrollably, hundreds of meters away. Along the way, a group of Marines were also knocked into the air, including a giant Marine Vice Admiral. It is conceivable how fierce Ling Bai's punch was. Of course, thanks to the physical defense of the T-Dolphin, otherwise, with Ling Bai's fist, his entire head would be gone. Damn. Ling Bai, Crane Vice Admiral, has long since lost his usual composure. Today's Jing Ling Bai seems to have a red eye, and he is invincible all the way, and the people he kills are not ordinary people, they are the top fighters of naval headquarters. But today's Ling Bai is still in such an amazing state. Is the Crane's state of mind calm? If you want to deal with him, step on the old man first. The Red Earl stood in front of the Crane, and the Crane continued to attack helplessly and angrily. On the other side, Ling Bai had disappeared. As for whom he will pursue, one can imagine. Now, Garp, Zephyr, and Black Snake have all died in battle, and there is even less resistance to Ling Bai. The Marines are also deeply saddened by their deaths. Many people even think that this war was wrong from the very beginning. Can they beat a monster like Ling Bai? In this world, is there a monster more powerful than Ling Bai? Doflamingo, let's go. On the other side, Ling Yu had already appeared behind Doflamingo. At this time, Doflamingo had been paddling for a long time, and he was waiting for Ling Bai's order. Ling Bai's sudden appearance frightened the surrounding Marines, and the weak Marines retreated one after another. Hey, Doflamingo, what's going on here? At this time, Doflamingo turned his head, and a Shichibukai beside him was undoubtedly startled because of Ling Bai's appearance. Advertisement. I just feel that it is not easy to tell the relationship between Shichibukai, Doflamingo, and Four Emperors Ling Bai. It's nothing, it's just that you are going to die. KKK. In the next second, the huge wire-covering armament hockey, like a fox's tail, appeared directly from the ground, and then pierced through the body of this Shichibukai. Doflamingo's shot, for this Shichibukai, was caught off guard. He was almost unprepared for Doflamingo. After all, he always believed that Doflamingo was on his side. But unexpectedly, Doflamingo shot at his teammates at this time. Shichibukai, who was named Kurosawa, was stunned, feeling the sharp pain in his stomach and the rapid loss of life force. He felt death for the first time. The stomach is pierced, almost cut in half. Tear. Immediately afterwards, more giant lines rose from the ground and flew in the air, tearing this Shichibukai apart. Wong, I don't know, how about this? After killing a Shichibukai, Doflamingo respectfully salutes Ling Bai. Get down on one knee, okay? And this scene shocked countless marines and even pirates. Hey, what's going on? Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo He is to 4 emperors Ling Bai. Obviously, Doflamingo is a traitor. He is under the 4 emperors Ling Bai. Many marines' scalps were numb, while the other Shichibukai were also frightened. Now, know that Shichibukai Doflamingo is no ordinary character. He is one of the most powerful forces in the marine camp. Go Joe. Ling Bai ignored the uproar around him and jumped into the air directly. After Doflamingo responded, he directly landed his palm on the ice, and immediately after, Doflamingo let out a low growl. White line of wasteland. In an instant, the large ice surface turned into a sea of white lines, and countless white lines formed oscillating white line waves, sweeping countless marines. Chapter 241 Hina and Tashigi are also arrested. Shichibukai perish. Open black lens bracket 2 in 1 close black lens bracket. Doflamingo, as a Devil Fruit awakened ability user, is enough to use Devil Fruit's ability to the surrounding environment. But now the ice surface with Doflamingo as the center, with a radius of about 150 meters, has turned into a sea of thin white lines. The white ocean was tumbling crazily, sweeping countless marines into it, and then shattering the affected marines, so only the strong can escape the danger. Countless marines screamed. Doflamingo, this strong man from the marine camp, no one thought that he was actually a traitor. He is under 4 emperors Ling Bai, of course, even the Ling Bai pirates, except for Baby 5, no one else knows. And the fact that Doflamingo is under the 4 emperors Ling Bai, how much deeper is this hidden? The marines were frightened and of course, became extremely angry. Damn it, Doflamingo, Akainu in the distance couldn't help being angry. As the marine marshal, he is undoubtedly fighting hard today. Now not only have they lost a lot of people, but there are also traitors. As a marshal, how could he not be angry? If he hadn't been able to withdraw from the battle with Big Mom now, Akainu would definitely rush over and destroy Doflamingo directly. With Akainu's strength, not to mention killing Doflamingo, it's not a problem to directly crush him to ashes. But now he has to deal with Big Mom, and as the battle continued, Akainu suffered more and more injuries. Akainu, seriously? Well. Big Mom laughed wildly, released flames and lightning, and bombarded Akainu. Akainu, who was in a hurry to defend, was forced to take several steps back because he couldn't gather all the strength in his fist for a while. The old man knows that those Wu-Hai can't believe it. Because they are pirates after all. After Kizaru knocked Burndi away with a flash of his leg, he looked over to Doflamingo. Shichibukai cannot be trusted, which is the consensus of many marines. Now it seems that it is a correct consensus. Doflamingo betrayed.
Wrong. It should be said that Doflamingo is not from the marine side. The whole world knows how many sinful businesses Doflamingo has run. However, the Shichibukai system is the umbrella of Doflamingo, and even naval headquarters cannot touch Doflamingo.
Because of the 7 warlords of the sea system, 797 is the top level of the world government, are directly created by the celestial dragons. At this time, Shichibukai present, minus Doflamingo and the one he killed just now, there are 4 people left including Hawkeye. Among the 3 newcomers, when Ling Bai walked towards them, all 3 of them couldn't help trembling. Although Shichibukai claims to be a very powerful pirate, it is only powerful for ordinary people. When they face Ling Bai, they will know what it means to be weak. It can even be said that it is like an ant. However, Ling Bai was only hit by 1 person, and it was not a fatal injury. After all, a role at this level does not require Ling Bai to do it himself, it only needs someone like Lock Dull to completely solve it. As for even if Lao Sha can't do it alone, there are 2 people. Now, apart from Hawkeye, there are only 3 Shichibukai forces that are hostile to Ling Bai and the others. 2 men and 1 woman. The female Shichibukai is not a big beauty, of course not even a beauty. Strength, Aiz Moria uses mid-range. Klockedar and the others, facing the 3 of Shichibukai, can be said to be crushed. Soon, the remaining 3 Shichibukai were killed by Lao Sha, Cavendish, Jack the Drow, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Owen. Moreover, it was still the kind that was dismembered. Today's battle is not a competition, and there is no fairness or rules. Yes, there are only cruel and bloody, strong and stronger, weak and weak can only be crushed and killed, this is beyond doubt. Who told them to answer the call of the world government? In the end, those Shichibukai could only beg for mercy, but none of Lao Sha and the others sympathized. Which one of the people who have reached their level does not have the blood of other enemies on their hands? Ling Bai swept the battlefield. Let countless people be terrified. And because of Ling Bai's invincibility, the people of the 3 Emperors Alliance are also extremely excited, so their fighting power is even more ferocious. In this kind of war, the leaders take the lead, which can play a huge role in encouraging and greatly affect the fighting appearance of subordinates. On the contrary, if the generals keep losing, it will also be a huge blow to the morale of the subordinates. Just like Marines. But now, the people of Naval Headquarters are also in a dilemma. There are many BDEH Marines, they have all retreated, not to mention running away, kneeling down and begging for mercy and surrendering, they all want to. Moreover, even if they escape, they can't escape, because Ling Bai has frozen the range of vision they can see, and this includes the ships of their naval headquarters. My lord, we've got these two women. At this time, Yamato and Baby 5 caught Hina and Toshigi, and both girls were quite excited. They made the 3 women on Marine's side, that is, including the former Ain, there are 3 of them. Advertisement in other words, Hina, Toshigi, and Ain from Marine were all arrested. At this moment, Hina and Toshigi were ashamed and angry. They understand that if they are really caught, they will undoubtedly become slaves of the 4 emperors Ling Bai when they arrive at the so-called paradise. Paradise? But hell, you know, the fate of prisoners of war is absolutely miserable? Catch it back, don't ask me. Ling Bai just passed them, and Ling Bai's goal was to rush to Shiryu of the Rain. Yes, Your Excellency. Yamato and Baby 5 nodded quickly, the powerful Ling Bai was enough for them to admire. The 2 of them belonged to Ling Bai's battlemaids, and of course, they were also Ling Bai's women, after all, they were all flowers picked by Ling Bai. In addition, originally, as a Marine Rear Admiral, Hina's strength would naturally not be weak, including Ain before, who was also extremely powerful. However, Ling Bai's woman is even more powerful, because they only need to conduct various battles with Ling Bai to improve their own strength. In the future, they may even be as strong as Big Mom, and possibly even stronger than Big Mom. Moreover, the arrival of this day will not be too far away. So, how can Hina and the others deal with Yamato and the others? Moreover, at this moment, there is no powerful Marine force capable of rescuing Hina and the others, even if the Marines watched Hina and the others be captured with their own eyes. He was even more anxious. As a woman, how could she not know what Hina and the others might be arrested for? You must know that in the past, many Marine women were captured by pirates, and the fate after that can be imagined. The male Marines were all killed, but the beautiful ones were caught. Anyone with a normal mind would understand what the people on Ling Bai's side were going to do. Legend has it that Ling Bai is a womanizer who is keen to search for beautiful women from all over the world and make them his slaves. Among them, Ling Bai's mansion is extremely spacious, covering thousands of acres of land. It is said that Ling Bai kept countless beauties in captivity in that place. Of course, these are all slanderous rumors about Ling Bai. In fact, there are less than 10 women. And once Hina and the others are captured, one can imagine what will happen to them. But now, who can save them? In naval headquarters, there is still Momosagi, a beautiful woman, but the Marines understand that this beautiful woman may also be targeted by Ling Bai. Momosagi's beauty is even more beautiful than Hina and the others, and her temperament is also amazing. Especially unknown, Momosagi is deeply favored by Ling Bai, and Momosagi is even more beautiful than before he surrendered to Ling Bai. Of course, Marine doesn't know all this, Momosagi is still the super goddess in their eyes. So, as Marine, people can't help but worry about Momosagi. But luckily, Momosagi is strong. However, if Ling Bai makes the move himself, what about Momosagi? Marine was angry, but also terrified. But compared to them, Hina and the others are ashamed. After being ashamed and angry, they also understand that they may, really, be doomed. At the same time, they can't help but worry about Momosagi too. However, it is impossible for them to know that Momosagi is actually Ling Bai's woman. And Momosagi in the distance, seeing the scene where Hina and the others were arrested, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even so, though, Momosagi can't say much. Whatever Ling Bai wants to do, she naturally supports it. Brothers, together, we will be able to kill him. Come on. At this time, hundreds of Marines, led by a Marine Rear Admiral, resisted in front of Ling Bai. However, they were obviously terrified. Facing Ling Bai, how could they not be afraid? Ling Bai released a conqueror's haki, and the surrounding weak Marines all fell to the ground. Even that Marine Rear Admiral was lying on the ground, unable to bear the power of Ling Bai's conqueror's haki. Weak people, if you don't want to die, just hide away. Ling Bai shook his head and left behind a sentence. As far as he's concerned, it's enough to kill naval headquarters mid-level and upper level. As for the ordinary Marine, keep it. After all, after Ling Bai overthrew the rule of celestial dragons, he planned to take over the original Marine system directly and make the entire Marine system his subordinate organization. At that time, Ling Bai needs to establish a new order. Even, Ling Bai intends to end the entire era of great pirates. This world is his after all, he does not allow any opposition. At that time, adventurers are allowed in this world, but pirates are absolutely not allowed. Although Ling Bai is a pirate, it is undeniable that pirates ignore all orders. If Ling Bai establishes a new ruling order, those pirates will inevitably ignore Ling Bai's order. After all, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away, and many people inevitably have this mentality. As for Ling Bai, he has transformed himself into the king of the world. For all the blueprints, Ling Bai already had preliminary ideas. Advertisement on the other side, Shiryu of the Rain is fighting with Hawkeye. Both are masters of swordsmanship, but at the end of the day, Hawkeye is stronger than Shiryu. So at this moment, in this battlefield, Shiryu's body is also heavily injured on the shattered ice surface. However, even so, Shiryu is fighting as hard as he can. He is a fighter. and the strong ones who can continue to grow are undoubtedly constantly surpassing their own limits to fight. Even if you face an opponent several times bigger than yourself, even if you lose, you must fight to the end. Shiryu is that kind of person. At this moment, Shiryu is covered in blood. Hawkeye, who had always been calm, became more and more irritable. Redhead died tragically. Hawkeye just wanted to avenge Redhead and kill Ling Bai. But Shiryu stood up again and again, resisting in front of him again and again. How can Hawkeye not be upset? Hateful. Shiryu of the Rain, you are an admirable opponent, even if your kendo is brutal. But you deserve my admiration. However, you follow Ling Bai's kind of people. So, die. Hawkeye rushed towards Shiryu with a knife, ready to give Shiryu the final blow. He could see that Shiryu was almost done. They have been fighting for almost 2 hours, and if it drags on, his Hawkeye will also suffer greater losses. He needs to face Ling Bai in a better state, although he is very likely to lose to Ling Bai. But if he didn't take action against Ling Bai, even if he died, Hawkeye would not be at ease. He couldn't face his only friend, the Redhead. Boom. A green violent slash directly toward the ice surface, pierced through this space, and rushed towards Shiryu. What a powerful blow. I don't know if I can resist. Shiryu looked serious. And just when Shiryu was about to block this blow, when the green slash was still 10 meters away from Shiryu. At this moment, Ling Bai suddenly appeared, Captain. Shiryu was shocked. Unexpectedly, Ling Bai appeared at this moment. This was, so to speak, a bit of a surprise for Shiryu. Ling Bai, it seems, is here to save the day. Shiryu, inevitably a little ashamed. Hawkeye naturally also saw Ling Bai, and couldn't help feeling angry in his heart. The slashing power released by Hidoe is even greater. On the other side, Ling Bai stepped forward and his right foot sank into the ice. The right palm pushed straight forward, just like in the original book. Diamond Chaos forcibly resisted a slash from Hawkeye. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye's slash was abruptly blocked by Ling Bai. In an instant, the ice layer collapsed, and huge shockwaves vibrated in all directions, like a tsunami. At this moment, a crimson magic circle suddenly appeared on Ling Bai's body, and the magic circle containing huge energy fluctuations spun rapidly. Boom! Suddenly, that huge energy turned into explosion magic, released suddenly, and collided with Hawkeye's terrifying slash. Two huge forces collided directly. The power of the ground fluctuated like a flood, rushing in all directions, and the already fragmented ice layer around it was further shattered. People on the periphery couldn't help but panic. They witnessed Ling Bai withstood Hawkeye's slash. Then, Ling Bai released that mysterious force again. Hawkeye's power is naturally beyond doubt, but Ling Bai more powerful. Now Ling Bai has even experienced top-level battles, killing people of Garp's level. However, Ling Bai's condition is still very good. At least on the surface, Ling Bai doesn't appear to be in any bad shape. Therefore, according to past experience, people seem to have seen the scene where Hawkeye was killed. Chapter 242. Hawkeye's death. The green slash tore apart the ice layer, and the energy impact of the explosion magic on the other side also disintegrated the ice layer. Immediately afterwards, the two forces collided, releasing even more violent shockwaves, and the ice surface with a radius of hundreds of meters, and the ice layer down to tens of meters, also shattered on the spot. Waves of wind and waves spread in all directions like a tsunami, making it impossible for people to get close. The green slash was colliding with the crimson explosion magic, and the situation was that Hawkeye's slash was crushed back by Ling Bai's explosion magic. Although the crushing speed was not fast, it made people understand that Hawkeye's slash was no match for Ling Bai's unknown power. Moreover, Ling Bai, an unknown force, has always had the upper hand. Moreover, this stalemate did not last long. About 40 seconds later, Ling Bai's explosion magic was directly disintegrated, and Ling Bai's explosion magic finally collided with Hawkeye, and knocked Hawkeye away. Eyes flew relentlessly. The gap with him is too big. Hawkeye, who flew upside down, couldn't help feeling sad in his heart. Hawkeye could clearly feel the power of Ling Bai. That kind of power definitely surpasses him. Puff. At this time, Hawkeye's stomach, and even internal organs were as uncomfortable as a river, and suddenly his mouth was stuffy, and a hot current surged up. Immediately, Hawkeye vomited blood, and he spit out a mouthful of blood stasis. Afterwards, Hawkeye fell heavily hundreds of meters away. But it was also at the moment when Hawkeye fell to the ground. Ling Bai fell from the sky and landed on the opposite side of Hawkeye, more than 10 meters away from Hawkeye. Originally, with Ling Bai's current strength and Hawkeye's current state, it is not difficult for Ling Bai to kill him. However, for Ling Bai, Hawkeye is also a man worthy of his admiration. Therefore, Ling Bai will not let Hawkeye die tragically in an almost tragic way like killing Garp and them. Ling Bai still intends to let Hawkeye die in a decent way. And Hawkeye had to die. After all, he is Ling Bai's enemy. Although Ling Bai is quite sorry about this. Of course, although Ling Bai also thought about making Hawkeye his subordinate, it was obviously impossible. Moreover, Ling Bai wants to get Hidoe, the Supreme Sword, which is Ling Bai's goal. Hawkeye is immortal, and it is impossible for Ling Bai to get this knife. For Ling Bai, this kind of broadsword level knife is easy to handle. In contrast, although Yan Mo and Tian Yu Zan are also very good, Ling Bai is more enthusiastic about Haidao Yi. At this time, Hawkeye stood up, but because of Ling Bai's blow just now, he was already seriously injured, and Hawkeye also had multiple lacerations on his body. As a swordsman, let me also use the way of the sword. At this time, a skate appeared in Ling Bai's hand, and immediately above the skate, emission armament hockey was covered. Advertisement: this kind of hockey can make this skate extremely hard. Afterwards, the ice blade on Ling Bai's right hand also released a dark red airflow, extremely turbulent. Although it is just a knife condensed from ice, there is nothing wrong with this knife even if it is not inferior to the big fast knife. Redhead, it seems I can't avenge you. Hawkeye couldn't help but feel sad. His current condition is not good, and the opposite Ling Bai, his condition is not bad either. And in itself, Ling Bai's power is stronger than him. This couldn't help but make Hawkeye's heart tighten. He understands that if there is no accident, he will not have any chance of winning. It's a pity. If you were not my enemy, I would still spare your life, but it's a pity. Ling Bai shook his head, pointing at Hawkeye with the skate in his hand. Hawkeye Mahawk, let's go. The moment Ling Bai finished speaking, Hawkeye stepped out and disappeared in place. Exactly, straight to Ling Bai. At this moment, he clenched the Black Knife Knight with both hands, and above the Black Knife Knight, there was a green airflow. It's not a powerful slash, but it's no worse than any Hawkeye's slash. In Hawkeye's heart, he silently recited the name of this big move. When he was more than 1 meter away from Ling Bai, Hawkeye swung his sword directly, almost forming a crescent-shaped slash that seemed to cut through the void, and on this crescent-shaped slash, there was also a surging green. The green airflow, the space, also turned into turquoise at this moment. The astonishing power caused Ling Bai's clothes and hair to flutter, causing the ice under Ling Bai's feet to shatter instantly. Of course, Ling Bai could also clearly feel the strength of this force. Although it was not the large-scale slash just now, compared to the strength of the two, it was obvious that Hawkeye's current strike was stronger. This may be the strongest blow of this great swordsman. Perhaps, even Kaido will not feel well in the face of this blow. Fists may not be able to break through Kaido's defense, but slashing is different. What a powerful blow! And Shiryu of the Rain, who was catching up, was also surprised by Hawkeye's slash. As a swordsman, he can naturally understand the power of Hawkeye's slash, and the sword energy contained in it is also unfathomable. Any blow against him is more powerful. The battle between Ling Bai and Hawkeye naturally attracted a lot of attention. 1. The #1 swordsman in the world. Of course, can Hawkeye still carry this title? It is rumored that Ling Bai's swordsmanship has already surpassed Hawkeye, so Ling Bai is the new world's #1 swordsman. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, but it's hard to say whose sword is stronger, although many people subconsciously think that Ling Bai is stronger. But now, even when Ling Bai is fighting against Hawkeye, he uses swordsmanship. Will the winner be Hawkeye? Countless people, full of curiosity and shock. And Ling Bai didn't intend to dodge Hawkeye's slash at this moment, he went directly to meet it under the action. The ice blade landed on the opponent's crescent-shaped slash. Countless thunderlights also tore out in an instant. Hawkeye's slash was abruptly stopped in midair, and under Ling Bai's ice blade, he could no longer advance an inch, and could only tremble like howling. One knife ghost, the way of Ashura. At this time, Ling Bai also said silently in his heart, this is a move with a name, and it is naturally not an ordinary move. On the pitch black ice blade, on the blade, there is a raging and violent dark force, and there is also the roar of Shiryu's evil spirit, and this sound can only be heard by Hawkeye, Ling Bai, and Shiryu of the Rain. Both Hawkeye and Shiryu were surprised. No wounds. The recognized #1 swordsman in the world, his life is over. However, Hawkeye's eyes widened, and when he was pierced through by the tornado just now, Hawkeye's body was trembling violently, his face struggling in pain. With endless guilt and helplessness, Hawkeye finally came to the end. 3. However, Shiryu was more shocked, while Hawkeye sighed inwardly. Immediately afterwards, the tornado slash landed on Hawkeye's body, and it has penetrated Hawkeye's body so far. But at this moment, Hawkeye staggered 5 or 6 steps, took a deep look at Ling Bai, and finally fell powerlessly to the ground. Hawkeye's strongest slash was eventually disintegrated inch by inch. Shiryu of the Rain couldn't help being shocked, but also fell into doubt and thinking. And at the last moment of consciousness, in his heart, he was still thinking of his friend, the red-haired Shanks. This is Hawkeye's only friend and confidant in his life. It seems that something important has been taken away. At the moment when Hawkeye fell down, Hawkeye's life finally came to an abrupt end. The ice blade in Ling Bai's hand, the dark power surged out, forming a black slashing tornado and rushing towards Hawkeye. However, although this penetrated the body, on the surface, it didn't leave any wounds on Hawkeye's body. What happened? But Hawkeye, it's clear that the time is approaching. Moreover, above the slashing tornado, there are countless devils from hell showing their heads, screaming and struggling, rushing towards Hawkeye. Chapter 243. He will surely become the king of the world. On the surface, Ling Bai's slash did not leave any wounds on Hawkeye's body, but this is exactly the horror of Ling Bai's slash. The name of slashing, Yidao Mingui, the way of Ashura. This is not a physical attack at all. This slash directly drained Hawkeye's vitality, and even harvested Hawkeye's soul. Therefore, this slash does not directly harm Hawkeye's body, but damages something more illusory. It is more terrifying than an attack on the body. At this moment, Hawkeye fell to the ground, his life was coming to an end, and he had lost his voice. When Ling Bai's ice blade disappeared, Shiryu also came to Hawkeye's side. There weren't any new wounds, and yet, he died. Captain, what kind of attack is this? For Hawkeye's death, Shiryu is not surprised at all. After all, Ri is fully capable of killing Hawkeye. However, the frightening 137 is that the blow that Ling Bai swung just now was so terrifying. Shiryu even felt that the slash just now could tear Hawkeye's body into pieces, but led to Shiryu's surprise, there was no new wound on Hawkeye's body. However, Hawkeye died. Captain, could it be that your slash just now attacked his soul? Shiryu couldn't help turning around to look at Ling Bai with a questioning tone. Attacking the soul is undoubtedly a more powerful attack than attacking the body. This kind of attack is invisible but more deadly. However, attacking the soul is very mysterious. The soul is originally an illusory existence. After death, the soul does not appear. However, there are very few people with special abilities who can see the soul and even control the soul. For example, Ant, the most typical. Ling Bai, harvesting the soul and draining the vitality. Of course, you can also understand that I drained his life and soul. Shiryu suddenly realized, sure enough, you are indeed the captain, moreover, you have drained your lifespan. There was inevitably shock in the tone. Ling Bai seems to have become Shiryu's idol and the goal that he will pursue all his life in the way of swordsmanship. At this time, Ling Bai walked to Hawkeye's side. Unlike other people who were killed by Ling Bai, Hawkeye would not die in peace. Ling Bai picked up the Black Knife Knight, feeling the powerful power contained in it. Of course the weight is also higher than Yanmo and Tianqin. Advertisement moreover, the workmanship is also more Ling Bai likes. The Supreme Sword, Black Sword Knight, the jet black blade is more due to the fact that Hawkeye has used armament hockey for many years. All black knives in the world can be said to be related to armament hockey. Therefore, Hawkeye's knife has the prestigious title of Black Knife, its real name, one of the 12 craftsmen of the Supreme Sword, Yi. Shiryu sighed on the side, like a commentator, this knife is more suitable for me. Ling Bai looked at Hideoya, and then, Ling Bai first covered Hideoya's body with a layer of ice, and then bathed Hideoya in the Great Emperor electricity. Afterwards, there was a brand new Hideoya, and the dark red airflow surged over the Hideoya, releasing even greater power. Hideoya seems to be getting stronger, Shiryu shook. At this time, Ling Bai looked at Shiryu, by the way, I just have something important for you. What Ling Bai wants to give Shiryu is the Black Snake's Withered Fruit ability, which is undoubtedly very suitable for Shiryu. Withered Fruit is more suitable for people who kill like Shiryu. What? Shiryu couldn't help wondering. Ling Bai didn't speak, just walked over, grabbed Shiryu's left arm with his right hand, and immediately, a dark airflow spread from Ling Bai's right hand. At first, Shiryu was even more puzzled, but soon, Shiryu's expression changed, and he faced Ling Bai with a face full of horror. At this moment, he finally understood what Ling Bai was going to give him. An ability. Corrupt and powerful abilities. The ability of the alternate Admiral Black Snake, the special paramecia, the Withered Fruit, is said to be the ability to make everything wither. As for the specific use of the ability, you can explore it yourself. As for, I can plunder the ability of the ability user, and your ability will not have the side effect of fear of seawater and seastone. W. After transferring the ability, Ling Bai left a sentence and ignored Shiryu. Ling's son can plunder Devil Fruit's ability, and Ling Bai is not afraid of spreading his ability. As for their original place, only the corpse of Hawkeye and Shiryu who shocked Ultimate remained. It only takes one thought for Ling Bai to take back his ability, as long as Shiryu is unfaithful, let alone Ling Bai will take back the ability of Withered Fruit. Ling Bai will also take away Shiryu's life by the way. Of course, Shiryu is now extremely loyal, and it is impossible for Ling Bai to betray Shiryu without drawing his sword. After all, Ling Bai is too powerful. Advertisement. Captain. Shiryu was shocked in his heart, feeling the power that seemed to be surging out of his body. It's no wonder he was able to calm down. Special paramecia, the withered fruit that can make everything wither. 3 months ago, the guy named Black Snake passed by an island ruled by pirates. It is said that an hour later, the island became more terrifying than the battlefield. There was no life on the island, drains life, and so does everything else, from animals to plants to insects. This is the ability of the withered fruit, Captain. As expected of the captain, he can actually plunder the ability of Devil Fruit. As strong as him, it is indeed an existence that makes me chase after. My captain, he will become the king of the world. On the other hand, the fall of Hawkeye once again made countless people lose their voices. Countless Marines trembled again. Yi Xiao Dao and Ling Bai's Black Dao Yi confronted each other. A black shadow struck again, it was a smile. Ling Bai, before the new order comes, there will be unavoidable turmoil. Besides, you Marines are only protecting 1.5 civilians in the member countries. As for the civilians outside the member countries, have you heard that in my territory in the world, pirates dare not invade, and civilians do not have to bear huge protection fees? How many people have been crushed by the gold in the sky? You have never thought about it. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai swept across Yi Xiao's body, kicked him hard, and knocked him into the air again. 4 Emperors Ling Bai. Terrible. Because, pirates will no longer have the threat and deterrence of Marine, and the world will therefore fall into deeper darkness. How many other Marines can calm down? If there is no Marine in this world, then the complete collapse of order will not be far away. As powerful as Hawkeye, they were all beheaded by Ling Bai. At this time, an icicle suddenly rose from where Ling Bai was standing, and Ling Bai also went up along the icicle. As for this world, the weak prey on the strong, the winner is the king and the loser. Just smile, I approve of you, but you'd better not become a stone in my way. Heavenly gold is similar to taxation. However, heavenly gold is an astronomical figure, which cannot be afforded by ordinary countries. After the heavenly gold is sent to Mariajoy, only a very small part of it becomes the expense of the world government and major institutions. As for other absolutely most of them have become the squandered capital of celestial dragons. Unstoppable, invincible, suddenly with a smile, he was speechless. If Marine dies, have you ever thought about what the world will look like? 4 Emperors Ling Bai. Sooner or later, this world is in my pocket. As for you, you can't stop my pace. Smile and experience it. You. Chapter 244 The Green Bull in healing. Ling Bai didn't want to kill Fujitaro with a smile. Otherwise, a smile would not be good. If only one Marine in Naval Headquarters is the real Marine, then it must be a smile. A smile, for Ling Bai, is a talent. It would be a pity to kill it. Keeping it and not killing it may convince him in the future, that is naturally the best. Marine, who can make Ling Bai feel admiration, is one more. As for the others, even Garp, the Marine hero, is nothing more than that. Ling Bai didn't like it. With a smile, he was sent flying again. In front of countless people, the power of a smile is enough to make him called a monster, but in front of Ling Bai, his power is not enough. Ling Bai's strength was beyond imagination for anyone present. At this moment, Ling Bai chased after him again, so that Yishao would no longer interfere with him. The best way would be to seriously injure him. Ling Bai is holding the black knife knight, and I have to say that this knife is very convenient for Ling Bai. In Ling Bai's opinion, it is 13, and it is more exquisite than any famous knife in the original book he has seen. When you look at the workmanship, you don't know how many precious materials are used. The dark red airflow wrapped around the blade of Kurtoya, making it appear mysterious and powerful. With a clear sound, Yishao's passive defense, his knife collided with Heidaoya, and because of Ling Bai's greater strength, Yishao's hands shook. What kind of monster are you? The tone of his smile is full of fear. He understands that Ling Bai has already killed several top fighters, and the opponent's state is obviously still very good. I'm the same as you, but the difference is that I'm stronger than you. Killing a group of rear admirals, even normal vice admirals, is nothing to you, right? Indeed. Advertisement. He smiled and backed away. What Ling Bai meant, he understood that he was too strong. Killing Garp and them with his strength was like killing ordinary vice admirals, even rear admirals. This is the gap in strength, like a gap, making people desperate. After this battle is won, then, the next battle will be to attack Mariajoy. Of course, before this battle, I still have 2 important places to go. Smile, can you stop me? Ling Bai asked the other party back, with a relaxed smile on his face. At this time, Ling Bai had already torn off the clothes on his upper body, revealing his perfect upper body, the muscle lines, every part was perfect to the ultimate, and every inch of his muscles was full of explosive power. The most frightening thing is that there is no injury yet. When this world is really as you wish, is it the beginning of a deeper darkness in this world? With a smile, he was full of worries. The reason why he was blind was because he didn't want to see this world full of filth and sin, so he made himself blind. With a swing of the knife, a purple circle of light rose from the ground around Yishao, soaring into the sky. Immediately afterwards, above the sky, a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 100 meters fell from the sky, and it also fell down extremely fast with terrifying flames. On the other side, Bullet and the Green Bull are fighting fiercely. The 2 men who are both monsters have extremely terrifying fighting power, and the 2 are about the same age. Bullet was no longer at the weight of a gigantic combined humanoid monster. Instead, the left and right hands are fused to form 2 huge fists. As for the fusion products, they are all weapons such as firearms and knives, and they are all metal objects, similar to Kid's ability. Of course, Bullet doesn't know how many times stronger than Kid. Both fists were covered with armament hockey, and Bullet blasted out with both fists, invincible. The ice layer in front of it has been shattered, and no one dares to approach it within a radius of 1,000 meters. After all, the battle between the 2 monsters is so intense that it makes one's scalp tingle when viewed from a distance, let alone getting close. Behind the Green Bull is a group of tree people standing like soldiers. Following the order of the Green Bull, the group of tree ants attacked at the same time, and rushed directly to Bullet at an extremely fast speed, as if they had blessed Marine 6 styles. Advertisement, troublesome guy. This guy is too strong, moreover, he is also an awakened ability user. The Green Bull is very afraid. Bullet is too powerful, and it is not uncomfortable for him. Bullet, more trouble than he imagined. But this is the second in command of the Ling Bai pirates, absolutely powerful. The man who also stayed in the Luogia pirates for a period of time was able to keep pace with Pluton Rayleigh at his peak in his 20s. At the end of the day, Bullet is also a complete monster. The Green Bull has been injured now, but fortunately, Mumuguo has the regeneration ability to repair his body. Before his mouth was punched by Bullet, he collapsed and entered. A large part of his bone was broken, and even his heart was almost injured, whole through. However, it is not so fast to restore the body. Now the Green Bull is trying to use the tree man to delay time, but he also understands that the strangeness of this tree man will soon be discovered by Bullet. The tree ants rushing up are a group of existences with strength not inferior to the Marine Admiral, and they will not die easily. 263. For example, if their heads are blown, the heads will appear again quickly. Only those with the ability to strike, that is, to strike the Green Bull, only by injuring the Green Bulls can they be eliminated, so this is also the horror of this kind of Trent. As long as the Green Bull is not injured, this kind of Trent is almost infinitely regenerated. Even if it is killing time, it can kill the opponent, although this kind of Trent is not very powerful for Bullet. This is the use of Green Bull, Mu Muguo's awakened ability. After Bullet got into a fierce battle, even though he punched a Trent, the strange thing was that even if this kind of Trent was blown up by him, he would regenerate quickly. After 3 minutes of playing, Bullet knew what was going on.
Boom, boom. With the sound of explosions, Bullet blasted away the tree ant in front of him, and charged straight at the green bull. At this time, the green bull was emitting turquoise light, and was still using its ability to repair its body. And the dozens of tree ants behind were also quickly catching up. Green cows don't die, they don't die either. Bullet punched the green bull, and the green bull, frowning, punched him helplessly.
8 Chapter 245 Assisted Rogue, Green Bull with Broken Bones. Bullet's huge fist, like a truck, was bigger than his body, and with a turbulent momentum, he attacked the green bull. And the green bull also punched out, and the fist of the green bull immediately gave birth to countless vines, and quickly twined into a huge vine fist. Boom! With a loud noise, the two fists collided together. In an instant, due to the collision of the two forces, countless lightning bolts were torn apart, as if the space was torn apart. And the tree people also rushed up immediately, with the goal of dealing with Bullet. Even if they are not Bullet's opponents at all, this will consume for a long time, and it will be enough to make Bullet uncomfortable, and it can also interfere with Bullet. After all, as long as the green cows are safe, they will not be wiped out. However, Bullet is not vegetarian. The green bull, after a stalemate with Bullet, was directly blasted out. In terms of physical skills, Li Shang may not be the evidence for Bullet. After all, compared to the exceptional devil fruit ability, Bullet's physical strength is also extremely terrifying, even surpassing his devil fruit ability. With a loud bang, the green bull was smashed hundreds of meters away, and directly smashed a big hole in the ice. The bullet on the other side was spinning like a top. Under the sweep of two fists, all the tree ants were crushed almost at the same time. However, this kind of Trent is not completely extinct. Of course, Bullet is also fearless. At this moment, Bullet took a step forward, and the whole person disappeared in the same place in an instant. Under the high-speed movement, Bullet reached hundreds of meters away in almost 3 seconds. Exactly where the green bull is located, the green bull on the other side just stood up. He knew that Bullet would soon come after him, so he hardly dared to be careless. But at the moment when the green bull just stood up, Bart died. Descended from the sky, swooped down, and punched down violently. This fist is also much bigger than the body of the green bull. Boom! In the end, even though the green bull tried to resist, the ice layer underneath was too fragile to withstand Bullet's violent impact, and the green bull's body sank directly into the ice layer. And at this moment, because of the shattering of the ice layer, the seawater also rushed up, and the seawater reached the place where Lu Sheng's thigh was. Damn it! Seawater! The green cow cursed inwardly. Seawater is not a friendly thing for demon fruit power. Soon, the green ox obviously felt his body go limp, but of course it wasn't obvious, and only the green ox could clearly feel it. However, now that he has just come into contact with seawater, Green Bull knows that he has had an initial adverse reaction, and if he continues to be in contact with it, he will have an accident sooner or later. Even if seawater doesn't have too much of an impact on the strong, it definitely won't make it easy for the capable. Seawater. At the same time, the Trent who was rushing towards him in the distance suddenly disintegrated. As for the reason, it is because the green cow has been in contact with seawater. Of course, it does not matter if it is in contact with seawater, but now, almost the lower body of the body is in contact with seawater, and the duration is also limited. Plus, it's no wonder that the green bull can't be affected. And the smart Bullet naturally noticed this. Advertisement. Bullet's position is just above the green bull, because hitting the green bull's fist with his fist is equivalent to borrowing force, so the seawater can't affect Barrett. Bullet, grinning ferociously. At this time, the battle between him and the green bull was not a contest of strength, but a decisive battle of life and death. Green Bull is very powerful, but compared to Bullet, he is weaker than Bullet. Although it was only a little weaker, even so, the outcome seemed to be doomed from the very beginning. Just like in the original book, the battle between Aokiji and Akainu, who are both marine admirals, ended with Akainu's victory in the 10-day and 10-night battle. Aokiji was originally weaker than Akainu. Bullet's smile, ferocious, conceited, disdainful. But he has full capital. That man has already killed several top experts, and I can't fall behind. Bullet's inner thoughts at this time are to kill Li Sheng. Bullet, who refuses to admit defeat, knows that he may not be able to catch up with Ling Bai, but at least he must not fall behind too much. Green Bull must die. Ling Bai has been killed. Red Hair, Garp, Zephyr, Black Snake, Hawkeye. Ling Bai's strength is unimaginable and makes people despair. At this time, after another punch from Bullet, Lu Sheng sank directly. However, countless vines suddenly grew out of the ice layer, like countless lion majesty. They rushed towards Bullet. The seemingly incomparably sharp vines seemed to be able to break through everything. Bullet was inevitably disturbed, and at this time, the green bull dragging his weakened body, he rushed out of the mixture of seawater and ice, and quickly retreated tens of meters. Call. After retreating tens of hundreds of meters, the green bull tried to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, it was undoubtedly much easier for him to be able to get out of the seawater. After all, as a person with abilities, for most people, seawater is a nightmare existence. He's not Kaido of the beasts. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the green bull, or in other words, this arrogant black shadow was behind the green bull from the beginning. It was Rogue, the broken precept monk. In fact, he was here just now, behind the green bull, but the green bull who had just withdrawn from the sea did not notice the monk who broke the precepts. At this time, after 2 or 3 hours of fighting, Urog has absorbed a lot of damage and attacks under the effect of the Paramecia Karma fruit, and Aruja's strength has also become stronger. Urog, directly behind the green bull, threw out the hardest punch, and the power gathered on Aruja's fist had reached his maximum strength. It is no exaggeration to say that even the elite Marine Vice Admiral could not ignore this blow. Even for Marine Admiral, he did not feel that much. Urog, this attack is a sneak attack, but seeing his wretched smile from time to time is enough to know that this guy is not an above-board person. What? When the green bull felt the punching wind, it was too late the moment he turned around. Aruja's fist had hit his left cheek. The green bull didn't have time to fight back. After all, his attention was still on Bullet's side just now. Normally, if Urog wanted to sneak attack the green bull, it would be as difficult as heaven. Aruja's most ruthless punch finally landed on the left face of the green bull, and then his left face twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call out. Under the impact of the extremely powerful force, the green bull uncontrollably shot back towards Bullet. It's all cause and effect, I'm sorry, advertisement. Seeing that he hit the green bull's face, Urog was also surprised. Originally, his target was the back of the green bull's head, but in the end he hit the green bull's face. At this time, the green bull arrived at Bullet's side again. Of course, this was not his will. And Bullet just happened to come out among the countless vines. Just right, the green bull shot over backwards. Urog, that guy. Bullet was trying to say, this guy did a great job. Swing a fusion fist that's bigger than a truck and cover it with super strong armament hockey. The muscle of Bullet's right hand also swelled 3 times at this moment, and the whole body, also at this moment, erupted with strong hot steam. Immediately afterwards, Bullet punched out, entraining a large amount of white mist in the air, and the air was distorted by it, and there was an explosion sound. This punch, in terms of momentum alone, is undoubtedly very wide. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, Bullet's punch landed on the head of the green bull that just flew upside down, and with the squeeze of force, the whole body of the green bull bent. Of course, what's more serious is that under this angle, the backbones and spine of the green bull are directly broken. He is not Kaido of the beasts, who has that kind of rough-skinned defense. Compared with Kaido, the green bull's defense and physical strength can only be said to be ordinary. Of course, because of the devil fruit, the green bull has an extremely strong self-healing power. Even if the bones in his body are broken or even shattered, as long as the heart is not injured and the green bull is given time, he can still heal himself. It's like Doflamingo, even if the viscera are displaced in the body, he can correct it with fine threads. The use of some abilities is indeed incredible. The green bull was finally pressed by Bullet's backhand and directly pressed on the ice. The ice layer shattered. Jiao Jiao Hao. This time, Bullet didn't want to throw the green bull tens or even hundreds of meters away. He wanted to stay where he was. Puff. Also at this moment, the green cow spurted 3 mouthfuls of old blood, and his complexion turned pale in an instant. Unimaginable pain came from within his body, and he could clearly feel that many bones in his body were broken or even shattered. Moreover, the lower body of the green bull was completely unconscious. If this is the case for ordinary people, they will die directly. But the green bull is different. After all, the green bull is the composition of the world's top combat power. Moreover, for this kind of injury, give the green bull time, and he will be able to recover. But now, he is facing Bullet. Bullet, will you give him time? Obviously not, Green Bull, you shouldn't be ashamed if you died at my hands. Bullet laughed. At the same time, Bullet jumped into the air, and when he swooped down, he put his fists together and aimed at the Green Bull demon. The Green Bull's face changed drastically. What's frightening is that he can't move his lower body, and it's hard for his hands to exert strength at this time. It can be said that it is slaughtered by others, and Bullet, give him no time. Chapter 246 Admiral Green, Bull, Tragic Death. Damn it. Terrible. Green Bull's face had already changed in shock. Seeing Bullet's 2 huge fists descending from the sky, Green Bull's scalp felt a little numb at this moment. Bullet's attack this time may be his strongest attack, so it's hard to say, but it's really terrifying. If Bullet's 2 punches landed directly on him, then, feeling the severe pain in his body, the Green Bull was even more terrified. After all, his own injury was caused by Bullet's fist. Moreover, the momentum of Bullet's attack falling from the sky is obviously more terrifying than the one just now. In an instant, countless vines drilled out from the fragmented ice layer. This is the Green Bull trying to create a shield for himself. After all, he is unable to move in a short period of time now. But fortunately, the ability can still be used. However, things were not what the Green Bull wanted in the end. Bullet that fell from the sky, the power in those fists is already the strongest blow in Bullet's current state. Of course, he can be even stronger, that is, under the awakened ability, he can fuse countless buildings or ship hulls, and even other objects, but obviously not suitable here. So, fighting on the ice does limit Bullet's strength a bit. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ice layer with a radius of hundreds of meters was directly shattered, and countless ice slags exploded, covering 597 in all directions like a sandstorm, and swallowing everything like a tsunami. Horrible. In the distance, Urog clasped his hands and performed the etiquette of a monk, and his whole body released a unique charm like a real monk. At this moment, Urog also mourned for the Admiral Green Bull. The Green Bull, one of the admirals, is also in danger. Farther away, the magician Hawkins, who made a huge scarecrow fight, is divination at this time. He knew that in this war, the alliance of three emperors would undoubtedly win, and the fate of naval headquarters was erratic. Even, Hawkins also occupied naval headquarters middle and high levels, that is, from vice admiral to admiral, and then to marine marshal. Hawkins wondered about their fate in the midst of this war. Of course, Hawkins' divination is becoming more and more effective now. Hawkins was doing divination after the red hair was beheaded by Ling Bai. For example, he knew in advance that Garp and Zephyr would die. There is a high probability of being beheaded by Ling Bai. The Admiral Green Bull has a 90% chance of death, 0 chance of being killed by Ling Bai, and 5% chance of being killed by Bullet. This is the result of Hawkins' divination for the Green Bull. Advertisement at this moment, Hawkins looked calm. Many people also looked towards Bullet and Green Bull. There has always been a lot of movement in the battle of the top combat power. Of course, people don't think that the Green Bull will be beheaded by Bullet at this time. After all, 4 seasons is not 4 Emperors' mausoleum. Unlike 4 Emperors Ling Bai, he can kill whoever he wants. However, sometimes the results are always beyond people's expectations. When the ice slag that formed like a tsunami dissipated, at the same time, Bullet stepped out of the crater left by the terrifying attack. However, Bullet is still dragging a person with a vine in his hand. That's the Green Bull. At this time, the Green Bull was covered in blood, and his whole body was basically crippled by the beating. His mouth collapsed and entered, and 3 bones were pierced through, which looked shocking. People in the distance were stunned by this scene. Although people can see the physical condition of the green cow clearly. However, the body of the green cow turned red. Isn't that just blood? People watched this scene in disbelief. Apparently, the Green Bull was seriously injured, and now being dragged by Bullet with vines, it is even more slaughtered. Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but feel her heart tense. She seemed to have seen what the next scene would be. Crane couldn't help feeling sad in his heart. The same goes for Sengoku, Jishin and the others. Bullet, in fact, his combat power is already terrifying. He is a natural monster. Back then, B-Dage, only Luo Jia could hold him down. Back then, the man who kept pace with Luo Jia, Whitebeard. After Luo Jia's death, Whitebeard was called the strongest man in the world. Bullet's strength, when he was in his 20s, had reached an astonishing level. As a member of the Luo Jia pirates, Bullet's talent was even less terrifying than the red-haired talent. Although both Bullet and the Green Bull are so-called monsters, the Green Bull is obviously going to be overshadowed. The Devil Fruit ability of the Green Bull is very powerful, but Bullet is more powerful in terms of physical skills, and this is the ice layer. In fact, no matter for Bullet or Green Bull, the ability will be limited to some extent. At this time, under the gaze of everyone, people looked in shock and even fear. Advertisement I saw that Bullet directly raised the Green Bull's body with both hands. The body of the Green Bull was already in dilapidated condition, and when Bullet lifted it up, the body was still dripping blood. Hateful. The Green Bull cursed feebly. He understood that Bullet was about to end himself. But the Green Bull has no fear. As a top powerhouse, the Green Bull can't remember how many battles he has experienced in his life, although the Green Bull occasionally thinks that he will die. But I didn't expect that I would die today. At this time, Bullet grabbed the neck of the green cow with one hand, and the waist of the green student with one hand. Then, forcefully, and the Green Bull also felt a huge pulling force. The green cow couldn't bear the pain, and there was terrible pain in his waist and neck. However, the Green Bull has no fear. As the face of Naval Headquarters, he is a Green Bull, absolutely not to be feared. I didn't expect. I'm going to die. The green cow was helpless, and his heart was full of unwillingness. Don't want. Crane Vice Admiral and others shouted anxiously. Crane was even more so. Tears came out directly, but at this time, the body of the Green Bull was suddenly torn apart. The head was ripped off directly. The waist is also directly separated like a cut in half. A large amount of blood dripped on the ice like rain. Eventually, Bullet dropped the Green Bull's body, only holding a head. There was also a cruel smile on Bullet's face. On the face of the Green Bull, a painful expression was frozen. That is, the pain of being directly torn off the head. The severe pain is absolutely unimaginable. At this moment, the Admiral Green Bull also died tragically. Many pirates are excited because of it, and countless Marines couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 247 Crane's Worry, T-Dolphin's Ability. It's wrong to be distracted, old woman. At this time, the Red Earl sneered, and immediately slapped the distracted Crane away with a palm. The death of Black Snake made Crane Vice Admiral unacceptable. Naval Headquarters, another loss to Admiral. It was, by any measure, a major blow to the entire Naval Headquarters. Garp, Zephyr, Green Bull and others, the top fighters died one after another, and Crane didn't even have the slightest doubt that she would die in battle today. And the combat power of the middle and lower levels has suffered countless losses. On the other hand, the Three Emperors Alliance commanded by Ling Bai is invincible and their morale is quite high. The top combat power of the Three Emperors Alliance, apart from being injured, did not sacrifice anything. As for the reason, it is because Ling Bai is too powerful, consuming the other top combat strength of Naval Headquarters. If Ling Bai didn't have such terrible strength, this war would not be so tragic for Naval Headquarters. Now, this war is not over yet. As for the balance of victory, it has already tilted towards Ling Bai. Crane Vice Admiral, it is impossible not to be distracted. As for Crane's strength, it is not at the level of Admiral, and because of old age, in fact, Crane's strength has already regressed. After all, she is a think tank belonging to Naval Headquarters, not a combat member. The once so-called Iron Triangle of Naval Headquarters, Crane, Garp, and Sengoku, mainly fought with Sengoku and Garp. And in this world, no matter how women can fight, it is unlikely that there will be men who can. A monster like Big Mom can only be regarded as an exception. It can be said that there are very few truly powerful women. And the current Red Earl has even returned to his peak. With the strength of the Crane, he is no match for the Red Earl at all. As for the reason why the Red Earl didn't kill the Crane, that was because Ling Bai had whispered to him that this old woman couldn't be killed. This old woman is the sister of Ling Bai's woman. Speaking of it, it's a bit interesting. The Red Earl has also noticed the woman who is called the alternate admiral. It was Momosagi. She looked like she was in her 30s or 40s. Ling Bai, he is not even 20 years old. However, the most beautiful woman here is undoubtedly Leaping Rabbit. Moreover, Momosagi is still Ling Bai's subordinate. However, the Red Earl didn't think much about the relationship between them. The Red Earl, as lonely as he is, has no interest in women at all. Advertisement therefore, the Red Earl's attention was mainly on another candidate, Admiral, who was the T-Dolphin. At this time, the T-Dolphin has turned into a huge ape. He is about 16 meters tall and has golden hair all over his body. Zone, ancient species, monkey fruit, golden ape form. In the state of an ape transformed today, Earl Gong has never seen a monkey species in his life. As expected of an ancient species. Moreover, the defense and resilience are amazing. At this time, the Red Earl held a famous knife in his hand and rushed straight over. The Red Earl's kendo is at the level of a great swordsman. And the knife in his hand belongs to Lei Ying. Of course, no matter what, the Supreme Sword is composed of the most powerful weapons in the world, and there is no one who can hold the Supreme Sword without being a well-known strong man. With such a huge body, it is even more convenient for the old man to fight. The Red Earl snorted coldly. One slash was a white slash, and two slashes formed a cross slash. The turbulent slash landed on the belly of the T-Dolphin that had transformed into a huge ape. In an instant, blood spattered, and the T-Dolphin let out a cry of pain, and flew out backwards. Another distracted. Want to die? The Red Earl said disdainfully. On the other hand, because of the death of Admiral's Green Bull, Akainu, Sengoku and others were also distracted for a few seconds, and they also paid a big price for this few seconds of distraction. Vice Admiral, the Crane that was beaten by the Red Earl, appeared not far from Momosagi. When Crane saw Momosagi, he couldn't help but get nervous. Nowadays, with the constant sacrifice of top combat power, Crane is also unavoidably panicky, and she is also afraid that something will happen to Momosagi. Gion was raised by the town, now, good-looking and powerful. The villain Four Emperors Ling Bai had already captured the three beauties of Naval Headquarters, and now, Momosagi is the only one left. Crane has no doubts that Momosagi will be next. If it falls into the hands of that demon Four Emperors Ling Bai, Crane can't imagine. Suru doesn't care about herself even if she dies, but what she fears most is that accidents will happen to other Marines, especially Gion, whom she regards as her younger sister. But maybe, Ling Bai didn't fancy Gion either. Maybe, Gion would be killed like everyone else. Crane was terrified, and the fear in his heart continued to spread. She understands that Naval Headquarters will not be the opponent of the alliance of three emperors. Advertisement: this was the wrong war for Naval Headquarters, wrong from the start. Naval Headquarters, there is not the slightest chance of winning. Unless Ling Bai is beheaded, but is it possible? Crane desperately looked at Ling Bai in the distance, that boy with a calm face. Who could have imagined that he was born out of nowhere a few months ago, and now in less than half a year, he has grown to such a terrifying state? No one dared to imagine. Sister Crane. Momosagi looked at the Crane. Sister, don't attack that Ling. Four Emperors Ling Bai, don't mess with him. 0. Momosagi helped the Crane up. A demon that cannot be defeated by our strength. When this darkness completely covers this world, will this world be more hopeless than the world ruled by celestial dragons? Ling Bai had to plunder the special paramecia, Mu Mubo's ability, so, immediately, Ling Bai appeared next to the Green Bull's corpse. As for making Ling Bai not kill the Crane, this is already the limit. And Momosagi, too. Momosagi didn't speak. Momosagi has the highest status in Ling Bai's heart, but it's not so high that Ling Ri will agree to any request she has. Ling Bai is her man. No matter what Ling Bai does, she supports him. I didn't expect that the other party experienced such a thing. On the ice ahead, corpses were everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. He also thought that he needed to do it himself. Ling Bai's request was that he should not let the old woman, bother him, otherwise he would be killed without mercy. Bullet killed the Green Bull. I have to say that Ling Bai was also a little surprised. On the other side, Ling Bai also started to act. The ability of demon fruit power should be related to the heart. Although the head of the Green Bull is gone, there is no problem. Crane, muttering to herself, these are her own words. Crane couldn't help crying, but also hesitated to speak. Marine's corpse, pirate's corpse, Germacorp's corpse. Chapter 248: Looting the Mumu Fruit of the Green Cow. Ling Bai fell from the sky and landed next to the corpse of the Green Bull. Ling Bai is definitely the focus of the audience. After all, what he did is really shocking. Many people's eyes were attracted. Even Sengoku and Akainu had to take a look, but because their opponents were strong, they didn't dare to be careless, so they could only take a look. There are not many players who can play at Naval Headquarters these days. Sengoku felt a burst of sadness in his heart, and he had already run away with the determination to die. Garp died, Zephyr died. Sengoku didn't even have time to grieve. Will he make it out alive? Will Marine win? Sengoku was also confused, everything was beyond his expectation. Ling Bai is too strong. If there is no Ling Bai, this war, naval headquarters would not be like this. Even, the probability that naval headquarters will win is extremely high. Garp them, naturally they will not die, 373. However, this is impossible, without a crazy guy like Ling Bai, this kind of war would not happen, maybe the balance of the four emperors will continue for a long time. Moreover, only Ling Bai, who has such power beyond all imagination, can control monsters like Big Mom and Kaido of the Beasts. Otherwise, even if Whitebeard comes, it won't work. As for Locks, it is no exaggeration to say that even if Locks came, he would have to kneel in front of Ling Bai. Sengoku, because of a sad heart. At this time, Sengoku's injuries were getting worse, and although Kaido was not feeling well, he became more and more excited as he fought. After all, victory is in sight, and the morale of both sides is definitely more fierce than that of Kaido. With Sengoku's strength, even if he can't break through the rough-skinned Kaido's defense, it is not a problem to hit Kaido with internal injuries. His physique is like a fortress, but it doesn't mean that Kaido won't be in pain. Compared to 20 years ago, Kaido's defense is naturally more ferocious. But Kaido is also playing fiercely at this time. He was going to beat Sengoku to death. That is, aim to kill Sengoku. Since Ling Bai has killed so many top fighters, it is only natural that he, Kaido of the Beasts, is also one of the kings of the sea, and killed the former Martial Marine. Advertisement of course, this is also a must. If he can't even kill a top combat power, then spread the word, he Kaido of the Beasts, is he still used to mix in New World? So Kaido also fought desperately. The same goes for the Big Mom on the other side. Kaido faces former Marine Marshal Sengoku, while Big Mom faces current Marine Marshal Akainu. This is a battle between monsters and monsters. As for Kizaru, he has also struggled for a long time. His opponent is the World Destroyer whose strength has returned to its peak. The two had evenly matched combat power, and the two fought for nearly 3 hours, neither of them could take advantage of it, and both of them would inevitably suffer losses and get injured continuously. It is possible to fight evenly for a few days and nights. Whitebeard and Luogia once fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In fact, even Huang is uneasy now. Of course, it wasn't that he felt uneasy when he faced Burndi, but that he was afraid that Ling Bai might come. If Ling Bai was following him, Kizaru had every reason to believe that this murderous guy could take off his head. Today, the heads of those who died under Ling Bai, except for Garp and Zephyr, have all been decapitated. 4 emperors Ling Bai, like a decapitated madman. How brutal. Kizaru felt his scalp tingle just thinking about it. This war, naval headquarters, is very difficult to turn around, unless the world government sends people over in time to support. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. On the other hand, many people's attention will inevitably fall on Ling Bai. At this time, Bullet also looked at Ling Bai with doubts on his face. I saw Ling Bai's right hand covering the green bull's mouth suddenly released a strong dark red light. Immediately afterwards, Bullet saw a blue-green airflow appearing from the green bull's body, and from Ling Bai's right hand transferred to Ling Bai's body, finally disappeared. Captain, what's the matter? Bullet was even more puzzled. The two auras of dark red and turquoise made Bullet feel strange and extraordinary. Ling Bai must be doing something amazing, otherwise there is no need for him to make such strange movements. Moreover, similar actions were done before Ling, when the snake died. Bullet naturally saw it too. However, Bullet is also very puzzled. Of course, he didn't think about Ling Bai's predatory ability. After all, this is no longer unbelievable, but something completely unimaginable. Advertisement. The ability to plunder the green cow, this guy's ability, it's called Mumuguo, special paramecia. Ling Bai also doesn't intend to hide the fact that he can plunder the ability of the ability user, after all, there is no need to hide it. The green bull is dead. Ling Bai can only plunder his ability within a short time after his death, maybe within half an hour, within an hour, anyway, the time will not be long. Once the time is missed, devil fruit will disappear, and I don't know where I will be reborn and who will be eaten. It is even more impossible to transport the body of the green bull back. Therefore, Ling Bai chose to plunder the ability of the green bull at this time, and did not worry about exposing his ability. Moreover, even if exposed, no one can touch him. Just like the Blackbeard in the original book, the rampant level is hunting around and killing capable people, so as to plunder their abilities, and then strengthen the strength of the Blackbeard pirate group, and Blackbeard, is it not good? Of course, Ling Bai is not going to plunder other people's abilities everywhere. He chose to plunder because of his powerful abilities, such as the withered fruit of the black snake and the mumu fruit of the green cow. Predatory ability? Bullet shook, and an expression of disbelief instantly appeared on his face. That's right, being able to plunder other people's abilities is also one of my abilities. Of course, there's no need to be surprised, and, Bullet, I won't plunder your abilities. Ling Bai smiled, the smile is so harmless to humans and animals. Bullet couldn't help but shudder. No wonder, Green Bull can be called the man who can revive all things. A very strong force. Like the dead Marine executives, they already wiped out Revolutionary Army and Red Hair Pirates. This is the ability in the field of life. The ability to revive all things. Now hidden in Ling Bai's body, it seems to be erupting. At this time, when Ling Bai stood up, no one knew what he had done except Bullet and Shiryu in the distance. It is also the reason why the green cow cannot eat, it is because of the mumu fruit. For example, Blackbeard has never slept in his entire life. After all, in the original book, Green Bull claims that he hasn't eaten anything for 3 years. Bullet said, "As you wish, Bullet, the battle seems to be coming to an end, let's end it." People with a tragic death rate of 0.8 abound. At this time, Ling Bai stood up, a force full of vitality surged in his body. Becoming Ling Bai's opponent is probably the scariest thing. The same monsters. Ling Bai looked into the distance. This smile will always make people feel like they are bathed in spring breeze, but everyone present knows that 4 Emperors Ling Bai is definitely more ferocious than any ferocious person. Chapter 249 Battle Situation, The Death of the T-Dolphin. The war is still going on, and with the passage of time, there are only more than 40,000 people left fighting on the ice. Among them, Naval Headquarters, the remaining number is about 15,000, and the rest are all members of the 3 Emperors Alliance. But don't underestimate the remaining less than 50,000 people. In fact, those who can hit the back are basically elites. War can hone real fighters, and the vast majority of those eliminated by war are weak, with only a small number of exceptions. Of course, both the Naval Headquarters and the 3 Emperors Alliance have lost a lot of powerful forces. On the side of the alliance of 3 Emperors, Jack the Drow was seriously injured and had his left hand cut off. Flame Calamity Jin and Plague Calamity Quinn were seriously injured. In the Big Mom Pirates, only Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker remained as the 4 generals. The other one was killed by the Mole Vice Admiral, and the remaining 3 generals were also injured. More than 10 brothers and sisters, half of them died. For Ling Bai, it was much better. Most of the dead were members of the Germa Legion, and the Ling Bai pirates themselves followed the elite Route 13, and the number of real members was less than 30, so the members were injured. As for Reiju, they are not considered members, only minor injuries, nothing serious. Moreover, they who have battled Ling Bai many times are not ordinary people. Compared with the original book, they are much stronger. Naval Headquarters, except Garp, Green Bull and other top combat forces sacrificed, the other Vice Admiral Rear Admirals died. Vice Admirals, such as the Vice Admirals who participated in the Buster call back then, except for Ghost Spider who had already died in the Summit War, the other 4 also died in this war. Most of the other Vice Admirals were also lost. Among the Vice Admirals, apart from Garp and Crane, the other Vice Admirals consisted of 26 people, but now, there are only 5 people left. There are 68 people in Rear Admiral, except for the captured Hina and Ain, there are only about 20 people left now. Not to mention the loss of weaker combat power. The composition of the 3 Emperors Alliance's own combat power is stronger than that of Naval Headquarters this time. In fact, even if Big Mom and Kaido form an alliance, they can fight against Naval Headquarters, but Naval Headquarters will be much stronger, but if Naval Headquarters wants to destroy the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido, it will also need to pay a huge price. However, when this alliance joined Ling Bai, it became extremely scary. If we say that in the case of Big Mom and Kaido's alliance, the balance of victory will be tilted towards Naval Headquarters, but if Ling Bai joins, the balance will tilt towards Ling Bai and the others, and the tilt will be directly full, and Naval Headquarters will have no problems. The odds are good. The reason is that both Big Mom and Kaido, the power behind them is at a normal level. But Ling Bai is different, neither Ling Bai's own power nor the power behind him is normal. Ling Bai is too strong, and Ling Bai's power includes Shiryu's deputy-level combat power, as well as top-level combat power such as Bullet, Burndy, and Red Earl. The terrifying level of the 3 Emperors Alliance has long been beyond the capabilities of Naval Headquarters. Now in this war, the people of the 3 Emperors Alliance, among them, Ling Bai's side, most of the lost people are the young people of the Germa Legion. Advertisement on the other side, the battle was very intense. The T-Dolphin that has turned into a golden ape has a huge body, but its movements are extremely agile and its strength is extremely terrifying. Of course, the Red Earl is not a vegetarian either. The Red Earl was originally a master of physical arts and swordsmanship. After regaining his youth, his strength also returned to its peak. You must know that the strength of the Red Earl, in those days, was said to be on par with Whitebeard, Luogia, and the others, and it was a super powerful combat force in itself. T-Dolphins are not the strongest admiral-level combat power. Under the attack of the Red Earl, it can almost be said that they are retreating steadily, and their injuries are getting more and more serious. Although the ability users of the ancient species have very strong defense and recovery power, no matter how strong the recovery power and defense power are, they cannot withstand the speed of injury. Moreover, as the opponent is the Red Earl, his level of swordsmanship is enough to break through the defense of the T-Dolphin. The T-Pig, who is retreating steadily, feels the pain in his body, but he can't help but feel sad in his heart. The opponent is a legendary boss from decades ago. You must know that when the Red Earl roamed the New World, he was even a child. How could he be the opponent of the peak Red Earl now? Swinging the fist of armament hockey, which was bigger than a truck, the T-Dolphin smashed down on the Red Earl with one punch. As for the latter, his eyes were fixed, and he slashed out with a knife. It seemed like an ordinary knife, but the Red Earl remained silent. But in fact, this is a powerful move of the Red Earl. After all, the Red Earl does not have the habit of calling out the names of moves in fights, and even the Red Earl has a lot of big moves that don't even have the name of the move. This slash was extremely powerful, it pierced through the air, and finally collided with the huge fist of the T-Dolphin. For a moment, the Thunderlight tore apart, however, within a few seconds, a lot of blood spattered. The T-Fish's fist that covered armament hockey, even a high-level armament hockey, was directly smashed open. What? The T-Dolphin let out a low growl. Under the slash of the Red Earl, his fist was directly torn apart. The pain was so painful that it was unbearable. T-Dolphin, not a Kainu, it hurts, but he wants to cry out. Unexpectedly, the high-level armament hockey was chopped off by the opponent. Good chance. At this moment, the Red Earl's eyes narrowed again, and when the T-Dolphin cried out in pain, a gap was formed in his stomach, and he did not defend. Advertisement. The Red Earl took a step forward, rushed up, and rushed towards the belly of the T-Dolphin. High speed. At the same time, the Red Earl was also gathering powerful kendo power. On the top of the Supreme Sword Thunder Yang, a burst of thunder and lightning erupted in an instant, and the surrounding air became extremely turbulent and distorted. Shit. At this time, the T-Dolphin, who was only briefly relaxed, allowed the Red Earl to seize the neutral position. The T-Dolphin's face changed in shock, trying to dodge and fight back. However, it's too late. Boom. A terrifying huge slash, tearing out, broke through everything like a beam of light. This is the Red Earl, the strongest slash. Also, it hasn't been used for a long time. Back then, he had a battle with Luogia on a patrol island in the depths of the New World, and the final blow was this slash, which was a tie with Luogia, but few people knew about it. Later, it was he who fought Kong. Under this slash, the T-Dolphin was directly sent flying. Moreover, a big mouth was torn open in the T-Dolphin's stomach. Although the T-Dolphin's defense is strong, even if it is covered by advanced weapons, the Red Earl can still break through. At this moment, a large stream of blood spurted out from the T-Dolphin that flew upside down. Of course, a big mouth was torn open in the stomach, and this was just the beginning. The Red Earl's slash was like a beam of light that could break through everything. After tearing open the T-Dolphin's stomach, this slash further penetrated the T-Dolphin's body. That slash finally pierced through the back of the T-Dolphin. Boom. A few seconds later, the T-Dolphin fell heavily on the ground, and blood soon flowed all over the ground, staining the ice surface red. If you look down from the sky, you can find that there is a huge hole in the belly of the T-Dolphin in the ape state, which is a hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Such a huge wound is shocking. Such an injury also meant that the T-Dolphin would not be able to survive. Chapter 250. Death of Sengoku. The body of the T-Dolphin has been pierced. The hole is shocking. Countless people witnessed this scene with their own eyes. That strong white slash pierced through the body of the T-Dolphin, and after leaving a huge hole in the T-Dolphin's body, it shot into the distance. The T-Dolphin fell heavily on the ground, and finally struggled a few more times, its hands finally hanging down feebly. Afterwards, the body of the T-Dolphin continued to shrink, and finally turned back into a human form. His life also came to an end as his right hand fell to the ground feebly. Additional. Mr. Kaji, damn pirate, damn all pirates. Mr. Gage, he died too, right? How is this possible? Countless Marines cried out in grief, but at this moment they were also so powerless. Just like before, when they witnessed Garp's death, they couldn't do anything except panic and unacceptable. Dead man. Nothing more normal. It turned into a flaming embers of pterosaurs, spraying a large amount of fire directly, and more than a dozen Marines fell into the King of Fire in an instant. Before howling, it sounded again. Boom. At the same time, a Vice Admiral fell from the sky, and the iron rod smashed on Yanjuan's body, sending it flying. Loved by countless Marines, the T-Dolphin Vice Admiral died in battle, which made many Marines unacceptable. Another Admiral substitute died in battle, and Marine fell into more intense fear. Marine, are you really going to lose? The top fighters of Naval Headquarters died one after another, while in the Three Emperors Alliance, not even a single top fighter died in battle, they were just injured. Of course, the most terrifying man, Ling Bai, was not injured. On the other side, Sengoku couldn't help crying. What? Sengoku, who couldn't accept the death of the T-Dolphin, erupted again, and Kaido sprayed heat directly. As for Sengoku, he jumped up in the air, rushed over, and was crushed by a shockwave. The heat was squeezed back abruptly by Sengoku's shockwave. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku's golden giant palm also fell on Kaido's face. Kaido's old face was directly distorted, and Kaido was also thrown out immediately, bursting out like a cannonball. As this guy exploded, Kaido felt that his head was paralyzed by the opponent's palm shockwave, and the severe pain came, which made Kaido doubt his life. On the other side, Sengoku, when Kaido was blasted out, also stepped forward and rushed towards Kaido. Angry Sengoku also went all out. He knew that he would most likely die here today. Ling Bai, it is impossible to let him go. Advertisement. However, before that, he had to kill a top combat power. Kaido must die. Bury yourself with Kaido. Sengoku, go straight out. However, at this moment, Ling Bai appeared out of nowhere, in front of Sengoku, and immediately after, Ling Bai punched out. This punch landed directly on Sengoku's face. Boom. There was a loud bang like an explosion, and the huge impact force made the surrounding ice surface unbearable and shattered. Sengoku, under this punch, his old face sank directly into it. Moreover, the body was blown away uncontrollably. However, after flying 40 to 50 meters, Sengoku forced himself to stop. The bones in his face were shattered, and Sengoku's face was passively distorted. It can only be said that Ling Bai's power is really terrifying. Damn. Ling Bai. You be *****************. Sengoku roared. and the moment the ice surface under his feet shattered, Sengoku also rushed out. And Ling Bai on the opposite side also rushed forward in one step. Sengoku, gathering the strongest shockwave, put his palms together, facing Ling Bai. And Ling Bai condensed crimson explosion magic energy. In the next second, the two forces of gold and crimson collided, and a terrifying explosion sounded soaring into the sky, and the ice layer with a radius of hundreds of meters shattered on the spot. This is the energy that destroys almost everything. Make the viewer's scalp tingle. The collision of the two forces of gold and crimson finally ended with crimson's explosion magic crushing the golden shockwave. Under the impact of the explosion magic, Sengoku transformed into a Buddha, his hands were directly submerged, and then evaporated. Sengoku didn't even have time to feel the sharp pain of losing his hands. The next moment, Sengoku, who was blasted out by the explosion magic, couldn't help feeling sad. The distance between me and him is still too far away. Sengoku could clearly feel the strength of Ling Bai's power. It's scary that Sengoku has never grasped such a powerful force in his life. Like a devil. Sengoku's hands, gone, it was directly devoured by Ling Bai's explosion magic. At the same time, Kaido fell from the sky, super thunder 8 trigrams. In an instant, the clouds rolled, thunder bursts, and countless thunder and lightning poured down from the clouds. And Kaido's mace finally fell on Sengoku's mouth. Ling Bai, this guy, after all, I'm here to kill you. You guys can't stop lousy. Kaido roared, this attack is his strongest thunder 8 trigrams. Advertisement in the mace wrapped in countless purple arcs fell on Sengoku's mouth, and the mouth was smashed like tofu. Boom. A terrible sound, accompanied by thunderous thunder, resounded through the sky. Sengoku, eyes tearing open. A huge conqueror's haki was released, sweeping in all directions. At this point, it is also the final reflection of Sengoku's life. The ice layer was smashed into a deep hole by Sengoku's body, and the center was exactly Sengoku. At this time, he looked weakly at the dark sky. The blood stained the ice under his body red, feeling the rapid flow of life. As for the severe pain on his body, Sengoku didn't care. Boom. At this moment, Kaido also landed on the ice. If Sengoku can't die, Kaido doesn't mind giving Sengoku another blow. Today's Sengoku is also dying. Sending Sengoku did not make Kaido happy. After all, Kaido also knew that it was thanks to Ling Bai, otherwise he would definitely have to fight for a long time. It's Ling Bai again. At the same time, Ling Bai also came. Of course, Ling Bai is here for Sengoku's devil fruit. Human fruit, phantom beast species, Buddha form. Although the shape of the transformation is ugly, its shockwave is extremely terrifying. You can store it first and see the situation later. Ling Bai tends to use the abilities he plundered for his own women. Unless it is a disgusting ability, Ling Bai will basically give it to his women. Seeing Ling Bai's arrival, Sengoku's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. After Kaido heard this, although he felt puzzled, it seemed to make sense after thinking about it. However, Sengoku couldn't even speak, and kept spitting thick blood from his mouth. Kaido, who witnessed all this, was very puzzled. Sengoku, dead. Of course, Ling Bai only loots powerful abilities. Unrepentant power. Dark red light and golden light flickered, Sengoku's eyes widened, and he felt that the power in his body was rapidly draining. The ability to plunder only needs to be carried out when the opponent is dead or extremely weak. For example, Ling Bai at this time, even if he wants to plunder Kaido's ability, he cannot do it. After all, Kaido is good. Ling Bai, on the other hand, covers Sengoku with his right palm. The tragic situation of Sengoku is also shocking. The mouth of the hunger collapsed completely, his hands were gone, and his upper body was bloody. Wrong. The moment Ling Bai completely took away his abilities, Sengoku's life also came to an abrupt end. Boy, what were you doing just now? It should have been forcibly removed. Death is his only belonging. Ling Bai shook his head. It's nothing, it's just speeding up his death. Chapter 251 Akainu, facing two monsters, Big Mom and Kaido. Former Marine Marshal. Buddha's Sengoku. Die. However, Sengoku, who was in the deep pit, except Kaido and Ling Bai, no one knew that he was dead for the first time. However, with the passage of time, many Marines became even more uneasy. Sengoku, Akainu and other high-level Marines are already the spiritual pillars of many Marines. If something happens to them, Marines don't even know what to do. On the other side, Ling Bai stood up and walked in front, and Duo was right behind Ling Bai. This time the consumption is too great. Ling Bai is an inner thinker, feeling his own consumption. Today, starting from beating the redhead, Ling Bai has output violently for more than 4 hours, killing many top fighters, which undoubtedly consumes the most for Ling Bai. In the audience, it is estimated that Ling Bai also consumed the most. A quick battle is naturally the best, that way, with a powerful force, give the enemy a fatal attack and send him to hell. Today, Sengoku is also dead, one less enemy of Ling Bai. Of course, naval headquarters, now Ling Bai has nothing to fear, after all, even if they let them, they can't make any waves. What worries Ling Bai is that if the world government also sends masters over to 520, then it will be terrifying. Most of the world government's masters are celestial dragons, the kind of powerhouses who have been greatly downgraded or close to the admiral level. And of course the mysterious weapon, the undead monster, and the more powerful I am. This is what Ling Bai fears. It's hard to say whether the world government will send many experts over this time. So Ling Bai also advocates a quick solution, directly, hit to death. UB asterisk 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 D, what kind of monster has no wounds on his body, and killed Garp and the others? Kaido, who was following Ling Bai, couldn't help but wonder. Ling Bai's upper body was bare, and Ling Bai's upper body had fairer skin than those of the so-called big beauties, but the muscle lines were extremely perfect, and every inch of muscle seemed to be able to erupt with enormous strength. In particular, after going through so many battles, after all, Ling Bai dealt with the most powerful enemies, undoubtedly the most in the audience. But at this time, Ling Bai didn't show any signs of injury. This is what shocked Kaido. Kaido is now, although there are no signs of injury on the surface, but the internal injury is not serious. And Kaido is because the defense is too, bded, ferocious. As for Ling Bai, it looks tender and tender. Ling Bai. Is this weird? Can you be hurt by those Marine Rear Admirals? Marine Rear Admiral. Nothing but ants. Kaido shook his head, but soon, he understood what Ling Bai meant. Advertisement he takes on Garp them like he did Kaido on Marine's Rear Admiral. In other words, another meaning is that Ling Bai is much stronger than Garp, so Ling Bai will not be easily injured by them. Kaido, can't help scalp tingling. Ling Bai is too strong. Fortunately, I am not his enemy. If he is an enemy, I am afraid that he will be crushed to ashes. Moreover, after what he saw today, Kaido also understands that Ling Bai has a habit of taking off the heads of his enemies, such as the red hare and the black snake. Kaido couldn't help but think of his own head too. However, no matter how strong he is, if Yamato can hook him up, he will still call me old man. Kaido is also occasionally playing Ling Bai's abacus. Of course, Ling Bai will not admit it. After all, Yamato is just his maid. Battle maids on the battlefield and special battle maids. Ling Bai, come out, behind him, there is Kaido, everyone exclaimed. And what about Sengoku? With so many marines, one can't help but fall into dire speculation. Just now, Sengoku was attacked by Kaido, a mace that pulled lightning. Today, more than 10 minutes have passed and Sengoku's figure has not appeared yet. Sengoku. Crane's body softened and almost fell down. She understands that Sengoku is dead. Ling Bai let him go. Kizaru, Akainu and Fujitora on the other side also understand. Sengoku is dead. Belonging to the breath of Sengoku, their observation haki has been unable to capture. In other words, Sengoku is dead. However, the terrible war is still going on, and all kinds of sacrifices are still increasing. On the shattered ice, many places have been stained red by people's blood, corpses and all kinds of broken limbs are everywhere, and the air is also filled with the smell of blood that seems to be lingering. The sound of wailing is still coming out. Akainu's face was icy cold. At this time, his injuries were already serious, and Big Mom's fight was also extremely fierce. Of course, with the passage of time, many terrible burn marks appeared on the ant's body. Although it is called a steel balloon, it is impossible not to get injured in this top-level battle. But for the ant, she has nothing to fear. On the contrary, because the victory is in sight, the ant gets more and more excited as she fights. Advertisement same as Kaido. Akainu, on the other hand, is getting more and more irritable. Sengoku. Although Sengoku is usually unhappy, at this moment Akainu is also grieving in his heart. However, on this occasion, he was not allowed to grieve. He and Big Mom are fighting at the same level, however, Inma is even more weird. With hatred for Ling Bai, Akainu devoured the Red Lotus with a single shot, knocking Big Mom into the air. Thundercloud Zeus was almost blown away, and when Akainu looked towards Ling Bai, it was Kaido in this direction, and he came. Kaido, who had been displeased with Akainu for a long time, suddenly attacked. Akainu, take your life, Kaido, direct spray heat breath. Akainu, who was also very unhappy with Kaido, also came with a supersized dog eating Red Lotus. Suddenly, the two forces collided, evenly matched. Lava splashed everywhere, melting the surface of the water. As for Ling Bai, he was sitting on a pile of corpses. At this time, no one dared to attack him. Even a smile is held back. And Big Mom, after being knocked into the air, unexpectedly it was Kaido who shot. In an instant, the ant rushed up. The huge sword Napoleon suddenly slashed over. Akainu, who hastened to defend, was unable to defend Kaido. All of a sudden, Kaido and Big Mom, against Akainu, mixed doubles. The war that Akainu is laughing at this moment is even more terrifying. It is not easy to fight one by one, and now, the battle situation is more complicated. Not surprisingly, Akainu will be blown away by Kaido and Big Mom. Akainu is 3 meters tall, Ant, more than 8 meters tall. Kaido is more than 10 meters tall. Akainu, so to speak, faced two monsters with a mortal body. Looking at it from a distance, countless people were shocked by it. Chapter 252 Akainu who was tortured by blood, Akainu's death. Marine Marshal Akainu, now, is facing two Sea Emperors alone. Moreover, the physiques of these two Sea Emperors are really too terrifying. Compared with Akainu's body shape, it can be said that there is a huge difference. As for the strength of the three, it can be said that they are basically the same. Akainu is easy to deal with one-on-one, but now it is difficult to face two monsters, not to mention, Akainu himself was injured, the injury is not serious. Moreover, Ling Bai was still watching from a distance, which was even more frightening. Whenever Ling Bai joined the battle, Akainu would be one step away from death. And now, Akainu is also quite uncomfortable. Big Mom, holding the huge sword Napoleon, slashes and slashes the ice, and at the same time, releases fire and lightning to attack Akainu. Kaido, breathing heat and fireballs, mace swinging thunder 8 trigrams and other powerful attacks. The moves are dazzling, but at the same time, they are also frightening. Akainu, it's hard to do 4 hands with 2 fists. It was okay at first, but after a few minutes, Akainu couldn't stand it anymore. First, Kaido hit his back with a mace, sending him flying. But also in the process of Akainu being smashed into the air, Big Mom's fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, hit Akainu's stomach directly. Puff, Akainu, he vomited blood uncontrollably, and still spewed several mouthfuls of old blood wildly. At the mouth, the previous wound also opened at this moment, blood gushed out, and the internal organs could be seen. Shocking. The severe pain seemed to tear Akainu's body apart. What? Akainu roared, not because of the severe pain on his body, but because of Ultimate's anger. Seeing this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb. The 2 pirate emperors join hands, and Whitebeard has to kneel when he comes. Not everyone is for Emperor's Ling Bai. This scene is too scary. Akainu, die because of it. Kaido also roared, and once again hit Akainu with a stick, blowing him up. Kaido didn't use armament haki, nor did Kaido forget to use armament haki. After all, Akainu can elementalize. Instead, Kaido simply wanted to rage Akainu, blasting him into lava, making him extremely aggrieved. It has to be said that Kaido's bad taste broke out. One can imagine the exhilaration of beating and humiliating a marine marshal. As for Big Mom, who doesn't have the bad taste of Kaido, on top of the giant sword Napoleon, armament haki is always covered, and every fist attack also carries armament haki, ensuring that Akainu can enjoy her various attacks. Roaring Akainu, thick hot steam erupted from his body, and lava spewed out from the large ice layer under his feet. Akainu, with more and more injuries on his body, is also angry to Ultimate. Advertisement, I'm going to kill you, pirate, damn it all. Akainu roared loudly, like howling ghosts and gods, which made people frightened. However, the more he is like this, the more excited Kaido and Big Mom are. Kaido and Big Mom seem to have returned to decades ago. At that time, they played for locks and fought side by side countless times. They made a great reputation in the New World and made countless pirates marine frightened. Of course, they are also more cruel and stronger than before. Akainu, the angrier he was, the more excited these 2 monsters became. That kind of psychology is like destroying a flower with a hot hand, enjoying that refreshing feeling. We're not going to die, but you're going to die. Well. Big Mom taunts Akainu with her signature evil sound. Akainu, what a pity. We're having S**X. Kaido also does not forget to stimulate Akainu. Bloodbath, continue. Crane, Vice Admiral, rushed forward. However, she was punched back by Ling Bai. Crane, who rushed up again, was filled with grief and indignation. Now, watching Akainu being violently beaten, how could Crane continue to watch? And the same goes for other pirates. However, Crane, she can't advance under Ling Bai's resistance. Akainu, you must die today, old woman, you should go home, wash and sleep. Ling Bai sneered, and immediately, Ling Bai kicked Vice Admiral away. This old woman, Ling Bai is not worried that she will be blown away by his kick. The crane flew upside down uncontrollably, and was finally caught by Momosagi. Of course it was Ling Bai who kicked her to Momosagi on purpose. He wants Momosagi to understand that he let this woman off, but he won't let it go again and again. This is a warning, otherwise, when the time comes, she will be chopped up directly. Momosagi, who knows Ling Bai best, hastily stopped the crane trying to charge forward again. On the other side, Fujitora, who seems to be rescuing Akainu, is stalked by the Red Earl. In the middle, Fujitora beheaded Sasaki, one of the 6 volleys, but he couldn't behead the Red Earl. It can only be tied, so it is difficult to move forward. Kizaru burst out a yellow flash, but it was disintegrated by the fire embers. Naval headquarters, there are not many liars these days. This is a situation that makes Marine desperate. They watched Marshal Marine being tortured with blood, but they could only watch, but could not take rescue actions. They can't even connect to Akainu. Advertisement as for Akainu, already covered in blood and seriously wounded, it was as if he had just crawled out of hell. His attack speed is getting slower and slower, and his strength is getting weaker and weaker. The surrounding ice has turned into lava. Kaido roared, very excited. Akainu is dead, 1 blow away. Lin, it's time. The strongest blow. Kaido shouted to Big Mom. Certainly. 0. Ant responded smoothly. In an instant, above the sky, the wind and cloud changed, the thunder and lightning rolled, and the thunder burst. Skyfire meteor. Akainu roared hysterically, his fists turned into lava, spraying countless lava fists. And the moment when the thunder and lightning tore down. Big Mom and Kaido broke through the circle of lava and reached Akainu. Kaido's mace and Big Mom's sword Napoleon fell on Akainu at the same time. The most powerful country. Boom. The ice layer with a radius of 1 kilometer, the already fragmented ice layer, exploded again and shattered further. P.S. A little grievance. Study hard, work hard, and earn money with all your might. It is Akainu's head. How many people who look up at the sky have the feeling that they are like ants in their hearts? The impacting wind and waves that seem to be enough to destroy everything spread completely, like a tsunami. Super thunder 8 trigrams. The head rose to the sky, and a small part of the feet remained. That unimaginable terrifying power is simply not something Akainu can bear in his current state. Akainu's body exploded directly. The thunderbolts tear apart in all directions with Akainu at the center. But that's all there is to it. Under the double attack of Big Mom and Kaido, Akainu's body, which is not considered a monster, was directly shattered. Martial Marine, Akainu, died tragically. There was a deafening explosion, and above the sky, the clouds exploded, forming a terrifying gap. Sweep everything. Countless ice slags turned into sandstorms and flew up. A head soaring into the sky. Chapter 253 New Check-in, Time and Space. This battle is really cruel enough. Ling Bai sighed with emotion. Akainu's dilapidated body exploded directly under the double critical blows of Big Mom and Kaido, and his head flew up violently. Many people, of course, noticed it too. Regardless of the pirates or the marines, the people present were almost frightened by this scene. Many marines even knelt on the ground. Many of them saw the flying heads. Marine lost his voice collectively. Marine Marshal Akainu, their greatest spiritual pillar, is dead at this moment. Finally, Akainu's head finally fell from the sky and rolled in front of many marines. I saw Akainu's face full of struggle, anger, unwillingness and pain. Only one head left. The group of marines roared on the spot. Some marines even burst into tears. Akainu, Marshal Akainu, he, 867. Mr. Sakazuki. He's dead. How did this happen? How is it possible? Marshal Akainu. We. Marines' roars, cries and other sounds spread throughout the ice. The members of the Three Emperors Alliance are also extremely shocking. The combination of Kaido and Anti is not without cruelty. Unlike Ling Bai, who likes to take off the enemy's head, they directly blow up the enemy to only the head because of the super powerful attack. Akainu, is there only one head left? It's horrible, Mr. Kaido. That woman too, teamed up with Kaido, so scary. Fortunately, it's not our enemy, otherwise we wouldn't know how to die. Is it necessary to kill the remaining marines? Although I like to kill them all. It depends on the orders of the bosses. Now that Marshal Marine is dead, and the other party has no leader, even if the naval headquarters are asked to surrender, the other party probably will surrender. The defeat of naval headquarters is already a fact. I don't know if the bosses want to completely wipe out naval headquarters like the Revolutionary Army and Red Hair Pirates. Possible. There was a lot of discussion among the people, and Akainu's death brought the forces on both sides of the battlefield into a brief truce. Crane Vice Admiral, his body went limp, and he knelt on the ground powerlessly. Advertisement Akainu is dead. Kizaru also sighed helplessly. It seems that the old man is going to explain here today. Kizaru suddenly looked down on life and death, and fearless life and death. Fujitora closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. The Marines were very sad and couldn't accept Akainu's death, but Shigeshi was there. For Ling Bai at this time, it seems that everything is coming to an end. It's so noisy, it's time to end it. Ling Bai stood up, holding the black knife Yi. Boom. All of a sudden, with Ling Bai as the center, a violent force erupted. This force crushed mountains and seas in all directions, and countless weak people were stunned on the spot. It is Conqueror's Hockey. For a while, the scene was quiet again. Soon, Ling Bai flew to Big Mom and Kaido. At this time, there is only a piece of flesh and blood left in the same place, and of course there is still a leg. It is what remains of Akainu's body. Lava fruit, is it impossible to get it? Ling Bai couldn't help being speechless, because Akainu's body was gone, let alone the ability to plunder devil fruit. Anti and Kaido were sitting on the ground panting for breath. When they started fighting, they didn't feel this way. Now they obviously feel that they have exhausted themselves. The Akainu stuff, it's finally been wiped out, then just wipe out the naval headquarters. Kaido is still very excited. Ling Bai shook his head. There is no need to kill them all, those little people don't care, there are still a few vice admirals left, and the 3 powerful forces of Kizaru, Fujitora, and Crane. Of course, Momosagi is my woman, you have to understand, those few people, keep it, after a while, it will be useful to attack Mariajoy. Now, we need a few of them to maintain the situation, or they will all be wiped out, and then the world government will completely turn its face. Of course, this is not the case now, it is easy to say that our side also suffered huge losses. Let them just surrender and retreat. Ling Bai already had his own plan in mind. However, for this plan, he needs to go to the new naval headquarters in person by then. Of course, it's sneaking in. If the plan is feasible, directly use the remaining strength of naval headquarters to assist them in attacking Mariajoy. And the current situation in the world, let them maintain it first. Does it not have to be exterminated? The ant is also frowning. Advertisement Ling Bai. It's not necessary. We have won this war. Next, we still have a lot of things to do. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have not been wiped out yet, and the Valley of the Gods and Raftel have not yet gone. We have to recuperate a period of time. In addition, after this war, New World may completely erupt. Other pirates, without marine suppression, may follow the trend, and we will suppress them all by then. After today, the whole New World is ours. Ling Bai has a grim face. Of course, New World is in his pocket, instead of them. I believe that Big Mom and Kaido will also bow their heads. Because, they are not Ling Bai's opponents, far from it. In this world, strength represents everything, that's right. It's true we still have a lot to do, both Kaido and Anti nodded in approval. This was expected by Ling Bai, and without hesitation, Ling Bai silently recited the sign. And Kaido, directly turned into a blue dragon, soared into the sky, looking down at the entire ice surface. Kaido's tone was calm, but it was full of threats. Stationary point of life, similar to eternal youth, freeze the age at a certain point in time, it will never change, but it will also die. Kaido, looking down at many marines, of course he mainly looks at the three of them, he, Kuohu and Kizaru. Successful sign-in, rewards. Time domain, level 1, space domain, level 1, lava manipulation, stronger than lava fruit, starting at the level of awakening. I believe those marines will not insist on fighting. Level 1 space domain ability. Space cutting, a cube with a side length of 30 meters. This small space will be independent of other spaces. The door of space, you can jump in any space. The longest distance of each jump is 3 kilometers, teleportation, up to 300 meters displacement. End this war. Tell those high-level marines that as long as they surrender, they can retreat. Now this war only needs one order to end. As long as you surrender, you can leave. As for not surrendering, then, you can't think of it? Discover sign-in. Does the host perform sign-in? Ling Bai on the other side, in his mind, the voice of the system 0.4 sounded. Ling Bai said to the two of them, implying that if you don't surrender, you don't have to leave. Does Marine still want to continue fighting? Level 1 time domain ability. Time double speed, 20 times speed up or slow down, time stillness. Circumferential area with a diameter of 10 meters, lifespan modification, 30 years extension or shortening. Because they don't have the capital at all, Crane Vice Admiral clenched his fist, and the palm of his hand was even bleeding from nails getting stuck in it. Chapter 254 Naval Headquarters, Surrender, Spatial Domain, Time Domain, and Manipulating Lava? Ling Bai was quite surprised. Knowing the information coming from his mind, Ling Bai was also surprised. Time ability and space ability, no matter in any world, should be extremely powerful. For example, in One Piece world, the ability related to space, the fruit of the door, can travel anywhere at will. As for the restrictions, Ling Bai doesn't know, but it must be very powerful, but that CP9 is too useless. Another space ability is Bartolomeo's Paramecia barrier fruit, which is set as absolute defense. That is to say, even if Ling Bai wants to kill him, as long as he is in the absolute defense, Ling Bai can't touch him a cent. In theory, that's it. After all, Kazuki Oden has encountered barrier fruit ability users of the previous generation, and Kazuki Oden's powerful swordsmanship that can split the monster defense of Kaido of the Beasts cannot break through the absolute defense of the barrier fruit. These are the abilities of the two space domains that Ling Bai knows, and they are not insignificant. As for the abilities in the time domain, there are quite a few in this world, such as Mrs. Shi's time fruit, which travels through time and space. Although it only travels through the future, it must develop a higher level of ability, and it may not be impossible to travel through the past and modify everything. There is also Ain's regression fruit, Bonnie's Superman 13 series longevity fruit, I made it up, don't care about it, are all powerful abilities in the time domain. There are few abilities in the two fields, but they are both powerful, there is no doubt about it. Ling Bai learned that he has obtained two domain abilities, and the use of them is even more powerful. For example, the Gate of Space, with a maximum jump range of 3 kilometers, is simply an escape weapon. Although Ling Bai cannot escape, if Ling Bai wants to sneak attack Mariajoy, even I am can resist him. The other is to manipulate lava. After obtaining this new power, Ling Bai could vaguely feel that there was a stream of lava under the ice surface, at a position below 30,000 meters. It seemed that as long as Ling Bai thought, this stream of lava could provide Ling Bai with use. And Ling Bai is now able to release various powerful lava moves like Wei Dog. Of course, this is more powerful than Akainu's lava fruit. It's just that it can't be elementalized, but Ling Bai doesn't care either. It has become stronger. When the time comes to face I will have more capital. For Ling Bai has always been jealous. Is definitely beyond imagination, just like Kagaya-ji in the Hokage world, that kind of power emperor who surpassed the cognition of that world. On the other side, Suru clenched his fist and stared at Kaido. Kaido, let them surrender, as long as Marine surrenders, they will be able to leave here. However, Naval Headquarters surrendered to the pirates, this kind of thing. She saw in the distance, the head held by a Marine with trembling hands. She saw those weak Marines trembling in extreme fear. Crane finally lost his strength and let go of his fist. Perhaps, surrender is the right thing, otherwise, those pirates. Behind them, there are those family members who are looking forward to them, but now. Crane, how sad the heart is. Advertisement I really hope that this is a nightmare, let them wake up from the nightmare. But is it possible? The pain of the wound pierced by the nails came from both hands, what a clear pain it was. Marine, defeated, so terribly defeated, so terrible. That demon is terrible. What is scary is not this alliance, but that devil. Ling Bai, he came. Come to Crane. Momosagi is beside the crane, supporting the crane. Momosagi looked at the boy with twinkling eyes, he, like Ping Fufa unscathed. In this way, Momosagi is at ease. She was brainwashed by Ling Bai, her body and mind were occupied by Ling Bai. Ling Bai was in her eyes, in her mind, in her heart. Crane, body trembling, this is because of anger, and of course grief. Soon, Ling Bai arrived in front of the crane, and the distance between the two was about 2 meters. Crane Vice Admiral, here should be your reputation, the highest. Ling Bai looked calm. You be ************** D. Hina and the others, let them go, you devil. Crane's anger was almost overwhelmed. Instead of answering Ling Bai directly, he scolded Ling Bai angrily. She needs to take the Marines who are still alive and retreat. So what if you surrender? There can be no more casualties. Hina, Ain, and Tashigi need to be rescued, let them go? The corner of Ling Bai's mouth curled up into a playful smile, and he said with a smile, it's not impossible to let the 3 of them go, how about changing the 3 of the women around you? Crane clenched his fist again. She has never been so angry in her life. Advertisement Ling continued. Since we can't exchange, then we should have nothing to say, but do you want to continue the fight? At that time, it won't be good if they are all beaten to death by my side. Do you accept? You? Crane almost vomited blood, and his breathing and heartbeat couldn't help speeding up because of anger. It is absolutely impossible to exchange Momosagi for Hina and the others. Momosagi is very powerful, and now naval headquarters, it is even more impossible to lose this powerful combat power. Trading with the devil is undoubtedly thinking too much. Seeking skin with a tiger is not worth the loss. He has no doubt that Ling Bai, after getting Momosagi, will catch Hina and the 3 of them. Is this guy a kind person? Obviously, it can't be. In itself, negotiating with an enemy stronger than oneself is very unrealistic, and doesn't Ling Bai covet Momosagi? Crane believes that he is absolutely salivating. 857. P.S. Let Tsuru, Kizaru, and Fujitora stay, they will be useful in the future. Akainu and them are all dead. Marine can't make any waves, so arrange later. Crane was full of guilt in his heart. But, how does the Crane know that Momosagi has already been galloped countless times by the transiting sun? And at that moment, she couldn't help tears from her eyes, because she knew that Hina and the 3 of them, she couldn't save them. Let them feel that they are different from ants? Of course, they also had to surrender. Momosagi reassures her, we can only let them fall into that devil's hell. It's not enough to fight hard. Begging Ling Bai to let the Crane go, this is Momosagi's limit. She has no doubt that if the Crane angers Ling Bai will sacrifice her to heaven. Fujitora and Kizaru let Tsuru take charge of the overall situation. Therefore, among the Marines present, Tsuru has the most right to speak. Of course, in terms of reputation, Tsuru is the highest in the world. Even Marine, who usually hates pirates and is warlike, trembles in this war. This war has allowed them to see without reservation the horror of the apex of the sea. In the end, Crane, suppressing his anger, finally agreed to surrender. Sister Crane. Marine has surrendered. Our naval headquarters, surrender. Chapter 255. The war is over. Important things. This unprecedented top-level war, surpassing the Summit War, finally ended with the surrender of naval headquarters. When the news of this war spreads across the sea, what kind of shock will happen to this sea and even the whole world? At that time, the whole world will explode, and the Holy Land Mariajoy, what will be the reaction? As for what will happen to this world, Ling Bai doesn't care, the only thing he fears is Mariajoy. At this time, Crane, Fujitora, and Kizaru are all staring at Ling Bai, and of course Kuohu is blind. But this does not affect their deep hatred for Ling Bai. Ling Bai is also indifferent. Letting them go, they didn't dare to make any troubles. Trust them and know what's important in the big picture. Here, there are more than 10,000 Marines. As long as Ling Bai wants to, he can bury them in the sea in a few minutes and use them as food for the Sea Kings. Crane and the others, can they not care about their lives? Obviously, this is impossible, because Tsuru and the others are not Akainu. And even Akainu, it is impossible to sacrifice so many Marines. Do you still want to fight, you guys? Ling Bai laughed, looking at he and the others. Crane stared at Ling Bai bitterly. If eyes could kill, Ling Bai would have been crushed thousands of times. And Fujitora smiled and remained silent. Kizaru shook his head, don't dare to offend your excellency. Let's go. Ling Bai waved his hand, which of course was for the people on their side. Soon, the people of the Three Emperors Alliance began to quickly clean up the mess, and the Strong directly smashed the ice that froze their ships. An hour later, Crane and the others watched in anger and pain the many ships of the Three Emperors Alliance sail away. In the end, on the ice that gradually began to melt, there were only corpses all over the ground and the Marine who hadn't left yet. Many Marines died in this battle, and many of them didn't even leave their bodies behind. Some corpses also sank into the sea. The bodies of the T-Fish, Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku are not bad, at least barely whole. As for the corpses of the Black Snake and the Green Bull, they were dilapidated and separated. Advertisement Akainu was left with only the head. The 20 vice admirals who died in the battle were also killed in various ways, and only one person was able to leave the whole body. It's a giant vice admiral with Mole and Doberman, 2 vice admirals. The other weaker Marines were killed countless times. At the end of the war, looking at the many dead Marine generals and comrades in arms, the Marines couldn't help but feel sad. Many people burst into tears, and the ice surface was full of crying and choking. This war, Marine is too miserable. This is definitely the worst battle ever. Many Marine pillars died here. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Sakazuki, you guys. Woo woo woo. Crane knelt on the ice, facing their corpses, and Akainu had only one head. Crane, weeping bitterly. She never imagined that the war would be so miserable. She came from the old era, experienced the terrible Lox era, and fought against the Lox group, but that battle was far less tragic than this time. What is Summit War? This dying woman, cried so sadly for the first time that she almost passed out. And Kizaru and the others behind her also wiped their tears in the wind. Although many of them did not cry aloud, the grief in their hearts was no lighter than anyone else's. Momosagi was beside the crane, stroking the stooped back of the crane. In the heart, there is such a trace of guilt, but sister, he is still there. Ling Bai, let the crane go, otherwise, maybe the crane will be beheaded to a large extent. Almost none of those who attacked Ling Bai survived. Endless sadness filled the ice. On the other side, undercover Stussy received a call bug notification from Ling Bai. The call ended in a hurry. Ling Bai meant to let her stay in Mariojoy for this period of time, and if Mariojoy's senior management made any moves, he would be notified at that time. After Ling Bai and the others left that sea area, Ant and Kaido before destroying the celestial dragons, they will stay in the paradise. As for the seas of all nations in Wano-kuni seas, let the subordinates take charge of the overall situation. Advertisement Ling Bai is still considerate. At that time, they will separate and return to their own territory. The celestial dragons will send troops, and they can directly defeat them one by one. You know, it takes 3 days to go to Wano-kuni from Paradise, 4 days to go to Cake Island, and it takes several days to travel between Wano-kuni and Cake Island. 2 or 3 days is enough for celestial dragons to crush Big Mom or Kaido. Kaido didn't know how many times he was caught, and Vegapunk also got Kaido's blood. Celestial dragons wanted to kill Kaido, was that not easy? As for the celestial dragons wanting to defeat Ling Bai, of course it is very difficult, even impossible. However, with the background of celestial dragons, it is not difficult to destroy Kaido and Big Mom. Ling Bai already understood somewhat that the existence of the 4 emperors was not because the celestial dragons could not destroy the 4 emperors, but because they needed the 4 emperors. In the world, if there are pirates and various dark forces properly, the world needs a world government ruled by celestial dragons. Celestial dragons are able to maintain their reign for a long time. Ling Bai, it's no mere 4 emperors, neither does One Piece. And the fact is that no one person can rule over many other pirates. Luo Jia didn't have the strength to control all the pirates, of course he didn't have the idea, and he died long ago. Of course, that was the original 4 emperors, Whitebeard's 4 emperors. The ant reminded. There is also a monster that eats human flesh for a living, a super weapon. Not including Ling Bai. Kaido and Ant also agree with Ling Bai's request to let them stay in the paradise. Anyway, according to the idea of celestial dragons, pirates are just a mess, fighting and plundering each other. It is impossible to condense into one force. I'm already studying how to crush them all. Ling Bai thought for a while. It should be no problem, when the time comes to war, you guys, beat those celestial dragons of 5 elders to death. Celestial dragons, not one left. P.S. The next step is a foreshadowing. The protagonist needs to gather strength first. It doesn't matter if the soldiers are small soldiers. The powerful forces must be gathered before they can attack Mariojoy. After this battle, can celestial dragons remain calm? Kaido frowned. Boy, are you confident to deal with Mariojoy, the king of celestial dragons? This thing is really an undead from more than 800 years ago? What celestial dragons are afraid of is not just the 4 emperors, but the combined power of all pirates and various dark forces, or the joint efforts of the 4 emperors. This battle will not be far away, it should be very soon, this year, or even this month if they can't stand it. In this way, pirates are also easy to control. Chapter 256 Aftermath of the War. In the next few days, the unimaginable war between naval headquarters and the 3 emperors alliance led by Ling Bai finally blew up the whole world. Unprecedented waves completely overturned the world. Red Hair Pirates. All members perish, naval headquarters, a fiasco surrender. Hero Garp, Sengoku of Buddha, former Marine Admiral Zephyr, Marine Marshal Akainu, Admiral Green Bull, Alternate Admiral Black Snake and T-Dolphin, and many others Vice Admiral Rear Admiral. Die. Some people, even the corpses cannot be preserved, such as Akainu. It is said that there is only one head left. People, apart from shock and panic, cannot imagine how tragic this war was. Naval headquarters, so many top fighters, all died. Moreover, it is said that Ling Bai directly caused or participated in the deaths of most of the top combat forces. The terror of the 4 emperors Ling Bai once again hit countless people. And after this war, in the era of great pirates, there was also a faint call for the appearance of One Piece. The 4 emperors era is over, and now there are only 3 pirate emperors left, but it seems that Kaido and Big Mom are bowing to Ling Bai again. So, is this the era of the 3 emperors? 260 nor is it? The entire era of great pirates seems to have become an era for Ling Bai alone. Ling Bai, who sits in the park, also shocked the whole new world. Even if Marine suffered a disastrous defeat, the other pirate groups and various dark forces, without Marine's deterrence, did not dare to act rashly. Because, Ling Bai let go. During this time, anyone who dares to make waves in New World will be chopped off. Of course, there are indeed arrogant pirates who are not afraid of death and don't look at Ling Bai's face. They have the mentality of keeping the emperor far away, and without the deterrence of Marine, they are even more arrogant. However, half a day later, this group of pirates were arrested and executed brutally and lingeringly on a certain island. Because of this, it was on the news and shocked the New World. Since then, New World's shock has been forcibly suppressed. A lair of ferocious beasts in the first half of the Grand Line, Luffy, who was practicing here, roared to the sky. He who finally found out that his father Dorag, Grandpa and Red Hair died, could it be that he couldn't accept it as simple as that? He felt that his heart and his mind were going to explode. Grandpa. Shanks. Father. What? A lot of tears flowed down, and who could understand the grief in my heart? Advertisement Luffy, at this age, faced a grief he couldn't bear. Ling Bai, I'm going to kill you. What? You be asterisk 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 D. I am going to kill you. Luffy almost lost his mind. Rayleigh on one side didn't stop, nor stepped forward to persuade Luffy to let his sorrow go. At this time, Luffy needs to vent all his grief, otherwise, will he have a mental breakdown like before? It is also because of the shadow of the death of Ace and Sabo before that Luffy has grown and his psychological acceptance has also improved. However, in Rayleigh's heart, how could he not be sad, not angry? The red-haired man, who he looked at growing up, was dead. Only the heads remained. Rayleigh felt sad, he was the first to know about this, and he burst into tears. The hatred for Ling Bai in his heart has also reached the extreme. But at the same time, Rayleigh also knows that Ling Bai is too scary. Now, no matter how Luffy cultivates, it is impossible to surpass Ling Bai. Ling Bai's strength is too disappointing. Of course, Rayleigh and the others didn't know that Ling Bai had already sent someone to look for them. As for the reason, it is natural that they are going to crush them to ashes. Including the Straw Hat Pirates, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. During this period of time, Ling Bai also avoided long nights and dreams. Although they couldn't shake themselves at all, there were too many flies and they were also irritable. What Ling Bai needs to face is the Celestial Dragons. Soon, Rayleigh they will be turned out. At that time, kill directly. Of course, this does not require Ling Bai to do it himself. Just send your men out and take the head back. Ling Bai was even more brutal. On the other side, Ling Bai has also returned to paradise. At this time, there were 3 more women in Ling Bai's residence. Naturally they were Ain, Hina and Tashigi. Advertisement now the 3 of them are imprisoned in Ling Bai's dungeon, and their hatred for Ling Bai can be described as monstrous hatred. Of course Ling Bai doesn't care either. Ling Bai is not a good person. Hina. Even if you can get Hina's body, you absolutely cannot control Hina's heart, mind and soul. However, Ling Bai gave her absolute orders on the spot, and then, amidst the astonishment of Ain and Tashigi, Hina knelt on the ground and called Ling Bai master. Control the heart, mind, soul. Subsequently, Ling Bai unlocked Hina's absolute command. For a moment, Hina trembled. Ling Bai prefers to watch them struggle. Ain is the strongest, but Ling Bai doesn't care. He has many women, and Ling Bai is not interested in putting affection on anyone. Of course, what they need to experience is beyond what they can imagine. Life as a prisoner has only just begun. Ling Bai didn't pay attention to what they said. After all, Ling Bai still had other things to do. After returning to paradise, Ling Bai belonged to the Buddha form of Mumuguo and Renringuo. And the Mumu fruit of the green cow was finally given to Reiju by Ling Bai. For a moment, Reiju was moved and cried. She didn't expect Ling Bai to give her such a valuable ability. Knowing that Ling Bai has great powers, Reiju didn't ask Ling Bai much. Reiju usually fights and relies heavily on battlesuits. Although his own strength is good, battlesuits can undoubtedly improve his combat effectiveness. After all, it is external force. Therefore, Ling Bai gave Reiju the ability of Mumuguru. This is the ability to control plants, and it also represents the power to revive all things. It is an extremely powerful ability in itself. Although it is said that there is no rubbish devil fruit ability, only rubbish ability users, but it is undeniable that some devil fruit are born to stand at the top. Otherwise, how could dark fruit be called the most evil Logia? It's powerful in itself. As for the form of the great Buddha of human fruit, Ling Bai still needs to study who it is for. Chapter 257 Im's History Cleansing, Holy Land Mariajoy. At this time, it was shrouded in a haze. The higher-ups of Celestial Dragons still couldn't believe that Ling Bai would be so terrifying. Ling Bai, with his own power, killed Red Hair, Garp, Zephyr, Black Snake and others. Sengoku eventually died tragically, and it was also related to Ling Bai. After all, it was his attack that made Sengoku lose the power to resist, so Kaido took the opportunity to kill him. Naval Headquarters gathered all the powerful combat forces, but in the end, it ended in a disastrous defeat. Moreover, what angered the Celestial Dragons executives the most was not Ling Bai who almost wiped out Naval Headquarters. It wasn't Ling Bai who killed the redheads of Celestial Dragons who were descended from the world. The most angry of Celestial Dragons, Naval Headquarters, finally surrendered. Even if they resist and wait for rescue, never surrender. Because, this matter concerns the face of Celestial Dragons and world government. Now, Naval Headquarters surrendered, making the Celestial Dragons executives quite angry. Really, the face is swept away. 5 elders and Celestial Dragons executives held an emergency meeting. This is the elder-level meeting of the Celestial Dragons. A total of 20 people. A group of middle-aged and elderly Celestial Dragons, but at the same time, the Holy Land Mariajoy, the small group of Celestial Dragons with the highest status or the strongest power. Of course, in the end, this group of Celestial Dragons rushed to the building where the Void Throne was located. Everyone looked up nervously at the god on the throne. Or, Miss Creator, I am, one of the 20 kings who once lived. He was one of the 20 people who overthrew that country back then, and he was also the strongest one. So in the end, she sat on the Void Throne as a matter of course. Although the kings originally promised the whole world that power would be democratic and all races would be equal. However, after staying in Mariajoy, the Celestial Dragons, who were nobles in the world, were born. There were 20 kings, except for one king who returned to Alabasta. The other 19 people claimed to be the creator. After all, who wouldn't want to rule the world? As a woman, I am also covets supreme power. At this time, I am, the creator, looked down at many high-level celestial dragons. A meeting started, that is, from Im's anger. It was finally decided at the meeting, to send Mariojoy deep down, and also to lay down undead monsters. Advertisement here it is, history cleaning, deal with those enemies that are more powerful than imagined. Lox is not eligible, neither is Luogia, nor is Whitebeard. And Ling Bai has this qualification, he must be cleaned of history. That night, about 300 slaves were thrown into the dungeon, and then there were horrific screams. After more than 2 hours, the sound stopped. An hour later, he stepped into a dark dungeon full of bloody smell. And the ground, walls and even the ceiling are all kinds of flesh and blood. Among the scenes, it was enough to make people vomit and even can eat for a few days. 5 elders and others followed behind Im. They know, Lord Im, this is the time for historical cleansing. Of course, even the oldest 5 elders, who was over 100 years old, the old man holding the first generation Goosh, had never seen this weapon used. In other words, it has been a long time since there has been an enemy who can use this weapon. After Im stepped into the dungeon, the terrifying dungeon suddenly turned into a sea of flowers. A world of flowers that is as beautiful as the between flowers, where Im lives. In the colorful world, the strong smell of blood just now was replaced by the fragrance of flowers, and there are also bees, butterflies, and birds flying. Like a miracle. Unbelievable. The celestial dragon's executives behind Im felt the shock, but they didn't dare to speak loudly. Afterwards, Im signaled them to stop, and Im walked towards the center of the sea of flowers, where the undead monster was. Height, about 3 meters. The muscles on his body exploded, as if they had been tempered by countless thunderbolts. Has the appearance of a scaled-down version of Kaido. However, the invisible aura emanating from him made the 5 elders in the distance feel extremely afraid. Obviously, this is not more comparable. He was blocked by many sea stone shackles, and when Im arrived, his hell-like eyes became even more terrifying. That look, full of hatred and anger. The aura on his body is even more terrifying. He is clearly a lunatic, but this look is already an instinct. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. The sea of flowers under the feet was all black, as if it had been corroded and lost its vitality. However, in an instant, the sea of flowers appeared again. You're really strong, and you still want to resist me. If you obey me well, wouldn't it be so painful? Right? The sea of flowers crushes all darkness. It also means that Im is stronger than this man. I'm going to let you shoot again. Im looked at the man obsessively, and gently rubbed the skin of his chest with his right hand. Is this man a subordinate who was bestowed with eternal life by Im? Obviously not. He is just the prince of the country before the world government. It's a man that Im can't get. I am adhering to the mentality of destroying if he can't get it. He made that man into a war weapon to fight for himself. Oh. In this way, this man can be controlled by her forever. He was originally a member of the D family, and that country is also a super empire ruled by the D clan. Paramecia, who has the ability to suck fruit, has awakened. It can absorb all kinds of damage, devour all kinds of damage and transform it into its own strength. Later, under Im's control, it evolved into devouring human flesh and becoming stronger. Strength has also become more and more terrifying, constantly breaking through physical limitations. Facing Im, even without human consciousness, instinctively, he still has monstrous anger and hatred. Im destroyed everything he cherished back then, including brutally killing his lover, relatives, children and so on in front of him. This is a brutal woman. If you can't get it, destroy it. This time, help me bring back the head of a kid, okay? Im asked. Of course, this is not a request, but an order that this man cannot refuse. It is impossible for him to refuse. That night, Vegapunk also learned that this weapon of war was about to be dispatched. Vegapunk's status in Mariojoy is very high, and it was also the first time he learned about it. Moreover, he was also asked to repair a weapon. That is, an ancient spear made of a substance that even Vegapunk couldn't understand for a while. But harder than sea stone, as Ling Bai's undercover agent, he immediately notified Ling Bai Chuan urgently. Chapter 258 Crane, Unacceptable Thing. Is it going to be dispatched? Ling Bai made a call with Vegapunk. When Ling Bai pings, he always carries a miniature phone bug with him, makes it into a watch, and wears it on his hand, in case he does not know about urgent matters. However, it is expected. Knowing that the undead monster was about to launch, Ling Bai was not too surprised. After all, Naval Headquarters was almost wiped out by the army led by him now. How could those celestial dragons sleep soundly? Wong, within half a month, it is estimated, maybe in a few days. Wong, are you ready? That monster is not an ordinary monster. It is much stronger than Marine Admiral, all in all, unfathomable. Ling Bai. It doesn't matter to prepare, it's not a problem to deal with it. Wong, I can delay the time. They asked me to repair the weapon of this monster. I can try to repair it for about half a month and delay the time as much as possible. In this way, the king will have enough time to prepare. Ling Bai thought for a while and said, is it enough time to prepare, but this is also good. Wong, I will live up to my expectations. Well, that's it, Vegapunk, just let me know if there's anything, 8 or 9. Afterwards, Ling Bai hung up the call. Kneeling on the ground, Hancock, Rihei and the 2 women looked at Ling Bai worriedly. They naturally heard the call between Ling Bai and Vegapunk just now. The celestial dragons, who are about to send a terrible weapon of war to kill Ling Bai, demand that Ling Bai's head be brought back to Mariojoy. That is, a weapon far superior to Marine Admiral. Shiji and Raiha's two daughters became extremely panicked for a moment. They were completely dominated by Ling Bai, both physically and mentally. Without exception, they loved Ling Bai deeply, and naturally they were also worried about Ling Bai. My lord, those heavenly beings, Shiji asked anxiously. And Hiyori also said worriedly, my lord, what should I do? Is that enemy very strong? Aren't I also very strong? Moreover, this kind of thing is not something you can worry about. Afterwards, Ling Bai let them continue to work hard. Now, Ling Bai can use a small area of time to extend 1 hour to 20 hours. It can be said that what Ling Bai lacks most is time. Of course, Snake Princess, Rihei, and even her daughters also found out inexplicably why the night has become so long. Very weird look. In this regard, Ling Bai did not make it clear to them. As for Snake Princess and Rihei, they only arrived at the paradise this morning. Now that night is falling, come and serve Ling Bake. Ling Bai is not worried about that weapon of war. After all, what makes Ling Bai truly powerful is not only his combat power. People, enter the state of quantity, that is, under the current state of combat power, double it again. But it is not simply to double the combat power. It's similar to Luffy's second gear, regardless of combat effectiveness or physical fitness, it's all at the same level. In addition to combat power, Ling Bai can also freeze time and space, freeze time, and cut space. This is Ling Bai's trump card, therefore, Ling Bai is not afraid of the so-called weapons of war. However, dealing with him, Ling Bai felt that it would be a tough fight. Of course, if he can be eliminated when he arrives, then Ling Bai will be able to attack Mariojoy even more confidently. The next day, Ling Bai also gave orders to let Kaido and the others strengthen the defense of the paradise recently. Advertisement at noon, Ling Bai left the paradise. He still has more important things to do. In addition, Ling Bai is not worried that the park will be attacked. After all, Ling Bai can make a space jump with a maximum distance of 3 kilometers, so he can quickly return to the park. On the other side, naval headquarters, among the 3 admirals, the Green Bull has died, leaving only Kizaru and Fujitora, and the alternate admiral is Momosagi. So Momosagi naturally became one of the admirals, that is, was ordered in a crisis. But Fujitora became the new marine marshal, but today's naval headquarters is already thinly populated. The horrific war made naval headquarters no longer simply suffer heavy casualties. Not only that, the surrender of naval headquarters also made Mariojoy's celestial dragons furious. After all, in the opinion of those high-level officials, Marine should not surrender no matter what. And Crane and the others are for those Marines. The celestial dragons didn't care about Marine's safety at all, which made he and the others very sad. 5 elders even said that naval headquarters is gone and can be rebuilt, but the face of celestial dragons must not be lost. But now, Crane and the others led naval headquarters to surrender to Ling Bai and their pirates. Marine is capable, admit defeat, it's a shame for celestial dragons. 5 elders had another sentence, which made he and his senior management feel even more chilled. 5 elders. You are nothing more than our dogs. Crane and the others were already deeply saddened, but now they were even annoyed by the 5 elders and the others. Of course, Crane and the others held back their anger. And the 5 elders would never have imagined that they would let Marine down and let Marine break away from their celestial dragon's rule. After all, Marine bought their lives for the so-called justice or the lives of many worlds, not for the celestial dragons as a dog. The haze of grief cannot be dispelled for a long time in today's naval headquarters. And Ling Bai, also this evening, arrived at naval headquarters. Of course, he sneaked in here. Neither Suru, Kizaru nor Fujitora noticed that Ling Bai had infiltrated naval headquarters. Of course, it is impossible for them to think that Ling Bai will sneak into naval headquarters. As night fell, Momosagi, who had been busy all day, was about to take a bath and go to bed. However, Ling Bai showed up. The door of space. Ling Bai came directly as if tearing apart the space. Rather, Momosagi was taken aback. Of course, this is not a fright, but a surprise. Ling Bai. Momosagi immediately hugged Ling Bai tightly, with surprise on his face. She hasn't hugged Ling Bai for a long time. Not good, I'm sorry, husband, I've been busy all day, and I'm sweaty and smelly. Momosagi quickly let go of Ling Bai, feeling that after a busy day, her body is so dirty, how can she hold Ling Bai like this? Isn't this Shonen? Ling Bai is smiling. Only when getting along with Momosagi, the Ling Bai group will show his side as a normal person. For Momosagi, Ling Bai still has feelings, surpassing all other women. Where is it? Momosagi blushed slightly, advertisement. At the same time, Ling Bai started to be dishonest. I'll take a shower first, so be it. I have something to tell you. On the other side, Crane, who was still immersed in grief, opened the door of Leaping Rabbit's residence. Caught off guard, there was an intense voice that made Crane frown. After seeing Ling Bai and Momosagi, Crane felt like a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Crane's complexion changed in shock, and the scene in front of her was as unacceptable as if she had been struck by 5 thunders. Even, almost fainted from fright. Crane really wanted to rush into the room and stop this ridiculous thing. Even, her younger sister, Gion, is fighting with that demon. Moreover, Gion even called Ling Bai her husband. Crane almost cried. The body fell down weakly, and finally sat powerlessly on the sofa, while the bursts of sound in the room were still coming. How clear that is, even harsh, he really wanted to rush in and kill Ling Bai. However, how could Ling Bai not have discovered the crane? Even, Ling Bai let the crane come in on purpose. From Momosagi's words, Ling Bai learned that he and the others had already had a huge conflict with celestial dragons. Ling Bai feels that the opportunity to instigate the crane has come. Even if he kills Sengoku, Garp and others, but Ling Bai doesn't care. After taking a brief bath, Ling Bai sat in front of the sluggish crane. P.S. Brothers, this chapter allows me to let myself go. This is the last time I write about pirates, and I am going to switch to original ones. I have written about pirates for more than a year. Moreover, Ling Bai also added 20 times the time slowdown. If one night is counted as 8 hours, then now, one night is 160 hours. Lead the marine and declare celestial dragon's dominion. After an unknown amount of time passed, Ling Bai came out, and he just gave he a casual look. However, Crane, as the most prestigious marine among the current marines. It is impossible for all the voices inside to spread out. It's just an old woman, Ling Bai has no idea about her. You see it too, let's get straight to the point, old woman. Otherwise, Ling Bai keeps her, or what are they doing at naval headquarters? Ling Bai naturally has his own plans. Momosagi has passed out. Crane, sitting on the sofa sadly, time passed slowly. And the crane couldn't leave here either. Ling Bai looks forward, she leaves the marine, and calls out the celestial dragons. When the crane entered Momosagi's residence, Ling Bai cut the space of this 5.3 residence, making the residence an independent space. Ling Bai looked calm. He needs it, Crane is convinced. Chapter 259 Old Woman, do you want to continue to be dogs for celestial dragons? At this time, Crane was sitting powerlessly in front of Ling Bai. The distance between the two was only about 4 meters. He undoubtedly hated Ling Bai extremely. Too many marines who were important in Crane's life were killed indirectly or directly by Ling Bai. Crane can't wait for Ling Bai to be chopped into pieces. However, the previous scene, as well as the voice coming from Momosagi's room, made Crane's heart twist like a knife. That feeling is like, there is a person who killed his family. However, Suru's younger sister, Gion, whom she regards as a relative and only relative, is doing that kind of thing with this enemy. And, Gion is voluntary, she is not being forced. In the unknowingly long time that passed just now, he clearly heard his sister calling Ling Bai as her husband, lord, master and so on. Moreover, that voice is not the normal voice of Momosagi at all, but a voice that is willing to please Ling Ri in every possible way. Suru couldn't imagine how Gion, which she regarded as her younger sister, would become like this. It was precisely because of Gion's loud address to Ling Bai that he didn't have the courage to sneak in and kill Ling Bai from behind Ling Bai. 13 She would rather Gion be forced than voluntary. But the truth is, Gion is so flattering to Ling Bai. A marine admiral, a marine who has a great reputation all over the world, and a vicious pirate demon. The pain in Crane's heart is indescribable. She felt that she had been betrayed by the person she trusted the most. You guys, when did it start? Crane, powerless and suppressing his inner anger. Before the Summit War, to tell you the truth, your sister is just my plaything, but she is willing. Of course, I also like your sister very much. Ling Bai laughed. You be asterisk 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 D. Crane's eyes were about to burst, and his anger erupted instantly. I'm not a good person, but, old woman, you should cherish your old life. After all, if Gion hadn't pleaded for mercy before, do you think you would be able to return to naval headquarters? I'm giving you enough face for your sister. Ling Bai sneered. The implication is that her old life was given by Ling Bai, otherwise, she would never have survived. The only person Ling Bai really wants to let go is a smile. Anyone can die except for a smile. You, advertisement, old woman, my life doesn't matter anymore. The crane was extremely angry, but on the other side, Ling Bai released a huge momentum, which made the crane gasp for breath in an instant. That huge aura made the crane feel desperate, terrible. Crane, who almost lost his mind, inevitably came to his senses. Old woman, it's been too long, I can help you, Ling Bai snorted coldly. Afterwards, the two fell silent for several minutes. Until finally Ling Bai broke the silence. Soon, I will attack Mariajoy and kill all celestial dragons, big and small, as long as they are celestial dragons, and you naval headquarters, when I attack Mariajoy when the time comes, you will definitely need to fight. And I hope you naval headquarters, stay here and don't go up to disturb me. The new naval headquarters is on the side below the red line peak, basically forming a symmetrical position with the naval headquarters. It takes at most an hour for naval headquarters to rush to Mariajoy, and for powerful fighters, the speed is even faster. Impossible. Crane vetoed it on the spot. Ling Bai taunted. The celestial dragons have declared that you naval headquarters people are just their dogs. Do you still want to wag your tail to show your master? You? What did Gion say to you? Crane understood that this was definitely what Gion said. I've said everything. Does she have any secrets in front of me? Ling Bai crossed his legs. Old woman, do you naval headquarters, or your entire marine, still want to continue to be dogs? The group of celestial dragons who never care about your marine's life, and of course the celestial dragons who don't care about the lives of everyone in this world, do you still want to give them a dog that obeys all orders? Old woman, don't you think that you are very pitiful? Could it be that when a dog is used to it, it cannot be separated from its owner? Crane was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ling Bai. I don't need you to take action against those celestial dragons. I just need you to stay in naval headquarters and stand still. Of course you can also fight for me. I'm also very welcome. Crane, silent. After a long time, the crane opened his mouth and said, are you sure you can destroy the Wylong people? Of course, as long as that woman is killed. What's the problem with the other celestial dragons? Destruction is just a matter of raising your hand, old woman. Give you time to think about it. After a pause, Ling Bai continued. Of course you Marines can go up, but when the time comes, I will kill you by the way, and then you will have no chance of surviving. Advertisement. Ling Bai also kept his word. He spared the remnants of naval headquarters once, but never again. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the crane remained silent. In her heart, the hatred for Ling Bai has not weakened in the slightest, and the anger is also suppressed in her heart. However, Crane's heart is more helpless. Time is passing slowly. This night was slowed down by Ling Bai, so it was destined to be a long night. The communication between Ling Bai and Momosagi took more than 20 hours, and in the time domain of 160 hours, there are still more than 130 hours, 353. More than 10 hours later, Momosagi woke up, and Momosagi dragged his sore and tired body up. It was found that Ling Bai's figure was no longer in the room. Is it a dream? Sure enough, I miss him so much. Momosagi, suddenly shocked, even terrified. Momosagi hurried in to take a shower. Momosagi was speechless for a moment. Crane was helpless, even heartbroken, Sister Crane. However, from the moment he sat next to Ling Bai and was hugged by Ling Bai, the anxiety in his heart disappeared immediately. Even in the face of Crane's. Wait, no, he's here. Ling Bai is the pillar behind her, making her fearless. However, as soon as she turned her head, she saw Sister He opposite Ling Bai. I already know, you don't have to lie to me, Ling Bai said. I'll give you 15 minutes to take a shower, and then, come here. However, Momosagi was terrified in her heart, and she came out reluctantly after 15 minutes. Momosagi, can't believe it. Momosagi walked out of the room and saw Ling Bai. She was quite pleasantly surprised. It really wasn't a dream. Obviously, the feeling on her body and the strong smell in the room would not lie to her. Chapter 260 Lion Fruit's Plan, the next stop the Fishman Island. Crane, for Momosagi, a war orphan, is the most important person in Momosagi's life. Of course, today, the most important person in Momosagi's life is Ling Bai. But no matter what, the crane is very important in Momosagi's heart, otherwise Momosagi would not have interceded with Ling Bai before, asking Ling Bai not to kill the crane. Now, Momosagi never imagined that the matter between herself and Ling Bai would be discovered by the crane. Crane's heart is full of pain and helplessness towards Momosagi. Just now, Ling Bai clearly ordered Momosagi to take a bath, and Momosagi went to take a bath without thinking or hesitation. So obedient. It can be said that Momosagi is afraid of Ling Bai, for fear that Ling Bai will get angry. Crane doesn't understand why the powerful woman Marine, who has made countless pirates fearful, will become like this now. She also seemed to have figured it out in an instant. Before the Summit War, Momosagi had already become Ling Bai's woman. And the time after that, were Ling Bai's undercover agents in naval headquarters? Ling Bai. What's going on? Momosagi asked Ling Bai nervously. Do you still need to ask? Ling Bai said. This? Momosagi was speechless for a while, but Crane was staring at Momosagi with cloudy eyes. Momosagi couldn't help feeling a little guilty again. And the crane didn't know what to say. Ling Bai. Think carefully. When the time comes when I attack Mariajoy, you Marines, there are 3 ways you can go. The first is to help the celestial dragons fight against my power. The second is to stand still and wait for the end of the war. The third is to help me. Ling Bai reiterated it again. Now he gives Crane, or the entire Marine, Sanlong Road. As for what Crane would choose, Ling Bai naturally hoped that she would choose the third way. If she chooses the first path, then Ling Bai will also wipe out Marine completely. Ling Bai, are you going to attack Mariajoy? Momosagi was shocked. It's almost time, and the celestial dragons can't stand it anymore. Ling Bai looked calm. But the crane said, haven't you ever thought that you will be destroyed by celestial dragons, at that time? Before Crane could finish speaking, Ling Bai interrupted him. Ling Bai. I can't fail. Since Impel down, I have never failed, and I have never been defeated. You. If there is an exception, how many people will be buried with you? He frowned tightly, his voice full of anger. Advertisement. Think about it, old woman. As for my affairs, you don't need to think about it. The fate of Marine is now in your hands, and there are still a few people in your hands. When the time comes, you can decide for yourself. This woman really irritated Ling Bai a little bit. But Ling Bai doesn't care anymore. Now, he is equivalent to informing the other party, whether to do it or not. How to do it, depends on her. Ling Bai didn't force this old woman. The conversation went on for another hour, and then Crane left Momosagi's residence with deep helplessness, anger and grief. Revenge. Revenge is already impossible. Even if Ling Bai killed so many important Marines, Crane felt more helpless at this moment. She seems like she can't do anything after leaving the door. Crane looked at the sky, only to realize that such a long time had passed. It was still night, and it was still around 11 o'clock in the evening, and the time she arrived at Momosagi's residence was after 8 o'clock. Of course, she would not know that Ling Bai used the time ability. In the room, after the crane left, Momosagi was relieved. However, for a while, Momosagi was a little confused again. She didn't know how to face he in the future. She knew that he would not say that she had any relationship with Ling Bai, but it was very difficult for Momosagi to face he. From his eyes, she saw the deep hope and helplessness. Thinking of this, the guilt in Momosagi's heart became even stronger. Because she slept for more than 10 hours before, Momosagi is also very awake at this moment, without any drowsiness. But Ling Bai was lying on the sofa, pillowing on Momosagi's lap, closing his eyes and going to sleep. Ling Bai, how long are you going to stay here? I mean, can you stay a few more days? Momosagi was a little apprehensive. After all, she still hoped that Ling Bai would stay with her all the time. Leave tomorrow. Huh? So fast? Suddenly, Momosagi felt a strong sense of loss. I've been very busy recently. By the way, do you have any information on the Golden Lion? That old guy, isn't he dead? Ling Bai's purpose of leaving the paradise this time, finding the Golden Lion, is one of the 10. Of course, Ling Bai didn't intend to win over Golden Lion. What he wants is the ability to capture the Golden Lion. Lion fruit. This is the only devil fruit Ling Bai wants. He wants to suspend the entire paradise like the Golden Lion, and this is also for the convenience of attacking Paojie in the future. At that time, dozens of hundreds of islands will be directly suspended, descend from the sky, and directly attack Paojie. Instead of taking a boat to the channel leading to the summit of the Red Line and then rushing up, obviously, this is a very poor way to find it. He needs to attack directly from the air. Advertisement. Golden Lion's lion fruit undoubtedly satisfied Ling Bai's idea. Golden Lion? He should be in West Blue now, as if there was information recently that this is the case, but he is not in the waters of West Blue, but in the sky of West Blue. West Blue? Ling Bai, why are you asking him? Momosagi also thought that Ling Bai was going to win over Golden Lion. I want to know where the Golden Lion is hiding, and then, kill him and take his abilities. Take his abilities? Momosagi was surprised. Momosagi naturally knew about Ling Bai's ability to take over other people. After all, she knew Ling Bai best. Then you have to be careful. He is a legendary pirate after all, although he hasn't made a move for a long time. I don't know how his strength is. But he must be strong. Ling Bai nodded. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, you know? That old woman, he can't either. Momosagi smiled, a sweet smile. Before going to bed, Ling Bai released the time domain. Afterwards, Shutu continued to say some words to make Mai Bai pay attention to safety. At this time, it is already the countdown to the arrival of the final battle. Momosagi watched Ling Bai all night until Ling Bai woke up. For Ling Bai, the next stop is the Fishman Island. Harness the power of Shirahoshi's ancient weapon. He slept comfortably and peacefully with Momosagi's lap on his pillow. The ability of the Phoenix of the Phantom Beast, Ling Baidu, is in the control of the confession. On the contrary, Ling Bai fell asleep after listening to it, and Momosagi felt a little helpless about it. She is a very powerful female marine. Those marine pirates don't even dare to look at me, they're scared by me. Ling Bai ordered Bullet and the others to lead enough troops to destroy the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. As for Marco, he should be captured and killed. Just pay attention. At that time, it was just 12 o'clock in the evening. Afterwards, Ling Bai simply washed up and left naval headquarters. Of course, before leaving, Ling Bai did not forget to let Momosagi eat bird's nest. Ling Bai is going to the Fishman Island. He wants to try to see if he can awaken Shirahoshi's power. When the early morning sun shone through the windows, Ling Bai woke up too. Paojie couldn't bear it any longer, and wished to crush Mai Bai immediately. In addition, when Ling Bai was about to dive into the deep sea, he received a notification from Shiryu that they had found the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 261. Shirahoshi has become a human. That night, Ling Bai arrived at the Fishman Island. Ling Bai diving into the deep sea is also very simple. With the space barrier, he can directly isolate his body from the seawater. Then dive down in the sea, faster than sea kings. Soon arrived at the Fishman Island. The moment Ling Bai stepped onto the Fishman Island, he was quickly spotted. However, no one dared to stop him. The pirates who saw Ling Bai from afar were terrified. Who would have thought that the vicious big pirate king would suddenly appear on the Fishman Island? By the way, the Fishman Island is Ling Bai's territory. Soon, Ling Bai arrived at the Dragon Palace Kingdom and met Neptune. Where's Shirahoshi? Ling Bai is no nonsense, he came to the Fishman Island just for Shirahoshi. Moreover, Ling Bai only pays attention to Shirahoshi in a place like the Fishman Island, or Shirahoshi's ancient weapon power. My lord, Shirahoshi is over there on the coral reef. Seeing Ling Bai's arrival, Neptune was quite nervous and felt great pressure. Naval headquarters was almost wiped out by Ling Bai, and the legendary marine was almost wiped out as well. How dare Neptune call Ling Bai your excellency? This is no longer an equal etiquette, but he needs to bow his head to Ling Bai. God knows if Ling Bai is suddenly angry, will it bring disaster to the Fishman Island? My lord, I didn't know you were looking for Shirahoshi. 170. Neptune felt uneasy, and seemed to understand what Ling Bai was going to do. He knew that Ling Bai knew that Shirahoshi was the ancient weapon Poseidon of this generation, and Neptune seemed to have vaguely guessed something. Let her awaken the ancient weapon power. Ling Bai didn't hide either. This. My lord, but. Neptune suddenly thumped in his heart. Haven't you always longed for equality with human beings, longing for human beings to accept you? Why are your populations often hunted? Isn't one of the reasons why celestial dragons like mermaids and murloc slaves? Neptune, I'm going to attack Mariajoy and completely set the celestial dragons on fire. Whether you like it or not, Shirahoshi's power must be awakened. Of course, I believe that since Poseidon appeared in this life, far away from Mariajoy, high above the king of celestial dragons will not sit idly by, that person will send someone to kill Shirahoshi sooner or later. I am probably knew that Shirahoshi is Poseidon, this is not Ling Bai nonsense, but in the original book, when World Summit, I am stuck a dagger in Princess Vivi. Luffy Crane Shirahoshi 3 people on the photo. There is no doubt that these 3 people are all I am going to get rid of. Shirahoshi, representing Poseidon Wave Cold Winter. This, Neptune was speechless for a moment. He understands that the mysterious king of celestial dragons should also know, BDCI. That the mermaid princess of this life is Poseidon. Advertisement after all, even Luo Jia knew back then that Poseidon would be born in the not too distant future of his time. So, he goes to Raftel, he goes to the Fishmen Island. It's too early. That's not a question of the end of his era, and he doesn't qualify. I know to inform you. As for whether you agree or not, that is your business. Ling Bai left the Dragon Palace without saying a word, followed by the helpless and annoyed Neptune immediately. Ling Bai is a dictator, he is dictatorial, I am the only one. On the other side, the reef is just a piece of coral square. At this time, Shirahoshi was playing a game with a group of mermaids and murlocs. Today's the Fishmen Island has entered a relatively stable period, and Ling Bai has already sent people to deal with the problems on the Fishmen Street. Hody Jones was long dead, after all. At this time, Ling Bai appeared. He saw Shirahoshi from afar, and of course, Shirahoshi saw him too. Shirahoshi, because the power of the ancient weapon is sleeping in her body, she is very sensitive to powerful power perception, and she can perceive this power, whether there is hostility. Obviously Ling Bai will not have any hostility towards her. Big brother. The appearance of Ling Bai made Shirahoshi very pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, she could see Ling Bai whom she missed so much at this time. Ding. I found the sign in, is the host going to sign in? Sign in? At this moment, a system voice sounded in Ling Bai's mind, and immediately, Ling Bai did not hesitate. Sign in. Sign in successfully, reward, mermaid humanization. Mermaid humanization? Ling Bai was surprised for a moment, and immediately, Ling Bai understood that this new sign-in reward is an ability that can turn a mermaid into a human. For Ling Bai, the ability is completely useless. However, Ling Bai couldn't help looking at Shirahoshi. This ability is useful for yuxing. Shirahoshi, let's go somewhere. Big brother, where are you going? Shirahoshi was curious. With watery eyes and a beautiful face, he was stunned by all the natives of the Fishmen Island around him, so that they didn't bother with Ling Bai's appearance. You'll find out later. Ling Bai snapped his fingers after speaking. The door of space. Immediately, a huge space door appeared out of thin air. It was a blue and white door. Nothing could be seen inside, only a water curtain inside. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai stepped into it with Shirahoshi, and then the door of space disappeared, leaving only Neptune with a confused face and many local aboriginals in place. Advertisement the next moment, in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, Shirahoshi's residence, the space gate appeared. Ling Bai and Shirahoshi stepped out of it. Here, there is no one. Wow. Big brother is amazing. Big brother, what kind of door is this? It's amazing. You don't even have to walk? Shirahoshi's face was full of surprise and longing. Obviously the space door just now was a novel thing for her. It's just a trick. Shirahoshi, do you want to follow Big Brother all the time? Ling Bai opened the mouth and said, but now, he feels like he is abducting a little girl. Follow Big Brother? Can I follow Big Brother? Shirahoshi wants to follow Big Brother forever? Shirahoshi's eyes widened, his face was full of surprise, and he bent down to look at Ling Bai. Compared with Shirahoshi's body shape, Ling Bai is really different. After all, as Poseidon, Shirahoshi is naturally quite huge, and she is undoubtedly still growing up now, but her size has surpassed her father Neptune, the sea god. And, at least until the age of 20, Shirahoshi will keep growing in size. Shirahoshi's size can be said to be quite huge, but compared to those overlord-level sea kings, Shirahoshi is still too small. Of course, Shirahoshi can always be Big Brother in the future. Really? Then Shirahoshi must follow Big Brother all the time? Shirahoshi, hold out your hands, palms facing me. But it is undeniable that Shirahoshi's figure is not inferior to any woman around Ling Bai. However, because of Shirahoshi's shrinking size, the clothes on his body are naturally only 15 years old. It's a foul. Got to find some clothes. Incredibly fair legs. Moreover, her mermaid tail is not only shrinking, but turning into human legs. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai also stretched out his hands, and the palms of both hands covered Shirahoshi's palms respectively. At night, when Ling Bai appeared in front of Neptune and the others with the slim humanized Shirahoshi, Neptune and the others were completely shocked. Of course, it is definitely a beauty. Her beauty is naturally unchanged, and she is a beauty of the same level as Snake Princess and Hiyori. The size shrinks, the tail disappears, and it turns into a human. However, after all, Ling Bai is also surrounded by all kinds of beauties, so he is extremely calm at the moment. After all, the three of them are all three peerless beauties in this world. And what shocked Shirahoshi happened. The next moment, her hands were shrinking rapidly. The scene was bloody. But now Shirahoshi is just a beautiful girl in front of Ling Bai, and Ling Bai would not attack her now. In the end, to Shirahoshi's shock, she turned into a tall and beautiful girl in the height of 1.7 meters. It should be said that her whole body is shrinking. Shirahoshi nodded and did as Ling Bai said. Chapter 262 Overlord of the Dark Sea Region. Ling Bai appeared in front of Neptune and the others with Shirahoshi in human form, which frightened Neptune and the others. After all, Shirahoshi has become a human, a slim girl. And Shirahoshi spent a lot of time today to learn how to walk as a human, which surprised her. Of course, the most surprising thing is that I was able to follow Ling Bai. Of course, Shirahoshi is obedient to Ling Bai, and there is such a faint feeling in the girl's heart. My lord, what's going on? Neptune and the others were shocked. They couldn't understand how Shirahoshi's body became smaller and turned into a human. To Neptune's shock, Ling Bai simply told them that he turned Shirahoshi into a human being, and as for the harm, there would be no harm. Of course, the reason why Ling Bai brought Shirahoshi to Neptune was to inform Neptune that he was going to take Bai Xing away. And this, even if Neptune wanted to refuse, he couldn't refuse. He was simply not allowed to refuse. However, Ling Bai reiterated that he will completely overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule within the next few months, and at that time, the world order will be redefined by him. And the Fishmen Island will also be able to truly integrate into this world by then, and have a world status on an equal footing with human beings. Even though Neptune felt helpless in his heart, he still had to agree to Ling Bai in the end. My lord, I hope my daughter is safe and sound, my throat. Neptune understood that Ling Bai just informed him, even if he didn't agree, Ling Bai would take Shirahoshi away. The Fishmen Island, there is simply no room for resistance. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of a pirate group led by a supernova can bring down the Dragon Palace Kingdom. The Fishmen Island has always been very weak, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to seek shelter from the big pirate. The sadness of the Fishmen Island can also be imagined. Of course, in this world where the weak prey on the strong, the experience of the weak is nothing more than this, and naturally they're even worse. Therefore, even if Ling Bai wants to take Shirahoshi away, Neptune and the others can't do anything, resist, and may bring disaster to the Fishmen Island. That night, Ling Bai left the Fishmen Island with Shirahoshi. Using the Gate of Space, Ling Bai took Shirahoshi directly into the Dark Sea. But at the moment when he came out from the Gate of Space, Ling Bai cut the space, and the space barrier of the cube wrapped Ling Bai and Shirahoshi. Big brother, where is this place? Shirahoshi looked at the dark sea above and below in all directions with curiosity and some fear. Like night, but dark and cold. Advertisement unlike the Fishmen Island which has light. And this is a world Shirahoshi has never been exposed to. The sea area where Ling Bai and the others are now leaving is just to the east of the Fishmen Island. But this sea area is deeper than the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island is in the 10,000 meter deep sea, and this sea area is in the 50,000 meter deep sea. It can be said that there is no light at all, and it is also full of coldness and dead silence. However, Ling Bai could clearly feel the huge aura hidden here. This is the breath of some kind of beast beyond imagination. Even, like the breath of Kaido turning into a dragon, or on top of Kaido. Moreover, there are 3 breaths of the same level in this kind of breath. Big brother, this place is so scary, I seem to feel that there is something scary here. Shirahoshi's body trembled a little. It was the first time for her to leave the Fishmen Island, so she was inevitably afraid of this world. Fear of the unknown and the unknown. These things are sea kings that you can command. Ling Bai touched Shirahoshi's head, which made Shirahoshi calm down. Shirahoshi, I'm going to make these things wake up. Wait, you try to communicate with them. Boom. After finishing speaking, Ling Bai released the Conqueror's Haki to the maximum extent. It is worth mentioning that Ling Bai's Conqueror's Haki is no longer the Conqueror's Haki that he signed in at the beginning, but much stronger than before. Entered, the highest level. The seawater immediately vibrated, and the vast force, centered on Ling Bai, crushed away towards the darkness where the terrifying creature was sleeping. Immediately afterwards, the entire sea area shook. In the darkness, light suddenly appeared. It was like a light. However, its 6 giant eyes, asking for flowers. It is so huge that it is bigger than the largest warship in the world government, a warship with a hull of hundreds of meters. And this is just the eyes. You can imagine their size. Here, there are a total of 3 sea kings. Before Ling Bai came to the Fishmen Island, it was here that he faintly felt the monsters sleeping in the deep sea nearby. Advertisement: they are the real kings in the sea. Lived a long time, and only Poseidon wave cold winter can make them. The 3 pairs of eyes opened in an instant, allowing the sea area to emit light. Of course, those eyes were absolutely terrifying, like a nightmare. They looked at Ling Bai. Human kid. What a powerful force. I haven't felt such a powerful force for a long time. But it's not the strongest. This brat is still hiding. The mermaid princess who has the power of Poseidon, my king, is also here. However, the power of the king has not yet recovered. The 3-headed sea kings, who didn't know how big they were, soon arrived in front of Ling Bai and the others. Ling Bai patted Shirahoshi's back. The little girl was still a little timid after all. Human brat. That's right, Sea Kings muttered to himself. And Shirahoshi held Ling Bai's right hand and looked at the Sea Kings. Big brother, do they seem to know me? Wang, how long have we been waiting? The Sea Kings in the middle spoke. After all, in the past few years, they were all forced to live inside the shell, unable to contact the outside world. He understands that these Sea Kings are not his opponents, but they must be strong if they are strong. Three sea kings glared at Ling Bai, eyes like nightmares, full of majesty and terror. Your king is her, you should understand human speech. Shirahoshi, try to feel that force in your body, communicate with them. However, Ling Bai has no fear, they're all your subordinates. Especially the sea kings in the middle. Ling Bai looked at them and pointed to Shirahoshi. It seems, hundreds of years. Kaido turns into a dragon, and coming here is still love. Chapter 263 Shirahoshi awakens power as Poseidon. Shirahoshi is the master of the three sea kings in front of him. Shirahoshi was able to rule them all. Even if they don't want to, they have to submit to Poseidon's strength and will. And follow Poseidon, for the sea kings, is just like the ancestral teachings of human beings. This is a mission that sea kings need to stick to for generations. Poseidon, it was Shirahoshi in front of them. Even though Shirahoshi doesn't have any mermaid appearance now, the power of Poseidon in her body can be clearly perceived by the three-headed sea king's overlord. That is the force that makes them submit. Big brother, am I their king? Shirahoshi is very timid. After all, although the three sea kings are in the dark, it is impossible to know their size, but those three pairs of eyes are scary enough. 403. Shirahoshi, you have to be brave, you know? In the future, you need to be alone. If I'm not here, who will protect your home, the Fishmen Island? Who will protect the Fishmen Island, those people you love so much? Only you have the power to protect the Fishmen Island, you can command all the sea kings, and you have the most terrifying power in this sea. I can't be a child who can cry. Ling Bai touched Shirahoshi's head. Ling Bai's eyes were extremely clear, however, now, his words are just to awaken the sleeping power in Shirahoshi. After all, a demon like Ling Bai is not someone who can coax children. Shirahoshi, barely, but there is a purpose for saying these wonderful words. But in any case, awakening the power in Shirahoshi's body is not harmful to Shirahoshi. Yeah, Shirahoshi must not be a crying child. Shirahoshi is an adult already. Shirahoshi, just give it a try. After finishing speaking, Shirahoshi looked at the three sea kings, and there was a firmness in the eyes she looked at the sea king's overlords. It has to be said that Ling Bai's evasion was still effective. Shirahoshi, try to feel the power in his body, that powerful, sleeping force. Advertisement Ling Bai reminded from the side. Shirahoshi nodded. Humans, do you want to help our king to awaken the power of Poseidon in his body? The sea kings in the middle glared at Ling Bai. With a slight movement of its head, the seawater shook, but Ling Bai and Shirahoshi were located in the independent space cut out, so they could not be affected. The three sea kings were clearly intimidating Ling Bai from the very beginning, but they couldn't do anything out of fear of Ling Bai's terror. The dark sea covered their terrifying bodies, and now the faint light in the darkness reveals their body parts that are not even an iceberg kakuzu. In the world, among the three sea kings, the middle one has a body length of about 8 kilometers, and the two sides are in the range of 6 to 7 kilometers. This is no ordinary body horror, it's unimaginable. Even in the deep sea of 50,000 meters, even if you stare at it, you can rush out of the sea. The other sea kings are like ants in front of them. But Ling Bai doesn't care about their deterrence. What Ling Bai wants is for Shirahoshi to control them. I'm not afraid of you, Ling Bai said, his face was very calm. You are strong, human, unfathomable. The sea kings on the right said something, facing Ling Bai, the three of them felt a sense of dread in their hearts. This human being is unfathomable, without strength, I will not come to see you, of course, it is impossible to find you and let this sea area. 50,000 meters is no longer a sea area that humans can touch. Even a coated ship cannot enter such a deep sea area. The 10,000 meter deep sea passing by the Fishmen Island is already the limit. Also unimaginable. And the tens of thousands of meters deep sea area, the strong will not set foot, after all, not everyone is Ling Bai. Ling Bai, using the space to reach this sea area, performed multiple space jumps in a row, and has an independent space cut out to protect himself and isolate the seawater. And this kind of sea area that humans cannot reach is the Sea Kings, or the sea area inhabited by some terrifying creatures that humans have never heard of. The Sea Kings hesitated to speak. Advertisement. And at this moment, with Shirahoshi as the center, an invisible force oscillated and spread to the dark sea area in all directions, extending the boundless dark sea area. Under this power, the overlords of the three Sea Kings couldn't help but be moved. This is the power of Poseidon. There is a natural pressure to make them surrender. But the overlord has surrendered, and in the more distant sea area, the other Sea Kings are trembling even more. Under the calm sea surface, passing ships, or the whole world, no one knows. On this day, in the unknown sea area, those Sea Kings came to worship their king one after another. Of course, only the mighty Sea Kings dare to worship, and the weak can only tremble in the distant sea area, or lie on their stomachs devoutly and respectfully, facing the direction of that force. Sea Kings are more powerful than the perception of the strong human beings. They understand that the king who made them come from the depths of their souls is in a very distant sea area, calling them, or let them know that the king, born. Shirahoshi was quite scared when he saw the murder for the first time. After that, Ling Bai asked many more questions, and finally got a better understanding of Uranus. 4.8 Ling Bai was quite surprised by this, and it was thousands of years ago? Go to a place called West Blue. Shirahoshi was curious. Uranus, what is it? At this time, Shirahoshi's power has been slowly recovering. Although it is not yet at its peak, it can already summon all the Sea Kings. This Sea Kings is also an ancient creature. In the dark sea, Ling Bai raised his doubts and faced the Sea Kings in the middle. Sea Kings muttered to himself, seemingly with a hint of fear. Coincidentally, he ran into a group of pirates who were distributing the spoils, so Ling Bai naturally killed them all without hesitation, and then seized the ship. Waiting for the day, King, take them to battle. Big brother, where are we going now? Uranus. The product of the last empire was created by you human beings with something called technology to fight against the king of our Sea Kings. However, that was a very distant time, probably thousands of years ago. Is it a product of technology? Was the technology of the last empire very advanced? Go to West Blue, find Golden Lion. Ling Bai needs his lion fruit. Half a day later, Ling Bai rushed out of the sea with Shiryu. Of course, this is no longer the New World, but the first half of the Grand Line. Advertisement Chapter 264 Fly to Sky Island, fight Golden Lion. West Blue, somewhere in the sky, dozens of islands are floating in the sky. The pirates passing by in the sea below felt extremely horrified. It's not that the dozens of islands floating in the sky made them feel horrified, but because of the man who suspended these dozens of islands. Great Pirate Golden Lion. The last legend, but the Golden Lion is already in a state of seclusion. The passing pirates also retreated far away, preferring to lengthen the route dozens of times, rather than sailing far away in the sea area close to the Golden Lion. At this time, the center of the flying sky island above the island. Golden Lion put down the newspaper, and the content in the newspaper is about the previous war between Ling Bai and the naval headquarters. Naval headquarters can almost be said to have been wiped out. Ling Bai killed many top marines. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku is a Ling Bai kill. Plus, there are redheads. What a crazy guy, Golden Lion sighed. If the old man's strength has not regressed, maybe I have to meet him. The Golden Lion, who is in his 70s, and for some reasons, his strength is now 13, which has been constantly weakening. The legend of the Great Pirate cannot withstand the erosion of time. Although Golden Lion didn't want to admit it, but in his heart, he had to admit it. He understands that Ling Bai is very strong. Although the Golden Lion is arrogant, he worships power and admires some powerful people. He recognized Luogia. Although Golden Lion is arrogant, he is a hero, not a villain. Just at this moment, Golden Lion suddenly felt a special wave. That is, a strange and extremely terrifying force. Advertisement someone is coming, extremely powerful man. And on this island, a space door opened, Ling Bai stepped out from it, and Shiryu followed closely behind Ling Bai. Then, the Golden Lion, who sensed the coming of the strong, also came out. The members of the flying pirates were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Ling Bai. As for Ling Bai, not to mention that people all over the world know him, but marines and pirates all over the world know Ling Bai, that's for sure. After searching for more than 2 days, I finally found you, old man. Boom. With Ling Bai as the center, a wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted, sweeping in all directions in an instant. The sky changes all of a sudden. Good boy, this old man was going to New World to meet you, but you came. However, it's a good drive. Let this old man appreciate your strength, boy. Golden Lion laughed loudly, and suddenly, a momentum of lion roaring across the world spread instantly. Also a top-notch Conqueror's Haki, the sky is changing more violently. In an instant, the clouds rolled, the thunder and lightning tore apart, and the thunder resounded through the sky. The dark red and golden Conqueror's Haki fought against each other, and the clouds in the sky were split in half, as if the sky had split open. This is already an extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki, and it's not surprising that it can shake the sky. And the subordinates of Golden Lion have long been unconscious under the impact of these two forces. Moreover, the island under the feet of the two of them was directly shattered inch by inch under this force. Boy, let this old man see what you call the strongest force in the world. With a loud shout, Golden Lion used Conqueror's Haki to ultimate, but with the release of Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki, Ling Bai naturally brought this power to ultimate. I saw the Golden Lion's Conqueror's field being crushed continuously, and finally crushed like a balloon. And Golden Lion, also under the impact of powerful force, couldn't help retreating a little. Shiryu, wait for me here. Ling Bai dropped a word to Shiryu behind him, and with a wave of his right hand, an independently cut space appeared behind Ling Bai, sheltering Shiryu in it. Although Shiryu now has the power of Poseidon, but in the current awakening stage, he is still summoning Sea Kings. I don't know if he will have any other abilities in the later stage. Anyway, Shiryu is just a weak girl now. Advertisement. And the protective cover released by Ling Bai, although it is not the absolute defense of the barrier fruit, is also extremely powerful. Even in the deep sea below 50,000 meters, it has no problem withstanding the terrible seawater pressure. After protecting Shiryu in the space field, Ling Bai stepped forward and rushed towards the Golden Lion. At this time the ground has collapsed, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki made the ground unrecognizable in an instant. Slash wave. Ling Bai's speed is very fast, of course, today's Ling Bai can move instantly. There are traces of high-speed movement, but there is no trace of instantaneous movement. Golden Lion's legs, it should be said that his two famous swords, Dead Wood, directly rode a crescent-shaped slash. This slash came through the air, and even pierced the ground. As for Ling Bai, facing the Golden Lion's slash capable of splitting the sea, Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki attached to his right fist, blasting away the slash with one punch. The top powerhouse with Conqueror's Haki can attach Conqueror's Haki to his own attack. For example, Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams is attached with Conqueror's Haki, and the purple airflow on his mace is the attached Conqueror's Haki. The ability of the old man, Lion Fruit. What a powerful force. But old man, there is nothing to be nostalgic about. Let's have a fight. Let this old man fight heartily. P.S. The latest news of One Piece. Conqueror's Haki can be attached to attacks and weapons, but only the top powerhouses can do it. It seems that Zoro also has Conquerors, you can go and see. And Ling Bai is far from Lee. In an instant, Ling Bai arrived in front of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, too, is old. The Golden Lion yelled and laughed. Lion Fruit's ability made him charge towards Ling Bai directly in the air. Golden Lion punched it and laughed loudly at the same time. The three legendary great pirates of the old era. Luo Jia was terminally ill in middle age. Whitebeard's health deteriorated day by day in his later years. Golden Lion lived in seclusion for 20 years after breaking his legs, just for the so-called revenge of East Blue plan. I need your ability, so 487, you must die, but I will give you a decent way to die. Before Ling Bai's feet landed, he swooped down and punched Golden Lion. Boy, do you want to kill this old man? Look at your murderous look, gee ha ha ha. At that moment, with the roar of the Golden Lion, a huge stone lion rushed out of the ground, like a huge living creature, roaring towards Ling Bai. Ling Bai is also not afraid to tell the Golden Lion his purpose. Golden Lion seemed to have thought of something, and at the same time, because of Ling Bai's punch, Golden Lion couldn't bear the force, so he had to retreat a certain distance, and there were long scratches on the ground. Lion Earth coiling. Boy, Ling Bai is too strong, and Golden Lion is not at its peak now. Chapter 265. The Wounded Golden Lion. Big brother, be careful. Shirahoshi exclaimed. She was extremely safe in the space barrier. At this moment, Shirahoshi also wants to help Ling Bai, but she also knows how weak she is. Although she can summon extremely powerful Sea Kings, this is the sky. So Shirahoshi could only stand in place and watch Ling Bai fight. The huge stone lion rushed towards Ling Bai, while Ling Bai was hanging in the air, facing the stone lion. At this time, Ling Bai's palms were facing the stone lion, and a transparent mask was released immediately, and the transparent mask continued to expand, rushing towards the stone lion. Boom! At the moment when the mask touched the stone lion, the roaring stone lion shattered. This is the power called Honkai. The sound of the explosion is earth-shattering. The huge shockwave also exposed all the gold in the rear. Mighty boy! Golden Lion, who has been paying attention to Ling Bai, naturally knows that Ling Bai's ability is mysterious and terrifying, and it seems to be more than one ability. Amid the dust, huge shockwaves swept in all directions. Ling Bai broke through the dust cloud and went straight to the Golden Lion. Old man, I won't play with you anymore. After finishing speaking, Ling Bai chopped off his right leg from the air, like a battle axe. The speed is too fast. In the field of observation Haki of the old man, it is difficult to perceive that speed. This is the thought in Golden Lion's mind at this time. Ling Bai's strength is beyond doubt, and surpasses all the people Golden Lion has known in this life. Unfathomable. Facing the right leg that was chopped down like a tomahawk, Golden Lion covered armament Haki with both hands, crossed and charged forward. Boom! With a muffled sound, Ling Bai's right leg landed on Golden Lion's hands, directly pressing down on Golden Lion's hands. Immediately afterwards, the suspended Golden Lion was directly bombarded by Ling Bai on the unrecognizable ground. In an instant, the ground collapsed directly. Advertisement. In other words, this flying island was directly penetrated, and the Golden Lion's body smashed down into the sea uncontrollably. This force is too great. The old man felt that it was hard to resist, and he didn't use all his strength. Golden Lion barely stopped his falling body when he was about to fall into the sea. Fortunately, he was able to fly, otherwise, with Ling Bai's strength, he would have been directly smashed into the deep sea. However, at this moment, the clothes on Golden Lion's back were all torn due to the powerful impact. Although there was no injury to the back, there was a strong pain. It's too strong to fight against. Looking in the direction of Face Sky Island, resisting the numb pain in his hands, the Golden Lion rushed straight up again. At this time, Ling Bai looked down from above. At the moment Golden Lion rushed up, Ling Bai also swooped down. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion swung more than a dozen huge crescent-shaped slashes in a row, and the white light flashed in combat power, with the power enough to tear the sea, and charged straight up. As for Ling Bai, the power of explosion magic gathered in midair. When the crimson magic circle spun up, the terrifying explosion magic also shot out directly. A crimson energy swooped down and collided with Golden Lion's crescent-shaped slash. Boom! A series of loud explosions. The Golden Lion's slash was as fragile as tofu, and was directly crushed by Ling Bai's explosive magic energy. Although I struggled for more than 10 seconds, the final result is still the same. Directly crushed, however, with more than 10 slashes, some of them slipped through the net, but in the end, they didn't attack Ling Bai, they just charged into the sky and disintegrated those islands. On the other side, the crimson terrifying energy column pierced through the void and hit the Golden Lion directly. Good boy. It seems that the old man is really going to die in your hands today. Golden Lion is open and frank, without the slightest fear, nor too much surprise. After all, the other party cheated. For this world, it is beyond imagination. Facing the frightening crimson energy, Golden Lion did not dodge, but attacked with his most powerful slash. For Golden Lion, there is no escape or fear in his life. After all, He is the man who dared to break into the naval headquarters where strong men gather alone and cut off his legs and impel down. Advertisement Golden Lion roared and rushed up. He understands that he can't survive today. Ling Bai has killing intent. Moreover, Ling Bai is stronger than his Golden Lion. As bursts of explosions sounded, the Golden Lion continuously sliced through the crimson energy. And Ling Bai is on it, constantly applying explosive magic energy. How long can you resist? Seeing the Golden Lion, when the Golden Lion is the whole person, but Ling Bai can see the flying clothes and long golden hair of the Golden Lion. Boom! Finally, with a violent explosion, the Golden Lion was blown away. Not everyone can resist Ling Bai's power, and it can last for several minutes. Even if it is an explosion magic, Golden Lion needs to spend time brewing the big move, and he can't just swing the big move casually. Golden Lion finally got blown away. In midair, a stream of heat suddenly rose from Golden Lion's throat. Although Golden Lion tried his best to control it, in the end, Golden Lion still vomited blood. Under Ling Bai's explosion magic, the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters disintegrated, but what the Golden Lion faced just now was not the strongest explosion magic energy of Ling Bai. After vomiting blood, Golden Lion's complexion turned pale for a moment. In the end, Golden Lion landed heavily on the water. That's right, not on the sea, but on the ice. Ling Bai, who has the ability to move instantly, appeared on the sea faster than the Golden Lion that fell down. The moment he stepped out of the sea, Ling Bai directly froze the sea. Of course, this range is not large. Ling Bai was suspended in the air, only 2 meters away from the ice surface, while the Golden Lion on the other side was standing up majestically from the ice surface. On the corner of the old man's mouth, there is still a bloodline. I'll give you a decent funeral, so you don't have to worry. Ling Bai looked at the Golden Lion and disappeared in place in an instant. Chapter 266 The Death of the Golden Lion, the End of the Legend. In the next second, Ling Bai appeared, falling from the sky, and the Golden Lion on the other side still hadn't stood up straight. Of course, Golden Lion's legs are just his 2 famous knives. Ling Bai, who fell from the sky, swept his right leg directly, but Ling Bai also covered armament hockey. Although his own physical defense is indeed strong, to avoid unnecessary injuries, Ling Bai also habitually covered armament hockey. Golden Lion, who was seriously injured, could only bear the pain and cross his right leg to meet him. Under Ling Bai's huge explosion magic energy, the old man Golden Lion was also seriously injured. His body was already in rags, and blood was visible from many places on his skin. Thanks also to the fact that Golden Lion's physique is not bad, otherwise he would have been melted directly. Ling Bai's right leg, carrying a chill, swelled with Golden Lion's famous saber right leg. With a click, the air and even the famous knife on Golden Lion's right leg froze. At the same time, the right legs of the two collided, and the shockwave shattered the surrounding ice. However, Golden Lion backs off again. This is the uncontrolled backing of the body. Injuries have made the Golden Lion a little weaker. At this moment, Ling Bai also landed on the ice. With a stretch of his right hand, a door of space was opened out of thin air, and Ling Bai drew out a black knife from it. It is Hidoe, one of the supreme swords. Originally Hawkeye's treasured sword, it is now Ling Bai's private property. It's time to end. Ling Bai held the knife in one hand and pointed at the Golden Lion. Golden Lion frowned, and with a flick of his hands, 3 huge ice lions were lifted from the ice, rushing towards Ling Bai with a bloody mouth. Sword Shira, Ghost Dance. Ling Bai silently read the name of a move. At the same time, Ling Bai also slashed at the 3 lions attacking in front. The huge dark red slash directly toward the ice surface, passing through it all the way, and he bombarded the 3 ice lions. In the dark red slash that seemed to be releasing the roar of evil spirits, the 3 ice lions that looked like mountains were only a little harder than tofu. But the final result was still disintegrated. With a bang, everything exploded. Advertisement This slash continued to rush towards the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion on the other side had already prepared a big move. The 2 famous knives are wrapped in gold, just like the name of Golden Lion, representing gold. The Golden Lion's legs swung out 10 thunderbolt-like slashes in a row, tearing them apart and converging into one slash. It was a Golden Lion without substance. The golden light and the dark red light from the opposite side completely changed the color of this space. Eventually, the 2 forces collide. During those tens of seconds, the fierce energy collision caused the ice surface hundreds of meters around and the sea surface farther away to explode on the spot. A thunderous explosion rose into the sky, huge shockwave, overwhelming. And after dozens of seconds of impact, the Golden Lion finally couldn't resist the dark red slashing attack from the other side that had turned into a Shira-like ferocious spirit. Golden Lion destroy. As for the dark red ghost, there is no longer any obstacle, and the Golden Lion on the other side is also unexpected. In the end, this slash penetrated the Golden Lion's body. Of course, it didn't tear the Golden Lion's body apart. This slash was similar to the slash Ling Bai used to kill Hawkeye, but it was a blow that plundered the soul and all vitality, while this slash simply destroyed the soul. Flutter, Golden Lion, finally fell down, his eyes gradually lost. The old man also understands that he can't beat that kid. Golden Lion sighed, and when Ling Bai came over, he and Ling Bai looked at each other for the last time. Golden Lion finally closed his eyes. At this moment, the dozens of islands above the sky, and the broken but suspended stones also began to vibrate violently. With the death of the Golden Lion, these dozens of islands no longer have his support, so they are about to fall down. Ling Bai, a predecessor, soon appeared on BDBF, the Center Island. At this time, the island shook violently, and the young people of Golden Lion were also very nervous, crying and cursing their father and mother, while begging Ling Bai to take them to a safe place. But Ling Bai will not lend a helping hand to them. After taking Shirahoshi away, dozens of islands finally fell down. Ignoring the situation on the island, the next moment, Ling Bai and Shirahoshi appeared beside the dead Golden Lion. Advertisement. According to the usual practice, Ling Bai plundered the Golden Lion's lion fruit, and of course this is also the purpose of Ling Bai's search for the Golden Lion. The power of lion fruit will play a huge role in the final battle between Ling Bai and celestial dragons in the future, and maybe it will play a huge role in going to the Valley of the Gods and Raftel. This is also the only devil fruit that Ling Bai wants. Shirahoshi looked at Ling Bai curiously, and didn't know what Ling Bai was going to do. Of course, Shirahoshi was very simple, but he was also very sensible, and he didn't speak when he had to. And Ling Bai, after plundering the Golden Lion's ability, incidentally, also pulled out the two famous knives on the Golden Lion's legs. To be honest, it looks rather disgusting. The place where the knife is held is covered with flesh and blood, and it seems to be rusted. But anyway, they are two famous swords, which can carry the power of a great swordsman, and the level is indeed not low. They should be at the same level as Tianyu Zan and Yanmo. After freezing the two famous knives, Ling Bai directly threw them into the cause of the independent space. One of the applications in the field of space was made into a portable space by Ling Bai, a cube with a side length of about 100 meters, which can undoubtedly hold a lot of things. Hideaway is stored in it. Later, Ling Bai fulfilled his promise and gave Golden Lion a decent funeral. Put the Golden Lion in an ice coffin, and then Ling Bai directly cut open the sea and threw the ice coffin into it. That's right, this is a decent funeral, and this ice coffin can last for several years. After all, it's not the kind of ice that Ling Bai usually freezes the sea. After a few years of melting, Ling Bai didn't care what happened to the Golden Lion's body. After all, even if it was buried on land, the body would turn into ashes in a few years. Ling Bai felt that he respected the Golden Lion enough. On the other side, dozens of islands have all fallen into the sea, and the huge impact caused the huge sea to shake. But after dealing with the Golden Lion, Ling Bai and Shirahoshi stepped into the gate of space, and the next moment, they appeared on a ship. It was the one before Ling Bai. Sailing continues. Ling Bai is going back to paradise, but by the way, Ling Bai plans to go to naval headquarters again. It is necessary for him to ask how that woman, he, is thinking. Ling Bai believes that if the crane is settled, other marine executives will also agree. As for the other marine executives, they are nothing more than Fujitora and Kizaru. Kizaru is probably waiting for retirement, and Fujitora will be a little more difficult. Chapter 267 Momosagi's Nervous Things New World. Behind the new naval headquarters is the town of Marine. Of course, today's marine towns have lost many people. The war has killed many people, and the towns have become much deserted. When night falls. At this time, Momosagi's residence, an apartment. Momosagi is cooking, and the crane is drinking tea in the living room. The marshal's office, where Garp Sengoku and others used to be, is now deserted, and Crane seldom stays there. Although he hated Ling Bai extremely in his heart, Crane could only lament in his heart. She really can't do anything to Ling Bai. What's more, Ling Bai is still playing with her sister. Crane can come to Momosagi now. However, it took 2 or 3 days for the crane, and Tuan came out of the incident that Ling Ri came here that day. It's really ridiculous. Her younger sister, Gion, went crazy and called Ling Bai such terms as husband, master, and adult, and then she was called Ling Bai. Ling Bai. After all, it's too hard to accept. Momosagi, her younger sister, became Ling Bai's confinement before the Summit War, and what's more frightening is that Momosagi did it voluntarily. She volunteered. Let Ling Bai play with that demon, but enjoy it, and love that demon deeply. Not to mention the age gap, but his identity, a senior marine, shouldn't be like that. Crane, it's hard to accept, but after all, Momosagi is an important existence she watched grow up, like her own daughter or sister. It is important person of Crane only. What about the crane? She almost couldn't help scolding Momosagi, but in the end, Crane chose to remain silent. Things are so absurd, he is like a bolt from the blue. At this time, Crane is drinking tea, a cup of hot tea. However, at this moment, a space in front of her vibrated like ripples. Although it was not violent, it completely attracted the crane's attention. Immediately afterwards, a space door was opened, and Ling Bai and Shirahoshi stepped out from it. D. Crane stood up reflexively, but did not expect to see the transiting sun again today. Crane was severely startled. As for why Ling Bai appeared here, he didn't bother at all. Importantly, Ling Bai is here again, damn it, and the girl behind him. And many more. Advertisement. Shirahoshi's feeling for the crane is too impactful. Not only the astonishing beauty, but also the indistinct terrifying power of the other party. He understands that this girl is definitely not simple. Old woman, we met again before we met. Ling Bai couldn't help laughing when he came to Momosagi's residence. He saw a crane. Ling Bai really didn't expect it. HMPH, I didn't expect to see you, a demon again. Crane said angrily, and finally sat down helplessly. What can she do? The scariest character in the new world is now in naval headquarters, and Crane has to weigh it up. On the other side, Momosagi, who was in the kitchen, was very pleasantly surprised when she heard Ling Bai's voice, but she couldn't help thinking that it was an auditory hallucination. After all, she often dreamed about Ling Bai until she left. I went to the door and looked out, only to find that Ling Bai had really come. Surprised, Momosagi yelled and rushed out, hugging Ling Bai tightly in her arms. She also ignored the gazes of Crane and Shirahoshi. Unlike Ling Bai, a peerless scumbag who doesn't care about his heart, Momosagi really regards Ling Bai as his darling, and regards Ling Bai more than anything else. A little farewell is better than a newlywed. Ling Bai, I thought I wasn't coming. Momosagi, with her long hair rolled up, is mature and glamorous, but also tender, with rippling autumn waves in her eyes. Isn't this here? I'm staying here tonight. Ling Bai looked at Momosagi. At this time, where does Momosagi have a trace of Admiral's demeanor? She is completely like a little woman. Crane glanced at it, and finally sighed helplessly, with a trace of grief in his heart. But what can she do? Husband, who is she? At this point, Momosagi finally sees Shirahoshi too. A beautiful girl, very beautiful, at a glance, she feels amazing, and compared to Momosagi, she is more youthful. Young and energetic. Younger, Momosagi, inwardly, suddenly tensed up. Youthful vigor is fatal to Momosagi. She felt like an old woman in comparison. For many men, young beauties are more attractive. She was afraid that one day Ling Bai would abandon her because of her old age. So, Momosagi is nervous. So, she called Ling Bai her husband. At this moment, it was obviously meant to declare sovereignty. The husband clearly told Shirahoshi that Ling Bai is hers. Advertisement of course, when Momosagi was in the Golden City, she didn't even know that she worked with Reijubani a few times, and the three of them fought against Ling Bai. Although Momosagi was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Although she also wants Ling Bai to belong to her alone, but even if Momosagi knows that this is impossible, what can Momosagi do? Asking for flowers. When seeing Momosagi, a woman full of feminine charm, Shirahoshi couldn't help frowning. She felt a strong hostility. Of course she is also hostile to Momosagi. Her big brother was embraced by Momosagi, and Momosagi also called Ling Bai her husband. Shirahoshi couldn't help feeling nervous. Shirahoshi is now at the age of the first love. Shirahoshi also has that kind of male and female feelings for Ling Bai in his heart. So, seeing Momosagi like this, Shirahoshi is jealous. Her name is Shirahoshi. Let's meet each other, the mermaid princess from the Fishman Island. Ling Bai didn't care about the jealousy between these two women, one big and one small, although he could see it, but Ling Bai didn't care. In the evening, he will let these two women feel what they should do. Ling Bai just does whatever he wants, so he doesn't care about the feelings of women. Shirahoshi followed him for several days, and Ling Bai hadn't done anything yet. Crane also saw this scene, and at the same time of helplessness and grief, Crane paid more attention to Shirahoshi. As a strong man, Crane can more clearly feel Shirahoshi's indistinct terrifying power zone. This kind of power is obviously not something that can be obtained through cultivation. After all, not everyone in this world is Ling Bai. Ling Bai can only be said to be an exception. Apart from Ling Bai, there will never be another monster of this level. It wasn't until Ling Bai said that Shirahoshi came from the Fishman Island that he thought about it for a long time before he understood it. Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess. Although it is not clear why Shirahoshi does not have the posture of a mermaid, but is the same as a human being. But this is not the most important. The important thing is that Shirahoshi is a mermaid princess, and she has the power of terror. Could it be Poseidon? Crane was terrified, and he had some guesses about Shirahoshi in his heart, but he remained calm. Poseidon, who was born only in hundreds of years, appeared in this world as a mermaid princess. As one of the ancient weapons, it can command all sea kings and even all sea animals. That kind of power is beyond human imagination. More than an hour later, the dinner started, but the reason why it was an hour later was because Momosagi didn't expect Ling Bai to come at all, so he had to cook a large part of the dinner again. A dining table, sitting directly opposite Ling Bai. At this moment Ling Bai looked at he wanted to know how bad this woman was in her consideration. Chapter 268 Crane's reply, Shirahoshi who has completed the transformation. You took the three girls Hina, Ain, and Toshigi, what happened? Before Ling Bai could ask how the crane was thinking, the crane on the other side spoke first. What do you say? Ling Bai didn't answer directly, but the meaning was already obvious. At least Crane understood that Hina and the others must have encountered that kind of thing. Rumor has it that Ling Bai is very horny and has got his hands on many beauties in the new world. Although the rumors are rumors, but now Crane has chosen to believe such rumors. Let the three of them go, they have their own future. Thinking that Hina and the others were still in Ling Bai's hands, the anger in his heart was ignited again, but in the end, he still spoke to Ling Bai helplessly and even pleadingly. She hoped that Ling Bai could let the three of them go. Crane doesn't know what's going on with Hina and the others, but it must be bad. When Ling Bai was fighting, he was so cruel in 920, he didn't even leave the whole body behind when dealing with the enemy. He would pull out the head or flog the corpse directly. It's impossible to let it go. After all, your sister alone can't satisfy me. But old woman, have you ever had a man? Probably, I can't understand it. Ling Bai's smile became a little evil. You. Crane was speechless, and almost burst into anger. She felt that if she continued to talk to this scum in front of her, her life would be shortened by 10 years. Ling Bai. Wait another month, will they stay voluntarily? Ling Bai looked at Momosagi. This woman is strong enough, but in the end, isn't she submissive to herself? Momosagi, just to the right of Ling Bai, and Shirahoshi to the left. This is a square dining table. Ling Bai, How many women did you capture? It is said that you captured all the beauties from New World, right? He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. All the beauties in Marine were touched by Ling Bai. How many? Less than 15. Have you been brainwashed? I don't have that many people who say that I'm catching women everywhere. Momosagi, Reiju, Bonnie, Hancock, Hiyori, Robin, Betty, Yamato, Baby 5, Ain, Hina, Toshigi, and now Shirahoshi. Only 13. Not only are they members of Ling Bai's Crystal Palace, but they are also Ling Bai's combat force. After all, they are very strong. In particular, Ling Bai can also make them stronger in special ways. For example, Momosagi's strength was originally close to that of Admiral, but he was one step away from it. But, because of Ling Bai, Momosagi has stepped directly into Admiral's level. Advertisement: the strength of other women has also improved a lot. Ling Bai also decided that after going back this time, he will retreat for a period of time and gather together to let the girls improve their combat power. After all, the big war is coming soon. When the time comes, they not only need to have enough self-protection means, but also need to fight for Ling Bai. The most important thing is to fight for Ling Bai. Ling Bai is not just for fun. You scum. Crane was angry and helpless. Sister He, my husband. You are not some scum. Momosagi frowned and looked at the crane. Obviously Momosagi was angry, because the crane has called Ling Bai twice as a scum. As a wife, how can she stand it? Gion, you. Crane, speechless, finally shook his head, feeling emotional, not knowing what to say for a while. Momosagi, it's like being brainwashed. And Shirahoshi also raised his voice and said, Big Brother is not a scum. Big Brother is a big hero. After the crane listens, it becomes bluer. Ling Bai, old woman, what are you thinking about? 3 ways. First, stand still. Wait for us to destroy the celestial dragons. You go up to collect the corpses. Second, help us, flatten Mariajoy, make celestial dragons extinct. Third, help celestial dragons, continue to be dogs for the celestial dragons. Sister He, I will definitely stand by my husband's side when the time comes. Momosagi stared firmly, never give celestial dragons a fight. Shirahoshi. The celestial dragons are a group of bad and worse people. Many people from the Fishmen Island were captured as slaves of the celestial dragons in the past. After the Big Brother took over the Fishmen Island, this kind of thing never happened again. Pass. Shirahoshi gazed, full of emotion. Simple, she regards Ling Bai as a superhero in this world, and her admiration for Ling Bai makes her have a special feeling for Ling Bai, and even, what does Ling Bai ask her to do? She doesn't think too much about it. He looked at Ling Bai. In fact, no matter how scumbag Ling Bai was, he couldn't beat the celestial dragons. The evils of celestial dragons, not to mention the accumulation of generations, even a newly born celestial dragons have accepted the idea of being superior to others since childhood. Celestial dragons can ravage the world at will, and they have privileges that surpass everything. Celestial dragons, ultimately the scum of the world. Subconsciously, he didn't want to work for Kailong. She became Marine to better serve justice, and in this world, you must become a member of the military of a Marine or world government member country to be legal. Advertisement and becoming a Marine can also achieve justice better. Of course, the higher the position, the higher the restrictions. After all, not everyone is GARP, and many high-level executives can say that they can't help themselves. Celestial dragons will not let you do whatever you want, but will only create a bunch of rules and regulations to limit you. For example, Marine Admiral must protect the celestial dragons. Marine Admiral, there must be someone guarding naval headquarters at ordinary times. In case the celestial dragons have an accident, Admiral arrived at the scene immediately. Now, 3 roads are placed in front of the crane, and she needs to choose. At that time, the war broke out, and celestial dragons called on all Marines to rush to Mariajoy for support. What should they do? The 3 paths mentioned by Ling Bai are only 3 paths, that is, either obey the celestial dragons, how to obey Ling Bai, or do nothing. Ling Bai said, by the way, the old man Golden Lion was killed by me, so you Marines should not have to pay attention to him anymore. The moment the door was closed, a separate space and a time domain that was slowed down by 20 times time appeared, just covering Momosagi's residence. What she meant was that she would not let Marine fight for the celestial dragons again, but she would not help Ling Bai for the time being. However, she did not rule out going up to help destroy the celestial dragons. It was a night of over 160 hours. Crane doesn't know, she needs to consider many things. And what about Ling Bai and the others? Asterisk 3.7 You have made a right choice, and I hope you have fulfilled your promise, and you have agreed with Fujidora. Golden Lion was killed by you. Anyway, definitely not on the side of celestial dragons. Is it victory or defeat? Half an hour later, the crane left the jumping rabbit's residence. Crane's face changed in shock, but, thinking of Ling Bai's strength, Crane felt relieved. Shirahoshi teamed up with Momosagi to face their favorite boy. Garp and Zephyr can't stop Ling Bai, so what about Golden Lion? Crane and the other Marine executives are totally terrified of celestial dragons. And Shirahoshi also completed a real transformation. In the eyes of the celestial dragons of the 5 elders, or all the celestial dragons, Marine is just a dog who is always on call. After dinner, after nearly an hour of thinking about the crane, he finally gave his answer. Chapter 269 Battle Arrangements, Whitebeard Remnants, Straw Hat Pirates Demise Prelude. A day later, Ling Bai returned to paradise with Shirahoshi. When Shirahoshi appeared in front of the girls were not calm. Looking at the overly delicate Shirahoshi, among the women present, who can calm down? Shirahoshi is too beautiful. Say hello. Ling Bai patted Shirahoshi on the shoulder. Hi everyone, my name is Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi said timidly to Snake Girl and the others. Shirahoshi couldn't calm down even with the beautiful sisters facing each other. Although Shirahoshi has matured a lot after being developed by Ling Bai, it is undeniable that she is still a little girl. Of course, Shirahoshi, who is tall and hot, has the same beauty as Snakeji and Hiyori. I don't know how many women have been killed in seconds. Of course, the appearance of Shirahoshi, for the girls, is undoubtedly the existence of competing with them for favor. Too beautiful. Even a man can't stand it, my lord. Went out for a while and brought back a new sister. On the contrary, Reiju is relatively calm. She has met Shirahoshi when she went to the Fishman Island with Ling Bai before. Although she is a little puzzled, Shirahoshi, who is huge and a mermaid, how did she become a human beauty of nearly 1.8 meters? But Ling Bai is always amazing. God knows how he turned Shirahoshi into a human. And Reiju doesn't care about Shirahoshi's joining. Reiju, who admires Ling Bai, has no experience of jealousy. She doesn't care how many women Ling Bai has, anyway, as long as Ling Bai has her in his heart. Do you want such a powerful man to love you alone? Probably harder than killing celestial dragons. It has to be said that none of the women present were Ling Bai's opponents. It can't satisfy Ling Bai at all, that man with a body of steel. Reiju doesn't know how many more sisters he needs to defeat him once. Too difficult. Reiju also understands one thing. Like Momosagi, she who can give Ling Bai great help is the most favored. Ling Bai has always been jealous, but Ling Bai really hates it. So among the girls present, Reiju was the calmest. Even when Ling Bai is out these days, Reiju still goes to the dungeon to watch Hina and the others. She understands that soon, Hina and the others will join this big family. After all, no one can escape Ling Bai's palm. Of course, who doesn't like the strongest, best-looking, and most powerful boy in the world today? Besides, if Ling Bai wants to seek marriage, all the women in the new world will queue up. Advertisement Reiju, that's it. Especially, before Ling Bai gave Mumu fruit to Reiju, Reiju knew that she had a great weight in Ling Bai's heart. Of course, there is only one woman present who is open-minded like Reiju. For example, Snake Princess and Rihei and the other two, the jar of jealousy was overturned. Especially Shirahoshi is so beautiful, not inferior to the two of them at all. Especially Snake, apart from being afraid of Shirahoshi's beauty, as the strongest woman present, she can also feel the terrifying power in Shirahoshi's body. Stronger than her Boa Hancock, just such a sweet and vase-like girl? How could there be such unfathomable power? Shiji was shocked in her heart. Moreover, she did not dare to be blatant about being jealous of Shirahoshi with Hiyori. Of course, they dare not bully their sisters because they are jealous. After all, this is strictly forbidden by Ling Bai. You know, as Ling Bai's women, they are also Ling Bai's fighters and play a huge role for Ling Bai. Otherwise, there are so many good-looking women in this world, Ling Bai doesn't want vases. Granos and Ayu, two little girls, are more open-minded. Sister Sugar, is that new sister also the wife of Big Brother? Granu. Not necessarily, maybe it's a maid. What is a maid? Ayu was a little confused. Granu. That is, the woman who is not your big brother's wife. After a pause, Granos continued. Ayu must be a beautiful woman when she grows up, but it will be dangerous when she grows up. Why is it dangerous to grow up? Ayu was even more puzzled. It's just. Grano felt that he couldn't say too much and then said, I just want to be Ling Bai's wife. In fact, it is Ling Bai, often that. Sa Tang guessed that Ling Bai might not even regard Shiji and the others as his wives. It's just that often, to vent something. Granos still sympathized with them. Then I must grow up quickly. Ayu's eyes lit up. You. Well, why don't you understand? After listening to Ayu's words, Granos was also a little speechless. Santo must grow up quickly, advertisement. Thinking of herself, Sa Tang suddenly felt that she was so sad, after all, because of the side effect of the childlike fruit, she might never grow up again, and she would look like this until she died. On the other side, Ling Bai confessed to Reiju that they and Shirahoshi got along well, and then went out. According to Shiryu's notification, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates have been found. So this time Ling Bai is going to order Shiryu and the others to clean up these enemies who may make small moves. Have nothing to say. On the same day, Ling Bai gave orders. Tell Bullet and Sandy to find Rayleigh and Luffy. After all, both Rayleigh and Luffy are on that island. Bullet takes on Rayleigh, Sandy and Luffy to settle old scores, and that's enough. Ling Bai also reminded Lao Sha to pay attention to Luffy and stop suffering. After all, Lao Sha was able to defeat an Alabasta back then because of his arrogance and underestimation of the enemy and the effect of the protagonist's halo. In this regard, Lao Sha said that if this wave does not chop off Luffy's head and then continue to flog the corpse, he will not be called Lockdoll, and he will just be named Monkey D. As for Ling Bai, naturally he didn't have to do it himself. The rest of the Ling Bai pirates were also sent to kill the rest of the Straw Hat pirates. As for Nami, Ling Bai intends to have 097 captured directly. Of course, something like Nami can only be used as a maid. The catastrophe of the Straw Hat pirates is coming. In addition, the famous knife Kyushui in Zoro's hand stopped. As for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, except for Marco who will be captured alive, none of them will be left behind. Moreover, this kind of battle does not require Ling Bai to take action. Ling Bai is only interested in his abilities, as long as he doesn't die before Ling Bai plunders his abilities. Kaido personally dispatched. Of course, Marco, who possesses the ability of the Phoenix of the Phantom Beast, will be caught and captured alive. Give him a decent death, enough for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to be crushed. In addition, the deserts of the Big Mom pirates are all there. Ling Bai seems to be sitting on a cloud, controlling the life and death of many people. As for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Ling Bai sent the Beast's pirates. It can be said to inspire teachers and move people. As long as you are not dead, even if there is only a weak heartbeat left. After all, Zoro is also a charismatic character in the original book, and Ling Bai likes it better, but now as an enemy, he can only kill him. However, he can be disabled, kill all, nor do they intend to control each other. In Zoro's words, Ling Bai told Shiryu of the rain who was going to leave him with a whole body. Chapter 270 The Straw Hat Pirates' Demise in the first half of the Grand Line, a certain floating sky island for weather research. Nami is here. At this time, Nami just finished bathing. It has been several months since she was photographed by the tyrant bear in Sabaody Archipelago, and after these months, Nami's temperament has become more mature. Of course, Nami's figure is also more popular. However, when Nami just came out of the shower, a woman with 2 horns appeared in the house where she lived. Beast's Pirates, Ulti, one of the 6 volleys. Who are you? The moment she saw Ulti, Nami's face changed in shock. As a pirate, she has a keen intuition. Intuition told her that the visitor was not good. Great weather, however, the weather is not good. And without Nami, who has a good weather, what fighting power can he have? HMPH, as a weakling, just surrender. Ulti is very upset with Nami. The woman named Nami in front of me is being paid attention to by that adult. Asked to be taken back. And the reason why Ulti is upset with Nami is that if Nami is beautiful, she can't go anywhere, so why is she attracted by that adult? Obviously she, Ulti, is not bad. However, Ling Bai didn't even look at her tea. This made Ulti heartbroken. However, there is no way. As for the reason why Ling Bai asked Nami to be arrested and brought back. After all, as one of the most important female characters in the original book, Robin has been captured, and Nami, by the way. It can be used as a battle maid, or any maid. Immediately afterwards, after Nami resisted fiercely, she was finally knocked unconscious by Rouge's punch. When the old men of Meteorological Island approached Nami, a meteorological genius, to study the weather, they found that Nami had disappeared, and Nami's house was extremely messy. E Kingdom. Sanji, who was tortured by countless monsters, finally saw a ship appearing in the distance, just when he thought he could finally leave this ghostly place. A figure suddenly appeared. It's Luo, who has op fruit, can even teleport short distances, as long as he replaces himself in the original position with an object like a stone. Advertisement Luo, who suddenly appeared, caught off guard and gave Sanji a knife, and after this knife, Sanji's body was cut in half. Of course, Sanji didn't feel any pain. It was who activated the op fruit's ability. Luo let out a low cry, and the hemispherical transparent mask enveloped him and the terrified Sanji in it. Less than a minute later, Sanji was completely shattered into dozens of pieces. But even so, Sanji is not dead. After all, Luo hadn't let him die yet. And Sanji's heart lies in the King of Love. Glancing at the beating heart, Luo was expressionless. According to orders, don't be the enemy of that adult in the next life. After saying that, Luo completely crushed Sanji's heart, and Sanji's wide eyes were bloodshot, and formed a freeze frame. 3 seconds later, Sanji died. As for the ladyboys on this island, they also rushed over, seeing that Sanji was cut into dozens of pieces. Their eyes were tearing, and countless ladyboys immediately erupted. Of course, the people who come here are not only Luo alone, but also Cavendish. Especially Luo also has op fruit. At the moment of launching the operation space, there is no way for the king of Ivankov to come. Luo's current strength is the same as when he dealt with Vice Admiral Virgo in the original book. He can already kill Vice Admiral. Of course, that's regular Vice Admiral. The two sides directly launched a fierce battle, but the final victor is undoubtedly Luo and the others. On the other side, on a certain dark and gloomy island, in order to become stronger and stronger, Zoro is working hard to fight against the group of orangutans who will imitate all his movements. Zoro kept telling himself that he must become stronger and stronger. Hawkeye is dead, dealing a huge blow to Zoro. The world's #1 swordsman finally died at the hands of Ling Bai. Zoro couldn't accept it, even because of Hawkeye's death. Zoro once lost the target he was chasing, and it took several days before he came out. But today, an unexpected visitor came to this island. Shiryu of the Rain, who had already pulled out the demon sword Thunderstorm, walked out of the darkness, and the sparse weeds on the ground withered until he died. Special Paramecia, withered fruit. It was the ability Ling Bai gave him. As a result, Shiryu has become even stronger. He used to have the strength close to Admiral, and now he directly has the strength of Admiral level. Of course, here is the comprehensive strength. The strength of the sword plus the power of the withered fruit. A powerful chimpanzee sensed Shiryu's dangerous aura and tried to attack Shiryu, but was killed by Shiryu. And now Zoro can't let it get hurt. Advertisement. Zoro is facing an enemy. The gap between him and Shiryu is revealed at this moment. A member of the Ling Bai pirates, Zoro was so apprehensive, he quickly bit the third knife, releasing ghost energy all over his body. When Shiryu stepped forward, the battle was imminent. However, after more than half an hour, the battle ended in Shiryu's victory. Shiryu combines the power of the withered fruit with the way of the sword, making his attacks more terrifying and more lethal. Those powerful chimpanzees were no match for Shiryu, and they all fell down in a few strokes. And Zoro, also dying from serious injuries. According to the captain's order, I will leave you a whole body, but you can rest assured that your companions will also walk with you. After speaking, Zoro was pierced through the heart by Shiryu when he was worried about his partners and eventually died. Shiryu is not like an executioner. After confirming that Zoro is really dead, he pulls out the demon knife that pierces Zoro's heart. Later, Shiryu also took away the famous sword Kyushui. It is said that this famous sword named Kyushui used to be the precious sword of Ryoma, the swordsman of Wano-kuni. After Longma died, Kyushui was regarded as a national treasure. As expected of a famous knife, it feels really extraordinary in the hand, but it doesn't suit me. Shiryu put away the autumn water. All of a sudden, Shiryu noticed an aura peeping at him in the distance. Soon, the breath was turned out by Shiryu. It was Perona. Shiryu, who originally wanted to kill Perona, suddenly had a new idea. Catch it back and give it to the captain to enjoy. After all, the captain gave him the powerful ability of the withered fruit, and Shiryu also felt that the withered fruit was simply too suitable for him. As a result, Perona was also arrested. No matter how much she cried and scolded her mother, it was useless. And her ability can't be used against Shiryu. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Usopp, Chopper, Brook, Frankie, etc., were also killed one after another. Of course, this is just a small episode. The Straw Hat Pirates are doomed. As for the last Luffy, there is also Rayleigh. On this day, Bullet and Lao Sha came. It is the island where Luffy and Rayleigh are located. Chapter 271 Progressive Ladies, Captain, we have reached this island. As night fell, Bullet landed on the island where Rayleigh and Luffy were, and communicated with Ling Bai. Okay then, just kill them. Ling Bai's tone was flat. For him, both Luffy and Rayleigh must die. It's not that Ling Bai was afraid of them, and Ling Bai didn't want to be disturbed by such flies. Is it necessary to behead them? Bullet to confirm. Whatever, just die. Of course it doesn't matter if you whip the corpse. It is good. Get rid of them as soon as possible, and I'll see if I have something else to tell you. Yes, Captain. After speaking, Ling Bai ended the call. Today, Ling Bai is still in a good mood. More than 2 hours ago, Doflamingo also received news that the historical text of the last road sign has also been found. Currently en route to paradise, personally escorted by Doflamingo. Of course, this is confidential. After all, the history of signposts is a very scary thing for celestial dragons. Raftel has 333 terrible secrets for them, so they will not let anyone easily grasp the historical text of the signpost. Or rather, absolutely not. Previously, Big Mom and Kaido each had a piece of territory. Celestial dragons didn't bother. After all, in Celestial Dragon's view, although these monsters mastered the text of history, they would never cooperate. So Celestial Dragons is also quite relieved about this. But it's different here at Ling Bai. In fact, Celestial Dragons now speculates that Ling Bai has mastered the historical text of the 3 signposts. A piece of historical text on the road sign on Zou's side has disappeared. Now Celestial Dragons is also trying to prevent Ling Bai from getting another historical text of the signpost. Due to Ling Bai's strength, the Celestial Dragons didn't dare to make a move easily. Of course, the man-eating monster was ready to move. Of course, they would never have imagined that the last historical text of the road sign was already on the way to be escorted, and it would soon be mastered by Ling Bai. At this time, in the hot spring pool of Ling Bai's mansion, except for the 3 female marines in the dungeon, all the other women are there. And Ling Bai is naturally here too. BDBB. With a snap of Ling Bai's fingers, the time domain starts, and the 20-fold time slowdown begins instantly. Of course, now Ling Bai is just going to practice with the girls. Advertisement: the war is imminent, and it is necessary to further enhance their strength. Although the time is tight, but fortunately Ling Bai controls the time. Within a small time domain, Ling Bai's time is 20 times that of others. As for Ling Bai's body, it is completely a perpetual motion machine, and it is impossible to be overwhelmed. Not even physically exhausted. After all, it's not the kind of terrifying output that fights with the strong. And as Ling Bai's daughters, they are also open. Betty, who was in it, had long since lost the hatred for the perishing of the Revolutionary Army in her heart. Ling Bai has the power to make the entire new world despair. What can she use to resist? Of course, Betty is becoming more and more obsessed with being with Ling Bai, although Ling Bai doesn't seem to care about her. As for Robin, even knowing that the Straw Hat Pirates will be completely wiped out in a few days, so what? I can't go back. It seems that Nami doesn't have to die. Poor Nami. However, it's good that she doesn't have to die. At this time, Robin is receiving the impact of Ling Bai. The body is out of control again. In my heart, I can't help but give birth to a trace of helplessness and sadness. But that feeling quickly passed. Instead, it is the joy of rising to the top. Reason: to be completely lost. Robin finally surrendered. Forget everything about the Straw Hat Pirates. At the moment when the sun rises, the time domain is lifted, and the strength of the women and girls also becomes stronger. Shirahoshi, the Poseidon power in his body awakened even more terrifying, and Shirahoshi said that he seemed to be able to hear the voices of all things. Hear everything. Ling Bai is thinking, will Shirahoshi give birth to Conqueror's Haki? The following level of strength is easier to divide by Marine's position. This is easy to divide, and it is almost a system. Of course, Martial High does not mean that he is stronger than Admiral. Close black lens bracket. Hiyori's strength is already close to that of Vice Admiral. If he works harder, he will be able to beat Marine Vice Admiral. Moreover, Hiyori is also a user of the wind and wind fruit ability, and now he can manipulate the hurricane, use a certain amount of thunder and lightning, and summon heavy rain. Advertisement snake, she won't lose against Marine Admiral. She and Dao can be exempted from trying another day. Reiju did not disappoint Ling Bai either. His strength is not inferior to that of the elite Vice Admiral. Mumuguo's ability has yet to be explored. Bonnie is also very good, a little worse than Reiju. Yamato is a bit worse than Snake, but stronger than Reiju. Baby 5 is about the same as Bonnie. Robin and Betty are equivalent to the level of Rear Admiral, pushing the sun. It's a lot of work. Bathed in the rising sun, Ling Bai took a deep breath of fresh air and then stretched. After more than 160 hours of hard work, and still in a state of full firepower, Ling Bai didn't have any backaches, and he didn't have any physical exhaustion. Instead, he was full of energy. On the contrary, the girls fainted from the excitement. Among them, Ling Bai has also made progress. After all, this is a process of mutual promotion, although for Ling Bai, the improvement is not great. Of course Ling Bai's goal is to make the girls very powerful. Still have to work hard now. At that time, to deal with the celestial dragons, Ling Bai will make them extinct in one fell swoop. On the other hand, the time can be after Ling hung up the phone last night. Both Bullet and Lao Sha landed on the island where the beasts lay dormant. It was where Luffy practiced. Bullet, G-locked doll. Rayleigh looked serious as if he was facing an enemy. And Luffy is by his side. A little bit later, Luffy, I'll cover you, you go first, don't worry about me. Rayleigh's mood quickly became heavy, and even Bullet and Lao Sha came here, for what? There is no doubt that it is to cut the weeds and eradicate the roots. Rayleigh, I'm not leaving, I'm going to beat them all to death. Luffy's eyes were firm. In the past, he always said to his enemies to beat them to the ground, but after experiencing the death of his father, grandfather, and red-haired people who were important in his life, Luffy's character has also changed. Become more cruel, and he also understands how cruel this world is. Want to leave? Impossible. Bullet laughed. Chapter 272 Luffy, the death of Rayleigh. At this time, Rayleigh also knew that facing Bullet, his chances of winning were not that great. If he was at his peak, Rayleigh would be fearless against Bullet, but in his current state, it is very difficult for him to deal with Admiral. During his retirement for more than 20 years, Rayleigh seldom took shots, let alone all-out shots. In old age, it is inevitable that Rayleigh's strength will decline. In contrast, Bullet is still in its prime. Moreover, it seems that Bullet is obviously stronger than the last time he met, and Rayleigh is horrified by just the terrifying aura on his body. Plus, there's a gram of locked doll. Rayleigh couldn't help but his heart sank. He understood that Ling Bai was going to send people to kill them all. Luffy, don't be willful. Rayleigh frowned. He understood that if Luffy stays here, there will only be a dead end. As for Luffy, there is the shadow of Luogia. He is the person Luogia has been waiting for. Luffy must not die. And he, Rayleigh, an old bone, it doesn't matter if he's dead. But Luffy has to live. It's impossible to go. Bullet sneered, and then, Bullet stepped out directly. The ground collapsed on the spot. Bullet also rushed towards Rayleigh, and Rayleigh on the other side quickly pushed Luffy back hard, and then Rayleigh pulled out the knife at the waist, at the very moment when Bullet's fist came. Rayleigh dodges instantly and slashes a Bullet. But Bullet is not a vegetarian, flipped out of thin air, and then swept Rayleigh with a kick. The speed is extremely fast. Rayleigh was knocked out straight away. On the other side, Klockedar has also made a move. Luffy is definitely Klockedar's enemy. Released in Alabasta, Klockedar carelessly underestimated the enemy, and even lost to Luffy who can't even know hockey. Later, Klockedar was directly caught in Impel down. If Ling Bai hadn't appeared, he probably would have stayed in Impel down for the rest of his life. Now, Ling Bai ordered that the Straw Hat Luffy must die. After all, Straw Hat Luffy's grandfather and father are both dead, and Luffy, who bears a blood feud, will become a fly that keeps disturbing Ling Bai in the future. Just kill him. Desert Vajra Sword. Lao Sha was also not ambiguous at all. He immediately zoomed in on the move. The ground was torn apart on the spot. A huge desert blade was lifted from the ground. Luffy quickly dodged, but couldn't resist. Lao Sha's attack was too fast. Luffy's shirt was torn to pieces, part of it was injured, and the arm was also injured. Hateful. K-Lock doll. Luffy was angry, into second gear. With a lot of hot steam wrapped around his body, Luffy also entered a stronger state, and covered the newly learned armament hockey with his hands. Now Luffy has practiced with Rayleigh for less than half a year, not 2 years later in the original book. Luffy can drive in 4th gear 2 years later, but now Luffy can drive in 3rd gear at most, and 2nd gear is not the 2nd gear 2 years later. Conqueror's hockey cultivation is not strong yet. Boom. Advertisement with an explosion of air. Luffy shot out directly. Jet bazooka. Clock doll. You bastards, I'm going to beat them all up. Luffy yelled, stretching his hands back, facing Klockedar. Luffy, watch out. Rayleigh yelled, nervous about Luffy, when Bullet landed a punch straight on the old man's face. Rayleigh, your opponent is me. You should know that I am not ordinary. Bullet smiled. Can you still have 70% of your strength back then? Laughter, with contempt. Immediately afterwards, Rayleigh was sent flying. On the other side, when Luffy was preparing a move, Lao Sha moved directly above Luffy's head with a high-speed teleportation, and then, Lao Sha's right leg, like a battle axe, chopped on the top of Luffy's head. You little b****************, D, don't try to make me suffer again, Straw Hat Boy. With a bang explosion, Luffy was directly smashed through the ground by Lao Sha's foot. And Lao Sha didn't stop because of this, he landed on Luffy's body the next moment, stepped on Luffy's chest with his right foot, and pressed down Luffy who was just about to get up. After all, staying with a group of monsters, Klockedar also became stronger during the practice. The big pit exploded again, and Luffy vomited blood directly. The right fist punched out, like a rocket launcher rushing upwards, and then, this punch was grabbed by Klockedar abruptly, and stopped in midair. Klockedar, Luffy yelled, struggling to get up. However, Lao Sha landed his foot directly on the mouth of the hunk again, and pressed him down hard. Next, in this big pit, there was a lot of dust and the sound of something hitting the ground. Luffy. Rayleigh was shocked, he knew that Luffy was being tortured at this time. Rayleigh is also very clear that with the current strength of Luffy, he is not the opponent of Klockedar at all. Klockedar was a strong player in Bullet who played back and forth and was in a tie. The reason why Luffy was able to defeat Klockedar in Alabasta before was also because Klockedar was too careless and Luffy used water that could restrain sand. Plus, lucky Luffy. Like Luogia has been lucky all the way from going out to sea to becoming One Piece. Boom. At this time, Bullet's fist that entwined Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki directly landed on Rayleigh again. This punch tore out a red lightning bolt, and collapsed Rayleigh's mouth. In the next second, Rayleigh was blown away again, smashing a huge rock in the distance into pieces. Advertisement. Ask for flowers, Whitebeard died because of the so-called emotion. Only ruthlessness is the strongest, Rayleigh. Barley sneered, his figure turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Rayleigh. On the other hand, Luffy was also suffering from Lao Sha's various blood abuse. Soon, Luffy vomited blood repeatedly, and more wounds on his body. Of course, Lao Sha could have killed Luffy on the spot. But let's talk about it first. At this time, Luffy was also yelling all kinds of things, but now how can he be the opponent of Lao Sha who has experienced all kinds of hell training? Night has fallen, and this is the time for Ling Bai to be happy in the paradise. And here, both Luffy and Rayleigh were being brutally abused. Because Rayleigh was worried about Luffy, he couldn't concentrate on fighting, and his combat effectiveness was directly affected. And after a few hours, first Rayleigh was killed, and then Luffy broke out Conqueror's Haki, which stunned all the beasts on the island. However, Bullet also directly released Conqueror's Haki, and then defeated Luffy's Conqueror's Haki on the spot. Regarding the use of Conqueror's Haki, Luffy is still too tender. Then, Luffy was killed by Lao Sha. What Lao Sha did was to drain all the moisture from Luffy's body, and finally Luffy became 1,000 feet. Of course, Lao Sha stomped on Luffy's head. As for Rayleigh, Bullet left him the whole body, which is for the sake of being a fellow crew member. Of course, Bullet didn't stay in the Luogia pirates for long, he disembarked in about 2 or 3 months, and he didn't even go to Raftel. This action is over. When the sun rose the next day, Bullet called Ling Bai. Bullet understands that, generally speaking, Ling Bai is full of romance at night, so it is fine not to bother him if it is not something urgent. On the other side, Ling Bai stretched himself. Bullet calls. Bullet, you too, go to a place called the Kingdom of Flowers. A force called the 8 Treasures Navy, let them become our shime. 8 Treasures Navy. Yes, Captain. After the task was ordered, Ling Bai ended the call. The time for the monster sent by celestial dragons is approaching, and Ling Bai does not intend to leave the paradise during this time. It is necessary to be full of preparations. P.S. I won't describe it in detail here, it's not the main one. Today's update is a bit late, and there will be 2 updates tomorrow. A new book is being written, so the book update has been reduced quite a bit. The new book is called, Start Virtual Game, Shocking the World. The protagonist is also Ling Bai. It can transform anime or games such as One Piece Hokage Ninja into a virtual game. The author will write an original one in the future. After all, I have been writing pirates for a year now. Chapter 273 The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are destroyed. At the same time, an island in the New World. This is the island where the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are located today. Of course, now this is all assembled. Although it was true that they were scattered before, it was Kaido who declared war directly, after all, after taking Whitebeard's reputation to whip his corpse. Marco and the others couldn't bear it any longer, and assembled all members directly. In the original book, after 1 year of the Summit War, Marco and the others launched a war against Blackbeard, and of course it ended in a disastrous defeat. As for the reason, it is naturally that the strength is too great, and the strongest Marco does not have the real strength of Admiral level. He was almost killed when he dealt with the bug-like existence of Blackbeard, and there were various sweeps of Wable behind him. A member of the Whitebeard pirates eventually ran out. And this time, the lineup led by Kaido is stronger than that of the original Blackbeard pirates. Let's not talk about Kaido himself. The 3 disasters under his command include 4 of the 6, 187 volleys, and there are also the 3 generals on the Big Mother's side. On Ling Bai's side, there are also Wable, the monk who broke the precepts and others. Compared with the Blackbeard pirates in the original book, this lineup is only stronger but not weaker, not to mention Kaido, who is the top combat power, the backbone combat power is not easy. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Kaido of the beasts, you bloody bastards. Whitebeard pirates, do not hesitate to fight, Marco roared, and many captains and other members behind him also charged with Marco, who took the lead. This is a piece of flat land on the island, quite vast. On the other side, Kaido, who had Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his mace, also rushed out, followed by Mikasa and the others, who were also skilled. In an instant, tens of thousands of people charged, and in an instant the entire island shook. Of course, there are not many people here on Kaido, just over 1,000 people. And Ling Bai's plan is to destroy the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates with the least cost. After all, a lot of people had been lost in the fight with naval headquarters before. Although it is said that Ling Bai wants to recruit younger brothers in New World, there are as many as there are. Few of the pirates in New World were vicious and vicious. There were people in the paradise who relied on them to be in Ling Bai's territory. They burned, killed and looted in various ways in the outside world, and were executed by Ling Bai directly live broadcasted by Ling Bai. Although he is a pirate, Ling Bai also has a bottom line, he will not do things like burning, killing and looting. At most, it is only against hostile forces or those vicious pirates. Ling Bai is also extremely cautious when accepting his younger brother. This time, Ling Bai asked Kaido to destroy the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates with minimal cost. The best one, of course, is Conqueror's Haki, which directly sweeps away the miscellaneous soldiers. Advertisement: the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have thousands of miscellaneous soldiers, whether they are strong or not, but they are not weak either. They can't touch Kaido's level, but for others, they can kill you. Boom. In an instant, Kaido broke out Conqueror's Haki. For a top player like him, the use of Conqueror's Haki has already become extremely proficient and even added Conqueror's Haki to attack. Above, that terrifying imposing force was directly crushed forward, like a sandstorm. Anyway, it will not have any impact on the people behind Kaido. This is a masterful use of Conqueror's Haki without attacking indiscriminately. Everyone saw that under this wave of Conqueror's Haki, the land in front of them collapsed directly, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates had to stop. Then, thousands of little brothers were stunned on the spot. How could they bear it under Conqueror's Haki? Moreover, it is the top-level Conqueror's Haki like Kaido. Conquerors of this level are one of the few in the world. As the only man with Conqueror's Haki in the audience, Katakuri was also shocked. What a powerful Conqueror's Haki! It feels like my soul is shaking, although I am not directly exposed to this force. Kill them all for lousy! Kaido roared, stopped the release of Conqueror's Haki, and then continued to charge, and the people behind rushed up immediately. By the way, the Lord said that the Phoenix Marco and Diamond Joes were caught back. Of course, it's okay to maim them, as long as they don't die. Flame Calamity Ember opened the mouth and said, immediately afterwards, fighting broke out. Marco flew over, while Kaido directly thundered 8 trigrams. Marco also tried to fight Kaido's mace hard, and his leg was broken on the spot. At that moment, blood spattered, Marco was thrown into the air, Kaido disappeared in place, and appeared next to Marco in an instant, and swooped down from the air, smashing down with a mace without hesitation. You little brat, you are not qualified to be an opponent with lousy. Kaido disdains juniors like Marco. Immediately afterwards, Marco suffered another powerful attack, and this time Marco vomited blood directly. On the other side, Foil Vista and Diamond Jazzy, who are second only to Marco in strength, are beaten by Wabel, Mikasa and others. Although their strength is very strong, as far as Foil Vista is concerned, it is okay for Wabel, but at this time, they are going to fight in groups. Half an hour later, the famous New World Foil Vista was cut in half by Wabel on the spot, and then he struggled for a minute before finally dying. And the other captains were almost the same, being beheaded by others one after another. Advertisement: this is true for captains, let alone the weaker minions. The outcome of this kind of war is already doomed. Kaido of the Beasts led a group of powerful forces, how could they be able to deal with it? But Diamond Chaos and Marco are different. They were not killed, but they were beaten by all kinds of abuse, and they were in a half-dead state. The war, for them, was a failure in the end, but this is half a day later. Most of the island was blown up, most of the island was covered with flesh and corpses, and the smell of blood lingered in the air for a long time. Half a day later, Kaido sat on Marco and called Ling Bai. Boy, it's done, there are 2 misses, Marco, and a diamond player. Kaido, very good, boy, do you think Lousy is your younger brother? Ling Bai doesn't do this. P.S. It is not written in detail here. Ling Bai in his office contacted Vegapunk not long after. Ling Bai said seriously, but in fact, in his heart, what a little love. Ordered by Ling Bai, it seems to be treated as a younger brother in a faint way. Compared with other subordinates, Ling Bai's female army is not weak, and he built it himself, and it can become stronger and stronger. Your horse-riding Kaido still wants to be my father-in-law? Then, Ling Bai ended the call. Remember not to kill me, take a breath. Kaido 3.1 Heart, can you feel good? Although he is often crazy about Yamato, Kaido is not his father-in-law. Kaido, grab them both and bring them back, little brother, how is it possible? Ling Bai wants to know, what's the situation now? Kaido frowned, a little upset, although Ling Bai is very strong, but he Kaido, the monster named 100 Beasts, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. He has it too, awesome, of course, it is also a powerful force under his command. Yamato, just for fun, chapter 274 that monster is coming down from Mariajoy. Wong, there are still 5 days left, that monster will be dispatched. This is a Vegapunk reminder, an important reminder. 5 days. Ling Bai was thoughtful. Wong, let me see if I can delay the time. Before Vegapunk finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ling Bai. No need, what should come will still come. Okay, Wong, when the time comes, you must pay attention, that monster is not easy. Vegapunk looked solemn. His ability is to absorb attacks, and because of absorbing attacks, he will counterattack you, and counterattack you with stronger power. In addition, he also has the unimaginable Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki top level. Conqueror's Haki has reached the level that can be used for attack and physical defense. Wong, I have come into contact with Kaido of the Beasts, but Kaido's defense cannot be as strong as this monster. And his body, even more, it's like a perpetual motion machine. It doesn't get tired. For hundreds of years, it hasn't fallen asleep. It only needs human flesh to replenish its physical strength. Overall 13 ratings, monsters beyond imagination. What Whitebeard, One Piece Luogia, lock. He is wearing armor made of sea stone. Although he is capable, the frightening thing is that sea stone and seawater are useless to him. The weapon is a long spear, which is made of the same material as the 12 supreme swords, indestructible. Vegapunk revealed the horror of that monster with a serious look on his face. Ling Bai nodded, but without fear. Ling Bai, dog chicken from time and space. To defeat him, unless that monster can transcend time and space. But this kind of existence should not exist in this world. After learning more about the situation, Ling Bai ended the secret call with Vegapunk. Come, I won't let you go back. Absolutely pulverize you, of course, send the head back to the celestial dragons. After finishing the call, Ling Bai's eyes became cold and terrifying. 10 minutes later, Reiju came in. At this time, Reiju is more mature and beautiful, and his gestures are extremely charming. And Reiju also changed to a better hairstyle, and his face is no longer half covered. Honey, I made a soup for you. Reiju smiled, but Reiju was understanding, and soon found that Ling Bai had cold eyes and a terrifying aura on his body. Reiju couldn't help trembling. Oh, just let it go. Ling Bai responded. Sitting on the sofa, after Reiju put down the bowl of soup, Ling Bai directly pulled Reiju into his arms. Reiju couldn't help screaming, but soon she calmed down again, and she could feel that familiar behemoth. Advertisement clear feeling. Soon, a battle came. Reiju, who loves Ling Bai deeply, doesn't know that the only human being in her Wenji Mo-Kei, her younger brother, has been sacrificed to heaven. And die badly. Of course Ling Bai didn't say it. Of course, even if I say so, Reiju will be fine. Her heart, mind, and even soul are all branded by Ling Bai. Of course, Reiju is second only to Momosagi in Ling Bai's heart, and Shirahoshi is second only to Reiju. Shirahoshi is also too naive, treating a demon like Ling Bai as a hero. And willing to pay for Ling Bai. The next day came quickly, and Kaido and the others finally turned to Guy. And escorting the Phoenix Marco and Diamond Josie. But now the two of them, it can be said that there is no complete skin on their bodies. It's covered in blood, dry bloodline, new blood. Exudes a strong smell of blood. Even the two of them couldn't even speak. It is conceivable how badly he was beaten. At this time, Marco and Diamond Joes, who were kneeling in front of Ling Bai, looked at their confession viciously. In the eyes, it seems to be breathing fire. Ling Bai, during the Summit War, personally killed their beloved Ace and Papa Whitebeard. Now, let's kill them all. The entire Whitebeard pirate group has been completely wiped out. Marco and the others were deeply saddened and resentful mixed with huge anger. They can't wait to tear Ling Bai into pieces, but what can they do now? Boy, what are these two guys doing when you catch them back? Kaido couldn't help wondering. Of course it's to plunder their abilities. After finishing speaking, before Kaido and the others could react, Ling Bai directly appeared with an ice knife in his right hand and stabbed Diamond Chaozi to death. Do not, Marco roared. His heart-piercing voice was full of grief, resentment and anger. Advertisement, however, he is so powerless. As for Diamond Chaozi, he was also imprisoned by the Sea Stone, and even without the Sea Stone, he would be powerless to resist the transiting sun. In an instant, dark red energy surged out from Ling Bai's hand, and passed to Diamond Joe's through the ice blade. When Kaido and the others didn't know what happened, the shining fruit of Diamond Josie was plundered. Of course, Ling Bai doesn't need this ability, but it can be given to his subordinates. The same goes for Marco's Phoenix ability. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai also killed Marco, and then plundered his abilities. As for Phoenix's ability, Ling Bai planned to give it to his woman. It is a shining fruit that is different from Diamond Josie, and can be given to subordinates. Boy, were you robbing abilities just now? Kaido was shocked. He seemed to understand the function of that dark red energy. Didn't you just say that? Kaido, you asked the question knowingly? Ling Bai glanced at Kaido. There's nothing to be surprised about, I'll just leave. Then, Ling Bai left Kaido and the others with a confused face. Blood, shut down all over the place. Of course, Ling Bai didn't forget to let them clean the floor when he turned around. On the fourth day, Vegapunk called, let Robin, enlighten me. After all, Nami is not an important person to Ling Bai. That monster is coming down from Mariajoy, it's okay to play. Then, in extreme fear, Nami was picked up by Ling Bai to Robin. In the afternoon, Nami was escorted back. Ling Bai couldn't help but admire Shiryu greatly. Perona's ability is very strong. As for a beauty like Nami, she is just a tool in front of Ling Bai. Then there's the matter of the afternoon. Then to Ling Bai's surprise, Shiryu captured Perona back. Time flies. But good looks and body, it's just that she is unreliable. As far as being able to fight, Nami doesn't have much strength. Chapter 275. The monster departs. King, he's coming. This guy is very strong. Vegapunk solemnly reminded. Well, I will deal with it, Vegapunk, continue your work, when I attack Mariajoy, you will be of great use. Afterwards, Ling Bai ended the call. Husband, what's the matter? Reiju, who was sitting in Ling Bai's arms, couldn't help asking worriedly. She heard it just now, said the Vegapunk, the monster is coming. And who is that monster? Reiju could clearly notice that Ling Bai frowned, and there was a little more solemnity between the brows. This is an attitude that Ling Bai has never experienced in any previous battles. Reiju understands that this time it must be an extremely powerful enemy. So strong that even her invincible husband is afraid. So, Reiju couldn't help but worry. Fine, Ling Bai didn't say much either. Naturally, Reiju wanted to press on, but then, Ling Bai withdrew from politics. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai left Reiju's room. Don't give Reiju a chance to ask further questions. However, even if you tell Reiju, Reiju can't do anything. After all, the enemy is beyond the imagination of the world. That is a monster from more than 800 years ago, real monsters. Eat 800 years of human flesh. Stronger defense than Kaido, absorbs all kinds of damage and can counter-attack. Of course, it's not that simple, everything is unknown. Soon, Ling Bai held a meeting. Of course, only the top powerhouses in the paradise will participate in this meeting. Burndee, Red Earl, Big Mom, Kaido, and Ling Bai. There are only a few people, and Bullet is still outside and hasn't come back. Ling Bai also said at the beginning that the monster was coming. Advertisement everyone also became serious. Boy, can you handle it? In other words, you are the one who can fight the most here. Kaido looked at Ling Bai, and he became worried because he regarded Ling Bai as his future son-in-law. Red Earl. That monster, according to your information, is still too terrifying, and it's full of unknowns. It seems that we all need to be dispatched. When the time comes, we will join forces to directly suppress him and kill him. Burndee said. But Ling Bai shook his head at this moment and said, no need, you just stay in the paradise to guard. Maybe those celestial dragons will take the opportunity to come over, and when the time comes, which celestial dragons come, just die again. I can deal with it myself, of course, I am still very confident. Ling Bai, what can you do? Or your whole card? It's Mama who's talking. Auntie also understands that as a world government, raising a monster for 800 years is naturally not easy. You have to know how many of them have cultivated and fought for decades, they have reached the level of the world's top powerhouses, and how terrifying is an existence of 800 years. This is beyond their imagination. Time is still, cutting space is directly isolated, freezing time and space or something. Why? You can actually manipulate time and space? Manipulating time and space is indeed an incredible ability. Everyone was shocked. Anyway, don't worry, you guys can just stay in paradise. When the time comes, I don't know if there will be any enemies coming. I feel that they are bound to win this operation and think that they will get rid of me, so by the way, get rid of you, that's it. All Ling Bai thought. That's fine, but leave a phone bug first, if you can't make a call, then let us know. Kaido said. No problem. Ling Bai nodded. Boy, don't get beaten to death, Lousy has taken a fancy to you as his son-in-law. Kaido, get out of here, Aunt. My daughters, you can pick whatever you want, it doesn't matter if you want them all. Ling Bai. Forget about your daughter. At noon that day, Ling Bai left the paradise. He went to face the direction of naval headquarters, which is also the direction of Mariajoy. Ling Bai was standing on a stretch of sea, and of course the sea was frozen under his feet. At this moment, Ling Bai is waiting here. According to Vegapunk, that monster will detect the aura of the strong, and the stronger the aura, the more he can capture it. Advertisement so Ling Bai stands here, believing that the monster will also reach here. Vegapunk also said that the monster has the ability similar to moonwalk, which is to move in the air, but this ability has been so strong that it can fly. From Mariajoy, down himself. Can order him to go back on his own after he completes the task. In addition, according to Vegapunk's latest knowledge, this monster, Yiping, is called a war ghost. War ghost? But it doesn't matter, for Ling Bai, they're enemies anyway. He must be killed. On the other side, a few hours ago, arrived at the dungeon and released all the shackles on War Ghost. The 5 elders stepped forward to put armor on the War Ghost, and handed over the spear repaired by Vegapunk to the opponent. The War Ghost glared at his eyes were full of anger, as if he wanted to tear this woman apart. However, he couldn't do anything to My favorite man, if you agreed with me back then, it wouldn't be like this, right? Smiled cruelly. Go, take that little devil's head back to love. Immediately, slapped the War Ghost with a palm, and immediately, the War Ghost disappeared in place. Like the ability of Tyrant Bear's meatball fruit to banish Straw Hat crew. Then, Sengoku fell from the sky and landed in the sea in front of the new naval headquarters. There was a bang, good, and there was an explosion, and the water was blown up tens of meters. The War Ghost, on the other hand, stood on the sea. In the next second, he stepped in with one step, and the whole person disappeared, stepping tens of meters like shrinking the ground into an inch. The surface of the sea is also constantly exploding. The people in naval headquarters were also alarmed by the sudden explosion on the sea surface. Momosagi was taken aback too. She was notified by Reiju just now that their man might have to fight a very strong enemy. A man claw that can make Ling Bai frown. Incredibly powerful. Sent by celestial dragons. Unknown existence. I will be going out for a while. After witnessing the explosion on the sea surface, Momosagi was also terrified. 10 minutes later, she set off alone in a small warship. Inside, Momosagi was quite uneasy. 9 IE Chapter 276 The battle begins, and the war ghost strikes. Little devil, a powerful guy is coming, and it's very fast. At this time, a huge head was exposed in the sea area where Ling Bai was located, a head bigger than Paradise Island. It is a Sea King's overlord, the middle one of the 3 Sea Kings he saw when he took Shirahoshi to the deep sea. At this time, he was right behind Ling Bai and informed Ling Bai that a monster was approaching. Of course, what he speaks is the language of the Sea Kings, and Ling Bai can listen to everything, so he can understand the words of the Sea Kings. How strong? Ling Bai asked by the way. Stronger than you are now. Sea Kings isn't hiding anything either, is that so? How about this? Suddenly, a huge airwave centered on Ling Bai and spread out in all directions like a tsunami, and the sea area also suddenly oscillated. This is not Conqueror's Haki. As for the overlord of the Sea Kings, his hairs immediately stood on end. The eyes looking at Ling Bai are also full of fear. Now, you are stronger, Sea King said. You are 237, the strongest human I have ever seen. That's fine. In Ling Bai's current state, the muscle lines on his body are more obvious, and a large amount of red-hot steam is released from his body, and his short hair and clothes are also automatic without wind. This is the status of Ling Bai's second level. Of course, this is the first time he has turned on this state. However, in this state, the consumption required is not only doubled. Facing more powerful enemies, Ling Bai also had to activate this state. He came, after finishing speaking, Sea Kings also went straight down. No, it didn't leave here, but went to look a little further. On the other side, a burly man wearing armor and holding an ancient spear came. He is more than 3 meters tall. The muscles on his body exploded, and his skin was dark. The face is hideous. The hairstyle is similar to Kaido's hairstyle. Advertisement it gives Ling Bai the feeling that he is a berserker, one of the heroic ranks in the Fate world. It is undeniable that the breath is quite terrifying. Within Ling Bai's observation Haki domain, one can feel that the countless Sea Kings under the sea are fleeing. After all, they are also quite afraid of the power that is too terrifying. At this moment, this monster named War Ghost was floating on the sea surface, glaring at Ling Bai. It is about 30 meters away from Ling Bai. Since I can fly, I don't have to be on the east blue ice. Killing you, I should be able to sign a more powerful ability. Ling Bai pulled out Hei Dao Yi from the space. According to Vegapunk, the opponent's weapon, the long spear, is also made of the same material as the 12 supreme sharp knives. Therefore, with the same material as Hidoe, even if the opponent's weapon is powerful, Ling Bai's weapon is also powerful. Boom. At this moment, the sea surface under Zhonggui's feet exploded directly, and the whole person also rushed out. The speed and momentum of rushing towards Ling Bai were extremely ferocious. And Ling Bai also rushed towards the other party. He was holding the black sword Yi in both hands, and the blade was immediately covered with a dark red air current, and thunder and lightning also appeared. This is covered with Conqueror's Haki on top. Ling Bai also rushed out. War Ghost roared, and threw the spear in his hand towards Ling Bai like a stick. And Ling Bai is a long spear that slashes at the opponent. Boom. The scene exploded directly. When the two weapons collided, although no moves were released, the impact force generated by them, BDAC, caused the sea surface with a radius of hundreds of meters to explode on the spot. Red lightning tore where the two weapons collided. War Ghost's long spear was trembling. Is it only to this extent? Ling Bai sneered, and then War Ghost's long spear was fired directly. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai disappeared in a flash, and the next second Hidoe landed on Zhonggui's neck. However, Ling Bai failed to cause the slightest damage to his neck. Advertisement: the defense is too strong. The long spear stabbed at him, faster than thunder and lightning. However, it was also dodged by Ling Bai. In the next second, Ling Bai's clenched right hand landed on the opponent's face. This punch, in Ling Bai's strongest state, is enough to shatter an island with one punch. Under this punch, Ghost's face was directly distorted, and his whole body was directly blasted out. That body, like a rocket launcher, does not know how far away it will be fired. However, when the explosive shot was more than 300 meters away, Ghost forcibly stopped his body in the air. And facing Ling Bai. But at this moment, a crimson beam of light rushed over from Ling Bai's direction. It was Ling Bai who was using the explosion magic. Roar. The Sea Kings in the distance couldn't help but stand on end, and quickly turned over and dived into the bottom of the sea. But the explosion magic used by Ling Bai in the current state is even more terrifying. After more than 10 seconds of stalemate, the sea area with a radius of more than 1,000 meters exploded directly. Ling Bai. Has the battle started? The sound of the earth-shattering explosion spread hundreds of kilometers away. Momosagi's face was full of worry, wishing that Senna could be faster than Kizaru's light. The highest sea water was blown up to thousands of meters. In the distant sea area, Momosagi, who was coming towards the warship, looked in shock at the splashing seawater in the distance. Immediately, a huge dark skeleton rushed out from the spear, and finally collided with the crimson energy. One can imagine how terrifying the aftermath of this energy column is. And this energy column is only 2 meters in diameter. But now the warship has reached its maximum speed. The sea was directly washed away by the aftermath of the crimson energy column, forming a huge trench with a width of more than 30 meters. In an instant, the sea area with a radius of 1 kilometer was shaken. With a roar like a hellish ghost, it crashed into the explosion magic. War Ghost let out a roar, clenched the spear with both hands, and stabbed in the past. Chapter 277 Rampage Celestial Dragons Monster. Celestial Dragons, those scumbags, be damned. The speed of the warship could not be faster. Momoshage can't help it either. He was extremely worried about Ling Bai in his heart. Because of this, Momoshage's resentment toward celestial dragons is directly filled. If there is a celestial dragons in front of you now, jumping will definitely burn him directly with flames. Momoshage, Ling Bai gave her the ability of Mera fruit, moreover, without any side effects. Ling Bai, nothing can happen. Momoshage's heart was full of worries, the shocking seawater thousands of meters high, and the earth-shattering explosion. Make Momoshage terrified. On the other side, the seawater has not all fallen on the sea surface. In the attack just now, both Ling Bai and War Ghost formed a tie. Of course, Ling Bai didn't use the strongest power either. As for the War Ghost, Ling Bai didn't know. The aftermath of the explosion shook the huge sea area in all directions. The sea water covered a large void, but Ling Bai didn't even touch a drop of water. After all, he could use the barrier of space to isolate that seawater. In contrast, War Ghost was drenched in seawater all over. Ling Bai rushed out first, and appeared in front of War Ghost in the next second. The black knife Yorichi slashed down, and War Ghost held a spear to meet him. Boom! The surrounding sea was in turmoil again, and Zhonggui's long spear almost dropped, and Zhonggui's legs also fell into the seawater. He was suppressed by Ling Bai, who swooped down from the sky. At this time, his face was full of anger. In Ling Bai's view, he is a simple lunatic without IQ. Of course, he's a fighting machine. It seems that you are not my opponent, or, do you still have the strongest state? But can you, a monster, understand human speech? Above Hideoe, a huge thunderstorm suddenly broke out, and finally impacted on War Ghost. ZZZ endless electric arcs sounded, and 2 billion volts of lightning washed over the War Ghost's body. Even though the defense was extremely terrifying, the skin on the War Ghost's body began to be torn at this time. Ling Bai didn't forget Vegapunk's reminder, this guy's body can absorb attacks and transform them into his own strength. Advertisement. But Ling Bai also has a guess, that is, if his body is a container, then this container also has a limit. So, how much attack can War Ghost's body absorb? 900 million volts of lightning, coupled with some attacks, can already kill Aokiji. Roar. The War Ghost seemed to roar in pain. A burst of vigor suddenly burst out from his body, and with a bang, the turbulent sea surface was crushed into a huge circular crater on the spot. Ling Bai was also sent flying out. However, this does not hurt Ling Bai. But the shockwave in it really made Ling Bai feel a little painful. At this moment, War Ghost gave Ling Bai the feeling that he was stronger. Red arcs flickered all over his body, and his long hair danced. Like a devil. Conqueror's Haki, wrapped around the body. This guy is the owner of a Conqueror's Haki. Of course, Ling Bai was not surprised by this. No matter what, Conqueror's Haki is just a lunatic imprisoned in the Mariajoy dungeon, used as a tool to carry out Im's missions again and again. Boom. A loud noise rose into the sky, and the sea exploded. The War Ghost rushed towards Ling Bai, and the airwaves released by his feet shook the sea area hundreds of meters away. If it weren't for the sea here, if it was an island, it would have collapsed long ago. But now the marine life with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, all kinds of sea kings and fish have fled outside to avoid it. The monsters are colliding, and the aftermath can tear them apart. Only the Sea King's overlord watched all this from a distance. After all, the shockwave of the battle between those two monsters, even the powerful Sea Kings can't stand it. At this time, the War Ghost charged again. His body, who was torn apart just now, is actually healing quickly. Ling Bai didn't expect that this guy not only possessed unimaginable defensive power, but also possessed such a terrifying self-healing ability. Seeking Flowers 0. As for Ling Bai, he slashed out with a single strike. It was a slash that contained Conqueror's Haki in a 2.5 billion volt thunderstorm. Advertisement. After slashing, a roaring dark red thunder dragon formed in the air, with terrifying power like destroying the world, and finally drowned the War Ghost. Boom. Another earth-shattering explosion. The sea area with a radius of several thousand meters exploded directly. Horrible. The overlord of the Sea Kings shuddered. The sea surface collapsed directly. It was a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. And the center of the big crater is nearly several thousand meters below sea level. Zero War Ghost's body was extremely damaged, but likewise, his damaged body was also healing rapidly. However, at this moment, Ling Bai fell from the sky. The right hand grabbed his face directly. Want to heal? The seawater that was about to be crushed was suddenly frozen. And the seawater under Zhonggui's body also froze naturally. In Ling Bai's hands, huge thunderstorms were continuously released, and at the same time released the power of Honkai. War Ghost's healing speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which his body was destroyed. Roar. The War Ghost kept roaring. With Ling Bai's other hand, he grabbed Zanghost's left hand, and then pulled it fiercely, tearing off the left hand directly. Boom! But Ling Bai grabbed his head again and smashed it hard on the ice. However, it should be said that part of the ice surface of armament hockey was blessed by Ling Bai. In this way, the ice becomes harder than the iron wall. Ling Bai, each other day after day. All of a sudden, blood spattered. War Ghost continued to roar, full of anger, but Ling Bai did not stop the berserk power release at all. Chapter 278, The Strongest Strike, No Battle Ghost Cells Left. At this time, if someone looked down from the sky, they would see a huge deep pit. That was caused by the explosion in the sea area just now. The large pit with a radius of several kilometers has reached a depth of 5 or 6 kilometers. And the sea water that was about to be crushed was directly frozen by Ling Bai, so this cold and raging ice pit was finally formed. At this time, in the deep pit, the War Ghost was being brutalized by Ling Bai crazily. Ling Bai under normal conditions is not the opponent of War Ghost, but Ling Bai who directly activates the strongest state is the one who crushes the opponent. The strength of the opponent, Whitebeard, is coming, and it is also the kind that can easily kill Whitebeard, and can easily beat Whitebeard into meat sauce. The original 4 emperors will not be rivals together. Now Ling Bai can also feel that the extremely terrifying power in the opponent's body is much stronger than when he was killing Garp and the others. The horror that Ling Bai understands is no ordinary horror. In addition to pure power, the regeneration ability of War Ghost, 790, is also quite terrifying. It was so terrifying that his body was smashed to pieces, but he was able to heal completely within a minute. This is another of his horrors, equivalent, seemingly infinite regenerative capacity. Ling Bai also doesn't know, where's the limit of War Ghost's regenerative ability? After all, how did this guy survive for 800 years? What did I give him? According to Vegapunk's understanding, because it is difficult to control, it will not be used easily. In particular, I is sleeping most of the time, and only I can control the monster War Ghost. After all, he is the monster created by I. Roar. The War Ghost kept yelling. Ling Bai directly pierced through the heart of War Ghost with War Ghost's long spear, and then pierced through his body. And Ling Bai also discovered that the heart of the War Ghost does not exist. This surprised Ling Bai. Without a heart, it means death. There is no doubt about this in Pirate World. Or unless, like Luo used Op Fruit's ability to pull out someone else's heart and put it elsewhere, but this heart is also alive and will not die, and the heart is not dead, and people will not die. War Ghost, is it similar? Or, his heart was taken by I. Ling Bai was puzzled. Boom. Ling Bai landed on Zanghost's head with one kick, crushing the opponent's head directly. However, the frightening thing was that the rotten head also healed quickly, and the pieces of meat continued to gather to form a head. Where is the weakness? Ling Bai frowned. Boom. There was another loud bang, and Ling Bai stomped on the opponent's head again. Advertisement then under his gaze, War Ghost's head healed again. Troublesome guy, the strength is not my opponent, but, is this wireless regeneration? Ling Bai frowned. One foot after another landed on various parts of the War Ghost. Constantly blowing it up, if it weren't for the fact that the bottom of this ice pit was hardened by the armament hockey released by Ling Bai, and it was still emission armament hockey. The bottom of the ice pit will be blown up, but because of the huge impact brought by Ling Bai's every attack, the frozen sea is also rapidly shattering. The huge frozen sea area was torn apart inch by inch. The shock wave is really too powerful. Ling Bai crushed the opponent again and again, and the opponent regenerated again and again. Ling Bai also finally began to understand why this guy couldn't control it. Not only because it is too powerful, but because even if it is blown up, the opponent can regenerate. That's what's scary about him. However, Ling Bai also believes that this regenerative ability has a limit. Even Poros in the world of One Punch Man, the ability to instantly regenerate, was blown away by Saitama. Now Ling Bai also thinks that it's just that he hasn't touched the other party's limit yet. But Ling Bai didn't hesitate anymore, his strongest state consumes a lot. The time domain activates, launch and space cut. Space barrier. Time stands still, in an instant, Ling Bai and War Ghost were in a small space. And within this space, War Ghost is just a puddle of flesh. In the domain where time is still, only Ling Bai can move. The War Ghost also stopped regenerating. At this time, Ling Bai was suspended in the air, looking down at the War Ghost in a state of flesh. He wants to use the strongest attack to melt the War Ghost directly. Directly, the kind that does not leave any cells. Then, how can he regenerate? At this time, Ling Bai faced the War Ghost in the state of fleshy paste with both palms, and immediately, a huge crimson magic circle appeared. Facing the War Ghost, this is Ling Bai, use the strongest explosion. It is no exaggeration to say that this explosion magic can completely vaporize the entire peak of the red line. Of course, the consumption is too high, this kind of attack can only be the last one, otherwise it is very dangerous. Ling Bai wanted to vaporize the War Ghost, but he didn't just use this blow. Instead, he wants to integrate other forces to attack. Advertisement Honkai power. Maximum Honkai, Railgun, Thunderstorm, 3 billion volts. This time, it is the fusion of 3 powers of Ling Bai. The strongest attack ever. Maybe Yim might not even be able to withstand this kind of attack. If the War Ghost couldn't regenerate on the spot, then he was wiped out in the previous crush by Ling Bai. Boom. At this moment, the entire space turned crimson. The indescribable power to destroy the world finally fell on the war ghost. Immediately afterwards, the sea area with a radius of more than 100 kilometers exploded again. A huge hemispherical red energy wave crushed the sea in all directions. In this range, the seawater is evaporated. Under the terrifying shockwave, the Sea King's overlord in the distance was directly blasted out. The storm that sweeps everything, sweeps everything. More than 100 kilometers away, the warship driven by Momosagi was reaching this sea area, but the terrifying wind and waves that surpassed the tsunami directly pushed her warship back. The warship retreated several kilometers uncontrollably. If it weren't for Momosagi's massive fire barrier defenses, the warships would be destroyed. And in a short amount of time, at this time, the entire sky is full of thunder and lightning, the clouds are surging. The original day, it didn't take long for it to be dark. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Ling Bai's blow was. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Bai was dressed in rags and bleeding from many shocking wounds. And he also knelt on one knee, and his overall condition was not good. At this time, he was in the original deep sea. The original sea level was more than 20,000 meters below. The sea water can't cover it for a while. There's a force that temporarily blocks the seawater, like an invisible space barrier. He used independent space defense just now, but the space was shattered by the shockwave. So he was inevitably impacted by the explosion, but fortunately there was a space barrier to buffer it, weakening the impact of the explosion. Ding! Sign in. Do you want to sign in? When hearing this sound, Ling Bai laughed. He understood that that troublesome guy, Zhang Gui, was gone. Just now, Ling Bai used a bone-shocking ashes attack. Under such an attack, there are no cells left in the war ghost. How can he regenerate? Sign in. Successful sign in. Reward. Infinite regeneration ability, double defense. P.S. In fact, the combat power collapsed a long time ago because the protagonist is too strong. This chapter is difficult to write. It was originally planned that half of the protagonist's body was gone, but Momosagi found out, cried, and then the protagonist came back to life. Thinking about it, I decided to change it. The writing collapsed, it was too difficult to write. The little author is writing a new book, chapter 279 meeting Momosagi. Infinite regeneration. There is also an increase in defense power. Ling Bai was surprised. And with the ability of infinite regeneration, those shocking wounds on Ling Bai's body also healed quickly. And the healing speed is even more terrifying than that of the previous war ghosts. At the same time, Ling Bai could clearly feel that the weakness he had just had due to the huge consumption was gone. The strength of the whole person also quickly became abundant. Ling Bai was also surprised by this. In addition, Ling Bai also obviously felt that his defense power had become more terrifying. On the basis of the original defense power, he doubled the defense power. Although it is to increase the defense power by twice, the number does not seem to be large. However, Ling Bai's own defense is higher than Kaido's, so it's understandable. What's more, if Ling Bai enters the strongest state, the defense power will also increase accordingly. Therefore, Ling Bai at this time is also extremely terrifying. I don't know, how strong as I am, the goddess. Thinking of I am, Ling Bai also felt a little regretful in his heart at this time. It was really a pity that he couldn't hold the head of the war ghost to see I am. Otherwise, Ling Bai will personally hold the head of the war ghost to meet the Aimshun celestial beings. At this point, the battle is over. The whole process took more than 2 hours. It's been a long time. 3 minutes later, all the seawater began to cover it. Before long, the sea level recovered again, as if nothing happened. However, if someone can enter the bottom of the sea, they will be able to see the horrific traces of battle destruction. That kind of destruction is unimaginable. Sea kings trembled as they passed by. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai saw the Poseidon overlord again. Human, you are too strong, comparable to ancient weapon. No, it feels like you are stronger than Uranus. The overlord of the Sea Kings spoke. It was the language of the Sea Kings that only the Sea Kings and those who could hear everything could understand. At this time, the Sea King's overlord was shocked. Because although Ling Bai was covered in blood and dressed in rags, Ling Bai was not injured. Moreover, it was not at all because of the weakness after the battle. You know, the Sea King's overlord was the only witness to the terrifying battle just now. Terrible. It didn't hurt, but there is blood. In other words, Ling Bai's injury has healed. Or the blood of another monster. Advertisement of course, the monster's aura has completely disappeared at this time. In other words, he is dead. Uranus? Ling Bai muttered to himself. Uranus is a prehistoric monster. The power is extremely terrifying. Poseidon can command all Sea Kings. Uranus, on the other hand, can command all the beasts of the sky and land. In this world, all kinds of ferocious beasts are huge. And this world is naturally huge. People can only see the tip of the iceberg of this world. There are countless secrets hidden behind the tip of the iceberg. Like, the most mysterious devil fruit tree. It bred countless devil fruit powers, but where is it? Nobody knows. At that time, it will be up to you to fight Uranus, of course, if the celestial dragons use it. Ling Bai opened the mouth and said, Human, you have provoked a war. The Sea King's overlord was helpless. Ling Bai said, Poseidon is born. If I don't start a war, the celestial dragons will take the initiative. At this time, the Sea King's overlord was silent for a long time before finally speaking. The last thing it said was that it hoped that Ling Bai would protect Shirahoshi. After all, Shirahoshi is the king of all the Sea Kings. Afterwards, the Sea King's overlord directly dived into the bottom of the sea and left. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai informed Kaido and the others of the phone bug. Said it was over, and that monster has been solved by him. Of course, Kaido and the others felt extremely horrified and wanted to know more about the situation. As for Ling Bai, I will go back and talk about it in detail. Then the call ended. At this moment, an extremely familiar voice full of surprise and worry came. Ling Bai looked back and saw Momoshage coming on a warship. Momoshage? Ling Bai was puzzled, and reached the front of the warship in a flash. At this moment, Momoshage hugged Ling Bai directly. Immediately afterwards, Momoshage burst into tears and cried. Almost thought something was wrong with you, little idiot. Advertisement, what the hell happened to you? Only then did Momoshage notice the bloodline on Ling Bai's body, as well as the strong smell of blood. It's just the blood of the enemy. Ling Bai did not tell Momoshage that this is his blood. He didn't touch the sea, so the blood wasn't washed off him. After all, before gaining the ability to regenerate, he had multiple injuries on his body. And still seriously injured. Is it really the blood of the enemy? Momoshage is suspicious. Can you see the wounds on my body? Ling Bai laughed. Not really. Dao avoids tears and smiles. Ling Bai is indeed not hurt, it's just that the 310 clothes are torn a lot. Then hurry up and take a shower. The smell of blood is so strong. Momoshage hurriedly urged Ling Bai. Ling Bai said with a smile. You help me, I will go. Got it. Little rascal. Momoshage scolded. She was obedient to Ling Bai. Moreover, she has no secrets in front of Ling Bai. Of course, the jumping rabbit is also inevitably shy. Even if the other party is the man facing him. Soon, there was a sound of water in the bathroom of the warship. And soon after, the warship swayed forward on the sea. I don't know how long it has been. Of course Ling Bai isolated the warship in a space. Space cut, and the time domain starts. The appearance of Momoshage made Ling Bai care more about Momoshage. Although Ling Bai has always been relatively cold-blooded. But Momoshage came to him at risk after knowing Ling Bai. Even Momoshage is unlikely to help. However, Ling Bai is not completely cold and heartless. In Ling Bai's mind, Momoshage is the most important. You have to spend time with her. Chapter 280. Prepare to go to Raftel. At night, Momoshage wakes up from Hukan. Lying on her side, she saw Ling Bai the first time she opened her eyes. Very close together. Ling Bai also fell asleep. Looking at Ling Bai who was sleeping soundly, Momoshage couldn't bear to disturb Ling Bai. Unconsciously, it's very reckless to look at Bai like this. At this time, Ling Bai was quiet, not as fierce as when he was doing that kind of thing. Sometimes it was quite scary, and sometimes he might even get angry. But now, it's quiet. When will it end? Momoshage felt helpless in his heart. In fact, looking back, Momoshage realized that the blood on Ling Bai's body before was his own, but somehow it disappeared. How could that blood be an enemy? While helping Ling Bai take a bath, Momoshage also found that the bloodline on Ling Bai's body was all over his body. This level of blood spread all over could not belong to the enemy. Unless Ling Bai fell into the pool of blood, but apparently not. Momoshage estimated that Ling Bai was seriously injured, and then recovered quickly. Looking at the boy who was so close to her, Momoshage didn't know what to do. She was really afraid that when Ling Bai attacked the celestial dragons in the world government, what kind of terrifying enemies would he face? Celestial dragons, with its 800-year history, is definitely not simple. Although Momoshage was not present in Ling Bai's battle this time, he didn't know the specific details, and Ling Bai didn't say anything. However, she could feel the terrifying and destructive power hundreds of kilometers away. That was way ahead of the previous fight with naval headquarters. Advertisement terrible, and this is what the celestial dragons sent out. Momoshage felt terrified just thinking about it. She couldn't imagine what kind of enemy Ling Bai would face. However, Momoshage also understands that Ling Bai has no way out. Now he has completely offended the celestial dragons. Beyond Lox and Luogia, the celestial dragons may have wanted Ling Bai to pieces. Momoshage also doesn't know what Bai will face next time. After waking up in the middle of the night, Momoshage couldn't sleep much. In his heart, he was always worried about Ling Bai. In the end, Momoshage also made a decision in his heart to advance and retreat with Ling Bai. When the time comes, wait for him to attack Mariajoy and start killing. Kill all the celestial dragons, on the other side, that is Mariajoy. At this time, it had been more than a day since War Ghost left Mariajoy. However, the War Ghost has not returned yet. The upper echelons of celestial dragons also feel a little bad. But I also felt that Ling Bai would never be able to defeat that monster, Zhang. Ling Bai is terrifying, but it's not strong enough to defeat 10 800-year-old monsters. However, the celestial dragons executives couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. At this moment, 5 elders and the others are holding a meeting with other high-level celestial dragons. In fact, they decided that War Ghost could kill Ling Bai. So at this time, they are ready to discuss and destroy that Paradise Island. Will there be any problems? With the power of War Ghost, killing Ling Bai should not be a problem? It's impossible for anything to go wrong. The power of the War Ghost is second only to Lord I Am in Mariajoy, and it also has a terrifying regeneration ability. No matter how monster Ling Bai is, it is impossible to kill the War Ghost, and it is impossible for the War Ghost to be injured. Not too possible. Advertisement, Wait a little longer, maybe the war ghost has finished all this and is coming back. Now Lord I Am is not asleep, and the war ghost can also control it. After the war ghosts come back, it's time for us to send troops to suppress Paradise. Paradise must be completely cleared. Kill all those people in Paradise, and leave no one alive. Just erase this island from this world. In the middle of the night, a group of celestial dragons are discussing how to destroy the Ling Bai pirates, his alliance, and even the entire Paradise Island. But fortunately, Sunday has killed him now. As for the female Marie Ligeia, numerous celestial dragons were performing various songs and dances as usual, and they hadn't even realized that their disaster was coming. The battle situation is absolutely terrifying, and Ling Bai finally decided to set off for Raftel, within a few days. Has been completely wiped out by Ling Bai. However, how could they know that at this time, the war ghost they relied on didn't even have a single cell left behind? In addition, the last historical text of the road sign has now been sent to the Paradise. As for Momosagi, Ling Bai sent her back to naval headquarters after launching many space jumps. Of course, Kaido and the others couldn't calm down after Ling Bai told them the battle situation in detail. Then Ling Bai also used space to jump back, Zhao Mahao, to the Paradise. War ghosts are far beyond their existence, New World is huge, and Raftel is like dust. On the same day after Ling Bai deciphered it, he got the last coordinate. There is no way to reach Raftel without signposts. The next afternoon, Ling Bai returned to the Paradise. When Ling Bai returned, Kaido and the others were also shocked. The 800-year-old palace will eventually fall apart. And what will happen when they know the war ghost has been crushed by Ling Bai? Chapter 281 Naval Headquarters, it's time to make a decision. Time, 2 days pass quickly, however, these 2 days will definitely not be easy for Mariajoy. At this time, Mariajoy's Celestial Dragons executives realized that the war ghost had been killed by Ling Bai. The war ghost, who was so terrifying that he couldn't look at it from the perspective of this world, is dead. Even, the dead body does not know where it is, and Ling Bai, still nothing happened. And also, where the hell did they start fighting? Celestial Dragons executives don't know. At this time, the senior executives of Celestial Dragons trembled in front of IM. At this time, IM was also shocked and angry. She couldn't imagine that the war ghost who had eradicated very powerful enemies for her many times in the past was wiped out. Killed without a word, IM can't imagine such a thing. She never thought that the war ghost would die, because the power of war ghost is stronger than her. IM's strength lies in his control and in giving Zan eternal life. However, IM's fighting power is not as strong as war ghost. Although she is indeed powerful, but she is only 927 who can control the war ghost. Therefore, even IM at this time felt fear in his heart. War ghost, there has been no news for 3 days. The only possibility is that he is dead. Moreover, IM also went to see the heart of the war ghost she had dug away for the first time. The beating heart was completely withered, therefore, the war ghost is really dead. IM, the king who has ruled the world for 800 years, is trembling. She has also changed from being jealous and disdainful towards Ling Bai before to now being jealous and even slightly fearful. Transit, it's terrible, however, IM did not reveal her inner anxiety and fear in front of 5 elders and other celestial dragons. Advertisement, she is still the king above all else. She understood that although Zhang Gui was dead, she was not unable to deal with Ling Bai. Of course, IM somewhat comforted himself. Get ready to summon your power. IM didn't say much. There is no doubt about it. The current situation is that if the celestial dragons are not ready to prepare for the battle, Ling Bai will also prepare for the battle, BDEH. And the 5 elders, who were in a panic, responded quickly and respectfully. Ling Bai was beyond the imagination of all of them, and now preparing to go to war was the only choice. And IM surprisingly didn't kill one of them because of his anger, which also made the Celestial Dragons executives loose. An hour later, the world government went up and down and began to gather strength. And as soon as possible, notify naval headquarters. Of course, there are not many people who can play in naval headquarters now. Fujitora, Kizaru, Momosagi, and Crane. Down below, Vice Admiral is pretty much dead and clean. And this is the result of the previous war with Ling Bai and the others. It's too tragic. Moreover, if Ling Bai hadn't let them go, no one would have survived. Now, though, will naval headquarters still fight for the Celestial Dragons? That night, Ling Bai came. Ling Bai appeared in the marshal's office. At this time, besides Ling Bai, there are Fujitora, Kizaru, Momosagi and Crane in the office. The Crane is silent. Kizaru was drinking hot tea over there on the sofa. And Ling Bai sat opposite Fujitora, and Momosagi stood behind Ling Bai, rubbing Ling Bai's shoulders. Today, Fujitora is the new Marine Admiral. What would you do if you overthrew the Celestial Dragons? Fujitora, asked Ling Bai. At this point, Fujitora and Kizaru can sit here without much movement. Advertisement during this period of time, Crane and Momosagi have done their ideological work well. At first, both of them couldn't accept it, but after many times of ideological work, coupled with the recent new policies of Celestial Dragons, the hearts of naval headquarters executives towards Celestial Dragons became more and more cold. To put it bluntly, Yinlong just treated Marine as a dog or a higher-level slave. Smile. Do you want to build this world into a world of democracy, equality, justice, fraternity, and the rule of law? Ling Bai did not answer Fujitora directly, but threw a question. This kind of words, coming out of your mouth, shocked the old man. Democracy? Equality? Justice? Friendship? Rule of law? Fujitora was questioned by the other party. Of course, Yinhu dreamed that the world would become what these 5 words described. However, this world is too dirty, otherwise he would not have blinded himself. Because, he doesn't want to see the filth and darkness of this world. Do you want to? Ling Bai asked again. Of course I want to. Ultimately, Fujitora is without hesitation, and this is what Ling Bai expected. Ling Bai. After the celestial dragons are extinct, I will deal with the affairs of this world. I will create another world. As for this world, you will control it, or govern it. Of course, with me, this world will not appear again in the future. Pirates. Of course you will be curious, what is this world? Other worlds? To be honest, I am not from this world. I come from a world that is stronger than this world, so this is why I am so powerful. Of course, my strength is nothing in front of a more powerful world, but it is very powerful to this world. As for other worlds, they also exist, but you don't know it, you just think that this world is the only one. My goal is not just this world, so strictly speaking, I am not very interested in this world. There is not much truth in Ling Bai's words. Of course it is true that he is going to other worlds. Also, Ling Bai wants Fujitora to help him take over the world. What? Other worlds? Of the people present, only Momosagi was not shocked. After all, Ling Bai also told Momosagi that he is not from this world, but from another world. And Ling Bai also said that when he goes to other worlds in the future, he will naturally bring her with him. Ling Bai. You just need to understand that I come from other worlds, and there are more powerful forces than this world. And I am completely sure that I will destroy all the celestial dragons, and what you Marines need to do, just join my camp, and we will deal with the celestial dragons together. Smile. Grasp the opportunity, choose, it is very important. Ling Bai looked at the shocked Fujitora, waiting for him to digest the information before answering. Naval Headquarters, it's time to shrink. Chapter 282 Convincing Naval Headquarters. Are you from another world? Fujitora and the others were all shocked. After all, the idea that there are other worlds is too shocking. Besides this world, is there another world? Fujitora couldn't accept it for a while. However, thinking that Ling Bai is unimaginably powerful and possesses multiple abilities beyond imagination, Fujitora finally took a deep breath. Ling Bai is really too strong, powerful beyond imagination. Moreover, there are many abilities. He is mysterious and incomprehensible, unimaginable. Do other worlds really exist? Crane couldn't help asking. After all, this is really too hard to accept. In addition to the world you are familiar with, there are other worlds, more powerful worlds, isn't it normal? It's like, the frog who has been living in the well always thinks that the well is the whole of this world, but in reality in fact, this world is much bigger than the well he lives in, so, just as you would think, this world is the only one, but you don't know, there are other worlds, of course. There are people who are weaker than this world, naturally there is a world stronger than this world. At this time, Ling Bai has nothing to say, just explain clearly to them. Even if they are hostile to him, Ling Bai doesn't care. You guys, it's time to let go of your hatred and prejudice against me, right? Even if I kill your important friend, but to be able to sit in this position, you should also understand whether personal hatred is more important, or is it more important? Which is more important, the great interests, or even your so-called justice? At this time Ling Bai looked at Fujitora. In fact, Fujitora was just difficult to deal with. What Ling Bai needed was the consent of Fujitora, or the surrender of Martial Marine. Of course, it is surrender, or it can be said that Ling Bai is looking for a spokesperson who is in charge of the world. That's right, a spokesperson. After the celestial dragons are destroyed, it is impossible for Ling Bai to stay in this world for a long time. At that time, Ling Bai does not know which world he will go to. But no matter what, it is impossible for him to stay in this world forever. As the top powerhouse in this world, if the celestial dragons are destroyed, he will become the strongest powerhouse in one fell swoop, and, when the time comes, this world will become his favorite thing, so he can still stay. What's the point of this world? Advertisement after all, no one in this world can fight Ling Bai. As for the last Ling Bai didn't believe that he would not be able to beat her. In one fell swoop, destroy all celestial dragons. As the Marine Marshal, you should make a wise choice. Ling Bai looked at Fujitora. Wise choice. Barnacle muttered to himself. Ling Bai's so-called wise choice is to let Naval Headquarters submit to him, wait for the destruction of celestial dragons, and let Marine take over the world, or in other words, Ling Bai and the current celestial dragons are just changing positions. It is equivalent to Naval Headquarters changing a boss. But, Ling Bai are not celestial dragons either. Fujitora once went to the territory under the rule of Ling Bai, where the people can live and work in peace and contentment. Compared with other pirate emperors' territories, not only is it more stable, but also there is not much protection fee, and, even if the protection fee is charged, it is charged according to the local economic level, but even if it is a very wealthy place, it will not say that a large protection fee is drawn. In Ling Bai's territory, this kind of protection fee is called taxation. Low taxes and an extremely stable life, no pirates or other dark forces committing crimes, etc. In the New World, Ling Bai's territory has become a place that many common people yearn for. That's compared to other big pirate sites and countries that are members of the world government are not treated. As for the member countries of the world government, if they don't pay the heavenly gold, it can be said to be tragic. In order to serve as an example to others, the world government will severely deal with countries that do not pay the sky gold, behead their royal families, release them or even become slaves of celestial dragons, and even cause the country to completely collapse. The world government, which has ruled for 800 years, has long been decayed, but because of the extremely terrifying power it controls, as well as various pirates and dark forces in the world, it can never be eradicated. Asking for flowers. Countless people can only complain and struggle in this world. Of course, this is the sad part of the world where the strong are respected, and the weak can only end up being ruled. Fujitora, facing Ling Bai, he couldn't see Ling Bai. This is Marine's enemy. Advertisement, however, in the face of absolute interests, the enemy is no longer the enemy. As Ling Bai said, the naval headquarters should let go of their hatred for him. The implication is that you can't beat me. Now, of course, it's Ling Bai's call for naval headquarters. Why, you don't give the people you have today, Big Mom, Kaido, and they take over. Celestial dragons, they only regard their marine as a dog and don't care about Marine's life at all. And following the celestial dragons, Fujitora was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. So, he looked for die-keeping. Ling Bai. They are not suitable. The power of turmoil should be suppressed by violence to calm the turmoil. After that, what is needed is not violence. Of course, what I need is for you to take over the whole world. And Fujitora is a trustworthy door. One is to continue to follow the celestial dragons, and the other is to follow Ling Bai. You want naval headquarters to help you take over the world? In fact, Ling Bai is not suitable either. At that time, it is best to open the passage between this world and other worlds, and then, you can attack other worlds smoothly. As for naval headquarters, there are actually only two choices. Moreover, the end that Celestial Dragons faces now is likely to be destroyed by Ling Bai and the others. Ling Bai intends to take Kaido and the others to fight in other worlds. Of course, Big Mom and the others are simply not suitable for ruling the world. His feelings are strong. Fujitora, asked Ling Bai. This is the feeling of Fujitora. That's right, chapter 283 ready to go Raftel. Sitting opposite the current Marine Marshal Fujitora, Ling Bai crossed his legs, while Momoshiki stood behind Ling Bai and gently rubbed Ling Bai's shoulders. At this point, Fujitora was thinking. He was thinking about the future of Marine, and then, the future of this world. He joined the Marine to bring about true justice. This Marine, who has true benevolence and righteousness in his heart, finally thought of the future and destiny of this world. Of course, this is what he cares most about. If he didn't want to see the filth and sin of this world, Tiger would not make himself a blind man himself. Because, without eyes, at least, he cannot see the filth and sin of this world. In order to realize the justice in his heart, Fujitora joined the Marine, and was exceptionally promoted to Marine Admiral by virtue of his unimaginable strength. However, under the command of the Celestial Dragons, it is nonsense to say that true justice is achieved. Now, Celestial Dragons have made it clear that Marine is just their dog. The words are hard to hear, but they are also solid. Above the sea, people privately call Marine Admirals and even naval headquarters the dogs of Celestial Dragons. In this world, the world's dislike of Marine is far less terrifying than the dislike of Celestial Dragons. If it is pirates, commoners can still entertain them warmly, but if it is Celestial Dragons, commoners stay away because of fear and disgust, and if Celestial Dragons give up their so-called god status, the world will not hesitate to kill them cut to pieces. Just like the small family of the Don Quixote Celestial Dragons family that gave up their Celestial Dragon status back then. That is, the family that Doflamingo belongs to. These things belong to the senior file of naval headquarters. It is conceivable how disgusting Celestial Dragons are to the world. This is from 800 years of oppression, uncountable oppression and crimes. In the end, Yinhu agreed to Hubai's so-called choice. That is, let naval headquarters and even the entire marine system separate from the world government under Celestial Dragons, and completely oppose Celestial Dragons. Become Ling Bai's subordinates. When the war is over, naval headquarters takes over the world. Advertisement of course, this time it's the whole world. At that time, Ling Bai will sweep the dark forces of the whole world. Then, build a supreme country, all countries can become member countries. Heavenly gold no longer exists, and of course, most importantly, there are no such perks as Celestial Dragons. Fujitora, in the future, you will believe that the decisions you make now are correct. Ling Bai laughed. Of course, you disassociate yourself from the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Don't make it public until I return from Raftel. After all, naval headquarters is very close to the Red Line Summit. Afterwards, Ling Bai explained some things before leaving the marshal's office.
And Momoshiki naturally followed suit. Knowing that Ling Bai had left, Fujitora finally let out a sigh.
Staff Crane, Paluzolino, I have to decide, right? That man, who killed our best colleagues, is of course our enemy, but now, we begin to submit to him and become his subordinates. This is also a helpless thing, no one can resist him anymore. Kizaru is also emotional. After Crane sighed, he also told what he knew from Momoshiki. Before Ling Bai, he had a battle with an indescribably powerful war weapon sent by the world government in a certain sea area, and also described what he saw from afar at that time. Scene. In short, in the previous battle with naval headquarters, Ling Bai didn't try his best at all. And only Momoshiki knows Ling Bai best. He is really, really strong. It is an invincible existence. Moreover, Ling Bai has already mastered the historical text of the 4 road signs to Raftel. At that time, the big secret treasure that Luogia placed in Raftel, that is, the truth about this world, will also be made public. That is the truth that terrifies the celestial dragons. Now naval headquarters, the best choice is to follow Ling Bai. Celestial dragons, it's over, this is already doomed. Advertisement in the marshal's office, the three marine generals could only sigh helplessly. On the other hand, Ling Bai went to Momosagi's apartment. It was already nightfall, so Ling Bai naturally stayed here. Soon, Momosagi prepared dinner for her beloved boy, and of course, after dinner, it was time to fight. Ling Bai, are you going to Raftel? Of course, after going to Raftel, the return journey is to the Valley of the Gods. Ling Bai shook his head, then closed his eyes. After all, with the death of the war ghost, it is impossible for them not to take the first photo. Ling Bai was very curious. The next afternoon, Ling Bai returned to the paradise as scheduled. Anyway, be sure to pay attention to safety, of course. This time, instead of using a boat, Ling Bai directly used the power of lion fruit to suspend the entire paradise island. Tired Momosagi asked about Ling Bai before falling asleep. Dao Fang reminded, his tone was full of love and care. What danger could there be? He is indeed going to Raftel, and now everything is ready, and when he returns to the paradise tomorrow, he will make all the arrangements and set off for Raftel the day after tomorrow. Ling Bai laughed. Then, a meeting of the big bosses was held. Understood. Zhao Lihao, Raftel, what on earth is there? Mainly, they're going to Raftel, and now, celestial dragons have already started to act. It is said that the sea area is very dangerous, you must pay attention to safety. Chapter 284 Go. Arrived in the Uzumaki Sea area. This day, for the whole world, is destined to be a day that will not be peaceful. Ever since the alliance led by Ling Bai defeated naval headquarters severely, what people don't understand is that the whole world has entered a kind of almost dead silence. Naval headquarters is about to be wiped out, world government. It should be said to be celestial dragons, don't they have any reaction? Or, because I was too afraid to roast that monster white? Today, Ling Bai is the absolute and unquestionable world overlord of the new world. Of course, the world doesn't know that just a while ago, the celestial dragons sent out a weapon capable of overturning the world, which was completely beaten to death by Ling Bai. Now, celestial dragons dare not act rashly, because, even Yim, the king of celestial dragons, is not as powerful as Ling Bai. Im's strength lies in being able to live forever, and in being able to control the former warriors. But now, the war ghost is dead, of course, for others, Im's strength is absolute, but for Ling Bai, Im's strength is not enough. 803. Im is not Ling Bai's opponent, so now, even Im is uneasy. And so, there is a strange quietness in the world today. But people are also vaguely speculating that a big war will break out sooner or later. Because in this world now, it's not Ling Bai, it's celestial dragons. And one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, absolutely. Between Ling Bai and celestial dragons, there is bound to be a big battle. And when the time comes, who will eventually go to destruction? Although Ling Bai is a pirate, but in this world, the people who most people want to go to destruction are the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, long overdue, on this day, the eerie silence was broken. In Ling Bai's territory, the paradise, Yin Wang's ships are gathering. Among them, there is also the 8 Treasure Navy who surrendered to Ling Bai not long ago, and the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Qingzhao, after Ling Bai punched his head cone out, this old man also willingly surrendered to Ling on the spot Bai. In addition, there is Tetsulo and his men. Advertisement. These ships are the ships of Ling Bai pirates, Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates. At this time, the 3 pirate groups have already stayed here. Ready. Let's go Raftel. It started, everyone. When, on the island, greet Kaido afterward. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai experienced Paradise Island and the surrounding ships. Then, the lion fruit ability, which is stronger than the golden lion, activates. The next moment, the huge Paradise Island and the surrounding ships all floated up, and the position was getting higher and higher. It wasn't until they reached about 1,000 meters in the air that Paradise Island and nearly 200 ships stopped rising. The mighty power of gods and ghosts. God. Many people looked up at the silhouette of the sun in the sky. That figure is not strong, and even looks so thin to many people. However, at this moment, in the eyes of countless people, this figure is like a god. Here we go. Kaido muttered to himself. At this moment, he looked up at Ling Bai in the air. The same is true for Ant and others. At this time, people saw that Ling Bai pulled out the black sword Yi from the rippling air. Then, Ling Bai held the knife in both hands. Immediately afterwards, above the black knife over there was a dark red breath, and his whole, BDB, breath changed. Mysterious and powerful, but at this moment, Ling Bai was staring ahead. Then, Ling Bai slashed out. A dark red slash rushed forward, and finally, in front of Ling Bai, the void was torn apart from top to bottom. A terrifying huge crack appeared. It was a crack in space. Like a devil with eyes open. The rift kept growing, and eventually, the rift opened up a dark giant Uzumaki. It's there, waiting for Paradise Island to come. Advertisement. And this is Ling Bai's use of the space field, space jump. Jump tens of kilometers in one go, and Ling Bai had already greeted the ant and the others in advance. But at this moment, Big Mom and the others were inevitably shocked when they saw all this. So shocking. Ant and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Ling Bai's blow actually tore apart the space, and Big Mom and the others are inevitably shocked, let alone ordinary people. Many people were stunned. But Ling Bai ignored them. Just unleash the power of lion fruit and bring Paradise Island to speed. Soon, Paradise Island and hundreds of ships entered the space Uzumaki. Then Space Uzumaki disappeared. Of course, the next moment, the Space Uzumaki appeared over a certain sea area dozens of kilometers away. Immediately after, Paradise Island and ships emerged from it. Then, Ling Bai made another slash, and the same huge Uzumaki appeared. Of course Ling Bai didn't just cut in one direction. According to the historical text of the 4 signposts, Ling Bai knew which direction Raftel was probably in. This cycle has been repeated many times. 3 hours later, Ling Bai and the others appeared in a dark sea. At this time, the sea area in this sea area is shaking violently, and in the sky, there are black clouds, and countless thunderbolts that are bigger than buckets are tearing down. Boom! The thunder was earth-shattering, coupled with the sound of seawater oscillating. It's like howling ghosts. It's Uzumaki Sea. This is Uzumaki Sea. The speaker is Kaido. And in front of them, the terrifying sea area is exactly the sea area that even the pirate emperors of the New World are reluctant to set foot in. Chapter 285 Uzumaki Sea Area, Godlike Power. The Uzumaki Sea Area, located in the depths of New World, is a very special sea area, just like the Revolutionary Army was once located in a strange sea area where there was no sunlight for many years. But the Uzumaki Sea Area is much more terrifying. Uzumaki Sea Area, not only this sea area is a huge Uzumaki, the pirate ship facing this sea area is no different from sand, and if it gets close to it, it may be swallowed directly. Of course, this is only the situation on the sea surface. What's even more frightening is that the thunderclouds in the sky that cannot be dispelled for many years, countless bucket-sized thunderbolts fall like torrential rain, and the destructive power is quite terrifying. The reason why the seawater oscillates is inseparable from these thunder and lightning. Even the sea kings are unwilling to approach this sea area. Of course, it is hard to say whether there are some very terrifying creatures under the Uzumaki Sea area. In the past, only the Luogia pirates could get here, and only the Luogia pirates could leave. The other pirates disappeared forever without exception. Ling Bai, just use your space-breaking move to go here, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Indeed, if we want to destroy this sea area and our attack, we can't do it in such a large area. The captain seems to be able to destroy this kind of large-scale sea area. Except for the captain, there should be no one else in this world, right? This sea is so big that we can't see the end with our naked eyes. Whitebeard launches a tsunami, and Aokiji freezes the sea. The bosses present, looking at Ling Bai, felt that this sea area was very difficult for them. It's not a big problem. Facing this huge sea area, Ling Bai no longer has the ability to use space jump. The reason is that Raftel has a great relationship with this sea area. But to break through this sea area, the people present will only be in vain. This sea area is very large, and it is perfect to destroy this sea area, freeze the sea area, and destroy the thunderclouds above. Advertisement, Ling Bai. What can you do? At this time, the ant couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, Ling Bai didn't speak, but out of everyone's curiosity, he stretched out his hands to the sky covered with thick and terrifying thunderclouds. Palms facing the sky. Then, a crimson rotating magic circle with a diameter of nearly 10 meters appeared, and at the same time, Big Mom and the others also felt a terrifying force crushed down. This kind of power, even for the world's top figures like them, is a great pressure, let alone that little guy. For people with average strength or even no strength, this kind of power at this moment is like Conqueror's Hockey, crushed by vast power, with unparalleled amazing wire. Unlike Conqueror's Hockey, which can knock people out of consciousness, Ling Bai's current power is constantly crushing. Being in this kind of wire, people can only feel the cells and blood in their bodies trembling. Terrible. So strong. I don't even know how to cultivate. Indeed, it's too strong. If Laozi had this kind of power, the world government would have been gone long ago. Ling Bai said that he does not belong to this world, he comes from other worlds. Other worlds seem to be stronger than the world we are in now, and Ling Bai is an example. After all, our world seems to have some kind of it's the same as the restrictions. For example, at our current level, it's already very difficult to go up. Asking for flowers. It's true, it's really shocking. Big Mom and the others looked up at Ling Bai in the sky, and now Ling Bai is about to make a move. The target is the thundercloud in the sky. The rotating crimson magic circle in Ling Bai's hand, facing the sky, quickly gathered huge energy. Explosion magic. Advertisement. This is Ling Bai's current state, the strongest explosion magic energy. Zero boom. Along with a bursting sound piercing the sky, the crimson bursting magic energy spurted violently out of the magic circle. In an instant, the whole world became crimson. The huge and incomparably crimson energy column finally rushed into the thick black clouds. With an earth-shattering sound, it exploded. The black clouds instantly turned red. And, keep expanding, immediately afterwards, the clouds exploded. First there was a huge hole, and then it continued to expand. The black clouds were blown up and dispersed, disappeared, turned into nothingness. The scenes in this are extremely shocking to people of Ant's level, let alone other people. At this moment, countless people looking at the sky, when they look at the back of Ling Bai standing in the sky. I just feel that he is a god-like existence. If there is a god in this world, then he is the chapter 286 deep sea devil creature. It's terrible. This is the power of God, too strong, desperate. This is definitely the strongest blow I have ever seen in my life. God. It seems that it exploded directly. The strongest man in the world is not talking nonsense. Ling Bai completely owns it, absolutely surpassing Whitebeard's strength. Whitebeard? What is he compared to Lord Ling Bai? The difference between a child and an adult. No, that's the difference between 897 and heaven. Whitebeard, there's no way he can be Ling Bai's opponent. At this time, looking at Ling Bai who completely destroyed the endless thick thundercloud with a blow, countless people looked up at the not strong figure. Everyone present, even the top powerhouses like the Red Earl, Kaido, and Big Mom, were shocked or frightened. Not to mention the ants who were one level lower or even many levels lower than them. How was their reaction? Ling Ri has already been regarded as a god, and those little people can't wait to kneel in front of Ling Bai on the spot, worshipping him wantonly, go enshrining him. And for the girls of Ling Bai, how powerful Ling Bai is in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at Ling Bai's back, I can't help being obsessed. That's right, that's their man. He is powerful, invincible. He is so handsome that he has no friends. Advertisement, it is an existence that no woman can resist. But for Ling Bai, he didn't pay attention to everyone's reaction at this time. After using the strongest explosion magic in the current state to blow up the boundless thunderclouds above the sky. In the dark sky that was originally flickering with thunder and filled with endless thunderclouds, in an instant, countless beams of sunlight angrily rode down. Dawn. The entire Paradise Island, everyone, is bathed in this incomparably gorgeous sunshine. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai dived directly towards the sea again. Although there is nothing wrong with the sky, this sea area is still a violently turbulent sea area. This is the Uzumaki Sea area, however, there is no Uzumaki here. The reason why it is called the Uzumaki Sea area is because this sea area is very scary. Thunderclouds that can never be dispelled in the sky, endless thunder and lightning, turbulent seawater, and extremely terrifying deep-sea monsters. That's why this sea area is named Uzumaki. Uzumaki means extremely dangerous. Countless ships that came here were either smashed into slag by lightning, or swallowed by violently turbulent seawater. The weak were swallowed by monsters under this sea area. Of course, when Ling Bai landed on the turbulent sea, his sense of knowledge was released instantly. The top-level observation hockey field quickly filled the dark deep sea. Here, there is a terrible deep-sea creature, advertisement. It's not sea kings. It's some kind of devil-like creature, just the appearance, it's like a devil. Like from hell. As for its body, it is comparable to the length of Tesolo's Grande de Solo, that is, its body length is only 10 kilometers. One can imagine how huge this demonic creature is. It has devoured many ships in this sea area, of course, including many sea kings. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the absolute overlord of this sea area. I don't know how many years it has been the overlord. However, when Ling Bai fell on the sea, it felt a severe crisis at 3.1. It's an instinctive feeling, perils of danger to more terrifying beings. It's scared, even trembling unconsciously, and it also understands that Ling Bai is also paying attention to it. This human, what's going on? It's horrible, I should run away. Flee away. Chapter 287. Let the demonic creatures lead the way. Are you scared? In Ling Bai's observation hockey field, Ling Bai felt that deep sea monster, that deep fear. It is fearing Ling Bai. It is the demon of this deep sea, and has dominated this turbulent sea area for many years. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can make it feel afraid. However, the only person who can cause it to terrify is the current Ling Bai. The more powerful a creature is, the more terrifying it is to feel other more terrifying existences. And obviously, it sensed Ling Bai's strength, an unfathomable existence. Strong enough to make it feel creepy. This is the first time it has been so afraid since it has been entrenched in this sea area for 13 years. So it wants to get out of here, and still escape. However, just as it was about to leave quickly, Ling Bai rushed into the deep sea. The space barrier on his body was released, isolating Ling Bai from the seawater, so the seawater could not touch Ling Bai. Of course, the depth of the deep sea is nearly 100,000 meters, and the seawater pressure in it can no longer be simply described as terrible, which is enough to tear apart countless creatures. However, Bai doesn't care about that, because it is too strong. The pressure of this kind of seawater is useless to it at all. Advertisement. In the end, Ling Bai also saw the creature in the deep sea. Here is a dark sea area, originally filled with eternal darkness, but because of the eyes of this terrifying creature, this dark and deep cold sea area has brought a little light. However, this kind of light is a strange red. The eyes of this extremely terrifying monster are bigger than ordinary ships, and it has 3 pairs of eyes, that is, 6 eyes. Eyes are weird red. This also makes this monster more like a demon. Human, I did not offend you. The devil-like monster, with those 3 pairs of eyes, saw Ling Bai appearing in front of him, and unconsciously gave birth to a stronger sense of fear. In addition, in his heart, there was a strong fear. Seeing Ling Bai, the fear in its heart became even stronger. And this is the first time he has been afraid in so many years. It has been at least hundreds of years, and there is no such fear. It's strong and strong. It is stronger than those sea kings who have lived for thousands of years, that is to say, those sea kings at the overlord level are not its opponents. And the overlord level sea kings, also because of the existence of this demonic creature, are unwilling to approach this sea area. If there is a big war, even if they don't die, they will suffer heavy losses. You really didn't offend me, and in fact, I didn't mean any harm to you, right? Ling Bai opened the mouth and said, of course the demonic creatures do not speak human language, but Ling Bai can understand the other party's words by listening to the voice of all things, and the other party can also understand Ling Bai's human language. Advertisement. But when you appeared in front of me, it made my hair stand on end. Human beings, to be honest, I fear your power. The demonic creature admitted. Where's Raftel? Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense, and directly explained the reason for entering the deep sea to find this terrifying creature. Ling Bai reckons, since this demonic creature is entrenched in this sea area, does it know the location of Raftel? What is Raftel? However, the demonic creatures don't seem to know about this place. It's just an island. Is there 057 in the waters near here? Of course it's not an ordinary island, it should be said to be a very special island. A special island? The demonic creature just wants to get away from Ling Bai quickly. A very special island, even Raftel, an island that is very important to this world, Sea Kings knows, there is no reason for you not to know. Take me to this island, you live in this sea area, it is impossible not to know this important island that existed hundreds of years ago. Ling Bai looked at each other, his eyes became sharp. It's a deterrent. Okay, I'll take you there, but I'll only take you to the vicinity. When I see the island, I'll leave. Ling Bai. Do you fear that island? I don't know, but there is a special power that makes me afraid. Chapter 288 It is going to Raftel. Boy Ling Bai, under the deep sea, is there any extraordinary existence? When Ling Bai appeared in front of everyone again, Ling Bai had also returned from the extremely dark deep sea to the Paradise Island suspended in the air. Kaido couldn't help asking curiously when he saw Ling Bai. As he is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, and he is also a phantom beast ability user, Kaido has a deeper understanding of the ocean. Just now, he felt more clearly than others that under the very deep sea area, there is an unimaginable terrifying existence. And Ling Bai entered this sea area, then, what did Ling Bai see? Of course, other than Kaido, others are also very curious. It's just a sea creature leading the way. It knows where Raftel is. Like this, we probably don't need the text of the roadside history. Ling Bai shrugged, he didn't take that sea creature seriously. After all, it is just a monster that has lived in this sea area for many years, similar to those Sea King's overlords. A sea creature? Lead the way. Know where Raftel is. Everyone was shocked, but at this moment, the sea area under Paradise Island shook, and suddenly, the sea surface began to expand rapidly, and it seemed that some terrifying creatures were about to rush out of it. At this moment, everyone was even more shocked, because this creature, its size, is obviously not an ordinary thing. Advertisement: The Golden City Grand de Solo is a giant ship with a hull length of about 10 kilometers, and this creature with a pitch-black body and a back full of thorns like thousands of ravines. The exposed back seems to have half the length of the Golden City Greater Tesoro County? Of course, what about its width? Much wider than the width of the Golden City. So one can imagine how huge the inner voice creature is. Even those Sea King's overlords with a body length of more than 5,000 meters must become younger brothers in front of this unknown sea monster that has not even revealed its true colors. The size. Horrible, it is simply beyond the imagination of this world. How many years has this lived to be able to have such a body shape? This is comparable to ancient weapon. It looks terrible. Just looking at its size, you can feel the horror of this monster. Of course, it is absolutely unfathomable. This is the creature that leads us the way. The moment they saw the back of this sea monster, people were inevitably shocked, not to mention ordinary people. Even people at the level of Kaido, Red Earl, and Big Mom were inevitably shocked. They have a deeper perception of the power of this creature. They know how powerful this creature is. Even if I become a dragon, it doesn't seem to be strong enough for it. Advertisement in Kaido's heart, he had to admit this matter, although it was just a feeling, but it was not groundless. On the other side, Hiyori and the others couldn't help but curiously ask Shirahoshi beside them. All the girls know that Shirahoshi is the legendary ancient weapon, Poseidon.
She can command all Sea Kings. So, can Shirahoshi be able to command this huge and intimidating creature of Poseidon?
No, Shirahoshi can't order it, and Shirahoshi can't even contact it. It's too strong. Shirahoshi was helpless. Shirahoshi tried to feel the sea monster with his own strength, but after a long time, Shirahoshi's forehead was sweating. It can't establish any contact with this creature, let alone order it. At this time, the sea monster also started to move to the right. Ling Bai, is this following it? The ant couldn't help asking. That's right. Ling Bai nodded, using Lion Fruit's ability to manipulate the floating Paradise Island and dozens of suspended ships to follow the sea monster. Where it's going, is where Raftel is, chapter 289 arriving at Raftel. New World is currently in a brief period of peace, and of course this peace was brought about by Ling Bai. In New World with Ling Bai, the big pirates and some very powerful dark forces dare not even make small moves, let alone make big moves. It is undeniable that they were all completely intimidated by Ling Bai, especially a series of big moves by Ling Bai recently, which made all evil forces dare not act rashly. As for this time, it is said that Ling Bai has already attacked together with Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts and the two pirate kings behind them, setting off the legendary Raftel? Soon, the world spread the news that the new One Piece was about to be born. The person who is considered by the world to be the new One Piece is Ling Bai. But Ling Bai has no interest in becoming One Piece. Not interested at all, and, anyway, a thief is a thief. What Ling Bai has to do is to rule the world as the king, 657 that is, the so-called Lord of the World. At the same time, Ling Bai and the others, the deep-sea demons and monsters who had only exposed half of their heads and a small part of their backs in the deep sea, were leading the way. The body is quite scary. At this time, Ling Bai used the power of lion fruit to manipulate Paradise Island and the ships around Paradise Island to follow. The sea area ahead is relatively calm sea area, but in fact, above this sea, there is almost no sea area that is calm. But at this time, the sea area brought by the deep sea monster is relatively calm. People don't know that this is the deep sea monster who is too afraid of Ling Bai's power, so he specially leads Ling Bai around the calmest sea area. Does it really know where Raftel is? Advertisement. Kaido, they can't help but be curious. BDAA. Indeed, I am also against curiosity. The same is true for the Red Earl and the others. It is obviously impossible to say that they are not curious. And Big Mom and the others also longed for Raftel. Big Mom and the others, although they are the Pirate Emperor, but before them, Big Mom and Kaido, each mastered a piece of roadside history text, just to be able to enter Raftel someday in the future. Even as the Pirate Emperor, Big Mom and the others can't refuse Raftel's temptation. Raftel, what's the mystery? Everyone is very curious. He has lived here for hundreds of years, knowing where Raftel is, shouldn't be a problem. Ling Bai shrugged, looking indifferent. Ling Bai is quite at ease with this sea creature, after all, it won't joke with Ling Bai, or even play tricks on Ling Bai. Because, Ling Bai is bigger than it, in the face of absolute power, even a tiger has to squat, and a dragon has to coil up. This is Ling Bai's confidence. Another hour passed, and at this time, an island appeared in the distance. Due to the distance, from the naked eye, the island is just a black spot on the sea level ahead. At the same time, the sea monster also stopped, tens of kilometers away from the island. Reached. Seeing the sea monster suddenly stop, Ling Bai remembered what the other party said before. It was afraid of Raftel's mysterious power, so it stopped here, and it was unwilling to move on. Advertisement. Well, Raftel is ahead. Ling Bai flew in front of the sea monster, and at this time the other party also spoke. Get ready to log into Raftel. Others are also curious, or rather, excited. Raftel. The island ahead. Now he tried to feel the so-called mysterious power on Raftel Island, but Ling Bai didn't feel anything. Bullet saw Ling Bai flying back and asked. Why, humans, here we are. The island in front of you is the Raftel that you humans call Raftel, but among the names of our sea beasts, it's called the Devil's Island. And what is the mysterious power that makes this sea monster fearful and unable to move forward? That's right, it's Raftel. Humans, it's up to you to explore on your own. I'll leave first. With that kind of power, I don't want to stay in this sea area for too long. It is good. Devil's Island. Raftel. Ling Bai was extremely curious. Ling Bai frowned. Raftel, called Devil's Island? However, this sea monster obviously wouldn't lie to him. With Ling Bai's permission, it raised its head and lowered its head, and then swooped down towards the deep sea. In an instant, the sea area oscillated and the sea monster had disappeared. Chapter 290. Raftel, the mysterious power. Raftel. This is an island that is not so huge that it is very mysterious to the entire pirate world. At this time, Ling Bai and the others landed on Raftel Island. Paradise Island and other ships landed on the Raftel side of the sea. At this time, everyone headed by Ling Bai landed on Raftel, the most mysterious island in the world. This is a mysterious island that existed 800 years ago and is full of ultimates. At this time, everyone including Ling Bai came to Raftel for the first time. Not even the Red Earl has been there. And Bullet, who used to be a crew member of One Piece, didn't go there either. After all, Bullet only stayed in Luogia Pirates for a while. That was before Luogia Pirates went to Raftel. In addition, Lox has also been to Raftel, but this was before the establishment of the Lox Pirates. Raftel is an island that hides many of the world's most important secrets. Even Luogia has brought those historical texts that record everything to Raftel. That's why Celestial Dragons doesn't want a second One Piece to be born. For the historical texts of the recorded histories, which were a terrible secret to them, Celestial Dragons are in Raftel. And the pirate leader who reaches Raftel can be called the Pirate King. So now, Ling Bai is the new One Piece after Luogia. However, the title of One Piece is meaningless to Ling Bai. On the other hand, I don't know what Celestial Dragons will think when they know Ling Bai and landed on Raftel. Or rather, what kind of uneasiness is there, Raftel? Except for Ling Bai and a few big bosses, the breathing and heartbeat of the others inevitably became rapid. After all, this island, which is extremely mysterious to this world, has actually arrived here at this moment. It's like a dream, but here, it wasn't as in the legend that Luogia left behind a mountain of wealth. This is just a misinterpretation of the world, advertisement. If we talk about wealth, then in this world, no one has as much wealth as the Golden Emperor. You know, the Golden Emperor controls more than 20% of the world's wealth. How much gold and jewelry can Luogia bring over with just one boat? Obviously, it is unrealistic for Raftel to have the endless wealth that Luogia placed here. In fact, everything that Luogia said before he died in Raftel is the great secret about this world. Not just the secrets of the Celestial Dragons. At this time, the little guy behind started whispering, but he didn't dare to speak loudly. It should be deep in the island. Ling Bai turned around and said. Kaido and the others were beside him. Raftel is an island not much different from other islands. However, there have been no human footprints for many years, so this island is very beautiful. I guess so. Kaido and the others also nodded. Big Mom released her own powerful observation haki, and her terrifying observation haki covered the entire island. The central area of this island is a bit weird, and my observation haki can spy on it. At this moment, the ant looked surprised. Observation haki can spy? Kaido, Red Earl and others were also surprised, and at the same time released their own knowledge. Afterwards, everyone's expressions became astonished. Indeed, even their observation haki couldn't spy on the center of this island. What happened? Everyone also had to be surprised. It was resisted by a mysterious force, Ling Bai said lightly. It is not surprising that there are mysterious forces in this world. Perhaps, everything is in the central area of this island. Advertisement, go and see. More than 10 minutes later, the Zhang person also made the center of Raftel bigger. Seeking Flowers Zero, however, even when they are close, they can feel the majestic and mysterious power in it. And this majestic and mysterious power is getting stronger and stronger as the distance keeps getting closer. Although it didn't exclude them, the vast and mighty power in it faintly wanted to exclude the weak and weak people. Because, not everyone can bear this kind of experience. At this time, the Luos were like the Conqueror's green energy of a chastity-level powerhouse, as if they were about to be overwhelmed, and their heartbeats continued to speed up. So they are also forced not to take a step forward. This power is very powerful, it should be said, it's crazy. The Red Earl muttered to himself. Indeed, and very mysterious, what kind of power is it? Bullet spoke. The very powerful power that can be said in the mouth of the boss is naturally not the very powerful that ordinary people say. It smells like devil fruit. Ling Bai at the front spoke. At this time, Ling Bai also remembered the demon tree mentioned in the historical text of the Fishman Island. The so-called demon tree seems to be in Raftel. Is this devil tree the legendary tree that gave birth to all the devil fruits? In this world, if you want to talk about the most mysterious existence, then it is the tree that breeds all devil fruits. Let's just call it the devil fruit tree. So is this tree right here? Ling Bai couldn't help being curious. Open black lens bracket. Sorry, it's been too long. This month must be over. The author is now preparing to start 3 books, which is to write 3 books. It's not easy. Close black lens bracket. Raftel here. Write at most 2 more chapters, and then go to the Valley of Gods to fight against the celestial dragons, then it's over. In addition, there are too many female characters, and I regret writing it. In fact, I don't like other female characters except Momosagi, but I won't write Dujin in the future. Chapter 291 Mysterious Life Force. The strong devil fruit breath, the majestic life force, the mysterious oppressive feeling like Conqueror's haki, but far beyond this power. What exactly is it? The Red Earl was very curious. Of course, everyone present was also curious. Have you ever heard of the tree that gave birth to all the devil fruit? At this time, Ling Bai spoke, with doubts in his flat tone. And this question, to everyone present, exploded like a thunder. The tree that gave birth to all devil fruit? Devil fruit tree? The strong smell of devil fruit, could it be? Everyone was shocked on the spot, and the 160 look on their faces already explained everything. I almost forgot how devil fruit came about. Legend has it that there is a mysterious tree in the sea. No one knows where it is, but this tree gave birth to all the devil fruit in this world. Is this tree here? Possible. Everyone was full of deep curiosity. Red Earl. There is a mysterious force that is repelling us from entering. It's okay for us to be stronger, but for weak people, we are simply demons, like a top-level powerhouse. No, this is beyond the top level. The courage of the strong is crushing. Bullet opened the mouth and said, we can go in. Here, Raftel, is a place where only the strong are qualified to set foot. Kaido, Big Mom and others also nodded, agreeing with Bullet's words. Let me try, but at this moment, Ling Bai took a step forward. Boom. It was at this moment, with Ling Bai as the source, an invisible force that could no longer be simply described as terror was crushed out. The world's strongest Conqueror's haki. This Conqueror's haki, with Ling Bai as the source, blasted towards the depths of the island ahead. Advertisement for a powerhouse of Ling Bai's level. The mastery of Conqueror's haki is already as easy as ultimate. Therefore, the people behind Ling Bai were not affected by any Conqueror's haki. What a strong Conqueror's haki. Horrible. As soon as this power comes out, it is enough to make people despair. Kaido and the others were also shocked, not to mention others. However, this time, the island was not torn apart and the flowers and trees were not destroyed. Ling Bai simply released the coercion of power, trying to fight against the terrifying power deep in the island ahead. Huh? The mysterious escort full of devil fruit has disappeared? It seems to have disappeared suddenly. Have you been crushed by Ling Bai's Conqueror's haki? That's right. Got caught. If that tree exists, can it be said now that it recognizes the power of Ling Bai? It just feels right. At the same time, when the mysterious power disappeared, Ling Bai also stopped releasing his own Conqueror's haki. It's easier than I thought. Ling Bai didn't change his face, but it has to be said that the power just now was indeed terrifying. Under the impact of his own Conqueror's haki, this mysterious power was finally subdued. Of course, Ling Bai only thought that the other party was subdued, rather than fearing his own strength. Not surprisingly, the source of this mysterious power is the legendary devil fruit tree. And it could be the mysterious tree that breeds countless devil fruits in this world. Ling Bai doesn't think it is a weak existence. Go in. Ling Bai waved his hand. Everyone understood Ling Bai's meaning and followed immediately. The island of Raftel is about the same size as a normal island. Advertisement, but the forest here is obviously more lush. After all, this is a place that few people have set foot in for hundreds of years. The last time someone came here was Luogia more than 20 years ago. This can no longer be simply described as inaccessible. Therefore, the forest here is not so much a forest as it is an ultra-ancient primitive forest. As for other than plants, there are no animals. You can only peep in the dark. Moreover, under the Tree of Life, there are also a batch of historical text stones. Open black lens bracket. The end is coming soon. The rest of the days will be finished. Close black lens bracket. At this time, Ling Bai was walking in the front, and there were others behind him. Ling Bai's plan is to directly start the final battle with celestial dragons after this trip. For the first time, so many people were welcomed in the depths of Raftel. And what came into view was a strange tree of life towering into the sky, the kind of tree of life that felt very extraordinary just by looking at it from the outside. So at this moment all the combat power of the three pirate groups is here. At this moment, almost everyone present was shocked. Half an hour later, Ling Bai and the others finally took Raftel away. At least those forest animals that are common in the outside world cannot be seen here. Ordinary animals, too. Therefore, these ferocious beasts did not dare to approach Ling Bai and them. They are secretly watching them, but there is fear and anxiety in these breaths. This is a team with thousands of people. Of course, there are more than 100,000 people who came to this sea area. However, Ling Bai and other powerhouses can feel the breath of life comparable to the mighty sea kings. And these more than 100,000 people all have a combat strength of 1.8. They are powerful, but Ling Bai them are even more terrifying. Chapter 292. An empty 100 years, even the text? It's actually a historical text. How is that possible? So many historical texts? At this moment, when everyone witnessed more than 10 pieces of historical text under the Tree of Life, few people present could continue to maintain their composure. It's hard for the bosses to calm down, let alone the little ones. This historical text, could it be that Luo Jia put it here? The Red Earl raised a question. The Red Earl was imprisoned in Impel down before Luo Jia became one piece. Ling Bai replied flatly. That's right, it was Luo Jia who let him go. And the ant also said, this is what Luo Jia said. He put everything here, which is the so-called One Piece. It is not the endless treasure that ordinary people think. In fact, it is about the truth of this world. It is unknown what other treasures there are. All the bosses also acquiesced to what the ant said. Of course, now it seems that Raftel is not just as simple as the historical text placed by Luo Jia. Luo Jia and Whitebeard are not interested in any treasures, and it is impossible to hope that Luo Jia will put any gold, silver and jewelry in Raftel. After all, Luo Jia's ship was far less huge than Golden Emperor Tezzolo's Dadasolo. In this world, the person who holds the most wealth is Tetzolo. Of course, this is personal. Generally speaking, the people with the most wealth are sky people. Hearing the ant's words, the younger brothers in the distance behind were very surprised. Isn't the One Piece that Luo Jia is talking about gold and silver jewelry? For a while, the younger brothers had different opinions, but because of the top bosses in front, the younger brothers did not dare to speak out. This is the historical text that records the blank 100 years of history. Ling Bai said lightly, a blank 100 years, advertisement. Everyone was shocked in their hearts and showed shock on their faces. A blank 100 years. This is a truth that countless people in this world have wanted to know for hundreds of years. But this truth, for this world, is also a taboo, a terrifying truth that the celestial dragons will never allow you to touch. However, this does not affect people's desire for this horrible truth. Now, this truth is appearing in front of everyone. Ling Bai, only you can interpret this. Kaido was a little excited, he wanted to know what the truth was. Isn't there another person who can interpret it? Ling Bai waved his hand. Robin understood Ling Bai's meaning, and immediately came up. Robin, turn on Shikai to read this piece of historical text, don't mess with it. Yeah, my lord. Robin glanced at Ling Bai with resentful eyes. In his heart, Robin loves and hates this boy who has violently attacked her countless times. Of course, there is far more love than hate, but Robin also understands that Ling Bai only regards her as a tool. However, this does not affect Robin's growing special affection for Ling Bai in his heart. Is there anyone else who can read it? Kaido was curious. Ling Bai. Have you heard of Ohara? When everyone heard the word Ohara, they suddenly realized. This is an island that gathers all the top historians in the world. They have mastered the interpretation method of the historical text, but they suffered a catastrophe because they tried to interpret the blank history of 100 years. That was a long time ago. Advertisement on the other hand, Robin also opened Shikai to read, and of course Ling Bai is also interpreting. Unlike Robin who knew these ancient texts directly, Ling Bai did not know these ancient texts, but Ling Bai used the ability to listen to all things to listen to the voices of these historical text stones. The historical text about the blank 100 years history, a total of 9 pieces, records the truth about the so-called blank 100 years. Here, Luo Jia obviously arranged these historical text stones in order. The truth is an article recorded in the 9 pieces of history text. Everyone present was also silent at this time, waiting for Ling Bai and Robin to interpret it with extreme curiosity in their hearts. However, Robin also spoke at this time, exactly about the content of this article. The country ruled by the D family has lasted for thousands of years. Is there anything incorruptible in the world? The great empire will gradually collapse after all. It seems that this once great country can no longer. How long has it been going on? The little prince of the royal family of the D family is trying to turn the tide. Weak prince, can you save this empire that is about to collapse? The 20 kings have formed an alliance. They are not members of the D clan, but the heroes who established the empire back then, and were canonized as the royal family of the empire. IM controlled his father, manipulated his father to command the other kings, and the other kings also acquiesced in that action. The war has finally broken out. The war between the royal family and the D family has completely begun. This is a war that lasted for 10 years. The empire finally came to an end in the long war. However, the remnants of the D clan who chased their dreams finally withdrew from Raftel. The 20 kings haven't won yet, and the war is still going on. Will the D clan be completely wiped out? 20 kings who claim to bring equality, peace, democracy and other benefits to the world, except the royal family of Alabasta, refused to join the Holy Land because of guilt and became celestial dragons to rule the world. The other 19 kings eventually took the path of the decadent lineage of the D family and became the celestial dragons who carried out the path of corruption. Joey Boy appeared and led the Murloc princess, the Poseidon of this life, to the expedition. At the same time, there was also a super battleship built in the capital of Seven Waters, which was called Pluton's world-destroying existence. The powerful mermaid princess can command all the sea kings, and Pluton has the power of one cannon and one island, so can they deal with the alliance of 2,000 kings who has mastered the husband Lord Lanos, 487. The war has failed again, and the rise of the celestial dragons has become unstoppable. IM, who has become the king of everything in the world, lives at the top of the red line and controls everything. The poor little prince of the D family finally became her test product. She finally gained that power, finally stepped into the realm of immortality, and she tried to rule the world forever. The D clan chasing their dreams are scattered in the corners of this world, and the celestial dragons who have carried out brutal massacres in the world will definitely be punished in the future. For 100 years, in order to suppress the entire world, the celestial dragons headed by IM slaughtered the entire world and tens of billions of people. They are too strong to carry out crazy bloody suppression and massacres all over the world. No one can stop them, maybe in the future, but can I still see it? The Kazuki family, the head of the family at that time, received the letter from Joey Boye, risking their lives to engrave this historical document. Eventually, Robin finished reading it. The general content is that the empire ruled by the D clan is decaying, the 20 kings rebelled, and after overthrowing the empire, they carried out crazy suppression and massacres in this world, and at the same time tried to completely exterminate the D clan. Feeling guilty and refusing to enter Mariajoy, the other 19 kings lived in Mariajoy, calling themselves the so-called creators, and their descendants are the so-called gods. Open black lens bracket. I can't go on anymore. End it as soon as possible. Actually, I don't want to write it anymore, but I'm still a bit regretful. Let's write an ending first. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 293. Knowing the truth, everyone's reaction. At this time, Robin read out the content on the history text stone with an increasingly shocked expression. After knowing everything, Robin's face was undoubtedly full of shock and disbelief. This is the history they Ohara desperately want to decipher. For this history, they Ohara suffered a terrible disaster. The blank history of 100 years, that is, the so-called truth, is now finally interpreted by myself. Robin is almost crying. In order to pursue this truth, she and Ohara have countless unknown ancestors. I don't know how much I paid. Now, everything is finally revealed. Ling Bai, is this the truth? The aunt asked a question, so she couldn't easily believe Robin's words. However, Aunt naturally believed Ling Bai's words, and so did the others present. Was everything Robin said just now true? Big Mom, Kaido and others are full of curiosity. They all want to confirm whether what Robin said is true or not. Here, however, Ling Bai was able to interpret the historical text, because Ling Bai can hear everything. Therefore, everyone looked at Bai during the day. And Ling Bai also said, that's right, this is the content of the historical text, and of course this is the so-called truth. Real? This? Advertisement? This is the truth? It turns out that Clan D once ruled the world before the celestial dragons, but was overthrown later because the empire fell into decay, and the person who overthrew the rule of Clan D turned out to be the so-called 20 Shid creators, but after overthrowing the rule of the D family, they did not fulfill their original promise to make the world more equal and peaceful, but established a new order, which is the rule of the celestial dragons. Since then, the celestial dragons the brutal rule of. On the other side, the person who came with Ling Bai and the others was the head of the news, the Birdman Morgans. At this time, he had naturally begun to frantically record the big news that was enough to subvert the rule of the Wylong people. Why can it be said that this news is enough to overthrow the reign of celestial dragons? It is because celestial dragons have always claimed to be the descendants of the creator, and their ancestors, the former 20 kings, are the creators of this world. They jointly created everything in this world, including this world 800 years ago on people. It is impossible for many people to believe such a statement, but what celestial dragons needs is that most people, especially the civilians, believe it. And this is one of the factors that celestial dragons maintain their dominion. Because they don't need absolutely everyone to believe that they are the descendants of the creator, they only need the vast majority of people in the world to believe that celestial dragons created this world. Celestial dragons are the gods of this world, that's enough. Today, the truth of the historical text will tell all the people in the world that celestial dragons are not gods. In this world, 800 years ago, there was no so-called creator. There are only those who frantically suppressed the D-clan, frantically suppressed and massacred disobedient people around the world, the 20 Kings Alliance. The blank 100-year history was a long and extremely dark time for the people of that era. So that's why, Celestial Dragons has always regarded this century as a taboo and never allowed people to understand it. Because, that will overthrow their rule. After that, the Celestial Dragons came to power and started the 800 years of dark rule over the world. Of course, among them, there is a person who runs through the entire 100-year history of blank. I am. It was a name that was deeply mysterious to Morgans and many others. However, the extremely mysterious I am, to this world, only a few people know about it, and it is an absolutely untouchable existence. Still, Morgans recorded it verbatim. He understands that this will be super scary news that will overturn the whole world. At the same time, with Ling Bai's confirmation, the scene suddenly became quiet. Advertisement Kaido and the others also believed in this so-called truth. There is no need for Ling Bai to lie to them. Kaido and the others inevitably fell into different degrees of shock. Truth. Is this it? HMPH, Celestial Dragons, I didn't expect this to be much better than our so-called poor-chested and vicious pirates. In terms of the degree of crime, we can only say that it is average, not even as good as Celestial Dragons. I agree. The truth. That's it. Ling Bai shook his head. There were not too many turmoil in his heart, compared to knowing the truth of this so-called blank 100 years of history. Get Jiao Jiao. What Ling Bai is more interested in is the mysterious tree of life on which these historical texts are backed. The tree that gave birth to devil fruit? Ling Bai went over and patted Robin on the back, while Rosso was sobbing. That's because Robin cried because he finally learned the truth that he wanted to know for many years. But Ling Bai is not interested in experiencing Robin's feelings at this time. After all, for Ling Bai, Robin is just a tool man. Of course, pat Robin on the back, gently. Robin just hugged Ling Bai on the spot. Then, I cried even harder. However, Ling Bai just let her hold him and cry for about 10 seconds. After all, Ling Bai, there are more important things to do. Chapter 294 at this time, in front of Ling Bai is the tree of life of the devil fruit that gave birth to everything. As the strongest person present, Ling Bai can more clearly feel the majestic and vast life force emanating from this mysterious tree. A terrifying force, as expected of the number that is the source of many powers in this world. When Ling Bai covered the tree with his right hand, Ling Bai felt more strongly about it. Power, endless emperor, powerful beyond imagination. Ding. Trigger a special sign in. Do you want to sign in? At this moment, the long-lost system sound appeared for Ling Bai. Sign in. Ling Bai didn't hesitate either. Successful sign in. Get. The root power and ability of Pirate World. The root power of One Piece World? What is this? Hearing the voice in his mind made Ling Bai puzzled. But soon Ling Bai understood the significance of this reward. The so-called root power of the Pirate World is the source of power in this world. Even the foundation of this world. Just like, a person's heart, and root power is the heart of Pirate World. This is equivalent to, I have secretly mastered this world? Ling Bai was puzzled in his heart. Faintly, he could feel all kinds of existence, all kinds of life and movement in this world, even the actions of 400 to 1 ant. At this moment, when he closes his eyes, Ling Bai can clearly feel all the movements of this world. Birds, animals, insects, fish, photosynthesis of plants, etc. He can feel it all. At this time, Ling Bai transferred his perception to new naval headquarters, town, Momosagi's apartment. Momosagi is folding clothes, and the clothes are Ling Bai's clothes. Moreover, Ling Bai also saw Diao Fang's happy face. Is this perception too strong, stronger than observation haki? Ling Bai was shocked. At this time, he had already controlled the root power of the Pirate World, or the source, so he could perceive everything in this world. Mariajoy, Celestial Dragons. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai turned his attention to Mariajoy. At this time, Celestial Dragons, all kinds of drunkenness, all kinds of singing and dancing, and of course, various activities of abusing Nukong. Advertisement. It has to be said that none of the things that Celestial Dragons is doing at this time is not a scumbag. However, for Celestial Dragons, especially the common ones among Celestial Dragons, Ling Bai is too lazy to take a look. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai focused on the depths of Mariajoy. That's right, that woman. At this time, Ling Bai finally saw Im's true face. The woman is quite pretty, but what is important is that there is an invisible powerful force released from her body. Is this Im? It feels so strong. But Ling Bai also noticed that on the wall in front of Im, Ling Bai's reward newspaper was pasted, and a dagger was pierced through Ling Bai's head, hanging on the wall like this. Without a doubt, Ling Bai is a member of Im's must-clean list. Maybe, the only one that needs to be eliminated. After all, the existence of Ling Bai has seriously affected the dominance of Im and even the entire Celestial Dragons. Soon, I'll go find you myself, and hang your head, of course, over the gates of Mariajoy. There was a slight wave of waves in Ling Bai's heart. His plan is, after leaving Raftel, he will go to the Valley of the Gods to find out, and then attack Mariajoy. At that time, the entire Celestial Dragons will be destroyed directly. Kill. Not one left, no matter men, women or children. Since then, Ling Bai has tried to perceive other places. And his perception ability has been able to perceive every movement in every corner of this world. He can even perceive those hidden and terrifying existences. However, no matter what, those extremely terrifying existences will not be Ling Bai's opponents. The root power allows me to see every corner of this world. In this way, it will be easier for me to control this world. Ling Bai is thinking, if Ling Bai rules the world in the future, once someone tries to resist, then Ling Bai will also be able to know immediately, BDEH. Today Ling Bai's ability is somewhat similar to the ability of a certain movie character in the previous life, Professor X of course. This ability does not need any equipment to release. As long as Ling Bai wants to perceive everything and know everything, if he doesn't want to, he won't know anything. However, root power is not just as simple as perceiving everything in the world. Root power, or rather, the source. In other words, Ling Bai can use the power of the source. Feeling the mysterious and unimaginably powerful power increasing in the body, as if it was about to overflow from the inside of the body. Advertisement Ling Bai feels that he is so powerful now that he seems to be able to smash the entire Raftel into ashes with one punch. Although it is a feeling, even if it is not real, but Ling Bai estimates that it is almost the same. Ling Bai, how is it? At this time, the ant came behind Ling Bai and asked about the tree of life. The power contained in this tree is too powerful. Unimaginable. And this is the first time I feel the existence of this kind of power. As you feel it. Kaido. Can you remove the entire island? How about removing Raftel too? Remove Raftel. Ling Bai looked at Kaido in surprise, and had to say, Kaido's idea is fine. But among other things, the environment of the island of Raftel is also very beautiful and dreamy. It can be used instead of Paradise Island. Moreover, Ling Bai believes that Raftel must have many other secrets worth exploring. Even, Raftel can breathe the tree of life. Is there a bigger secret? Remove Raftel. Have to say, this is undoubtedly a very good idea. Ling Bai looked at Kaido, and finally felt that this guy had spoken something human. In the afternoon, the entire island of Raftel rises from the sea here, suspended above the sky. As for whether anyone will come to this sea area to look for Raftel in the future, Ling Bai will not pay attention. Anyway, from now on, Raftel will be his private property. His territory, meanwhile, after Raftel was lifted into the sky. The Birdman boss of Morgan's News also started making big news about Raftel's secrets, especially the secrets in the historical text. Secrets about celestial dragons. As we all know, celestial dragons are the gods of this world, and their ancestors are the creators of this world. Of course, this is just a fool's argument, but it can deceive countless people. Moreover, few celestial dragons dared to resist. For hundreds of years, celestial dragons have been feared by the entire world. And what happens when those secrets are revealed? And after the transmission of the videophone bug, the news about Morgan's is not just a random blow like a groundless rumor. Instead, there are pictures and truths. Chapter 295 Goal. Destroy Ling Bai. Morgan's super big news spread quickly throughout the new world. Just in one day, of course, at this rate, it will soon be the whole world. New world. Is this the truth of this world? How can that be? Really, it shouldn't be fake. This is Morgan's news? That's right, it's Morgan's news. Morgan's news is generally true. So is this the truth about this world? Celestial dragons. Damn celestial dragons. They have deceived this world for so long, and they have been madly enslaving this world for the past 800 years. People became slaves of celestial dragons and lived a life of misery and despair ever since. Damn celestial dragons. I have a hunch that the celestial dragons are not far from extinction. That Ling Bai will probably destroy the entire celestial dragons. Now in the whole world, only Ling Bai's power and strength can fight against the world government and the celestial dragons. It turns out that the celestial dragons are not the gods of this world, and his ancestors are not the so-called creators. How could that kind of waste be the creator? How could it be a god? Celestial dragons are not as good as pigs and dogs. Haha. To say celestial dragons are beasts is flattering them. After this day, the world is destined to cause an uproar. After all, the content of Morgan's News is too explosive, and as the leader of the news industry, Morgan's News naturally has a very high voice and credibility, so. When the Morgan's News released the many secrets about Raftel, the vast majority of people in the world chose to believe it. New World, Naval Headquarters. Momosagi put down the latest newspaper in his hand. Unlike the various shocks of other people, Momosagi's expression at this time was full of worry. This kind of news is all negative news about celestial dragons, and the severity is enough to shake the rule of celestial dragons, so Ling Bai's actions today are undoubtedly piercing. One can only imagine how furious the celestial dragons will be. And after being enraged, what action will celestial dragons choose to take? Momosagi couldn't imagine that. So now Momosagi is full of worries about Ling Bai in her heart. After all, Ling Bai is now the most important person in her life. As expected, at night, the five elders held a meeting about the major operation of Naval Headquarters, and in this major operation, the purpose is to completely eradicate Ling Bai and his gang. No cost at all, and the Naval Headquarters, the world government, and even the celestial dragons will use all the power they can, this time to eradicate Ling Bai at all costs. Advertisement. The time is already one day after Morgan's News. New World is still the sea area where Raftel was located before. Ling Bai and the others are still here. Regarding Raftel, an island full of mysteries, Ling Bai and the others are currently researching, and it will take a lot of time to unlock more secrets. However, Ling Bai has a doubt. If he kills the tree that gave birth to devil fruit, will all the devil fruit in this world disappear? Of course, this is just an idea of Ling Bai, but it is worth mentioning that this devil fruit tree is protected by an invisible powerful force, and it is a powerful force beyond imagination. It is not easy to harm this tree. And this is the difficulty for Ling Bai. As for other people, the difficulty is even more terrifying. At night, in Ling Bai's residence, Ling Bai's personal phone rang. It was Momosagi calling. Husband, hubby. The celestial dragons are ready to act. No, they are already on the move. This time, they will use all the power they can, and they are determined to eradicate you. What should I do? Momosagi's tone was full of worry. Just today, the 5 elders held a meeting to declare war on Ling Bai. Ready for action, and this time, it is to completely wipe out Ling Bai at all costs. It can also be imagined that the celestial dragons are furious at this moment. Let's face it, what are you afraid of? Ling Bai's tone was calm. So what if the celestial dragons acted? No matter what, Ling Bai must take action, and this battle will inevitably take place. And, in fact, the action that celestial dragons is about to fight to the death with him is also in Ling Bai's action. After all, now Ling Bai has exposed the secrets that are enough to shake the domination of the entire celestial dragons. Celestial dragons can still sit high on Mariojoy as before, which is also impossible. Asking for flowers. Ling Bai told the whole world that celestial dragons are not descendants of the creator. Celestial dragons are not gods. This is fatal enough for celestial dragons. Husband, what about our marine? Ling Bai. Follow the celestial dragons in the world government first, and then rebel when you see us. You are all ready. Yeah, it's all ready. Momosagi nodded. Advertisement. Move carefully and protect yourself. Aha. Dao Fang nodded heavily, and at the same time, in his heart, he couldn't help being as sweet as drinking honey. Husband, when the time comes, everything will be over. Can we travel around the world? Just the two of us. At this moment, Paojie asked anxiously. She knows that Ling Bai does not belong to her alone, and Momosagi is very eager for the world of two people. Ling Bai is the most important person living in her heart. Blending again and again, Ling Bai has already imprinted an indelible mark on Momosagi's soul. Even in Momosagi's heart, how important Ling Bai's status is, Ling Bai himself doesn't know. After all, a person like Ling Bai who doesn't care about his heart can't understand Momosagi's deep love for him. And now, Ling Bai is still under the service of Shiji, Rihei and Shirahoshi. Momosagi could hear the violent impact sound clearly. Regarding this, Momosagi didn't say anything, but there was a trace of discomfort in her heart. But there is no way. Sure, Ling Bai replied. Immediately afterwards, Momosagi smiled sweetly. For Momosagi, happiness is very simple. All that is needed is a small gift or a promise from Ling Bai. Time passed. On the third day, more than 200 warships set off from the port of Mariojoy New World. The mighty fleet of warships made the world tremble. This is all the fighting power of the whole Mariojoy assembled. All forces of the world government, most of the combat power of the entire marine system. If it weren't for the marine branch to maintain stability around the world, marine might have been forced out. Of course, today's lineup is unprecedented. 5 elders, the elders of celestial dragons, and I am are all there. Enter the new world. Goal. Destroy Ling Bai. Chapter 295 The Death of I Am. Have you started yet? That night, Ling Bai held a meeting. Those who were present were the strongest fighters such as Kaido and Big Mom, and the next level fighters such as Katakuri and Shiryu of the Rain. The final battle is about to begin. Sure enough, the celestial dragons can't wait. Well, I'm going to drain the souls and lifespans of the celestial dragons. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Speaking of Ling Bai, what do you think? At this moment, Kaido looked at Ling Bai. Others followed Kaido's question and looked at Ling Bai one after another. After all, among the people present, riding white is the strongest. Without Ling Bai, the celestial dragons wouldn't be able to match up, and they might not even be able to deal with them together. You must know that they only have decades of heritage, while celestial dragons have 800 years of heritage. The difference is astonishing. Get ready, leave in an hour. Go to the Valley of the Gods first. It is best to intercept the celestial dragons, ancient weapon Uranus. Before that, it should be in the Valley of the Gods. Ling Bai is also determined this time to eradicate all celestial dragons. Of course, this does not include his dog-leg Doflamingo. After Ling Bai gave the order, everyone quickly started to prepare. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Bai used the power of lion fruit to levitate into the air, including Raftel, the Paradise, and other ships. The war is about to begin. At the same time, somewhere in New World, the Golden City Grand Tesolo. Golden Emperor Tetsolo received a message from the Paradise. Prepare for the final battle against the Celestial Dragons. 047. Dressrosa. The whole Don Quixote family came out in full force. The 8 Treasures Navy, Xingjiao and others who surrendered to Ling Bai also set off. In addition, there are other members of the Big Mom Pirates, Beasts Pirates, and affiliated pirate forces. Also today, at the same time, on this day, the entire New World is full of turmoil. Of course, this will also be a very scary day. The war is about to start. Moreover, this is bound to be the most terrifying war in history. Its scale is more terrifying than Summit War, because Summit War is a battle between Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters. But this time, it is a terrifying force capable of annihilating such terrifying forces as the Revolutionary Army, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and the Red Hair pirates. The entire naval headquarters was almost wiped out by Ling Bai and the others. How scary is the transiting sun? For a moment, the whole world trembled. Countless people prayed to gods and Buddhas, and prayed that after this war, this world would still exist. Maybe, this war will lead to the end of the world. No one knows. But countless people are in fear. The whole world is watching. Time flies. On the other side, the Celestial Dragon's world government. At this time, New World, the sea route leading to the Valley of the Gods. Hundreds of warships are on the march. This is, away from the warship of almost all combat power of the world government. Is resting on the most luxurious warship. At this moment, 5 elders and other Celestial Dragon's elders were kneeling before respectfully. How long will it take to reach the Valley of the Gods? Im's tone was calm. Less than a day, perhaps within 10 hours. The bald 5 elders replied. In fact, if they hadn't lost the permanent pointer leading to the Valley of Gods, they would have arrived in the Valley of Gods long ago. Now, I can only rely on memory to get rid of the vulgarity of God. After all, the Valley of the Gods still has their ultimate weapon. This trip to the Valley of the Gods is a must. Perhaps, that person has started to go to the Valley of the Gods. The permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods was undoubtedly stolen by Ling Bai. And Ling Bai hasn't gone to the Valley of the Gods yet. Perhaps by now it has been guessed that their celestial dragons are going to the Valley of the Gods. Ling Bai and the others will also go to the Valley of the Gods. Was angry. For Ling Bai, she can be said to hate it to the bone. This time, Ling Bai must be wiped out, frustrated. But how could and the group of celestial dragons think of it? At this time among their ranks are Naval Headquarters High Level and Vegapunk. Not with them celestial dragons, that is, traitors. However, at this moment, there was a sound of exclamation. And the others also heard that there are floating islands in the sky. Advertisement, that's right, floating islands, soon, people exclaimed in fear again. They saw Ling Bai. Ling Bai, they're coming, Ling Bai. Coming, and their faces changed drastically. It is definitely not easy for Ling Bai to appear at this time. Because, none of them went to the Valley of the Gods to use that super ancient weapon. But, Ling Bai will not give them a chance. Just an hour ago, Ling Bai had reached the Valley of the Gods first. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai launched a tsunami. The Valley of the Gods was covered with a tsunami like a mountain, and at the same time, the sea was frozen. In other words, even if and the others reach the sea area where the Valley of Gods is located, they will not be able to enter it. Ling Bai, Momosagi exclaimed. She had already seen the figure standing on the edge of the island. It was Ling Bai. And behind Ling Bai, those tall and even very burly figures. It is Kaido, Big Mom and the others. At the same time, in the waters below the floating sky island, there are also forces such as the Don Quixote family in the 8 Treasures Navy. The heroes gathered, and they all arrived almost at the same time. At the same time, a figure appeared on the most luxurious warship. Behind this figure, 5 elders and others are following respectfully. It's I'm going down first. At this time, Ling Bai glanced at and rushed straight down from the air. Finally landed on the sea. And in an instant, a huge freezing power was activated, completely freezing the sea surface in an instant. Of course, all the warships on Im's side were also frozen. Let's start. At this point, stand on the ice. Ling Bai stared at And was watching him too. Everyone is watching him. The next moment, Ling Bai stepped forward and disappeared in place. This is Ling Bai, who moved directly in front of in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai threw out a punch. There is no doubt that this is a very scary lap. Raised his hand to receive the punch. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the two forces seemed to be evenly matched. However, unimaginable storms swept through. The warship under the feet of the two exploded on the spot. This time, I will definitely kill you here, brat. Said angrily. Yes? Ling Bai laughed, and shook his fist away. Damn guy, shit. At this time, the bald 5 elders rushed up and punched Ling Bai. This is a claw like a dinosaur. Zone abilities, maybe it's an ancient species. However, Bai kicked it with one kick. This kick collided with the opponent's fist, and 5 elders' fist shattered his bones, breaking his hand on the spot. What? The severe pain made 5 elders' scalp tingle. After all, he hadn't experienced a battle for a long time, and this long-lost pain made him unbearable for a while. But Ling Bai didn't stop the moment he rushed towards He threw another kick at the 5 elders just now. Under the huge force, at this moment, the bald 5 elders were all kicked away. And it was thrown towards Kaido and the others. At this moment, Kaido and the others had just landed on the ice. A5 elders is coming, Thunder 8 trigrams. Waiguo. At this time, the 2 pirate emperors made a joint move, and they both released their big moves directly. Thunder 8 trigrams and Waiguo. All the time fell on the 5 elders who were beaten. The bald 5 elders' complexion changed, even a look of fear appeared between their eyes. He wants to escape, but with an earth-shattering explosion, the body of the bald 5 elders exploded on the spot. Finally, a head flies towards Bullet. Bald 5 elders, eyes still open. But Bullet threw a punch and headshot. Advertisement. Bald 5 elders die, and he didn't even appear for a minute. People were stunned, especially the world government side. As for Ling Bai, morale was undoubtedly boosted. The fight continues. Hateful, roared, releasing an extremely powerful momentum all over his body. Straight towards Ling Bai. Boom. However, at this moment, Ling Bai has directly entered the second stage state. That is to say, in this state, Ling Bai's strength and overall physical fitness will be sublimated to a higher level. The extremely powerful in the scene of rushing over, Ling Bai stepped on the ground with one foot. We must know that today's Ling Bai is no longer what it used to be. He signed a stronger power in Raftel, stronger than before. It can be said that it is much stronger. In short, it's not something I can deal with. Marine, aren't you ready yet? At the same time, Ling Bai shouted. Little devil, die. Another exasperated 5 elders tried to shoot Ling Bai, but was blocked by a flashing leg. It's the yellow ape, Kizaru, you. 5 elders was stunned for a moment. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Kizaru was helpless. After all, he wanted to live a more relaxed life. Maybe not on Ling Bai's side, I have to live on the grave. The 5 elders were shaken away. Kaido and the others also rushed here, fighting against other celestial dragons powerhouses and world government powerhouses respectively. And Marine rebelled too. There is even Vegapunk who has modified the pacifist program, allowing the pacifists to launch terrifying attacks directly on the celestial dragons and celestial dragons guards. On Ling Bai's side, other subordinates also poured into the battlefield one after another. For a time, the war broke out in an all-round way. At this time, Momoshage is holding a famous sword, and the famous sword is wrapped with hot flames. Like a goddess of fire, you know, Ling Bai gave her the Mera Mera fruit. One knife, one swing, quickly take out many celestial dragons guards, and even celestial dragons among them. I have to do something for Ling Bai. Momoshage looked at Ling Bai with firm eyes. At this time, Ling Bai held the head of a celestial dragon's elder. Elder celestial dragons wanted to rescue Im just now, but Ling Bai directly took off his head. How can you be so strong? Im's face was full of disbelief. At this time her mouth Kakuzu was oozing blood, even. His eyes were still bloodshot. She couldn't believe that Ling Bai was so powerful that she couldn't deal with it. It's just that you were too weak. Ling Bai dodged to get behind Im, and then punched out, knocking Im off guard. Ling Bai's speed was already so fast that Im couldn't even react. Im 0.9 took another punch. The huge and terrifying punch made Im vomit blood in the process of being hit flying. Of course, that's not all. In the next hour, Ling Bai gave Im an ultimate torture. Im was hit from the ice to the sky, and then from the sky to the sea. Even, all the bones in Im's body were about to be shattered. Even Im's recovery ability is not so fast. Im disheveled, covered in blood. Blood gushed out of the mouth, and even the teeth were blown out. The whole person is the effect of a crazy woman. What? Im roared, and the whole person released an endless and huge power zone. For a while, the sea area trembled. Boom! However, Ling Bai held the skates in his hand and directly pierced her heart. Even, Ling Bai spun the skate a few times. Of course, amidst Im's astonishment, Ling Bai also released a large number of sharp ice arrows covering armament hockey, picking Im's body into a hornet's nest. In the end, Im was in disbelief and endless anger. Die, however, Ling Bai didn't even let Im's death go unnoticed. Whip the corpse directly. After all, this kind of existence that has lived for hundreds of years, Ling Bai does not guarantee that she will be resurrected. That's why Ling Bai directly and repeatedly condemned the corpse, frustrating the bones and dusting the ashes. In the end, there was nothing left of Im's scum. Sorry for the delay, I actually don't want to write anymore, but a few readers have been urging me. I'm sorry to insist on it. The ending is probably like this. I don't want to write so much, There is one account and it will be gone. There is one more chapter at the end. Chapter 296. The ending this battle, after about 5 hours, finally came to an end. Of course, if the extinction of celestial dragons is the standard, it is indeed not over yet. But in this battle, celestial dragons and world government's forces, except for the rebellious naval headquarters. All other forces are wiped out. Im was beheaded by Ling Bai. Ling Bai plans to hang the broken corpse at the city gate of Mariajoy and make it public. The celestial dragons' elders, as well as the 5 elders, were all beheaded. Kong completed the final battle by the Red Earl, and finally died in battle. The Red Earl also paid a huge price and fell to the ground seriously injured. Of course the war is over. The accompanying celestial dragons were slaughtered and beheaded. Celestial dragons guards and others who protect celestial dragons. It is also all death. Blood stained the sea red. On the surface of the sea, there are countless floating corpses. In normal times, the Sea Kings would have come here smelling blood. But today, no Sea Kings dared approach. Countless people died on both sides. 13 of course, on Ling Bai's side, there is no strong combat power to die. But there are many serious injuries, but it's not a big problem. After all, the strongest celestial dragons are all gone now. In this world, is there any enemy that can be compared with them? A day later, Ling Bai and the others came to Mariajoy. The remaining hundreds of celestial dragons are still in Mariajoy. But the horror is that they were driven to extinction on this day. And it was broadcast live by Ling Bai to the world. For a time, countless people all over the world were excited. But likewise, people shudder at the tyrant Ling Bai. Ling Bai, this is shocking the world, bloody Mariajoy. But soon, all but Im and the 5 elders' bodies were hung up and made public. The bodies of the other celestial dragons were thrown to feed the Sea Kings. On the other hand, all the slaves of Mariajoy were freed. Advertisement: countless slaves wept with joy. And the next day, Ling Bai issued a world report via Morgan's News. From now on, slavery will be abolished all over the world. If there are nobles or other forces who dare to make slaves, the consequences will be worse than death. This has also become an iron law. For a time, all the nobles and other forces in the world released all the slaves one after another. At the same time, countless ordinary people all over the world cheered. As for those who were still in the slave trade, after being reported, they died tragically and were notified in the newspaper. Sixth day. Ling Bai supported the new naval headquarters, and Yi Xiao continued to serve as Marine Marshal. And also on this day, Mariojoy. To be precise, today's Mariojoy, after Ling Bai used the lion fruit ability, has undergone various large-scale transformations. Already a new look, known as the capital of the world. And no more Mariojoy, only the capital of the world. And this world has also been completely included in Ling Bai's rule. After all, no one dared to resist Ling Bai, the seventh day. Ling Bai held a major meeting. The people who participated in the meeting included several senior executives of naval headquarters, as well as Ant and the others. Smile, they and Big Mom, Marine and Pirates are naturally two camps. If it weren't for Ling Bai's shock, they probably would have fought. I'm going to say something very important today, and now, it's all over. So, what I want to say is that I am going to open the world channel. At that time, we will enter another world and start a new journey. So, now everyone must put down their hatred. Ling Bai's words shocked everyone. Another world? Ling Bai, what do you mean? Are we going to another world? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. The world I want to go to is a ninja world. Of course, don't think of the ninjas in this world as those waste ninjas of Wano Kuni. The strongest ninjas in this world are even stronger than our so-called 4 emperors. What Ling Bai said is exactly the world of Hokage ninjas. On the day when all the celestial dragons were eliminated, Ling Bai was informed by the system. Raiding the pirate world is successful, the pirate world is promoted, and the world channel is opened. Advertisement. In addition, the promotion of the pirate world means that the highest combat power in this world will break through the level of the pirate emperor in the future, and the force value will become higher. This meeting lasted for an hour, and with a smile, they finally understood the other world that Ling Bai was talking about. Therefore, the people present yearned for it one after another. Another world. New journey. Ling Bai intends to open the world channel and enter the world of Hokage in 10 days. Of course, as long as there is a world channel, people on both sides can communicate with each other. However, Ling Bai intends to conquer that world. As for the world channel, it will be chosen at the beginning of Hokage Shippuden. End of the meeting. Ling Bai pulled Momoshagi out of the conference room. Honey, another world, is 503 beautiful? Momoshagi couldn't help asking. It's not beautiful. The overall style of that world is a bit similar to Wano Kuni. There is nothing beautiful about it. Of course, there are other worlds, but let's talk about it later. There are still many beautiful worlds. Oh. After all, the top combat power of the pirate world is indiscriminate, not to mention. As for Snake Princess, they are all kinds of envious and jealous. The world channel has been opened, of course, in the face of women. Let countless worlds be included in his territory. Of course, she was the only one who got caught. Kaido and the others stepped into the world of Hokage, all kinds of ups and downs. Ling Bai and Momoshagi came to their hot spring. Of course, there are other women and girls joining in the middle. From then on, Ling Bai also lived a leisurely life. Ling Bai's favorite is still Momoshagi. And Ling Bai's goal is. A month later, Momoshagi was also found to be pregnant. Half an hour later. Soon, the battle began. This made Momoshagi very happy. It's all over, and Ling Bai can relax.